With just a casual wave of his hand, he could unleash a terrifying bolt of lightning. After reawakening, the world had turned upside down, and thunder roared through the skies. Jingming had transmigrated, but, unfortunately, he had ended up in the body of a loser. Seeing this, he desperately shouted for his system, hoping for a miracle. Finally, he wasn't disappointed. The system appeared and granted him the ability to upgrade his talents, allowing him to grow frantically strong in a world teeming with savage beasts and monsters. In the 12th grade classroom of Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, the atmosphere was thick with tension as the major exam loomed. On the blackboard, the words, "One day until the general exam," served as a stark, chilling reminder. Below that were complex mathematical formulas, accompanied by words of encouragement, 20 years of hard study, all for this very day. The homeroom teacher, Chen Fan, stood with a stern expression, his hands pressed firmly on the desk as he spoke in a clear, resonant voice. "Those of you taking the literature exam, head home tonight and double-check that you have all your study tools ready." He swept his gaze across the room and continued, his tone becoming more emphatic. "And for those of you taking the martial arts exam, it is even more crucial to properly prepare your combat gear and weapons." Teacher Chen Fan looked the class straight in the eye, his voice heavy with significance as he stressed every word. He gave one final warning. The martial arts exam carries a risk of death. Those whose awakened abilities are lower than D rank should not choose the martial arts exam. The teacher's warning caused the classroom air to freeze. Amidst the silence, a young man with black hair and blue eyes smirked to himself, thinking, "Is he implying something about me?" He was Jingming, the one who had transmigrated. Jingming recalled that this world was called Blue Star. Its level of technological advancement was quite similar to his previous world, but Blue Star harbored terrifying hidden dangers and bloodthirsty monsters. Visions of a city engulfed in flames and chaos flashed through his mind. Hideous creatures with blood-red eyes and razor-sharp teeth spread terror everywhere. To combat them, humanity had produced individuals with extraordinary powers, awakened ability users capable of fighting the beasts. They were the world's only hope. Miraculously, every person could awaken an ability at the age of 16, and the types of abilities were vast. However, there was a clear disparity in strength and quality. According to Blue Star's ranking system, abilities were divided into 9 levels. Yet, the vast majority could only awaken abilities between F rank and D rank. Remembering the day he awakened, a weak spark of lightning flickered and died. Jingming's ability was E rank, weak electricity. A tiny, feeble current crackled on his fingertips, with power barely equivalent to a stun gun. At that moment, a mocking voice sounded from behind. "Jingming, Teacher Chen has already said that much. Do you still plan on choosing the martial arts exam?" A burly, blonde-haired boy with a smug expression leaned down and growled into Jingming's ear. "With just your E-rank trash ability, you'll only embarrass the school if you show up to the exam. Why not just obediently choose the literature exam? Wouldn't it be better to be a regular office worker at your family's company and live out your days in peace?" Immediately, a girl with short purple hair and an alluring figure stood up, pointed at the blonde, and snapped, "Huang Tian, mind your own business." Huang Tian let out a cold snort and turned around, but not before shooting the girl a provocative look. "Humph. Lin Qingwan, I'll show you who the best is in this exam." As he walked away, he looked back at Jingming with malicious intent and added to Lin Qingwan, "And this pale-faced Jingming is only going to die in the exam hall." After Huang Tian left, Lin Qingwan turned to console Jingming in a gentle tone. "Jingming, don't mind what he said. Everyone has their own value. Changing your preference to the literature exam and living a peaceful life in the city would be perfectly fine, wouldn't it?" Jingming remained silent, his gaze fixed on the application form. In the Great Xia Kingdom where he lived, higher education was divided into 2 tracks, literature and martial arts. The form clearly displayed his information. Jingming, male, age 18, E rank elemental ability. With such a low rank ability and no confidence in combat, most people would choose the safe literature track to become ordinary citizens. As for those who chose the martial arts exam, they were required to enter designated locations during the test and fight beasts to the death. It was a path paved with blood and tears. Only those with sufficiently high scores could enter universities for awakened ability users. After years of training by academies and masters, they could finally break their limits and become possessors of immense power. Jingming fell into deep thought. He knew both the teacher and Lin Qingwan were worried about his safety, but in a world filled with such peril, he told himself that even if he avoided the high-mortality martial arts exam, he couldn't escape the sudden invasions of savage beasts. A painful memory surfaced, the image of his parents falling in a pool of blood during a beast tide. The pain was etched into the heart of the young boy he once was. "My parents in this world died in a beast tide." Xu Jingming's gaze turned firm and sharp. He clenched his fists, and a flame of determination ignited within him. I don't want to face similar situations in the future and be completely powerless to resist. He lifted his head, his eyes showing no more hesitation. Grabbing his pen, he decisively filled out the application form, his voice firm. I am still choosing the martial arts exam. The school gradually sank into a beautiful sunset, but inside the gym, the wind hissed with intensity. Who? Ha! A figure was diligently practicing with a spear. He gripped the spear tightly, feeling the strength surging through his muscles. Ha! Xu Jingming roared, launching a powerful strike. The weak electrical sparks from his E-rank ability flickered around the shaft of the spear. After a strenuous session, he gasped for breath, his clothes soaked in sweat. So tired. He finally collapsed onto the floor, completely exhausted, unable to train any longer. Lying splayed out on the ground, Xu Jingming panted heavily, reflecting on his journey so far. Since awakening his ability, he had chosen the spear as his weapon, practicing diligently for 2.5 years, but his proficiency remained only at the beginner level. He thought bitterly that it was fortunate he had spent 300,000 to buy the Gale Lightning Strike combat technique, which could partially compensate and make him slightly stronger than the average E-rank awakener. But then, the cruel reality returned, and he reached out hopelessly toward the empty air, as a harsh truth echoed in his mind. Yet, the mortality rate for students below D rank in the martial arts exam is rising. Even so, the flame of determination in his heart did not fade. He clenched his fist, his eyes burning with iron will. I want to pass the ability university exam. I have to risk it all. The moment he made up his mind, a strange blue light emitted from the back of his hand. A virtual screen suddenly appeared before the stunned Xu Jingming. On it were the words, "System activating." His eyes widened in shock, unable to utter a sound. Ding! System activation successful. Xu Jingming jolted into his sitting position as a new notification appeared. System activation successful. Would you like to receive the newbie gift pack? He was stunned, and a wild thought flashed through his head. Could this be the golden finger of a transmigrator? His shock was quickly replaced by immense joy. With an expectant smile, he asked aloud, "What's in the gift pack?" The system screen immediately displayed the answer. Newbie gift pack. S-rank ability, 200 ability points. S-rank ability, Xu Jingming was struck dumb. He knew full well how precious that was. An S-rank ability, even in a massive nation like Great Xia, it took 3 or 4 years for one to emerge. Once they appeared, top-tier ability universities would immediately scramble to compete for them, and they would receive countless training resources, perhaps even being groomed to become peak-level powerhouses. A glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. He squeezed his fist, feeling the chance to change his fate right before him. As an E-rank loser, he finally had a chance to defy the heavens and change his destiny. He decisively reached toward the virtual screen. With a confident smile on his lips, he commanded, "Accept." Ding, ding, ding. Notifications flashed in succession. Newbie gift pack received successfully. 200 ability points credited. The S-rank ability, Divine Sky War Thunder, began to transmit, and a massive surge of purple energy shot directly into his heart. Ah! A sky-tearing pain struck him. Xu Jingming braced himself to endure. His body was enveloped by violent purple lightning. His shirt was shredded, revealing his toned abdominal muscles. Progress, 10%. Boom. The energy exploded, shattering the glass windows and shaking the entire room. 20%, 30%. The entire gym turned into a ruin. Outside, a little girl being held by her mother pointed in surprise at the shattered window of Xu Jingming's room and asked innocently, "Mommy, what happened to that big brother's house?" The neighbors around were also panicked. A man hurriedly pulled out his phone, his face deathly pale. Something happened at the Xu kid's house. Hurry and call the fire department. Amidst the unbearable pain, Xu Jingming gritted his teeth and held on. It hurts so much the transformation continues 50%, 60%, 70%. Suddenly, the sky outside turned abnormally dark, leaving passers-by astonished. Why did the sky just go dark? Dark, swirling clouds gathered as a massive lightning dragon manifested in the sky, letting out a deafening roar. Boom, boom, boom. In a luxurious office, a powerful man looked out the window, his expression grim. What a terrifying surge of lightning energy. I can feel the intense pressure. Could a powerful lightning-type beast be on the verge of invading? The commander turned around and barked orders to his subordinates. City of Jiangcheng, 3rd Legion. Enter a state of high alert. The soldier immediately snapped a sharp, professional salute and replied, "Yes, sir." High above, lightning bolts converged, forming the shape of a ferocious dragon head, its earth-shattering power focused squarely on Xu Jingming. Arg! Xu Jingming roared as his transformation reached its peak. 80%, 90%, 99%, 100%. The superpower mutation was complete. The energy gradually receded, condensing into a sphere of lightning right in the middle of the ruined room. Jingming stood up, feeling a new surge of power coursing through his veins. He opened his hand, and a shimmering purple lightning ball appeared in his palm. He smirked with satisfaction. This was an S-rank ability. The Purple Heaven Divine Thunder was incomparable to the electrical jolts of the past. A single strike was enough to crush a person into dust. He pressed his hand to his forehead, looked around at the wreckage of the room, and sighed. Man, I really made a mess of things. Good thing I held back a bit, or it wouldn't just be this training room destroyed. He suddenly remembered. Oh, right. The newcomer gift pack also gave me 200 ability points. What are these for? The system screen popped up with an explanation. Ability points can be obtained by eliminating fierce beasts. Consuming ability points can increase your level and skills. You can view your point total and upgrade options in the system menu. Jingming grinned, hands on his hips, full of confidence. Haha, I love this kind of simple, overpowered golden finger. He opened the system panel, and a detailed information board appeared before him. Name, Jingming. Rank, awakened, not yet entered. Ability, S-rank Purple Heaven, Divine Thunder. Physique, 121 blood energy. Spirit, 140. Skills, Spear Technique Beginner, Lightning Flash Break Beginner. 200 ability points. Feeling his newfound power, Jingming clenched his fist. Sparks of purple lightning danced across his skin, and his eyes glinted with resolve. The national exam is tomorrow. I have to put these 200 points to good use and maximize my combat power. He declared firmly, System, add points. He touched the interface and began allocating points strategically. The essence of superpowers comes from a person's physique and spirit. I'll focus on strengthening these two fundamental attributes first. Immediately, the numbers on the system board started dancing wildly. They climbed steadily to the sound of the system's ding-ding notifications. A pure and powerful surge of energy erupted from Jingming's body, enveloping him. He could clearly feel every cell cheering and every nerve becoming sharper. Is this what it feels like to have my blood energy and cognition enhanced? He clenched his fist, feeling physical strength surging through his muscles. He took a fighting stance, and streaks of purple-blue electricity spontaneously wrapped around his body. It wasn't him actively controlling them. The energy was just so abundant that it was leaking out. Jingming flashed a confident smile. Once the base attributes are boosted, everything from using combat techniques to controlling my abilities will be enhanced accordingly. He looked at the updated system panel. Both base attributes had increased by 20 points, meaning one ability point equaled 0.2 blood energy or 0.2 spirit. Now, his stats were 141 physique and 160 spirit. With this new strength, Jingming's confidence soared. He smirked, his eyes glinting with ambition. With my current strength, passing the Superpower Academy exam will be a breeze. He pondered, I just wonder, out of the 700,000 plus candidates in Jiangnan province, where would I rank compared to those geniuses taught by masters since childhood? He slung his spear over his shoulder, his smile growing brighter. A quick trip to the dojo to test my specific stats, and I'll know for sure. Crash. Suddenly, a foot kicked his door open. 3 firefighters in full gear stood right in front of him, stunned. The lead firefighter, dripping with sweat, said sternly, We received an emergency call about a fire here. Jingming looked back at the pile of debris in his room, scratched his head, and explained, It was probably just the shockwaves from my superpower training. Everything is fine now. Hearing this, the firefighter breathed a sigh of relief and turned to his team. So that's what it was. The emergency is cleared. Team, pack it up. As he left, he couldn't help but glance back at Jingming with shock and admiration, thinking, to cause such a commotion and just be a student training his powers, what a formidable youngster. The fire truck wailed as it drove off, leaving the neighbors still buzzing with gossip. As Jingming walked out of the building with his spear, a familiar neighbor hurried over to check on him. Jingming, is the fire all right? He replied, It's fine, Uncle Yang, I've got it under control. Someone else looked at his gear and said, Good to hear you're okay. By the looks of it, are you heading to the dojo? Jingming nodded. Yes, going to get some practice in. His words made everyone around him sigh in admiration. Such hard work. The exam is tomorrow, and he's still training. Nothing like that kid of mine. In this world, awakened individuals who want to rank up as superpowered beings must train their physique and spirit to increase their abilities' destructive power. However, not every family has a private training room. Thus, dojos offering training grounds and instruction services were born. Jingming headed straight to one of the 2 most famous dojo chains in the Great Xia Kingdom, Lightning and Raging Bear. He walked inside, and the vibrant atmosphere of training hit him instantly. The Raging Bear Dojo had a $100,000 annual membership fee, suited for students from wealthy backgrounds. Only the Lightning Dojo was open to high school students for free. While walking down the hall, he heard a familiar voice from a group of students nearby. Wasn't that an incredibly beautiful girl with long black hair and amber eyes? Turning to look, he saw it was Tang Chi, his cousin. She wore a neat uniform that accentuated her tall frame and long, beautiful legs. Jingming walked over, surprised. "Cousin, why are you at the Lightning Dojo too?" Tang Chi glanced at him and replied calmly, "Just tagging along with a friend." He nodded. "I see. Well, you two have fun walking around. I'm heading to the training hall." With that, he immediately headed toward the practice area. Watching his back retreat, Tang Chi frowned slightly, thinking, "Strange, he doesn't seem like he used to be." Her friend nudged her shoulder and asked curiously, "Who's that?" "He's actually pretty cute," Tang Chi replied. "Jingming, my cousin. He's just like us, a senior in high school, taking the martial arts exam tomorrow." A boy in the group teased, "Why are you asking so specifically?" "Xiao Ya, are you crushing on him?" Xiao Ya didn't hesitate to reply playfully, "Sure am. With looks like that, as long as his strength isn't too bad, wouldn't it be quite a face-saver to bring a boyfriend like that out?" Tang Chi sighed and poured cold water on her friend. "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. He only awakened an E-rank ability." Xiao Ya's face fell instantly, looking truly regretful. "Only E-rank? What a shame." The boy crossed his arms and smirked. "He's got guts to take the martial arts exam with an E-rank, I'll give him that." But Tang Chi looked worried. "What good is guts? The risk is just too high. I'd rather he didn't take the exam at all." Sensing the mood drop, she changed the subject. "All right, enough about that. Didn't we come to the Lightning Dojo to look around?" Xiao Ya quickly regained her spirit and said, "Right. I've been at the Raging Bear Dojo all 3 years of high school. This is my first time at Lightning." The boy agreed. "Relaxing before the exam is good for physical and mental health. Let's go." The group happily moved on. Inside a private practice room, Jingming stood before a massive punching dummy. He lifted his spear, and a strange feeling washed over him. He was slightly startled. The spear feels lighter. He quickly realized it was because his own physique had grown stronger. He stroked the shaft of the spear with some regret. Well, the exam is tomorrow. No time to find a better suited weapon. He took his stance, his eyes sharpening. "Let's test this out without using my superpower to boost my peak strength." He took a deep breath and exhaled. Whoosh. He thrust the spear forward. The tip tore through the air with terrifying speed. Clang. The sound of metal hitting metal rang out sharply as the tip embedded itself deep into the center of the dummy. A number appeared on the force gauge, 321. The target dummy was deeply dented. The entire training room was made of primary memory metal. Within its tolerance range, it would automatically return to its original shape. Jingming retracted the spear, clenched his fist, and felt his new power, unable to hide his astonishment. "My pure physical strength has actually doubled compared to before." The maximum physical strength of an average awakened was usually only 100. Suddenly, a spark of lightning flashed in his eyes. "Next, let's try it with the purple heaven divine thunder." He focused his mind, and purple electricity instantly enveloped his body. His black hair stood on end, and an overbearing aura erupted. He unleashed a lightning-fast strike, erupting with terrifying power. This time, the numbers on the force gauge skyrocketed crazily. 301. Jingming gasped for breath, but a look of excitement spread across his face. As expected of an S-rank ability, even a first-tier ability user only has a strike intensity of 1000. And here I am, not even at the first tier yet, and I can already unleash a strike intensity rivaling a mid-tier, first-tier ability user. He tilted his head, arcs of electricity still dancing around his body, his gaze sharp. "This still isn't my limit." He gripped his spear tightly, purple electricity surging more and more. "Muscular strength, ability enhancement, plus combat techniques, that is my real trump card." He stepped back to gather momentum, his entire body submerged in a sea of white and purple lightning, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique, Lightning Gale Break, with unprecedented power. All the energy concentrated at the tip of the spear, forming a blinding ball of lightning that smashed aggressively into the dummy. The light of the explosion swallowed everything. Break. Jingming roared with authority. Boom. A terrifying shockwave spread throughout the entire dojo. In the main hall, everyone stumbled. A man in training gear panicked, thinking it was an earthquake. On the same floor, Tang Qi's group was also thrown off balance by the shockwave. The guy accompanying her turned pale, exclaiming in terror, "What an absolute wave of powerful energy, it's definitely reached the level of an ability user." The group huddled together, their faces full of astonishment. Xiao Ya wondered, "I remember this is the floor exclusively for high school students to train. Could one of those monsters who already reached the ability user level and trains at the Raging Bear Dojo have wandered over here?" The guy quickly said, "Let's go check it out and we'll know." Tang Qi also cast a curious glance toward the source of the shockwave. The group followed the energy resonance and quickly arrived at a deserted hallway. The energy wave must have come from around here. Just then, Jingming stepped out of the training room, his spear slung over his shoulder. Tang Qi called out in surprise, Jingming, heading home already? He replied calmly, yeah, wanted to head back early to prepare a bit more. All right then, good luck at the martial exam tomorrow. But stay safe, the guy next to her said with a serious expression. Don't pay attention to him anymore. The energy wave came from here. The group approached the door of the training room that Jingming had just stepped out of. Is it in here? When the door opened, they were all stunned. Inside was a scene of devastation. The memory metal dummy had been shattered into pieces, the floor was cracked, and the surrounding equipment was heavily damaged. Tang Qi and Xiao Ya were so shocked they were speechless. Xiao Ya covered her mouth with her hand, stammering, my god, even the memory metal was shattered. How strong must an attack like this be? Does our Jiangcheng city really have a high schooler this strong? The guy who seemed the most knowledgeable in the group stepped in to inspect it and shook his head decisively. It probably isn't a high school student. I can still feel the incomparably wild energy from what's left here. The opponent could even be a second-tier ability user who walked into this floor by mistake and used the training room to test their strength. Another person nodded in agreement. I told you, an attack intensity like this couldn't possibly belong to a high school student. That's right. Even the geniuses from the capital couldn't do this. There's no way such a person would appear in our Jiangcheng city. Xiao Ya suddenly had a thought. She playfully placed her hand on her chin. Hey, only Jingming walked out of here just now. Do you think this attack was created by him? Maybe he's a super genius who has been hiding his strength all along, just waiting for tomorrow's martial exam to shock everyone. The other two boys burst out laughing. One said, have you read too many novels about someone playing the pig to eat the tiger? How could you think of something so ridiculous? Hiding one's strength requires a prerequisite. He's just an E-rank ability awakener. Having a strike intensity of 100 is already not bad. The lead guy pointed to the two ends of the hallway and analyzed. Both ends of this hallway lead outside. That powerful ability user must have left from the other side, which is why we didn't run into them. He turned to look at Tang Qi, who was still silent with an indescribable expression. Tang Qi, don't you think so? Tang Qi didn't answer immediately. Her eyes were still fixed on the cracks in the wall, where the depth of the destruction was etched. She replied vaguely, perhaps. She gently ran her finger along a deep, round, and clean indentation where the metal had been pierced. A suspicion emerged in her mind. These marks actually looked just like they were left by a spear. The image of her cousin leaving with a spear came back to her. Tang Qi's eyes flashed with a deep sense of doubt as she asked herself, so, was Jingming really just overestimating himself by entering the martial exam? All speculations were put aside. Finally, the big day arrived. On the day of the martial exam, hundreds of buses followed one another, taking the candidates to a vast, desolate, and ruined area. This was their testing ground. Each candidate carried their own weapon, stepping off the bus, one after another, creating a noisy and bustling scene. Amidst the crowd, Jingming stepped down, holding his spear firmly, his expression calm and confident, completely different from the anxiety of those around him. He took a deep breath, feeling the tense atmosphere of the exam grounds. So this is where we'll be taking our exam? Suddenly, a scream of terror rang out from the crowd, looking through the fence. Damn it, I think I see a one-horned rhino. This comment immediately caused an uproar. In past years, weren't there only common beasts like shadow cats or iron-bristled boars? This year's exam is too difficult. Just as everyone was panicking, a voice full of arrogance rang out. A one-horned rhino, so what? He glanced disdainfully at the frightened crowd. If you can't even deal with this kind of beast, even if you're lucky enough to pass the martial arts university, you'll just be trash in the end. A candidate recognized the person who spoke and asked his friend in surprise, who is this guy? Such a big mouth. His friend whispered in his ear, who else could it be? It's the wind sword Jingming from First High School. He continued introducing him with admiration. I heard he possesses the B-rank Spirit Wind ability, and he has already broken through the zero-tier state and promoted to a first-tier ability user. Jingming also cast his eyes toward Jingming, the person dubbed a genius, a strong candidate for the title of martial arts top scorer this year. A spark of battle intent ignited in his heart. Who is stronger, him or me? Right at this moment, an authoritative voice rang out from the loudspeaker, drowning out all the noise. Candidates, pay attention. A middle-aged man with a scarred face and wearing a solemn military uniform stepped onto the high platform. He spoke clearly. I am the commander-in-chief of this Jiangcheng City martial exam, Wang Haiyang. Before the exam starts, I want to emphasize a few issues again. He pointed toward the ruined area behind him. The martial exam will begin at exactly 9 a.m. and end at 9 p.m., for a total of 12 hours. The exam location is this abandoned town behind me. A large map was projected. Like previous exams, the testing area is divided into the outer ring, the central area, the inner ring, and the core area. Eliminating different levels of beasts will earn you corresponding points. The stronger the beasts, the higher the points. Wang Haiyang's expression became extremely stern. The core area is equivalent to the super difficult questions in a regular exam reserved for the most excellent candidates to conquer. Everyone, know your limits. Don't lose your lives for the sake of points. Jingming stared at the map, his mind already made up. If it were yesterday, the most I would dare to do is hang around the outer area, but now I must charge into the inner ring, perhaps even the core area. Wang Haiyang continued. Now, let's begin distributing the exam supplies. Please line up to receive them from your homeroom teacher. Jingming walked over to Mr. Chen Fan, who handed him a bag containing 3 items. Inside were a smartwatch to track the number and type of beasts killed, while accumulating points in real time, a tactical backpack containing 3 energy bars, an energy drink, and a disposable medical kit, ensuring candidates can operate for 12 hours. And finally, a safety orb. When activated, it creates a high-voltage electric grid around you that ordinary beasts cannot break. Mr. Chen Fan patted Jingming on the shoulder, cautioning him with a worried look. Although the exam will end prematurely once you use the safety orb, remember this well, your life is more important than anything else. Jingming nodded gratefully. Thank you, teacher. I understand. Just as he turned away, a familiar voice rang out. It was Lin Qingwan. She was running toward him. She smiled brightly. I bet you don't have a team yet, right? Want to team up with us? She proudly boasted. I just awakened a C-rank ability recently. Liu Wei, standing next to her, said loudly and encouragingly, Jingming, when we get into the exam grounds later, I'll look after you. But a member of her team immediately objected, Class monitor, it's fine if you want to be nice normally, but this is the martial exam. A team has a maximum of 5 people. If we add him, how are we supposed to get a high score? Liu Wei gritted his teeth. We had an agreement. Are you two really changing your minds now? The other guy pointed right at Jingming. Who would have thought he'd actually dare to join the martial arts exam? Besides, I don't want to carry dead weight. Sensing the tension, Jingming spoke up calmly, cutting off the argument. Liu Wei, class monitor, I appreciate your intentions. He smiled gently, looking straight at them. I'm planning to enter the testing grounds alone. You guys should just form your own team. Lin Qingwan and Liu Wei were stunned. She asked nervously, Are you serious? Seeing Jingming nod firmly, she sighed. All right then, just make sure you stay safe. The guy next to her said, Forget him. Let's go. It's better if we find Huang Tian to team up with. The group quickly left, leaving Jingming alone to face the challenge ahead. Watching the backs of his old friends fade away, Jingming smirked. Yeah. He turned around, his eyes shining with absolute confidence. Even without you guys, I can still get a high score. Just then, the loudspeakers overhead blared an official announcement. Dozens of drones were activated, soaring into the sky. The 2037th Jiangsheng City High School Martial Arts exam had officially begun. Cameras at all points were activated, and drones followed closely, preparing to broadcast the exam live. The heavy iron gates creaked open, and thousands of candidates swarmed into the ruins like a broken beehive. One candidate shouted as he rushed forward, My goal is Jiangnan Ability University. This time, I must amaze everyone. The surging crowd signaled that a life-or-death battle had truly begun. But the cruelty of the martial arts exam arrived faster than expected. A candidate collapsed just as it started. Jingming walked past, hearing a faint call for help from the victim's smartwatch, requesting logistical support. He continued walking calmly, thinking to himself that, as they say, opportunity always comes with risk, and not everyone has the chance to defy their fate. Suddenly, Jingming's eyes sharpened. A footprint with sharp claws was pressed deep into the ground. From the darkness, a feline-like beast with jet-black fur and glowing eyes lunged out. Jingming realized immediately it had intentionally left someone alive to lure others in. This is a trap. The shadow cat roared and leaped straight at him. He didn't flinch, holding his stance firmly, facing the charging beast head-on. The creature pounced with terrifying speed, but Jingming was even faster. He shifted his body slightly, dodging the attack in the blink of an eye. The shadow cat landed on the ground. It was an agile species, possessing sharp claws and a bite force of thousands of kilograms. It was a fearsome assassin for rookies in this exam. It turned its head, growling aggressively. Jingming gripped his spear, analyzing calmly. The reason beasts are called beasts is that they possess a special, fierce aura that can suppress their prey. It's said that most people who awaken for the first time will be so flustered by this aura when they meet a beast that they can't even use 30% of their strength or they might even just stand there waiting to die. That's why wealthy families hire professional ability user bodyguards, taking their children to the wilderness so they can get used to fighting beasts early. I obviously don't have that luxury, and this is indeed my first time truly facing a beast. The shadow cat didn't give him any more time to think. It gathered momentum and pounced again. It opened its mouth full of fangs, aiming straight for Xu Jingming's throat. Slash. Blood sprayed. Xu Jingming didn't dodge. He launched a lightning-fast thrust. The spearhead, wrapped in purple electric sparks, pierced straight through the beast's head. He withdrew the spear, his eyes without a hint of hesitation. It seems this aura has absolutely no effect on me. Ding. A notification popped up on his watch, eliminated one unranked shadow cat. Ability points increased by 3. Below that was a small note. Beasts are divided from grade 1 to grade 9. Beasts below grade 1 are called unranked beasts, corresponding to human awakeners. Xu Jingming looked at the virtual screen on his wrist. Eliminating beasts grants ability points, which can be used to strengthen myself. But these unranked beasts give too few points, don't they? He looked toward the center of the ruins. If I'm not really affected by the aura, then there's no point in staying in the outer area. I'd better get to the center as fast as I can. Thinking it, he began to sweep through the outer area. The spear in his hands danced with lethal precision, easily taking down one beast after another. Ability points were added continuously, +3, +5, +6. He calculated as he ran. I've gained quite a lot of ability points, but what I lack now is actual combat experience. Using the purple sky, divine lightning can one-shot unranked beasts, but that doesn't effectively improve my skills. Plus, the higher the ability grade, the more energy it consumes. If he went all out with the purple sky divine lightning, he couldn't even maintain it for an hour. Previously, his grade E lightning ability could last over 3 hours, but the martial arts exam lasted for 12 hours. He couldn't waste his ability before reaching the core area. For this leg of the journey, he would continue with this strategy, relying only on his own spear techniques to eliminate beasts, building combat experience. Up ahead, a giant one-horned rhinoceros appeared, blocking his path. It let out a roar, slammed its 4 feet into the ground, and charged straight at Xu Jingming like a tank. Xu Jingming wasn't afraid. He rushed straight at it as well. He jumped lightly into the air, avoiding the rhino's direct charge. He landed on the beast's back and drove his spear deep into its thick hide. Thud. A clean finishing blow. Xu Jingming stood on the rhino's carcass and let out a breath. My speed at killing beasts is much faster than before. The one-horned rhino is only so-so, then. Could it be that my spear technique broke through subconsciously? He opened the system panel to check. Sure enough, as expected, skill, spear technique intermediate plus. He cheered inwardly. The spear technique really did break through to intermediate. It seems that relying on actual combat is the best way to increase my strength. Intermediate spear technique already makes me feel like I can move as I please. If I continue to improve it, what will it be like? He didn't hesitate and used the ability points he had just earned to upgrade the skill. Countless images and experiences regarding spear techniques flooded his mind like a torrential waterfall. Xu Jingming started slightly, trying to absorb the massive amount of information. A sense of enlightenment he had never felt before spread throughout his body. He exhaled a breath of relief, sensing a clear change in himself. Incredible. Countless advanced spear techniques are appearing in my head. He stood straight, gripping his spear, his eyes burning with a fighting spirit. I'm itching to find a grade 1 beast to test this out. At the same time, on another path in the outer area, Lin Qingwan's group was moving cautiously when she suddenly froze. She rubbed her eyes and looked into the distance, looking uncertain. I think I just saw Xu Jingming. The guy next to her snapped. Class monitor, are you seeing things? It couldn't possibly be him. With his strength, coming here is just asking for death. Lin Qingwan was still skeptical, her heart filled with worry. Did I really see wrong? But that back it really looked like Xu Jingming. I wonder how Jingming is doing now. Suddenly, a team member shouted, pointing ahead. Look, this one-horned rhino looks like it just died. The group rushed over, the blood on the wound hadn't even dried. It seemed death had occurred only minutes ago. A fatal wound to the head. Looking at the shape of the wound, it must have been caused by a long-handled weapon. Someone analyzed it, then gasped in horror. A spear. Lin Qingwan was stunned, a bold speculation crossing her mind. Could the person nearby really have been Xu Jingming? Someone in the group immediately dismissed it. You don't mean to say this one-horned rhino was killed by Xu Jingming, do you? This is a beast that only a grade C awakener can deal with alone. How could Xu Jingming do it? Liu Wei had an idea. Was it him or not? We'll know as soon as we check his score on the leaderboard. Lin Qingwan immediately opened her smartwatch, scrolled to the leaderboard, and then she went dead silent. Rank 46, Xu Jingming, 256 points. Jiang Cheng no. To high school. She couldn't help but blurt out, "It really is him." The whole group clamored, not believing their own eyes. No, no way. Did Zhu Jingming really make it into the top 50? Is it just someone with the same name? Are Grady Awakeners this strong this year? I don't believe it. In the spectator stands outside the exam area, large screens were broadcasting the battles of the top candidates. One spectator commented, "Zhang Yizhang is as strong as ever. He's basically taken over the top 10. Another added, "Especially Chu Yangming, who is ranked first with 412 points. Looks like he's locked in as the city's top scorer. Our Jiangcheng city hasn't had anyone make it into the top 100 in the province for years. I wonder if he can do it." A chubby, middle-aged man fanned himself and said confidently, "In my view, he's a lock for the top 100 inches Jiangnan province. Chu Yangming is the ace of our Jiangcheng city. His skill set wouldn't be considered weak even in the provincial martial arts exam. This man is Zhang Wenshan, the director of the Jiangcheng Education Bureau." He turned to the principals and said, "Liu Wei, I've always been very satisfied with the quality of education at First High." He added that Third High wasn't doing too badly either, finally having someone break into the top 10. The two principals quickly flattered him. "It's all thanks to your guidance, Director. We'll be relying on your support in the future." Zhang Wenshan turned to the principal of Second High, his tone turning slightly reproachful. "However, Second High really needs to step it up. Your top student is only ranked 18th. The principal lowered his head, murmuring in agreement. "Yes, yes." Principal Zhao Yao of Second High was furious inside. Only 8 of his students had made the top 50. Lei Shu Jingming, Duong Qian, Duong Ku, Shu Jingming. "You kids need to compete harder for me." He suddenly paused. "Wait, who is this Shu Jingming?" He hadn't heard of this name before. The rocket class, the honors class, did they even have this person? He anxiously asked around, and their homeroom teacher, Chen Fan, pointed at the leaderboard with a trembling hand, his face etched with utter shock. Shu Jingming, he actually made it into the top 50. Teacher Chen Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead, still in disbelief. But isn't this kid an E-rank awakener? Could he have been hiding his true strength? But no matter how well he hid it, how could an E-rank ability suddenly become an S-rank? Only the top 10 were granted special camera coverage, so there was basically no footage of Shu Jingming right now. How on earth did he manage to score so high? Teacher Chen Fan looked toward the testing zone with worry. Meanwhile, Shu Jingming had ventured alone into the central area, a zone of high danger. He walked along the deserted street. The atmosphere here was completely different from the chaos of the outer perimeter. Entering the center, there were significantly fewer fierce beasts. He ate an energy bar while walking. First-stage beasts possessed intelligence and territorial awareness, making them much harder to deal with than non-stage ones. Boom! He stomped hard on the ground and lunged forward. A giant tiger with fiery fur and icy blue eyes burst out from a ruined building. Shu Jingming didn't flinch. He swung his spear, creating a wave of hot air. He danced with his spear, preparing to engage. The flame blade tiger unleashed a massive swipe, its sharp claws creating whistling gusts of wind, aimed straight at Shu Jingming. The beast landed, its claws tearing up the concrete road. Shu Jingming stood firm, a confident smirk on his face. Is this all the strength of a first-stage flame blade tiger has? Perhaps only a tiger king could make me break a sweat. He swung his spear and shouted, "Time for you to go," before charging straight at the beast. Swoosh! With a single, clean thrust, Shu Jingming glided past the beast, leaving a deep gash on its body. The flame blade tiger let out a painful roar as blood sprayed everywhere. Shu Jingming turned around, his posture steady, his spear held firmly without a tremor. His eyes turned icy and intensely focused. The flame blade tiger was severely wounded, but its wild instincts took over, its eyes glowing with ferocity. It let out a heaven-shaking roar, its entire body engulfed in flames, and lunged at Shu Jingming in a suicide attack. Shu Jingming remained unusually calm, easily dodging the beast's frantic swipes. He moved as light as the wind, avoiding a massive bite that shattered a nearby lamppost. He muttered, as expected of a first-stage beast, such tenacious vitality. "Still struggling, are you?" In the final moment, he braced himself against the beast's wild assault, knowing that no matter how much it struggled, it was all in vain. This time, Shu Jingming didn't dodge. He took the initiative. Blue energy currents swirled around his spear. He swung, creating sharp energy slashes that tore up the surrounding road. The tip of the spear was wrapped in a vibrant purple-blue energy, aimed straight at the beast's head. Thwack! A perfect finishing blow. Blood splattered, and the flame blade tiger collapsed, the ground stained with blood. System: First stage flame blade tiger defeated, plus 14 ability points. Shu Jingming looked at the notification, happily thinking that the points gained from killing a first-stage beast were nearly double that of a non-staged one. He hoisted his spear onto his shoulder, looked at the beast's carcass, and smiled. The stronger the beast, the more the ability points multiplied. This dangerous testing ground, which was a nightmare for others, was a rare, precious hunting ground for him to level up. Such a golden opportunity. He had to seize the time and harvest even more ability points. He sped off like the wind, continuing his hunt. In the spectator stands, the leaderboard changed once again. A teacher spoke up in surprise. Teacher Chen Fan realized Xu Jingming is a student in Teacher Ha's class 5. Other teachers gathered around, whispering excitedly. With so many regular classes, only a student from his class made it into the top 50. Teacher Chen Fan really knows how to teach. True. Maybe in half a year we can invite Teacher Tran to host a seminar and share his teaching experience. Teacher Chen Fan was both happy and anxious, quickly waving his hands. No, it's all the students' own effort. It has little to do with me. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Teachers, look!" Xu Jingming's ranking went up again. All eyes shifted to the big screen. 25th place, Xu Jingming. He had jumped 44 points in an instant. Director Zhang Wenshan stroked his chin and analyzed. According to the scoring system of the martial arts exam, killing a peak non-stage fierce beast nets 68 points. Killing a low-level first-stage beast nets 14 to 16 points. Another expert added, his face full of shock, and the statistical interval of the smartwatch is 4 seconds. In other words, Director Zhe Kang concluded with an incredulous look. In other words, Xu Jingming killed 5 peak non-stage beasts or 3 low-level first-stage beasts in just 4 short seconds. We haven't seen such a performance in many years. He turned to Principal Zhao Yao and asked, "Principal Zhao, your school has such a hidden gem. Why haven't you mentioned him before?" Principal Zhao Yao was just as confused. "I dare not lie to you, sir. I just found out myself. You'll have to ask his homeroom teacher for the specifics." Everyone immediately turned to look at Teacher Chen Fan, who was frozen in place. Principal Zhao Yao quickly pulled Teacher Chen Fan over. "Teacher Tran, come here and explain the situation of Xu Jingming to the leadership. For example, what is his innate talent?" Pushed into a corner, Teacher Chen Fan stammered, sweat pouring down his face. "Director, Principal, the ability Xu Jingming awakened is E-rank, weak electricity." Principal Zhao Yao's eyes widened. "Just an E-rank ability? Teacher Tran, are you sure you didn't misremember?" Teacher Chen Fan replied miserably, "I'm not mistaken. Before the exam, I even specifically reminded him not to participate in the martial arts exam." Who would have thought Director Zhang Wenshan mused, stroking his thermos, to make it this far relying only on an E-rank ability? It seems this Xu Jingming must have extraordinary qualities in other areas. This makes one even more curious. He took a sip of tea and said to Principal Zhao, "Let's wait and see. At this rate, he should break into the top 10 very quickly." The director's gaze sharpened. "By then, we will understand how he did it. Unless, of course, it was cheating." A piercing scream rang out, interrupting the director. Both Teacher Tran and Principal Zhao were terrified. The leaderboard had updated again. 9th place, Xu Jingming. At the testing site, Tang Qi had just taken down a beast. Looking at the leaderboard, she muttered, 12th place, Tang Qi. Then she was certain. Sure enough, that strike at the dojo yesterday was caused by him, Xu Jingming. Elsewhere, the first place, Chu Yangming, was also looking at the leaderboard. 6 hours left until the exam ends, and a completely unknown face had made it into the top 10. Xu Jingming. No one had ever heard of him. At this moment, a drone found Xu Jingming and began live-streaming his footage on the screen. Xu Jingming was facing a first-stage beast, easily taking it down with a single blow. System. First-stage Shadow Cat defeated, plus 14 ability points. He smiled with satisfaction. As expected, the efficiency of hunting beasts in the central area is much higher. He looked up and saw the drone tracking him. "A drone is following me? Looks like I've broken into the top 10. He stood on top of the beast's carcass and brushed the dust off his clothes. The martial arts exam is meant to test the strength and potential of the candidates. The better the performance, the more favor one receives. I didn't intend to hide my strength anyway. The top 10 is just the beginning. However, before heading into the core area, I still need to increase my strength once more." He opened the system panel. Ability points, 312. With over 300 ability points, the level column still had no prompt for leveling up. It seems the only path from an awakener to an ability user is to study the ability cultivation technique. Then, I will continue to improve my basic attributes. He decisively allocated his points. A warm current of energy enveloped his body. This feeling not bad at all. It's time to head into the core zone. You've added 40 points to your physique and 22 points to your mental stats. The core zone, extreme danger. A pack of razor blade tigers is tearing apart a massive beast. One tiger from the pack steps onto the head of the dead prey, letting out a powerful roar. Jingming hides behind a wall, observing 9 razor-blade tigers. One of them has a commanding presence and a much larger frame. With its terrifyingly long claws, it must be the razor-blade tiger king. A confident smirk plays on his lips, looks like a bountiful harvest. Suddenly, his gaze turns sharp. "Come on out, I found you." A figure steps out from behind a building. "You're sharp." "I didn't think you'd spot me," the stranger says with a smile. "I never expected you to be Jingming, the one who just cracked the top 10. Jingming looks surprised. "Yangming, you know who I am." Yangming explains, "I know everyone with the strength to enter the core zone, except for you. So, when I suddenly saw a new face, I guessed it was that rising dark horse." Jingming nods. "I see." Yangming points toward the pack of tigers, his eyes flashing. "I've had my eye on this pack for a while now." Jingming immediately goes on guard. "You're trying to kill Steel." Yangming quickly waves his hands. "Don't misunderstand. The Tiger King is a mid-level rank 1 beast, and with 9 others surrounding it, no matter how strong one person is, they can't handle it alone. We could cooperate." Jingming flatly refuses. "No need." He turns around, his smile full of confidence and pride. "I'm enough on my own." He lunges straight toward the tiger pack, leaving his stunned Yangming behind. The tigers immediately detect the intruder. They all lift their heads and let out angry roars. Jingming observes them calmly. As expected of a beast pack with a leader, they even have the intelligence to use simple formations. The Tiger King stands on high ground and roars a command, and the remaining tigers immediately shift into a formation to surround him. Jingming doesn't flinch. He charges straight into the middle of the encirclement. Hiding in a blind spot, Yangming thinks to himself, let's see if this guy is courting death or if he really has extraordinary skill." Jingming stands in the middle of the pack, a powerful aura erupting from his body. He spins his spear, creating a solid defensive barrier. Swish, swish. He thrusts the spear repeatedly, unleashing sharp sword G that easily takes down the tigers rushing to attack him. Ding, ding, ding. Notifications pop up continuously. Eliminated low-level rank 1 razor blade tiger. Ability points plus 10. Eliminated mid-level rank 1 razor blade tiger. Ability points plus 15. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield is littered with tiger carcasses. Blood flows like a river. The Tiger King roars in fury, watching its kind being slaughtered. Jingming stands among the pile of bodies, leaning on his spear and panting. "It's a pity, my physical strength is still lacking a bit. I couldn't wipe them all out." The Tiger King doesn't give him time to rest. It charges. Its roar carries immense mental pressure, making the ground shake. The glass windows of the surrounding buildings shatter, raining down like shards of ice. Yangming, hiding in the distance, has to cover his ears, wincing at the piercing roar. "Row!" But Jingming is completely unaffected. "You think you can scare people just by showing up? That won't work on me." He lunges forward, facing the charging Tiger King head-on. The spear tip glints with cold light, ready for a decisive strike. He leaps into the air, his body as fluid as a dragon, each thrust tracing a perfect curve as he slashes straight at the Tiger King's wide-open maw. Ding! Eliminated high-level rank 1 razor blade Tiger King. Ability points plus 20. Yangming stands in the distance, stunned. No way, he took them all out in one go? What kind of monster is he? Jingming stands on the Tiger King's carcass, thinking, "This haul of ability points is truly bountiful. At this rate, I wonder how many points I'll have accumulated by the time the exam ends." He jumps to the ground. The more, the better. I should hurry up and find another beast pack. Just as he's about to leave, Yangming rushes over. "Wait, how on earth did you manage to overwhelm the entire pack with just a spear? Are you an augmentation type ability user?" Jingming answers nonchalantly while walking away. "No, I'm lightning element." He jumps onto a building and vanishes from sight. Yangming is dumbfounded. Lightning element? Are you kidding me? If you didn't want to tell me your ability type, you didn't have to lie. What a guy with a rotten attitude. He opens the leaderboard to check, his heart filled with anxiety. He just killed so many beasts, he hasn't caught up to me yet, has he? He lets out a distraught cry. "Oh, rank 1, Jingming, 1,122 points. Rank 2, Yangming, 985 points. Yangming screams in anger, "He surpassed me." In the spectator area, director Zhang Wenshan jumps to his feet, laughing loudly. That high-level spear technique is truly domineering. Jingming is only 18, and his spear skills are already at a high level. It's confirmed he's a true genius. He pats Principal Zhao Yao on the shoulder, laughing. With Jingming here, he can definitely represent Jiangcheng City and make it into the provincial top 100. Once the exam ends, I'll propose to the city that they reward your no. To high school. Principal Zhao is overjoyed. Thank you so much, Director Zhang. Principal Zhao Yao turns away to wipe away tears of happiness. Xu Jingming, you really are a huge surprise. Our no. To high school finally has a day to hold our heads high. 3 hours later, in the core zone, Xu Yangming is wandering around, looking lost. What's going on? Where did all the beasts in the core zone go? Suddenly, he runs into a group of people. You'll have to ask that number 1 guy about that. Xu Yangming is surprised. It's you guys? Why are you all together? Lin Xingwan points to the leaderboard in someone's hand. Rank 3, Wu Hao. Rank 4, Meng Jiao. Rank 9, Tang Qi. She explains, Xu Jingming has wiped out all the beasts in the core zone. None of us could find any, so we had no choice but to group up so we wouldn't be bored. Xu Yangming doesn't believe it. No way, there are plenty of beasts in the core zone. Tang Qi says, looks like you haven't checked the leaderboard in a while. Take a look at Xu Jingming's score, and you'll know. Xu Yangming looks at the screen, shocked to the point of stuttering. 3,400? Over 3,400 points? Tang Qi looks at the stunned Xu Yangming and says coldly, now do you know why? Subtract the 700 plus points he earned in the central zone, and he still has over 2,500. In other words, he killed nearly 200 beasts in the core zone all by himself. Xu Yangming clutches his head, his face full of bitterness. No wonder he was so worried about kill-stealing earlier. So he was already prepared to do this all along. Wu Hao, the third-ranked, speaks up. There are only a few hours left in the martial arts exam. We're planning to team up to try our luck in the final core zone. He points into the distance. The beasts there are at least high-level rank 1, and there are even rank 2 beast kings. Going in alone is no different from suicide. Meng Jiao looks at Xu Yangming, squinting with a challenging smile. So, we need to join forces. Are you coming? Xu Yangming doesn't hesitate. Count me in. Night falls. Xu Jingming sits on a pile of beast carcasses, tiredly looking up at the crescent moon. My supplies are all gone, and the exam is coming to an end. He takes out his last energy bar and takes a bite. He stands up, looking toward the deepest part of the testing ground. If I want to get more ability points, I have to keep going deeper. But the final core zone has rank 2 beasts. I still need to boost my strength a bit more. He opens his system interface. Ability points, 2,413. Where should I put them? Xu Jingming muses for a moment, then a cunning smile appears on his lips. How about here? He exhales, channeling all his energy into his spear, and purple lightning wraps around it. This should be enough to deal with the hardest challenge of this exam. At the same time, Xu Yangming's group is entering the final zone. The final sprint has begun. A massive beast with snow-white fur and red crystals growing on its back appears, blocking their path. Xu Jingming has also arrived, carrying his spear on his shoulder, his eyes full of anticipation. I wonder what kind of rank 2 beast they've set up for this year's exam. Xu Yangming's group screams in terror. It's a blood-eating violent bear again. The giant bear lets out a roar. Its power makes the ground shake, and nearby cars are tossed into the air. Tang Qi and Meng Jiao both turn pale. We're in trouble. This is a rare beast. Its skin is tougher than E-grade alloy, even missiles can't pierce it. One slap from it could crush us all. Tang Qi sighs, I think we should just give up on this. Wu Hao points at the high-level rank 1 beasts surrounding them. We don't even need the blood-eating violent bear to act. I'm afraid the moment we enter this area, we'll be wiped out by these rank 1 beasts. Someone in the group panics. I'm pulling out. If I lose my life, all these points mean nothing. Wu Hao screams in anger. Which bastard designed such a perverted test? Suddenly, Meng Jiao points ahead. Look, someone's coming. Tang Qi is astonished. It's Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming leaps from above, landing lightly on the ground. Meng Jiao exclaims, is that really Xu Jingming? He's incredibly handsome. But Wu Hao was worried. What good is being handsome? Charging into that pack of beasts like that, isn't that just a death wish? Xu Jingming lunged straight into the middle of the beast pack. This is bad. He's provoked them. He swung his spear, easily taking down the beasts rushing toward him. The blood-eater violent bear roared, commanding the pack to attack. Xu Jingming faced the entire frenzied pack alone. He was like a whirlwind, sweeping away everything in his path. The beasts were engulfed in a sea of his spear strikes. Xu Yangming's group stood in the distance, frozen. Is Xu Jingming just going to die like that? Wu Hao said coldly. He's too reckless. Dying is just what he brought upon himself. Tang Qi worried. No, I have to go help him. Wu Hao hurriedly held Tang Qi back, shouting, have you lost your mind too? Going there is just throwing your life away. Meng Jiao also chimed in. That's right. Have you forgotten what we just said? Tang Qi broke free, her face showing clear panic and determination. She shouted, "You don't understand, Jingming is my cousin. I can't just stand here and watch him die." Just then, a terrifying bolt of purple lightning erupted from the center of the pack, blinding light covering a huge area. The massive energy pulse swept through, creating a shockwave that made Chu Yangming's group struggle to stay on their feet. The ground beneath them shook violently. Chu Yangming covered his eyes against the glare, his expression one of shock and disbelief. He stammered, "This lightning, could it be the lightning element ability that Xu Jingming mentioned?" In the center of the blast, Xu Jingming stood firm, his whole body wrapped in dancing purple lightning that crackled with power. All around him, the beasts had been blown away. He looked at the massive crowd of beasts in front of him, his eyes turning sharp. He thought to himself, relying solely on physical strength to deal with this many high-level Grade 1 beasts is just too much. I have no choice but to use my ability. He exhaled, a confident yet arrogant smile playing on his lips, with small sparks of lightning dancing on his fingertips. Hey, no wonder it's an S-rank ability. It really is overwhelming and powerful. In the blink of an eye, the ground around him was clear, leaving only the carcasses of the beasts that had lunged at him and the lingering purple energy. Xu Jingming looked up, his gaze cold as he stared directly at the giant blood-eater violent bear standing tall before him. Provoked, the giant bear let out an angry roar, its power making the very air tremble. Xu Jingming calmly analyzed his opponent. The blood-eater violent bear's bulk makes it less agile. With the 9 heavens divine lightning assisting me, I should be able to handle it. He glanced at the Grade 1 beasts still snarling around him. Still, while fighting the boss, these minions will be a bit annoying. His gaze turned resolute as he made a quick decision. If that's how it is, I'll clear the battlefield first. His body flared with intense electrical currents once more. His blue eyes flashed with deadly light. With that, Xu Jingming dashed away like a bolt of lightning, his spear tracing attacks as fast as a lightning strike, heading straight for the remaining beasts. A tiger-like beast lunged at him, only to have its head pierced by his spear, blood splattering in the air. A system notification appeared as Xu Jingming surged past. Killed a high-level Grade 1 shadow cat. Ability points increased by 13. Xu Jingming felt the power coursing through his body and licked the blood from his lip, thinking, is this the power of an S-rank physique-enhancing ability? But having lightning course through my body is also very dangerous. I can't maintain this state for too long. Nevertheless, he swung his spear, creating an arc of lightning energy that swept across the pack. This is more than enough to deal with you lot. Another one-horned rhino beast was struck and fell on the spot. Another notification rang out. Killed a high-level Grade 1 one-horned rhino. Ability points increased by 15. Seeing its minions being wiped out, the blood-eater violent bear was truly enraged. It let out an earth-shattering roar. Boom. A terrifying collision occurred, creating a deep crater in the concrete road, though there was nothing but empty ground beneath. Xu Jingming had dodged the attack by a hair's breadth with his incredible speed. He shot away like a bolt of lightning, purple electricity swirling around him, crackling with power. The blood-eater violent bear charged in a fury. He quickly leapt away, landing lightly on a large slab of concrete, keeping a safe distance from the rampaging beast. He circled around to kill the remaining ones. System notifications kept popping up, recording his achievements. Killed a high-level Grade 1 one-horned rhino. Ability points increased by 15. Killed a high-level Grade 1. Seeing this, the blood-eater violent bear went truly mad. It threw its head back and roared in anger. Xu Jingming smirked provocatively, lightning still dancing around him. What's wrong? Are you angry that your minions are being killed one by one? He ran toward the last trembling rhino in the distance and said loudly, "Don't be in such a rush. After I deal with this last one, it'll be your turn." But to his surprise, the blood-eater violent bear suddenly lunged right in front of him. This sudden move caught Xu Jingming off guard, and he thought, not bad. You can actually predict my movements. The bear swiped its hand, shaking the entire area. The unfortunate rhino was crushed in an instant, and at the same time, he leapt into the air. He stared straight at the bear, his eyes sharp, a smile full of battle intent on his lips. Finally, no more trash getting in the way. Let me see if your skin, hard as copper, can withstand this 10,000 army lightning strike of mine. He lunged forward, turning into a streak of purple light, his spear tip brimming with the full power of his S-rank ability, stabbing straight at the head of the blood-eater violent bear. A massive ball of lightning exploded, blinding purple light swallowing everything. The power of the blast spread, creating a terrifying shockwave. The energy wave was so strong that the drone filming from above was violently shaken. Chu Yangming's group in the distance had to quickly raise their hands to shield themselves from the terrifying pressure rushing toward them. Meanwhile, in the central monitoring room, all the judges stood up, staring in shock at the big screen, which was bathed in the blinding purple of the lightning. The portly judge, sweat dripping down his forehead, couldn't suppress his horror as he turned and shouted at Principal Zhao, "Principal Zhao, you call this an E-rank ability? Are you not trying to deceive me?" Another judge in a gray suit continued with a look of disbelief. Just based on the eruption of that ability, he was able to wipe out a pack of high-level grade 1 beasts and even stalemate the boss. Even an A-rank ability would find that difficult. The older judge with spectacles scratched his head. Could it be a mutation ability? Principal Zhao smiled proudly, spreading his arms as if introducing a superstar. Regardless of anything else, after today, perhaps this entire great Xia will be shaken by Xu Jingming. Back on the battlefield, the purple smoke slowly cleared. The blood-eater violent bear staggered out, a charred wound on its head from the lightning strike, but it still hadn't fallen. Seeing that, the bear roared in fury. Xu Jingming was pushed back by the pressure of the roar, blown away for a distance, and thought in surprise, "It's really only a surface wound." Xu Jingming did a flip in the air and landed lightly. He stood firm, his gaze becoming extremely serious as he analyzed his opponent. It's no wonder it's one of the rare grade 2 beast species. It's impervious to weapons and, most importantly, it's non-conductive. With his current strength, wanting to jump 2 grades to take down the blood-eater violent bear in one hit was truly a bit of a stretch. Seeming to sense the challenge, the bear began to emit rolling black energy, its glowing red eyes becoming even more ferocious. The black mist enveloped its massive body, its strength and violence skyrocketing. Xu Jingming's jaw dropped in surprise as he witnessed this change. What? The giant bear, encased in black mist, charged like a truck with cut brakes, flattening everything in its path. Its speed was incredibly fast, the ground beneath its feet shattering into pieces. Xu Jingming had to retreat constantly to avoid direct collisions. He plunged his spear into the ground to keep his balance. He looked at the rampaging beast, his lips curling into an intrigued smile. "Did you trigger a berserk skill already? Looks like this blood-eater violent bear really hates me." Note, berserk is a beast combat skill, similar to human battle arts. The bear stomped its 4 feet on the ground, creating a small tremor. It threw its head back and let out a frantic roar. It charged, its massive body like 2 moving mountains, trying to crush Xu Jingming into pieces. Xu Jingming remained calm as he quickly analyzed the situation. It's truly amazing. After activating the berserk state, its physical strength is indeed significantly increased, but in exchange, its already limited intelligence will be completely scrambled, turning it into a killing machine that acts only on instinct. First, he had to avoid a head-on collision. His best bet was to use his agility to dance around the beast. No sooner said than done. Xu Jingming immediately crouched, utilizing his flexible footwork to dodge the creature's swipes. He gripped his spear tightly as purple lightning began to dance across his hands. Then, he looked for an opening to temporarily disable it. He slid underneath the bear, the lightning from his spear grazing its thick fur. Finding a gap, he channeled all his thunderous power into one point, forming a small electric orb and slamming it into the beast's hind leg. The giant bear lost its balance and tumbled forward with a massive thud. Xu Jingming's eyes flashed with a lethal light. He growled, "Nine heavens thunder." He raised his hand to the sky, summoning a massive bolt of purple lightning from thin air. Blast it. Boom. A giant pillar of purple lightning descended from the sky, engulfing the entire body of the falling, blood-sucking violent bear. Its destructive power shook the entire battlefield. The whole area was plunged into a sea of lightning, with purple sparks crazily ravaging everything in their path. When the light faded, the massive blood-sucking violent bear lay motionless, its body charred and smoking. Xu Jingming stood there, calmly observing his handiwork. He watched the electric sparks still dancing on his fingertips, a confident smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. After being bombarded by the nine heavens thunder for over half a minute, no matter how thick its defense was, it couldn't possibly endure it, right? But suddenly, the beast's glowing red eyes flashed one final, ferocious light. It let out a desperate roar, using its very last bit of strength to open its blood-stained jaws and lunge towards Xu Jingming. Roar! The final attack lacked any real power, and the beast stalled, becoming completely motionless. A notification popped up. Paralyzed. Xu Jingming offered a sinister smile, eyeing the prey that was now completely in his grasp. It was time. He raised his spear, and the lightning flared up violently once more. He began to channel his finishing move, Swift Lightning. His whole body was enveloped in a powerful, purple electrical energy, and his eyes glowed intensely. With a burst of speed, he leaped into the air, channeled all of his energy into the tip of his spear, and let out one final shout. Ah! A ball of thunderous energy shot straight into the head of the blood-sucking violent bear, creating a terrifying explosion. Boom! The blast of energy swept everything away, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Crash! After the explosion, the blood-sucking violent bear lay there motionless, a deep crater appearing on its body, A system notification appeared, officially confirming his victory. Killed a low-rank Tier 2 blood-sucking violent bear. Traps plus 24 ability points. Xu Jingming exhaled in relief, leaning on his spear as he stood up. Finally, it's over. Dealing with this monster. I specifically upgraded my swift lightning skill from novice to advanced. Its power really didn't disappoint me. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Although it was only 2 short minutes, this was the most exhilarating battle he had ever experienced. He stood tall in the middle of the ruined battlefield, his eyes thoughtful. He wondered how many points he would receive after clearing all the beasts in the core area. The night sky gradually brightened, signaling that the martial arts exam was coming to an end. At the monitoring room, the final leaderboard appeared, leaving everyone stunned. First place, Xu Jingming, 10,835 points, Jiangcheng No 2 High School. Second place, Chu Yangming, 1,103 points, Jiangcheng No 1 High School. Third place, Wu Hao, 945 points, Jiangcheng No 1 High School. The entire auditorium erupted. Over 10,000 points, it was unbelievable. The judges and the principal couldn't hide their excitement. One judge shouted, 10,000 points doesn't just break the record for our Jiang city, it breaks the record for the entire Jiangnan province. This isn't just a genius, this is a genius among geniuses. The provincial top scorer last year only had over 8,000 points. Then, a judge officially declared that Xu Jingming had essentially already locked in his spot as this year's provincial top scorer. Back on the ruined battlefield, Xu Jingming checked his watch with a calculating expression. There isn't much time left. He smiled confidently. I've already swept the beasts in the inner and core areas. Next, I'll go back to the central area and scavenge a bit more. Every little bit counts, even a mosquito is meat. With that, he turned and dashed off like the wind, leaving the battlefield behind. Whoosh! Chu Yangming's group was still in shock. Tang Shi stammered. Jingming, he was actually able to kill a Tier 2 beast king? That's so unexpected. Chu Yangming wondered, why is he heading back? His score is already far ahead of first place. What else could he want to do besides ending the exam early? Meng Jiao narrowed her eyes, watching Xu Jingming's back. She realized something. Judging by his direction, he seems to be heading back to the center. Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through her mind, making her shudder. Wait, don't tell me he's so bloodthirsty that he wants to go back and clear the battlefield? The entire group went pale at the thought. Chu Yangming muttered in fear. Going after every last point, Chu Yangming looked at his teammates, his voice frantic and urgent. With Xu Jingming's speed, I'm afraid he really could do it. If we don't leave now, we might not earn a single point in this last hour. Our team-up ends here. Hearing the announcement of disbandment, the group didn't need to be told twice. They immediately turned and fled in every direction. Everyone, I'm leaving first. Move, move, move. Meng Jiao shouted as she ran, looking back. Leave some points for me, guys. An hour later, the loudspeaker from the surveillance drones echoed throughout the City of Ruins. The 2037 Jiang City Martial Arts exam has ended. Killing beasts will no longer count for points. All candidates, please return immediately. Hearing the announcement, Tang Qi, who was panting, warily raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. She let out a sigh of relief. It's over? Elsewhere, other candidates were also exhausted. Some shouted with regret. Why is it over already? I was still missing one beast. One more was all I needed. In contrast to everyone else, Xu Jingming stood in the middle of a sea of beast corpses with a look of regret. It's already over? What a pity, I wasn't done yet. At the exit of the exam grounds, the candidates gathered one by one under the watchful eye of security and drones. Among the exhausted crowd, Meng Jiao scanned the area. Her eyes locked onto someone. She hurriedly grabbed Tang Qi's arm and asked urgently, Tang Qi, is Xu Jingming really your cousin? Tang Qi looked helpless. Oh my goodness, you've asked me 3 times already. It's him. It really is him. Meng Jiao immediately changed her tone, acting coy and shaking Tang Qi. So, good sister, please give me your cousin's contact info, won't you? I'm begging you. Tang Qi crossed her arms, feigning annoyance. Didn't you say you weren't interested yesterday? Now I have to rethink things. Meng Jiao pleaded hurriedly. Things are different now. Today, he's the top scorer. Please. Suddenly, a loud shout from the exit caused a commotion in the crowd. A girl was pushed to the ground. Look, it's Xu Jingming. He's out. All the candidates immediately began pushing and shoving just to get a look at the top scorer. Where? Guys, stop shoving. Let me see first. Hey. Amidst the chaos, Xu Jingming appeared with a calm expression, a confident smile playing on his lips. As he walked out, the crowd immediately swarmed him, cheering non-stop. Xu Jingming, congratulations. Look over here. Xu Jingming, can you share 100 points with me? Suddenly, Chu Yangming and Wu Hao stepped forward to block the crowd and face Xu Jingming. Chu Yangming looked at Wu Hao and said with regret, "This spot was originally yours." Wu Hao smiled calmly. Who told the no, to school to have such a monster? With my ability, I'm satisfied with the score I got. The principal hurriedly led a pompous-looking middle-aged man over. Student Xu Jingming, congratulations. Let me introduce you. This is Director Zhao of the Education Bureau. You won't need to take the bus back. The director said he wanted to take him home personally. Xu Jingming glanced at the crazed crowd, thinking to himself that it was fine. If he took the bus back now, there would certainly be no peace along the way. In the luxury car, Director Zhao smiled and asked, "Student Jingming, have you thought about which superpowered university you'll attend?" Xu Jingming answered honestly. "During this time, I've only focused on improving my strength. I really haven't thought about which university I'll choose yet." Director Zhao nodded. "With your results, any university in the country would be happy to have you. However, there are hundreds of colleges in the country, but half of those with high-level abilities graduate from the 3 major universities. I would like to recommend these 3. First is the Capital University of Superpowers, located in the heart of the Great Xia, affiliated with the government. After graduating, you can directly join the state machinery. The current Tier 9 Guardian also graduated from here. Second is the Mado University of Superpowers, located in a bustling port city. It offers excellent resources, including many elite clubs, making it more suitable for individuals pursuing the peak of power. Finally, there is the Jin City University of Superpowers, which has a history of over 200 years, possesses many ancient legacies, and has a powerful faculty. All 3 of these schools possess top-tier cultivation methods that are not shared with the public. It is a sanctuary that countless people yearn for. Xu Jingming wondered, "I know an awakened needs to practice special training methods to transform into a powered user. But what exactly are the top-tier power training methods?" Principal Zhao explained in detail. "Let me tell you this. Power training methods are also graded. Using a basic power training method, most awakened need 3 to 4 years to advance into a powered user. But by practicing a top-tier power training method, an awakened can transform in just 6 months." He patted Xu Jingming on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't worry. With your results, you'll definitely qualify for a special direct admission. By then, even the top 3 universities will offer you generous terms. You can just choose based on your own preferences." Xu Jingming nodded, his path now clearly defined. "I understand. Thank you very much, sir." The next day, Xu Jingming stood under the shower, the cold water washing away all the fatigue from the intense exam. Once finished, he opened the system panel to check. His power points had reached 2,534. He told himself 2,534 power points should be enough to last until he enters the Power University. He draped a towel over his shoulders, wondering if there would be any more beast hunting competitions once he started university. If not, he would have to add venturing into the wilderness to his schedule. At the same time, Tang Qi and a beautiful middle-aged woman arrived at his door. Tang Qi wondered, why is the door broken? Then she had a mischievous thought. How about we sneak in and give Jingming a big surprise? The two gently pushed the door open and entered. The woman happily called out, "Jingming." Xu Jingming had just stepped out of his room wrapped in a towel. He was startled and terrified when he heard the voice. "Aunt, cousin, why are you two here?" Xu Qingwan and Tang Qi were stunned, blushing as they turned away. Tang Qi stammered, pointing at his appearance. "Xu Jingming, what on earth are you doing?" He quickly covered himself, shouting, This isn't my fault, is it?" Xu Qingwan looked at the messy house. "I haven't been here in a few days. Why is the place in such a state?" Xu Jingming looked at his aunt, a wave of warmth rising in his heart. That year, when his parents passed away, it was his aunt who stayed by his side day and night, taking care of him, giving him the warmth of a family, and even fulfilling her duties as a guardian, sometimes even making his favorite stir-fried meat. Xu Qingwan looked at him affectionately. "Xu Jingming." Xu Qingwan sat down, inquiring kindly. She didn't know much about the martial arts exam, but when she first heard he had registered, she had been worried for a long time. "Now that I see you're okay, I can finally be at ease. The results don't matter. Even if you didn't pass, it would have been fine." Xu Jingming asked in surprise. "Wait, didn't my cousin tell you?" Tang Qi winked mischievously, leaning close to his ear. "I thought it would be better for you to tell my mom yourself." Xu Jingming said to his aunt with some embarrassment, "Aunt, I didn't do too badly this time. I scored over 10,000 points." Hearing that number, Xu Qingwan, who was drinking water, sprayed it all out in total shock. Still reeling, she asked tremblingly, How much? You're not lying to your aunt, are you?" Tang Qi quickly steadied her mother, explaining, "Mom, it's true. My cousin Jingming scored 11,124 points. Xu Qingwan was completely stunned, her eyes wide, unable to believe what she had just heard. A moment later, she burst into tears of happiness, hugging Xu Jingming tightly. Our Xu family finally has a successor. Your parents in heaven must be so proud of you. At the same time, in the meeting room of the top power universities, a woman was presenting about a special candidate. Xu Jingming, 18 years old, naturally awakened, lightning type, currently at the awakened level. One judge immediately asserted, if these results are real, we must get this student. But the person next to him was skeptical. But based solely on his talent and rank on paper, he couldn't possibly achieve these results. In another meeting room, the argument was even more heated. Looking at his combat performance, it's absolutely not E-level power. This force is at least A-level, maybe even S-level. Another retorted, what backwater place is Jiang City? How could it produce a top scorer? He probably cheated in the exam, hired someone else, or used performance-enhancing drugs. It's not impossible. As the argument reached its peak, an authoritative voice rang out. All right, stop arguing. The lead woman slammed her hand on the table, making the final decision, temporarily place Xu Jingming on the S-level special direct admission list. As for whether his results are genuine, I will personally go to Jiang City to investigate. A few days later, Xu Jingming received a message from the Jiangnan Provincial Department of Education. Jiang City candidate Xu Jingming. The Jiangnan Province martial arts exam rankings have been released. Your rank is number 1 in Jiangnan Province, with a total score of 11,124 points. Looking at his phone screen, Xu Jingming breathed a sigh of relief. He sat in the training room, clenching his fist and shouting in joy. Number 1, top scorer in Jiangnan Province, I did it. Immediately after, news about him exploded on social media with sensational headlines. The absolute dark horse, the provincial top scorer from Jiang City, an unprecedented awakened top scorer. Is his E-level power a gift or the result of effort and sweat? Accompanying it were countless skeptical comments. Aren't top scorers usually high-level power users? Can an awakened even be a top scorer? If an E-level power user is a top scorer, if it's true, I'll eat my phone on the spot. Just wait. I'm going to find his martial arts exam video right now. Under pressure from public opinion, reporters pointed their microphones at the principal. Principal Zhao, regarding the questions about Xu Jingming's results online, do you have anything to say? Many people are doubting the authenticity of his results. Please, Principal Zhao, give us an explanation. Principal Zhao declared boldly in front of the camera. Our school's official website has posted Xu Jingming's martial arts exam video. Everyone can immediately verify the truth. The fairness of the high school martial arts exam cannot be questioned. Immediately, the reporters opened their phones to watch, and they were all stunned. My God. One spear strike pierced the head of a first-stage rhino. This strength is even greater than a first-stage powered user. It looks like an enhancement-type power. No, wait, he's a lightning-type user. You're telling me this force is E-level power? And he's really just an awakened? Principal Zhao stood on the podium, proudly declaring, the martial arts exam video is the proof. Xu Jingming's results are completely real. He is the first student from Jiang City to win the provincial top scorer position. The dedication he has shown is worth rewarding. He held up a giant award check worth 1 million yuan. Congratulations to Xu Jingming for becoming the top scorer in the martial arts exam, with a special reward of 1 million yuan. This is the cash and the grand power training method package awarded by the City Department of Education to Xu Jingming. The city government would also award an equivalent bonus and a luxury villa in the city, while the reporters shouted to hurry and take photos for the front page. In a dark corner, the female investigator and her colleagues were watching the ceremony. She coldly commented, even though Jiang City has released Xu Jingming's video, it doesn't mean he didn't use performance-enhancing drugs to cheat. The most important thing is to determine Xu Jingming's true power level. On stage, the principal whispered to the person next to him, why hasn't today's main character arrived yet? The other replied, having just called. He said he's training at the dojo and will be here soon. The principal was startled and then gave a wry smile. Still training after the martial arts exam, this new top scorer really is different from ordinary people. Haha. The scene shifted to the principal's office, where he was tremblingly serving tea to 3 uninvited guests. 3 teachers, please have some tea. One of the 3 guests, a man in ancient attire, waved his hand to refuse. The principal broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, as expected of high-level power users who have shed blood, the aura they emit makes people's hearts race and legs tremble. He looked in fear at the 3 authoritative guests, each unique but all exuding an oppressive presence, with only one thought in his head. These people aren't going to fight here, are they? The female investigator spoke first, breaking the silence. She was introduced as Zhang Chaoyu, the head of the admissions office at Madu Power University. You too. It seems like it's been a long time since we all gathered like this, hasn't it? Which genius are you aiming for this time? The beautiful woman in a cheongsam, Susong Chuan, the head of admissions at Qingjing Power University, smiled and replied, Miss Zhang, no need to beat around the bush. As long as Xu Jingming's results are real, our Qingjing University is determined to have him. Hearing this, the man in ancient attire, Wu Lan, the admissions minister of Jin City Power University, sneered. Ha ha, Susong Chuan, on what basis do you say you've got him? I say our Jin City University has him for sure. Zhang Chaoyu sighed, thinking to herself. As expected, to recruit a provincial top scorer, it's inevitable to have to fight with teachers from other schools. Just then, the office door swung open. Xu Jingming, with his tall build and a spear over his shoulder, walked in confidently and greeted the teachers. His appearance immediately drew the attention of all three admissions officers. The tense atmosphere suddenly settled. Zhang Chaoyue narrowed her eyes, assessing him and inwardly praising, not bad. His spirit is surging, and he's in perfect harmony with his spear. It seems he hasn't slacked off even after the exam. Moreover, he hasn't shown the slightest waver under the pressure of three high-rank ability users. The principal quickly stepped in to introduce them. Let me introduce you. This is Director Zhang from the Mado Ability University Admissions Office. This is Director Su from the Qingjing Ability University Admissions Office. And this is Department Head Wu from the Tanju Ability University Admissions Office. Zhang Chaoyu gave a friendly smile. Let's get straight to the point. Student Xu, we have all watched your martial arts exam video. Your combat ability is very strong, and your fighting technique is truly astonishing. She looked him straight in the eyes, probing. However, I have one question. Your ability doesn't seem to be the low-rank lightning ability you initially registered. Would you mind clarifying the situation? Hearing that question, Xu Jingming thought to himself, as expected, they're asking about this. He calmly replied, before the high school entrance exam, while I was training at home, I was struck by natural lightning. Afterward, I realized my ability had become stronger. Hearing this, both Head Wu and Director Su came to the same conclusion. It sounded like a mutation. Zhang Chaoyu nodded and took out a glowing, disc-shaped device. Student Xu, you probably don't even know what your mutated ability is, right? Coincidentally, I brought an ability tester. Why don't you try it? She held the tester out towards Xu Jingming and said, just activate your ability. Xu Jingming placed his hand on the tester. Immediately, a violent stream of purple lightning erupted from his hand and surged directly into the device. Director Su Song Chuan, standing nearby, was startled. What an incredibly violent bolt of lightning. Even I felt my heart race. The electricity crackled around the tester, and the result quickly appeared. Ability test complete. Ability is ranked Purple Sky Divine Lightning. But before the specific rank could be displayed, the tester suddenly emitted strange screeching noises. Screech rank, screech crack. The small testing device couldn't withstand the immense energy and exploded into pieces right in Zhang Chaoyu's hand. The sudden blast sent purple sparks flying everywhere. Xu Jingming and Zhang Chaoyue quickly stepped back. The principal, standing nearby, exclaimed in panic, what just happened? Head Wu and Director Su stood up, their expressions full of shock but also excitement. Head Wu said, now it's confirmed. To be able to overload a small-scale tester, his rank must be at least S-class. Zhang Chaoyue looked at Xu Jingming with glowing eyes, smiling with satisfaction. I wasn't wrong. This time, I've definitely hit the jackpot. Immediately, Head Wu could no longer keep his cool and shouted to gain the upper hand. Student Xu, our Tanju University will offer a $4 million entrance scholarship and a full set of C45 level equipment. All ability training methods and combat techniques will be free of charge. Hearing that offer, Director Su Song Chuan glanced over with disdain. That's all they're offering? She turned to Xu Jingming and made a much more attractive offer. Student Xu, just come to Qingjing. The entrance scholarship is $6 million. For all 4 years of university, you can choose any equipment, ability training methods, and combat techniques you want, all free. How about that? This generous offer left even Xu Jingming stunned. They're really generous. Seeing the other two schools had already bid, Zhang Chaoyue smiled confidently and said, Mado Ability University won't offer scholarships or equipment, but whatever they can give, we can provide as well, not a single thing missing. Furthermore, every year, we will provide you with a portion of S-class cultivation resources. This offer caused a huge shock. Both Head Wu and Director Su cried out in horror. S-class cultivation resources? Xu Jingming asked blankly. What are those? Zhang Chaoyu began to explain. Do you know about the dragonkin beasts? Any beast species that is innately powerful and possesses physical traits similar to the dragon race is collectively referred to as dragonkin. She continued, these beasts are level 4 or level 5 from birth. far surpassing other beast races. Finally, she played her trump card. An S-class resource includes the heart blood extracted from a dragonkin beast that is 80% mature. After consuming dragon blood, your physique will be greatly enhanced, and your raw physical power will be on par with dragonkin beasts. S-class resources, every single portion is a grade of dragon blood like that. Hearing this, even director Su Song-chuen couldn't help but exclaim with envy, "Even I'm tempted by that. You Motto people really are moneybags." Head Wu looked completely defeated. S-class resources are usually only for elite seniors. She's actually willing to give them to a freshman. There's no way we can compete with that. Afterward, all three admissions officers looked at Xu Jingming. Director Su Song-chuen asked, "All right, it's time for you to make a decision. We are three top-tier universities. Which one do you choose?" Without a moment of hesitation, Xu Jingming smiled confidently and clearly announced, "I choose Mado Ability University." He thought to himself, Mado Ability University not only offers the best conditions, but based on what I've learned, their combat training level is the highest. The University Alliance tournaments in recent years have had champions from Mado nearly half the time. Finishing his words, he politely bowed to thank the other two officers. "I also thank both of you for your interest." As Head Wu and Director Su left in disappointment, Zhang Chaoyao smiled with satisfaction. A crimson-red invitation letter with dragon and tiger patterns flew from her hand. She solemnly handed the invitation to Xu Jingming. "Student Xu Jingming, I look forward to your arrival. The enrollment date for freshmen is the 1st of next month, but since you are a specially admitted student, you can report early. We will provide you with a dormitory." Xu Jingming took the invitation, his eyes shining with expectation. He asked, "Can I read the ability training methods and combat techniques in the school library ahead of time?" Zhang Chaoyu answered without hesitation, "No problem." She took out a business card and handed it to him. "The school library can provide you with a private study room where no one will disturb you. This is my contact information. Just reach out to me when you arrive in the city." Xu Jingming clutched the invitation, his heart brimming with excitement. "Mado Ability University, I can't wait to go and report." A few days later, at the train station, the loudspeaker blared. "Train G91 to Mado is about to begin ticket inspection." Train G91 to Mado is about to begin ticket inspection. Standing on the platform, Xu Jingming's uncle, Tang Daolin, wrapped his arms around his wife and said emotionally, "Oh my, the child has finally grown up." His aunt's eyes welled up with tears. If Xu Jingming goes this time, he'll surely soar to the clouds. Uncle Tang turned to his daughter and said, "That's right, Tang Qi. You're also starting to register your preferences soon, right? Since your cousin Jingming has gone to an ability university, you should try to pick a school near Mado. That way, you two can look after each other later." Tang Qi listened to her parents, feeling a bit conflicted. She lowered her head and replied, "Mom, Dad, I know." On the high-speed train, Xu Jingming looked out the window and told himself, "It's another 6 hours until we arrive. I might as well review the ability training method a bit." Among the rewards from the high school exam, the most important one is this heaven-swallowing training method, an ability training technique. He recalled what he knew. Just like abilities, ability training methods also have different levels, divided into elementary, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. The higher the rank, the faster the cultivation speed. He picked up the manual and began to focus on the book in his hands. "This is an intermediate ability training method. With my current 180 mental power points, it will only take me half a day to memorize the entire content." He closed his eyes, sensing the energy in the air. According to the content, there existed a special type of energy between heaven and earth. I'll follow its method. I felt this special stream of energy on the very first day. He continued to contemplate as the train sped along. Meanwhile, the system board displayed a notification about leveling up. But I don't intend to level up just yet, because, as recorded in the books, from an awakened to an ability user, using a higher rank ability training method to breakthrough yields much greater benefits. After I enter university, I'll be able to read top-tier training methods. I certainly won't waste this opportunity on an intermediate method. 6 hours later, when he arrived in Mado, Xu Jingming couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the school. My God, just the school gate is 100 meters wide. I can't even imagine how magnificent it must be inside. A red sports car pulled up beside him. Zhang Chaoyu poked her head out of the car. "Student Xu Jingming, welcome to the university." "Hello, Director Zhang. Get in the car. I'll take you to handle your enrollment first." Sitting in the car, she drove while introducing the school. "So, is our Mado Ability University grand or what? It covers 40,000 acres, a total of 26 square kilometers, with an average area per person of over 2,600 square meters. Those students who come to visit can walk all day and still not finish it." Xu Jingming gazed at the magnificent scenery outside, unable to help but sigh. Seeing is truly believing. After completing the paperwork, she handed him a card. Take this. This is your student ID and multifunctional card. Just swipe it to enter your dormitory. Jingming looked at the card, thinking to himself, university dorms? I've seen plenty of those back in my previous life, even while earning my PhD. There are 4-person rooms, singles, and even 3-person suites with private living rooms for doctoral students. But standing before a luxurious villa, he couldn't help but be stunned. But I've never seen a luxurious villa used as a dormitory. Zhang Xiaoyue smiled and explained, at Mado University, every student lives in a villa. The number of rooms and the level of luxury vary. For someone like you, a provincial top scorer, you get the most luxurious type with a total area of over 800 square meters. But don't worry about being lonely. The villa is for 2 people and has 2 floors. You and your roommate will each have your own floor. Jingming pulled his suitcase up the steps. A 2-person dorm isn't bad. It's better than living alone. Both before and after transmigrating, I was an orphan. I still prefer the warm, social vibe of a 4-person room. Walking inside, he sat down on the sofa. Zhang Xiaoyu said, all your enrollment procedures are complete. Next, I will tell you a few things that require special attention. Please, go ahead. She held up 2 fingers. There are mainly 2 points, the credit system and the personal mentorship system. She began to explain the first point, the credit system. At Mado University, credits are everything. Whether you are eating, buying equipment, or acquiring various natural treasures, you need to use credits. The purchasing power of 1 credit is roughly equivalent to 10,000 Xia dollars. She continued, there are many ways to earn credits. One way is through fixed distributions based on your semester ranking. For example, as a newly enrolled student with an S rank, you will receive 100 credits this year. Saying this, she called out, Yinu, come here and receive them. A metal sphere flew out, and a mechanical voice spoke. Student Jingming, current credits, 100. She introduced, this is the AI equipped for every dorm. Yinu. The original Yinu is the school's high-level AI. What's in the dorm is just a copy. Although it's a copy, it has reached the standard of a level 4 AI, which is perfectly sufficient for assisting with daily life. Jingming couldn't help but be amazed. Just a copy has reached a level 4 AI. The development of AI technology on this blue planet must be far more advanced than in my previous life. Zhang Xiaoyue moved on to the second point. The second thing to note is our school's personal mentorship system. Every student can choose a teacher they admire and request them to be their personal mentor. Of course, the teacher must agree. Jingming wondered, a personal mentor? Can a freshman like me receive one-on-one guidance from a teacher? She nodded. That's right. Our teachers are all top-tier awakened. Almost everyone has exclusive combat techniques and ability training methods that aren't taught publicly. You can only learn them after becoming their apprentice. She looked at Jingming and made a recommendation. At Mado, we have a total of 4 Thunder Element mentors. Among them, the Dean of the Weaponry Academy, Professor Yang Zentian, is the apprentice candidate I recommend most for you. As soon as she finished speaking, Jingming ordered the AI, Yinu, to search for information on Professor Yang Zentian. Immediately, a blue light screen projected from the metal sphere showing the details. Yang Zentian, 52 years old, Dean of the Weaponry Academy at Mado University, level 7 awakened, possesses the A-rank Thunder Element ability, Windfire Thunder. Proficient in using spears, broadswords, longswords, and various other weapons, among which he is most skilled with the long spear, earning him the nickname Thunder Spear. He once fought a level 8 monster in the wilderness region for 3 days and 3 nights, eventually completing the kill single-handedly. At the same time, Miss Zhang displayed the information of the other 3 teachers on another screen and said to him, the information on the other 3 is also listed here. 2 of them belong to the Elemental Academy. Another one is also in the Weaponry Academy but mainly uses long swords. The final choice is up to you. Jingming smiled confidently, his eyes never leaving Yang Zentian's profile. He thought to himself, Thunder Element specialty and a long spear master, this Dean Yang is indeed the best choice for a mentor. The next morning, following the instructions, Jingming found the residential area for teachers. Just as he was about to step forward and knock on the door, a voice from behind said, Are you here to seek an apprenticeship? Wait, you're still just an awakened. A student admitted via special entry. Jingming calmly nodded and replied, Yes. The surprise on the young man's face became even more apparent. Every year, students admitted via special entry are either high-level or mid-level rank ones. I didn't expect a basic awakened to be admitted this year. The young man stepped down and introduced himself in a friendly manner. I belong to the Weaponry Academy. Wait, no. I'm a 3rd year now. Student ID 53, Tan Mingyang. Jingming also politely replied, Jingming, a first-year freshman, just enrolled today. Hearing this, Tan Mingyang was surprised again. Just enrolled and already know how to seek a mentor? You're quick on your feet. Usually, freshmen have to wait until after the freshman assembly to know how to seek a mentor. Seeing that Xu Jingming looked puzzled, he asked, "The freshman assembly?" Tan Mingyang held up a finger and patiently explained, "The freshman assembly is a tradition of our school, usually held 3 or 4 days after official registration. By then, all the teachers in the school will come to watch. Freshmen who perform well will be fought over by the academies, and some might even be directly accepted as disciples by mentors." He looked at Xu Jingming with a bit of sympathy. Of course, it's not impossible for a special entry student like you to seek a mentor early. However, for a newly enrolled special entry student to want the dean as a teacher, the difficulty is no different from winning the lottery. "I'm afraid you're just making a wasted trip." Xu Jingming smiled politely. "Thank you, senior, for the explanation. Are you also here to find Professor Yang for an apprenticeship?" Hearing this question, Tan Mingyang's face fell, and he spread his arms helplessly. He sighed. "That's right. I've run here countless times over the past half year, but every time, I'm blocked at the door. I'm almost ready to give up, but my heart just won't let go." At that moment, a loud creak sounded, and the massive rosewood gate opened on its own. Tan Mingyang was startled, his mouth agape as he stared inside. A middle-aged man dressed as a butler walked out, greeting them with a smile. "Welcome, both of you. Professor Yang has been waiting inside. Please, follow me." Tan Mingyang was completely dumbfounded. He pointed at himself and stuttered in his thoughts. Strange. The previous times I came, the butler was never this enthusiastic. And Professor Yang is waiting inside in person? Could it be that I have a chance today? Following the butler inside, Xu Jingming and Tan Mingyang saw a man with salt and pepper hair and a thick beard sitting with his back to them. The calm yet majestic aura radiating from him made the space feel as if it had frozen. When the man slowly turned around, his sharp, falcon-like eyes swept over the two. Xu Jingming immediately felt an immense pressure. He was secretly terrified. What a powerful aura. This is the Dean of the Weaponry Academy, the man known as the Thunder Spear. Level 7 awakened, Yang Zentian. Dean Yang ignored Tan Mingyang, his gaze lingering on Xu Jingming. "You must be Xu Jingming, right? Department head Zhang Chaoyue has already spoken to me. Follow me, I'll take you to the training room. I've already watched your martial arts exam video. Your actual combat ability is indeed very strong, and your spear technique has reached a high level. But before that, I want to see your S-rank ability. Violet Heaven Divine Thunder, with my own eyes." Xu Jingming nodded firmly. Yes, he took a deep breath and slowly raised his hands to his chest. Bolts of purple electricity began to flash, dancing around his body and emitting powerful crackling sounds. With a thunderous boom that shook the earth, Xu Jingming released his full energy. Countless purple lightning bolts shot out in all directions, turning the entire training room into a violent sea of thunder. Standing in the middle of the lightning storm, Dean Yang didn't flinch. Instead, he wore a look of interest. His eyes brightened. "This is the S-rank ability, Violet Heaven Divine Thunder," he judged silently, feeling the difference in essence. "Although I also possess a thunder element ability, Windfire True Thunder, the gap in origin between A rank and S rank is impossible to bridge. If this child is carefully polished, his future achievements might not be inferior to mine." As the lightning faded, Dean Yang looked straight at Xu Jingming, his voice authoritative. "Xu Jingming, with your ability potential, becoming my disciple is naturally no problem." But then his expression became solemn, and he raised his index finger in warning. "However, I have spent half my life roaming. I have many friends, but also many enemies. If you become my disciple, it is inevitable that you will be affected. There might even be enemies who will target you. I wonder if you are still willing." Thud. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Jingming immediately knelt on one knee, his movement decisive and powerful. He lifted his head, his eyes burning with determination. He pressed his hands together in a gesture of apprenticeship and declared clearly, "This disciple is willing. What I crave most is to, as a high-level esper who grew up amidst blood and chaos. The more enemies his master has, the more it proves how immense his combat strength really is." Hearing this, Dean Yang tilted his head back and laughed heartily, the sound echoing through the room. "Good, good, good. From today on, you are my 32nd disciple and also my first S-rank student." Yang Zentian waved his hand, signaling him to rise. He took out 2 manuals and handed them to Xu Jingming, saying, "These are the ultimate Esper training method and the body-tempering combat technique I created myself, the Thunder Realm Indestructible Body." Xu Jingming took the blue manual, his heart pounding. It was actually a physical tempering technique to strengthen his physique. Compared to common combat techniques like the lightning-swift Gale Strike, this was far more precious. Yang Zhenqian explained that while the Esper training method went without saying as it was one of the school's only 3 top-tier training methods, the real focus was the Thunder Realm indestructible body. It was his life's work, jointly certified by the Thunder Realm Dojo and the Violent Thunder Dojo. He looked at Xu Jingming and finished, and it is S rank. Xu Jingming gasped in shock. An S rank combat technique? A hierarchy of combat techniques flashed through his mind, from the lowest F rank to the highest SSS rank. The Thunder Realm indestructible body was at the S rank. Just like Esper abilities, combat techniques were also graded. The higher the rank, the harder they were to master, but the greater the final destructive power. He looked at his master in disbelief. Most level 7 Espers were considered elite if they could create an A-rank technique. Yet, Master Yang not only created an S-rank technique, but one that dealt with the mysteries of the human body, the most complex kind. His martial arts talent was truly terrifying. Yang Zhenqian continued, explaining the cultivation requirements. The Thunder Realm indestructible body is only suitable for lightning element Espers. It has a total of 13 levels, and each time you advance, your body undergoes a corresponding transformation. However, to practice it, you must first be an awakened Esper. He folded his arms and gave his first order. Go on, and once you use the ultimate Esper training method to advance, come find me. At that time, I will personally help you build the foundation for your Thunder Realm indestructible body. Xu Jingming bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master. He thought to himself that having a master's guidance was indeed better. Otherwise, he didn't know how many detours he would have taken on his own. As Xu Jingming turned to leave, Yang Zhenqian looked at his back with a look of expectation. I have only cultivated the Thunder Realm indestructible body to the 10th level. I haven't been able to advance the last 3. If I fail to reach the peak of the level 9 Martial Saint rank in this life, then you will be my greatest hope to verify this technique. Yang Zhenqian's gaze turned deep, because according to my hypothesis, when cultivated to the final level, the body can reach a state of eternal indestructibility. Xu Jingming left the room with newfound resolve. Outside the door, he saw Tan Mingyang sitting on the steps with his head in his hands. He walked over and asked, Senior, what's wrong? Tan Mingyang lifted his bruised face and said dejectedly, Sigh, don't even ask. See that student in the parlor just now? That's Dean Yang's disciple, Liu Ming. For Liu Ming's standards of apprenticeship, even if I tried my hardest to reach a fraction of that combat strength, I couldn't do it. I guess my hopes are gone for this life. He turned to Xu Jingming, assuming he was the same. Right, you failed too, right? Dean Yang's door isn't that easy to get through. Need me to pass on some experience? Xu Jingming calmly replied, No need, senior. I've already passed. Tan Mingyang's eyes widened, his mouth stuttering in shock. What? You actually succeeded? I've never heard of any dean-level teacher taking in a freshman before the freshman convention. He jumped up, staring at Xu Jingming's retreating figure, filled with questions. Could he be the principal's son? But he didn't look like it. Who exactly is this guy? The scene shifted to Xu Jingming's dormitory practice room on the 2nd floor. He sat cross-legged, circulating his energy. Xu Jingming opened his eyes, sensing the difference. It's no wonder this is a top-tier Esper training method. I can sense so much more elemental energy compared to the intermediate manuals. His eyes flashed with determination. Since I've mastered this training method, I don't need to follow the step-by-step process. I'll just use points to level up. A system interface appeared before him. He looked at his awakened rank line and gave the command to level up. Boom! The surrounding energy suddenly became chaotic, churning violently. Xu Jingming gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as his body was reconstructed. He gripped his shirt tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands. Boom! A pillar of purple-white light erupted from his body and spread across the room. As the light faded, Xu Jingming knelt on the floor, panting. A notification appeared. Awakened. Level 1 low-rank Esper. He muttered, Phew, breakthrough complete. He stood up and held out his hand, observing the purple-blue lightning arcs that were far more powerful than before, dancing across his arms. Xu Jingming clenched his fist, feeling the new power. It really is a top-tier training method. I can feel the energy in my body and my Esper power have increased by 4 or 5 times. If I were to face that level 2 bloodthirsty bear again, I wouldn't even need a spear. I'm afraid my Thunder Realm energy alone would be enough to kill it. He pulled up his status window and couldn't help but rejoice. No wonder all Espers crave higher-level cultivation methods. If I had used the heaven-surpassing training method to break through, my stamina and mental energy would have only increased by 30 or 40 points. Now, I've gained nearly 100 points in one go. The gap is truly massive. Xu Jingming stood in the practice room, mentally calculating. The breakthrough only cost him 300 Esper points. With so much left, he had to save them. He needed to keep enough Esper points for learning future combat techniques. He looked at the blue manual on the table, his eyes full of anticipation. For instance, this Thunder Realm indestructible body is even more important than the training method. It deserves to be an S-rank technique. The power increases, but the consumption of Esper points also rises. I wonder how long it will take to reach proficiency. The scene shifted to outside Dean Yang's villa. A caption appeared. The second day. Inside, Yang Zhenqian looked at Xu Jingming with extreme astonishment. This so fast? He stroked his beard, still stunned. I've been teaching in the demon capital for 20 years and have seen countless geniuses. Even among those geniuses, it takes quite a while to transform into an Esper for the first time. But it hasn't even been 24 hours since you received the manual. Xu Jingming scratched his head modestly. Perhaps my breakthrough speed is a bit over the top. Master's Thunder Realm Indestructible Body Foundation training was quite difficult for me. Hearing this, Yang Zhenqian folded his arms and explained, "Oh, that so-called foundation training uses a lightning element beast as a conduit, using your own lightning Esper power to temper your muscles and bones. The final strength of the Thunder Realm Indestructible Body is closely related to the rank of the lightning beast's essence blood used initially for the foundation training." He stood up, speaking with a sense of responsibility. "Since you successfully advanced, today I will help you forge the foundation of the Thunder Realm Indestructible Body." He revealed his preparation. High-level lightning beasts are extremely rare. I had originally prepared the essence blood of a level 7 storm bear that I killed with my own hands for you. However, I heard from Zhang Chaoyue that you receive an S-rank resource every year, so I took the liberty of making a decision for you. I combined both resources and exchanged them with the principal for an SS rank resource. An image of a ferocious lightning dragon appeared alongside a vial of essence blood. Essence blood of a level 8 Thunder Realm Violent Dragon. Xu Jingming took the vial, deeply moved. "Master, you and the principal would do this much for me. This debt of gratitude is immense. In the future, I will surely repay it tenfold." Yang Zhenqian put a hand on his shoulder, his gaze stern. "It is good that you have this heart. There is no time like the present. Let's begin immediately." In the second-floor practice room, Xu Jingming was shirtless. Yang Zhenqian poured the glowing red essence blood directly onto him. He gritted his teeth. Yang Zhenqian warned, "Hold on. The Thunder Realm Violent Dragon's essence blood is highly toxic to low-level espers. The intense pain is normal." His hands gathered a stream of bright red electricity. "Next, I will use my own Fire Wind True Lightning to build the indestructible body foundation for you. How much you can absorb depends entirely on you." Boom! He struck Xu Jingming's head with a lightning-infused palm. Red, web-like veins spread across his entire body. Xu Jingming tilted his head back and roared in extreme agony. Outside, Liu Ming sat drinking tea with the butler. "Phew, this is already the 5th day, isn't it? This new student, Xu Jingming, is enduring better than expected." He took a sip of tea and said with emotion, "People really are incomparable. It's enough to drive you mad. Back then, I only lasted for 2 days before I couldn't take it anymore. And that was using essence blood from a mere level 7 low-rank beast." He smiled expectantly. Xu Jingming's performance is truly worthy of that. Level 8 dragon-type beast's essence blood. Combined with his S-rank lightning Esper ability, I'm actually looking forward to seeing his Thunder Realm Indestructible Body. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the floor above. Liu Ming jumped to his feet and sprinted upstairs. He successfully established his foundation. He carefully cracked the door open to peek inside. Xu Jingming was standing in the middle of the room, his eyes glowing bright red, his body wreathed in purple and black electricity. A violent aura lashed out toward him. Liu Ming broke into a cold sweat, secretly terrified. This pressure, like that of a top-tier primordial beast, was enough to make anyone tremble. Suddenly, Xu Jingming lunged forward, throwing a punch filled with murderous intent. Yang Zhenqian shouted, "Jingming, snap out of it." Xu Jingming's fist stopped just inches from Liu Ming's face. He clutched his head, sweat pouring down his face, his expression one of confusion. "Master, what just happened to me? Why did I have such a destructive urge?" Yang Zhenqian stepped forward to explain. "That was the blood essence of the Thunder Abyss Tyrant Dragon affecting your mind. The beast is known for its ferocity, and your absorption rate was so perfectly matched that it caused these side effects. Don't worry though, as long as your emotions don't fluctuate too violently, you'll be fine. As your strength grows, these side effects will gradually disappear." Xu Jingming let out a sigh of relief. "That's good. I don't want to be controlled by my emotions and end up doing something I'll regret." Yang Zhenqian laughed heartily and patted his shoulder. "Cheer up. This training was absolutely perfect, with an absorption rate of 98%. Among the 20-something disciples I've trained in the Undying Thunder Body, the highest anyone else ever reached was 92%. You've broken a record that stood for years." He introduced Liu Ming, who was standing nearby, and said, "Congratulate your junior brother. He has successfully established the foundation of the Undying Thunder Body, and his future in martial arts is bright. This is your senior brother, Liu Ming, a peak tier 3 Esper. If you have any questions about your cultivation in the future, you can ask him. Xu Jingming bowed respectfully. Liu Ming took out his phone and said, "It's nice to meet you, junior brother. I didn't prepare anything special, so I'll transfer some credits to you as a welcome gift." Xu Jingming looked at his phone and said in surprise, 200 credits? Senior brother, this is too much. He thought it was just a small welcome gift, but he had just been handed 2 million Daxia dollars. Yang Zhenqian explained, "For your senior brother, 200 credits isn't really a lot. A senior brother is supposed to look after his juniors, and preparing a welcome gift is only right." Xu Jingming replied, "I understand, master." Yang Zhenqian instructed, "You've established your foundation and haven't eaten or slept for 5 days, so go back and get some rest. Come back tomorrow morning, and you can study fist and spear techniques with Liu Ming." Xu Jingming bowed his head. "Understood. Thank you, master." When he returned to his dormitory, he saw a white-haired boy sitting on the sofa playing a game. He spoke softly, "Ha." The boy turned around, flashed a bright smile, and waved. "You must be my new roommate, right?" "Hey there, I'm Liu Wenhan. It's great to meet you." Xu Jingming raised his hand to greet him back. "Nice to meet you. I'm Xu Jingming." Upon hearing his name, Liu Wenhan pointed at him, his expression filled with astonishment. "Xu Jingming, you're the top student from Jiangnan province." Xu Jingming was a bit surprised. "You know me?" Liu Wenhan threw an arm around his shoulder familiarly. "Of course, my nickname is the Walking Encyclopedia. I know the profiles of almost all the freshmen this year. I didn't actually go out of my way to look up your info, but you made such a huge scene that I couldn't help but hear about you. The Dark Horse top student of Jiangnan, I can't believe I'm actually meeting you. And you're my roommate." He leaned in close to Xu Jingming and asked rapidly, "So, are you really from the poor Jiang city in Jiangnan province? Also, were you really an awakened one during the college entrance exams? Your ability doesn't look like Tier E at all." Looking at his enthusiastic roommate, Xu Jingming thought to himself, "My new roommate is quite the talker and very easygoing. Honestly, it's nice. I've always hated being lonely." Whether in this life or his past one, his thoughts drifted to the past. "In my previous life, I grew up in an orphanage. No one adopted me, and I never really felt like I belonged anywhere. School life was better. I had a lot of friends to keep me company." He recalled the best days of his life. The most fun and memorable times were his college years, every day hanging out with his roommates, joking around and gaming. Later, after finishing his master's and doctorate, he drank too much at the graduation party and woke up in this world. Returning to reality, Xu Jingming watched Liu Wenhan introducing himself with high energy. "I never expected that even after transmigrating, I'd still be an orphan. But having a roommate like this means I won't be lonely anymore." Liu Wenhan announced loudly, "I'm ranked 11th in Sichuan province, a Tier 1 mid-level mental esper, and I've chosen the Tactical Academy. In the future, I want to command a 1,000,000-strong army and wipe out all the beasts on Blue Star." Liu Wenhan stood up and said, "Anyway, enough about that. I've got to head to the gym later." Xu Jingming asked curiously, "The gym?" Liu Wenhan continued, "I'm going too. I haven't been to the Mado University gym yet." The scene shifted to a modern building with a lightning bolt logo. The Thunder Realm Gym, Mado University of Esper Studies branch. As soon as they entered, Liu Wenhan was overwhelmed. "Wow, it's so lively here." Inside, students were excitedly training and showing off their progress. "Haha, my Tier G battle technique, Extreme Flaming Yang, is finally mastered." "So what if you mastered it? Can you still break through my metallic attribute skin?" "You guys are all trash. My iron body transformation is the best. I'll nail every one of you to the wall." An AI sphere flew over and introduced, "This is our public training hall in the main lobby, which can accommodate 300 people training at the same time. The entire hall is made of Tier C memory alloy, so there is no need to worry about damage caused by abilities or battle techniques." The AI sphere continued, "Of course, you can also choose a private training room if needed." Xu Jingming replied, "No need for now, we'll just stay here." Liu Wenhan clenched his fists, full of fighting spirit. "Awesome. Are these guys all competing to show off their strength? They're making quite a racket. Your presence here isn't small either, fellow elemental user." Xu Jingming pointed at the large pillars in the hall. "AI, what are those pillars for?" The AI explained, "This is our punching challenge leaderboard. There are 5 boards in total, corresponding to Esper levels 1 through 5. Would you two like to try? Ranking in the top 3,000 will earn you a bonus of 50 credits. Xu Jingming was surprised. "Just by getting into the top 3,000, you get a reward?" Liu Wenhan said confidently. "There are only about 4,000 students in all of Mado University." "Fine, I'll give it a shot." The AI reminded them, Just swipe your student ID card on the pillar to start the challenge. However, the punching challenge does not allow the use of abilities or battle techniques. Liu Wenhan stepped forward and swiped his student card on the machine. A mechanical voice echoed throughout the gym. Welcome. Student number 203701256, Liu Wenhan, is starting the punching challenge. Everyone, please give him a round of applause. The people around immediately took notice. Whoa, someone's starting a challenge. Haha. Judging by his aura, he looks like a Tier 1 mid-level freshman. Heh, this will be fun to watch. Liu Wenhan gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down his face. Damn it, I started a challenge and made such a big scene. With so many people watching, I can't afford to lose face. He roared, ha. He threw a full-force punch at the pad on the pillar. He exhaled, looked at the result, and smiled confidently. Punching force, 476 kilograms. Not bad at all. I didn't embarrass myself. Getting into the top 3,000 shouldn't be a problem. But then a cold voice rang out. However, it is a pity to inform you that your punching force is ranked outside of the top 10,000. Liu Wenhan froze. What, 10,000? Doesn't the whole city only have 4,000 students? The AI explained. The statistics here include the records of all students in the 100-year history of Mado University of Esper Studies, not just the current class. Liu Wenhan shouted, "You've got to be kidding me. What is this?" Everyone's looking at me, so they were all waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Laughter immediately erupted all around them. Outside of the top 10,000, I'm dying of laughter. I wasn't even that low when I was a freshman. Ha ha ha, look at that kid. His face is as red as a monkey's butt. Definitely a freshman. Jingming patted his shoulder in comfort. Don't take it to heart. You're a mental type. Physical strength was never your strong suit. Liu Wenhan turned back and said defiantly, Humph, thanks for the comfort. Do you want to try? I'm sure you'll be stronger than me when you go up. Faced with his roommate's goading challenge, Jingming just calmly replied, Sure. I was thinking of giving it a try anyway. Seeing this, Liu Wenhan immediately raised his fist, putting all his expectations on his friend, and said solemnly, Go for it. The glory of our dorm room depends on you now. Once again, the AI's mechanical voice echoed throughout the gym. Welcome. Student number 203701204, Jingming, is starting the punching challenge. Everyone, please give him a round of applause. The crowd turned their eyes toward the challenger again, and someone blurted out, Whoa, another person starting the challenge. The chatter began to rise, filled with contempt. Looking at this one, he seems even weaker. Probably a Tier 1 low level. Another person chimed in, Tier 1 low level? It'll be a challenge for him to even hit 400 kilograms. But amidst the mockery, someone began to frown and mutter, Wait a second, this name sounds a bit familiar. Jingming ignored the noise around him and focused on assessing his own strength. A status board appeared in his mind. Upgraded to Tier 1 Esper, plus 5 days and 5 nights of basic body tempering. Level, Tier 1, low level. With his superpower from the Soul Thunder technique at level 391, combined with his mental energy at 289, plus his advanced spear technique and the advanced lightning gale breaking technique, and finally, his body forging. Indestructible lightning body at the first level, his ability score reached 2,234. Jingming clenched his fist, his eyes turning sharp with fierce determination. His punch force? Just how strong have I become? Let this punch be the answer. With a roar, and without a single wasted movement, Jingming unleashed a clean, powerful straight punch. The air around his fist seemed to compress, creating swirling white shockwaves. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion rang out. His punch generated a powerful shockwave that blew back those standing nearby. The ground under his feet seemed to tremble, yet Jingming's gaze remained cold and focused. He pulled his fist back as everyone around him held their breath, their eyes locked on the display screen on the pillar. An incredible number appeared, a punching force of 4,589 kilograms. The ranking on the pillar shifted instantly. The AI assistant's voice rang out, this time filled with obvious excitement, top-tier punching force. Congratulations on breaking the record. On the screen, the name Jingming firmly occupied the number 1 spot with a punch of 4,589 kilograms, far surpassing the old record of 4,321 kilograms held by Luo Yang. A deathly silence blanketed the martial arts gym, then erupted into shouts of shock. Damn, the punching record has been broken again. A muscular man pointed and stammered, 4,500 and some kilograms? Is this power even possible for a low-level rank 1? Another person yelled in fear. One punch could turn me into mincemeat. And you dare to tell me this guy is a freshman? 2 female students stood together, one holding her phone and whispering to her friend with a look of disbelief. "I heard that the top 1,000 on this ranking board are all the leading figures of this era," her friend replied, her voice filled with astonishment. "If that's true, how terrifying will this guy in first place eventually become? This number one pillar has held the same record for over 10 years. I have to record this historical moment." Liu Wenhan rushed over like a whirlwind, his eyes glowing as he looked at Xu Jingming like an idol, his voice filled with excitement. "Brother, you are truly my own brother. From now on, I'm sticking with you. Wherever you go, I'll follow." Xu Jingming just laughed lightly and replied, "Don't be so dramatic." He looked at his fist, thinking to himself that the result was even better than expected. The Thunder Dragon body and I are a perfect match. The enhancement effect is truly immediate. The AI assistant flew over and announced, "Congratulations to student Xu Jingming for breaking the record. A reward of 400 credits has been sent to your student account." Xu Jingming turned to ask the AI with interest. "Not bad. So, if I break the record again next time, will I still receive credits?" The AI replied, "For the same level, you only receive credits the first time you break the record. However, you can challenge other groups to earn additional credit rewards." Xu Jingming looked up at the remaining pillars, a spark in his eyes. The other 4 pillars corresponded to superpower users from level 2 to level 5. He would just have to break those once he became stronger later. Just then, a group of beautiful female students surrounded him. One with purple hair smiled and said, "It's me." A pink-haired senior walked closer, her voice sweet. "Junior Xu, is this your first time here? Let your senior teach you how to use the equipment." Others crowded in too. "Ha ha! Junior, our club is short on members. Why don't you join us?" Surrounded by the enthusiastic crowd, Liu Wenhan panicked and pulled Xu Jingming away. "Let's go. It's better if we just go to the individual training room." The two hurried to escape the swarm. At the same time, in a luxurious office, Liu Ming reported to Dean Yang, "Sir, Xu Jingming has become a hot topic on the school forum. His test punch broke the record with over 4,500 kilograms. This junior's physical strength is truly outrageous." Dean Yang took a sip of tea and said, "Why did he go to the martial arts gym to break records instead of resting properly? Back when I was a high-level rank 1, the first level of the indestructible lightning body only tested at 3,500 kilograms. This junior Xu Jingming is more than just a little stronger than I was." The scene shifted to another room where a young man was staring at his phone. Suddenly, he roared in anger, flames erupting around him as he spun and smashed a glass on his table. "Damn it. Xu Jingming actually came to Magic City University too." He clenched his fists, fire burning in his eyes, and hissed, "He made me lose the title of top student in Jiangnan province and become a laughingstock in Ning'an City. This time, I must take back the glory that belongs to me." Back in the training room, Xu Jingming sat alone, feeling the changes in his body. After obtaining the indestructible lightning body, he felt full of energy even without eating or sleeping for 5 days and nights. He took a small knife and made a light cut on his arm. Clink, the blade couldn't even penetrate his skin. This skin had defense comparable to E-grade alloy. For a normal person, this would be considered impervious to blades, right? It really lives up to the reputation of an S-grade forging technique. Right then, Liu Wenhan burst through the door and shouted, "Xu Jingming! Xu Jingming! Your record-breaking feat has exploded on the school forum." There were so many people posting that they wanted to challenge him. Xu Jingming just replied calmly, "Oh." He stood up, looked at the view outside the window, and smirked. "Well, the martial arts gym of Magic City is indeed very prosperous." Liu Wenhan ran over, holding his phone up indignantly. "Xu Jingming, let me tear into these people who don't know their own limits." Xu Jingming stopped him. "Forget it, don't waste your time. I still need to go to the combat techniques library. You head back to your room first." The scene shifted to a massive, modern building with a large sign, "Combat Techniques Library." As soon as he entered, Xu Jingming felt an invisible defensive layer. He reached out his hand, and golden magic circles appeared. He thought to himself, the legendary Combat Techniques Library, controlled by the vice president and the teachers together, it doesn't seem to be a myth. With this kind of defense, even a 9th-rank martial saint wouldn't be able to get the treasures inside. How impressive. Arriving at the entrance of the library, Xu Jingming pulled out his student ID and placed it on the scanner. A soft beep sounded. Immediately, the magic defensive film in front of him shimmered with golden rings and opened a path. He walked through leisurely. As soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted by 3 librarians dressed in neat uniforms. The woman in the middle, wearing glasses that gave her an intellectual look, gave a professional smile and said, "S-grade student Xu Jingming. Welcome to the Combat Techniques Library. How may we help you?" Xu Jingming was a bit surprised. "You know me?" The librarian explained politely, gesturing toward him. "Students with S-grade clearance can view all combat techniques in the library. You possess special privileges. We received a notification the moment you swiped your student ID. She smiled softly, calculating in her mind. S-grade clearance meant limitless potential, and he would at least be a Grandmaster-level superpower user in the future. She had to build a connection. After understanding, Jingming got straight to the point. I want to find lightning-type combat techniques. Which floor should I go to for research? The librarian quickly guided him. Below B grade, the first and second floors are for general reading, but for more precious ones, you need to go to the reading room on the fourth floor to make your selection. Just swipe your card to enter. She gracefully gestured. Please, this way. Jingming nodded in reply. Right, thank you, ma'am. In the fourth floor reading room, an AI assistant flew over and announced, after you select the combat technique online, we will bring the original manuscript to you. Since original combat techniques above B grade are extremely valuable, please be very careful while flipping through them. Jingming ordered the AI to display all lightning-type combat techniques from B grade and above. The AI responded immediately. Very well. Instantly, a series of blue virtual screens appeared before his eyes, displaying information about the combat techniques. Two of them stood out in particular: 10,000 Thunder Guidance, an SSS-grade technique that uses lightning-type powers as its core to create a thunder domain with a maximum diameter of 80 kilometers. Note, this technique is only for lightning-type superpower users of B-grade and above, level 5 and up. And Wrath of the Thunder God, an SS-grade technique that unleashes the thunder punishment of the gods with immense power. Note, this technique is only for lightning-type superpower users of B-grade and above, level 4 and up. Looking at these peak combat techniques that only existed in Legends, Jingming couldn't help but be amazed, his eyes shining. SS-grade techniques, and even an SSS Grade 1, the collection of a top-tier school is truly rich. Is this something I can view for free? He quickly regained his composure and thought realistically. Unfortunately, cultivation has requirements for superpower rank and level. Right now, I can only study A-grade combat techniques. He looked at the countless options before him, feeling a slight headache. Attack type, defense type, movement type, support type, body forging type. There are as many A-grade techniques as there are hairs on an ox. It's a good thing I have a good teacher. Otherwise, this would be really hard to choose. He smiled and pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. It's fortunate that the teacher listed some recommendations for me beforehand. That will save me some time. Holding the list in his hand, he compared it with the virtual screens and quickly pointed at the suitable choices. After careful consideration, Jingming pointed at 4 virtual screens and made his final decision to choose these 4. The 4 selected were Thunder Spear, A-grade, gathering lightning to condense into a spear and launching it, and Rapid Lightning Spear, A-grade, using a spear imbued with thunder to continuously pierce the enemy's weak points. During the thrust, you'll constantly pile lightning into your enemy's body, detonating it when the combat technique ends. Lightning Flash, an A-rank skill, unleashes a burst of lightning, letting you dash a set distance in a chosen direction. Lightning Prison, also A-rank, creates a cage of thunder to lock the enemy in place. He analyzes his choices with total confidence. The Lightning Spear is for long-range attacks. The Rapid Lightning Strike is for pure offense. Lightning Flash is for movement, and Lightning Prison is for crowd control. Combined with the indestructible Lightning Body, he feels he'll have almost no exploitable weaknesses. The AI Sphere offers a word of advice. We've detected that you've selected 4 A-rank combat techniques. The average learning time to reach the beginner level for each is 6 months. We suggest balancing these with lower-rank techniques. Jingming shakes his head, refusing firmly. No need, this is fine. Just then, the librarian from earlier brings over a thick stack of books, sets them on the table, and says, Here are your combat techniques, Jingming. Looking at the 4 manuals in front of him, his eyes sparkle with excitement. C-rank and B-rank techniques cost millions on the market, and A-rank ones are practically priceless. Getting 4 at once, he's thrilled. He gently opens one, and a mysterious aura immediately radiates out. Wow, he mutters, such incredible imagery and energy. No wonder A-rank techniques can only be learned from the originals. Copies just can't replicate this. Time slips by, the clock strikes 7:20, and Jingming is still deeply focused on flipping through the pages. By 9:10, sweat starts to bead on his forehead as he struggles to grasp the complex knowledge. Finally, as the clock nears 11, he turns the last page. He leans back in his chair and lets out a relieved sigh. Phew, finished them all. He closes his eyes and calls out to his AI, new in his mind. Allocate points. A flood of system notifications appears. Spent 200 ability points. Lightning Spear learned to beginner level. Spent 200 ability points. Rapid Lightning Strike learned to beginner level. Spent 200 ability points. Lightning Flash learned to beginner level. Spent 200 ability points. Lightning Prison learned to beginner level. A new status board appears before his eyes, updating his newly learned skills. Name, Jingming. Level, Tier 1, lower rank. Ability, S rank Thunder God. Physique, 391. Vitality plus Spirit, 289. Skills, Advanced Spear Arts, Beginner Lightning Spear, Beginner Rapid Lightning Strike, Beginner Lightning Flash, Beginner Lightning Prison, Advanced Swift Gale Lightning Break. Indestructible Lightning Body First Layer. Ability points, 1,434. Jingming clenches his fist, feeling the new power surging through his body. With so many techniques, he wonders which lucky soul will be the first to taste the power of this skill set. Night falls, and silver moonlight bathes the quiet dormitory. As soon as he returns to the room, Liu Wenhan excitedly announces, Jingming, the AI just reported that the freshman assembly is tomorrow at 9 a.m. in Stadium Number 1. Plus, they've set up a giant group chat for the freshmen. You should join. Jingming nods. Sure. Liu Wenhan watches him operating his phone and asks curiously, Oh, by the way, Jingming, which rank of combat techniques did you pick? Jingming replies nonchalantly, 4 A-rank techniques. Liu Wenhan's eyes widen, his jaw dropping in shock. 4 A ranks? You usually have to be a sophomore or junior to finish learning those. He looks at Jingming with admiration. That's Jingming for you never following the beaten path, he continues to deduce. To even view A-rank techniques, you must have A-rank clearance, right? Jingming turns around and calmly corrects him. Not A-rank. It's S-rank. Liu Wenhan jumps off the sofa and shouts, S-rank. Our school has clearance higher than A. Why do you have S-rank clearance? He suddenly freezes, a thought flashing through his mind. Could it be the rumored S-rank ability? Jingming smiles slightly at his stunned roommate. It is an S-rank ability. He adds, I've just given you another scoop for your know-it-all archives. Liu Wenhan lets out a long, excited yelp. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I guess you had some level of clearance, but I never expected S-rank. Even the top scorers from other provinces only got A-rank. He gives a thumbs up, grinning with pure satisfaction. Joining your team was definitely the right move. From now on, I'm your number 1 fan. The scene shifts to the second-floor training room. Jingming sits on a chair, holding a simple practice spear. He thinks to himself, I've got the techniques, now I need equipment to match. My E-rank obsidian spear is broken, and I didn't bring it. Even if it weren't broken, it couldn't keep up with my current strength anyway. He calls to the AI sphere beside him. New, open the school store and search for spears. The AI responds immediately. Yes, sir. Rows of images of spears appear before his eyes. F rank, E rank, D rank. Many allow for adjustments to length and weight. He scrolls through the options and decides. The higher the rank and weight, the more expensive it is. I'll just go with the E rank 2, 10 kilogram model. And I'll add E rank armor and combat boots too. Jingming stares at his phone screen as the transaction processes. A notification pops up. Purchase E rank spear, combat armor, and combat boots. Total cost, 237 credits. Remaining credits, 382.6 points. Purchase successful. Your weapons and gear will be delivered tomorrow morning. Please be ready to receive them. He sighs to himself. Credits really don't last long, half of them are gone already. He stands up, grabs his simple practice spear, and gives it a light swing, the sound of tearing wind ringing out. Looking at the spear with anticipation, he smiles. Before the new one arrives, I'll have to rely on you. Tonight, let's train with the 4 new A-rank techniques. Time flies. The next day, at the freshman assembly, a massive hall is filled with students. As soon as Jingming walks in, he immediately becomes the center of attention. Whispers break out everywhere. Look, that's Jingming. He's the one who broke the school record yesterday. He was the top scorer for Jiangnan province, too. He's incredibly strong. A female student hugs her cheeks, her eyes sparkling. I thought he'd be some kind of musclehead, but he's actually surprisingly handsome. Suddenly, a tall figure blocks Jingming's path, his voice full of provocation. Jingming, I, Lei Zhu, challenge you to a duel. Those around them immediately recognize the challenger. Look, it's the martial arts runner-up of Jiangnan province. Lei Zhu scored over 9,300 points. Another adds, I heard he comes from the Jintang family. Both his parents are tier 4 ability users. Lei Zhu stands there, his eyes filled with bitterness, thinking, it's a pity no one remembers the runner-up. He's not going to take this lying down. Jingming glances at him indifferently and replies coldly, Sorry, I'm not interested. Lei Zhu sneers, steps closer, and lowers his voice, his tone dripping with threats. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. If I recall correctly, your aunt runs a business dealing in exotic herbs and plants. doesn't she? Xu Jingming's expression shifts slightly. Lei Zhu leans into his ear, his voice turning malicious as he strokes his own chin. Xu Jingming, what a coincidence. My family is her biggest supplier, and she currently owes him massive payment. If it's not paid on time, I'm afraid your aunt is going to have some serious trouble. Xu Jingming's gaze instantly turns ice cold, and an invisible pressure radiates from his body. He grits out, word by word, "Are you threatening me?" The immense pressure forces Lei Zhu to involuntarily step back. He feels as if he's facing a wild beast. Breaking into a cold sweat, he's terrified. How is he radiating an aura like that of a predator? He quickly waves his hands, trying to maintain his composure. No, not a threat, just a little reminder. Xu Jingming retracts his aura, stares straight into his eyes, and speaks coldly, time and place. Seeing that he agreed, Lei Zhu regains his confidence. Noon, 7 days from now. Martial Arts Arena number 3. Xu Jingming turns and walks away, throwing back. Fine, I'll be there. I just hope you don't regret it. The crowd explodes. Number 1 versus number 2. We've got a great show to watch in 7 days. I'm definitely getting there early to snag a good seat. At this moment, an elderly professor steps up to the microphone on the podium. Students, welcome to Mao Ability University. This assembly isn't the official opening ceremony. We've gathered you all to explain the credit system and your academic advisors. However, first, I want to emphasize the school's combat power rankings. You will use a virtual simulation pod to engage in comprehensive simulated combat, and your ranking will be determined by how many stages you clear. Everyone, do your best to climb the ranks. The rewards are incredibly generous. After the speech, a female instructor takes the podium. The students below start chatting excitedly. Xu Jingming yawns, feeling exhausted. Finally, it's over. It dragged on for over an hour. A virtual simulation pod that sounds interesting. I should try it when I get the chance. He continues thinking. Still, for the next few days, I should go find Liu Ming and my instructor to start my daily training. The scene shifts to a training field, where Liu Ming is instructing Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming is practicing with a wooden staff, purple electricity swirling around his body. He sits cross-legged, focusing his energy as purple lightning bolts converge with increasing intensity. 7 days later, Liu Ming wipes away sweat, staring at Xu Jingming in shock. Junior brother, you've already leveled up to a mid-tier level 1. How has it even been that long? Xu Jingming replies calmly, just lucky, I guess. He thinks to himself, I intentionally waited a few days. It costs 386 ability points to rank up from a low tier to a mid-tier level 1. If I hadn't waited, I would have scared brother Liu to death. Liu Ming pats his shoulder, suddenly remembering. Oh, right? I recall you have a duel today with another freshman, don't you? He smiles enigmatically, leaning in close to Xu Jingming. All right, I'll hold a 3-minute silence for your opponent. Let's head over there together later. I really want to see just how strong my junior brother is at his peak. At arena number 3, the seats are packed, and the atmosphere is incredibly electric. A group of students is chatting, saying the freshman tournament is only a month away, so they should take this chance to gauge the top student's strength. I checked the records. Top student Xu Jingming only won because he exploited the exam's mechanics. I'm betting Lei Zhu will win. I'm not so sure. Xu Jingming recently broke our school's punching power record. So what if he has punching power? We ability users rely on our powers in battle. Suddenly, the entire arena erupts in cheers. Whoa! Xu Jingming is here. Xu Jingming, draped in a long cloak, walks slowly onto the arena with Liu Ming, radiating an overwhelming aura. Watching Xu Jingming's straight posture and commanding presence as he enters the ring, Liu Ming stands with his arms crossed, clicking his tongue in pride. Tisk, with my junior brother's looks, who knows how many senior and junior sisters he'll charm once he starts making a name for himself. Standing on the opposite side, Lei Zhu senses the stronger aura coming from Xu Jingming. He narrows his eyes, thinking, Xu Jingming has leveled up, but luckily, I've made preparations. Lei Zhu stands on the arena, points his finger at Xu Jingming, and offers a provocative challenge in a loud voice. Xu Jingming, a simple duel is too boring. How about we add a wager? All our academic credits. Dare you? Xu Jingming doesn't hesitate and replies firmly, Fine, I have 370. Lei Zhu smiles faintly and continues, You've got a decent amount of credits. Mine aren't enough, so I'll pay with Daxia currency. To avoid welching on the debt, let's both transfer our credits to the lady supervisor's account. He jerks his chin toward a female teacher standing by the arena. That is Miss Chusong Chuan, the arena monitor, a powerful mid-tier level 6 healing ability user. Xu Jingming takes out his phone, thinking, Fights between ability users are extremely dangerous. It seems the school doesn't want any students dying on the spot. He operates his phone and replies, No problem. Lei Zhu also completes his transfer. He waves his hand excitedly, shouting to the audience, "Tisk tisk, a $3,700,000 match. Talk about generosity." The audience below cheers wildly, the energy intense. Miss Chu Song Chuan climbs up a few steps and announces seriously, "I have received the credits and the transfer. You two, get ready to begin." She eyes them both and clearly declares the rules. Once one side concedes or loses consciousness, no further attacks are allowed, or the offender will be severely punished. Is that understood? Xu Jingming smirks, his gaze sharp. Both stand opposite each other on the arena. Xu Jingming has a dark purple spear on his back, while Lei Zhu holds a heavy greatsword. Lei Zhu also replies with a confident expression. He points his sword directly at Xu Jingming's face, roaring with indignation as flames begin to erupt around his body. "Xu Jingming, you stole my glory. Today I will take it all back." A scorching aura spreads across the arena. The audience in the front row clearly feels the heat and gasps in terror. As expected of an A-rank fire elemental ability, it's terrifying. Even from this distance, I feel like I'm being burned. Lei Zhu channels energy into his sword and lunges forward, slashing a fiery blade towards Xu Jingming. Clang. Xu Jingming simply raises his spear to block. The fire is stopped, with only purple lightning flickering along the shaft. The audience in the stands, including Miss Chu Song Chuan, gasps in shock. What? He blocked the attack without using any combat techniques. Someone yells, "Oh my god." A basic move broke his ultimate. Lei Zhu cannot believe his eyes. He grinds his teeth. How is that possible? Xu Jingming looks at him with cold eyes, his voice laced with disdain. "Nothing is impossible, simply because you are too weak." No sooner had he finished speaking than he struck. Purple lightning flashed along the spear shaft as he thrust it straight forward with incredible speed. Lei Zhu only caught a glimpse of a purple streak before feeling an irresistible force. Bam! The spear tip slammed hard into Lei Zhu's chest. Purple lightning spread across his body, shattering his fire defense and sending him flying backward. Lei Zhu collapsed onto the arena floor, unconscious and covered in blood. The whole arena went silent before erupting into endless chatter. Is it over already? Xu Jingming only threw 2 strikes. Didn't they say Lei Zhu was stronger? Why was he defeated in a split second? What about that flaming slash move? Most freshmen here probably couldn't block that. It just shows Xu Jingming's strength has left all other freshmen in the dust. Liu Ming stands below, shaking his head in disappointment. Too boring, he didn't even force out 1% of my junior brother's strength. Miss Chu Song Chuan steps onto the arena, looking at the motionless Lei Zhu, and prepares to announce the result. The winner of this match is... Suddenly, Lei Zhu crawls up, his voice trembling but stubborn. "Teacher, I haven't conceded yet. The match isn't over." He shakily pulls a blood-red medicinal pill from his pocket. Miss Chu Song Chuan immediately recognizes it and screams in horror. A blood-burst pill. "Do you have a death wish? This is just a match, not a fight to the death." The audience recognizes the forbidden pill too. A commotion breaks out. My god, Lei Zhu actually brought out a blood-burst pill. Although this pill can drastically increase one's strength in a short time, the side effects are severe. After this, he'll be bedridden for a month or 2. Is it worth it? Exactly. The freshman tournament is only a month away. It's really not worth it. Facing the teacher's warning, Lei Zhu grinds his teeth, his voice trembling but resolute. It's okay. I'll bear the consequences myself." He stares at the pill in his hand, his eyes flashing with madness. "I'm betting it all. If I lose, I lose." His actions immediately spark outrage in the crowd. A spectator jumps up, heckling. Damn it. Using pills in a competition? How is this any different from cheating on an exam? Another person agrees. Exactly. This is against the rules. Miss Chu Song Chuan turns back to explain coldly, while Lei Zhu swallows the pill without hesitation, his eyes turning blood red instantly. This is an unofficial duel. There are no strict restrictions. It's like an open book test. Weapons, combat gear, and medicine, all usable resources are permitted. If Xu Jingming had medicine on him, he could use it too. As soon as she finished, Lei Zhu let out a ground-shaking roar. Ha! The flames on his body erupted violently, and his aura skyrocketed. This blood-burst pill is high-grade, directly boosting Lei Zhu to a low-tier level 2. This time, Xu Jingming is in trouble. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Xu Jingming doesn't flinch. Instead, the purple lightning around him becomes even more excited, and the fighting spirit in his eyes burns brighter. The girl next to them exclaims in surprise, Xu Jingming's fighting spirit is even higher. This mindset actually reflects the demeanor of a great general. Xu Jingming grips his spear, purple lightning dancing on his hands. He smirks, thinking, finally, this isn't just an adult bullying a child anymore. Bam! He stamps his foot on the arena floor, cracking the ground as purple lightning spreads like a spiderweb. Immediately, He uses lightning flash, transforming into a streak of purple lightning and charging toward Lei Zhu at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Lei Zhu, despite his surge in power, is startled. So fast. Clang. The spear, shrouded in lightning, and the fiery greatsword collide, creating a deafening explosion and a powerful shockwave. Even though he was enhanced by the bloodburst pill, Lei Zhu is pushed back repeatedly, his hands trembling from Su Jingming's incredible strength. He drops to one knee, gasping for air. Damn it, he can't believe it. His strength is now level 2, yet in terms of raw power, he still can't match Su Jingming. What kind of monster is he? Realizing he can't win a power struggle, Lei Zhu changes tactics immediately. He jumps back and shouts, "If I can't win in close quarters, I'll keep my distance." Fireball. A fireball flies straight towards Su Jingming. Su Jingming calmly spins his spear, easily dispersing the fireball. He looks at his opponent with a mocking expression. "Is that all you've got?" Lei Zhu breaks into a cold sweat, struggling to calculate. Damn it, what kind of lightning ability does Su Jingming have? How is he impossible to hit? But he can't get close to me either. Waiting for the drug's effect to wear off, he had exhausted his lightning energy, and I still had a chance. But Su Jingming didn't give him that opportunity. He gathered his strength and hurled his spear with all his might. The lightning spear, a projectile made entirely of pure electricity, shot out. Immediately after, Su Jingming used lightning flash, his figure vanishing and reappearing in another position, dodging the counterattack from Lei Zhu and preparing for his next move. Oh! Ah! Lei Zhu let out a painful cry as the lightning spear grazed him. He panicked, realizing, oh no, he even has long-range attacks. Before he could even steady himself, he looked up and thought, what kind of battle technique is this? Su Jingming stood in the distance, forming hand seals, and coldly declared, Thunder Prison. Lei Zhu was tightly bound, struggling in vain. He gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, a crowd control technique. In this life or death moment, he erupted with all his energy, creating a fire barrier that enveloped his body. He roared defiantly, if I can't get out, you won't get in either. Let's see who can stall longer. Su Jingming looked at the fire shield with an expressionless gaze. Not a bad defensive fire shield, but let's see how many of my spear strikes it can take. He leaped into the air, the spear in his hand gathering a massive amount of lightning. He unleashed his most powerful move, consecutive lightning spears. From a single spear point, countless lightning-imbued spear images appeared, descending upon the fire shield like a purple meteor shower. Looking at the scene of destruction before him, Lei Zhu felt death approaching for the first time. He was in a state of extreme panic, thinking, I'm going to die. If I get hit, I'm absolutely going to die. Before the rain of spears reached him, he shouted at the top of his lungs, I concede. Clang! The main spear tip stopped just a few millimeters from Lei Zhu's forehead. The intense power made his hair stand on end. Su Jingming retracted all the lightning into his palm. Ugh! Ah! Lei Zhu collapsed to the floor, his whole body trembling, his face pale as a sheet. Su Jingming coolly withdrew his spear and stood tall. Chu Song Chuwen raised her hand and announced clearly, the winner of this match is Su Jingming. The stands were silent for a few seconds, then erupted. It was a crushing victory, just a total blowout. In a short span of 4 or 5 seconds, he unleashed 4 battle techniques in a row. This is just too exaggerated. The transition between the techniques was incredibly fluid. This isn't the level a new student should have at all. Another student analyzed, by the way, the power of those battle techniques Su Jingming used doesn't look bad at all. I have a feeling they're all B grade, right? The person next to him nodded. 4 B grade battle techniques? Impressive. The best technique I have is only C grade. Hearing this, Liu Ming, standing below, shook his head slightly and muttered, B grade. You guys are really underestimating my junior brother. Those are 4 A grade battle techniques. He actually dared to choose those. What's even more ridiculous is that he's already reached the level where he can use them in real combat. He recalled his own past, a complex look flashing in his eyes. Back then, I only dared to choose 1 A-grade technique, lightning flash, and even then, it took me over 4 months to learn it. He sighed softly. Having a junior brother like this really puts on a lot of pressure. After the match ended, Lei Zhu, though still trembling, stood up and approached Su Jingming. He bowed his head, his voice filled with sincere respect and gratitude. Su Jingming, thank you for sparing my life just now. I concede this defeat completely. The credits and the 3.2 million Daxiad dollars are yours. Also, I will pay the money to your friend as promised. Immediately after, Chu Song Chuan walked over and announced professionally, 50 credits and 3.2 million Daxiad dollars have been transferred to the student account. Su Jingming nodded slightly in response. Understood. He couldn't help but think to himself, betting really makes money fast. As Su Jingming prepared to leave the arena, Liu Wenhan, A classmate with stylish platinum hair excitedly called out from the stands. That was so cool. Su Jingming. You're a rich man now. Want to go to the city center in Madu tonight to relax? Xu Jingming hesitated slightly, turned back, and refused. Forget it. I still have to train with my senior brother later. Unexpectedly, Liu Ming was already there. He advised, go. Balancing tension and relaxation is the only way to last long. He patted his shoulder and added, you've been training for so long. You really should relax a bit. If my senior brother allows it. Xu Jingming happily agreed. Then I'll take your advice, senior brother. Liu Wenhan behind them seemed to realize something and stuttered in amazement. A-grade lightning ability. Deputy Club President of the Jade Pavilion. Burning Ash Liu Ming. Liu Wenhan jumped down from the stands and ran after Xu Jingming with an admiring look, saying as he walked, you look so much more charismatic in person than in your photos. Liu Wenhan happily put an arm around Xu Jingming's shoulder and finalized the plan. So, tonight is settled, then. Xu Jingming, you just have to come along. I'll handle the rest of the schedule. Xu Jingming was a bit curious and turned to ask about the program. Liu Wenhan turned back, pointing both hands at Xu Jingming with a cunning smile and bright, sparkling eyes. It's an activity you absolutely can't miss after starting university, a social mixer between the male and female dormitories. That evening, at a luxurious restaurant, a table full of sumptuous and delicious dishes was already laid out from golden roasted chicken, pizza, and bread to all kinds of salads and drinks. Liu Wenhan held a plate of food and proudly said to Xu Jingming, your reputation has truly exploded this time. I posted the invitation on the school forum. Guess how many people signed up? Xu Jingming just looked at him silently with a skeptical gaze. Liu Wenhan continued to brag, gesturing wildly. Over 100 people. Choosing a pair from that many made my head spin. Xu Jingming took a sip of his drink and said with a smile, you're really active when it comes to these things, choosing 1 out of 100. Now I'm curious who you picked. Liu Wenhan answered playfully, hee, I'll keep it a secret for a bit. You'll see soon. Just then, Liu Wenhan looked toward the door, waved his hands frantically, and shouted, speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. Over here. Over here. A girl wearing glasses with neatly tied brown hair, dressed in a light yellow dress, walked in and waved happily. Good evening, you two. I was invited. I'm Bi Dongha. Walking right beside her was another girl with long black hair, wearing a white crop top and denim shorts. She also introduced herself friendly. I'm her roommate, Song Chuan. Liu Wenhan stood up and enthusiastically introduced them to Xu Jingming. Bi Dongha is an A-grade beast-type enhancement ability user, and Song Chuan is a first-rank superior, A-grade natural light ability user, and she's even the top student from our province, Sichuan. Xu Jingming also politely stood up and smiled to introduce himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Xu Jingming. Hearing that name, Song Chuan was a bit surprised. Xu Jingming. So you're that Xu Jingming. Her eyes immediately became filled with interest and a competitive spirit. She looked straight at Xu Jingming and asked, are you interested in a spar? You can pick the time and place. Bai Dongha hurriedly grabbed her friend's hand. Hey, Song Chuan, you really are a battle junkie. We just met and you're already asking to fight. We're here to socialize. Xu Jingming also laughed it off. Was that a misunderstanding? I thought we could exchange ideas and learn from each other today. Xu Jingming quickly invited them to sit down to calm the situation. It's just a misunderstanding. Please, have a seat. Exactly. Everyone is here to have fun today. Let's eat something first, then go for a walk in the commercial district together. After the meal, the group walked together through the central commercial district of Madu. Song Chuan looked up at the skyscrapers glowing with bright lights and couldn't help but exclaim, wow, it's so prosperous. When they passed by a fashion store, Bai Dongha exclaimed, this outfit is so trendy and beautiful. Inside the shop, a high-end moonlight blade weapon, A-grade, was on display. Xu Jingming looked at the luxurious stores displaying all kinds of battle gear, weapons, and medicinal pills, and couldn't help but exclaim, it's no wonder this is one of the top commercial centers in the country. The battle gear, weapons, and pills are much more complete than in Jiang City. The 4 of them enjoyed street food together, the atmosphere very happy and relaxed. Afterward, the girls continued shopping for clothes. When Bai Dongha was carrying a shopping bag, Xu Jingming stepped in attentively to help. He gently took the bag handle from her hand. Xu Jingming walked quietly behind, watching the 2 girls happily choosing jewelry. A while later, Xu Jingming and Liu Wenhan were carrying all sorts of shopping bags. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock, in just one evening, we've already spent several million. Liu Wenhan whispered beside him. This Song Chuan looks like she dresses simply, but who knew she was a little rich girl? Xu Jingming turned with a puzzled expression. Liu Wenhan explained further, Xu Jingming, you don't know this. Not only does she have money, but her background is also very impressive. The shopping didn't seem to end, as Bai Dongha called out from another store. "You two gentlemen, could you help carry this last bag?" At that, Song Chuan, standing nearby, seemed to have tired out and muttered, "It's about time to head back." Finally, Xu Jingming and Liu Wenhan brought the two girls back to their dormitory. They stopped on the path leading to the building. "We'll just drop you off here," Song Chuan said with a smile. "We had a lot of fun today. Thank you both." Xu Jingming smiled and waved goodbye. "You're welcome. Goodbye." Liu Wenhan also waved excitedly. "See you." Just as the two girls turned away, Song Chuan suddenly stopped and looked back. Her face was hidden in the shadows, yet her voice remained incredibly serious. "Xu Jingming, everything I said before is true. One day in the future, I will definitely find you for a match." Hearing that determined challenge, Xu Jingming was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, a confident and expectant smile forming on his lips. "No problem. I'm looking forward to it." Seeing Xu Jingming's smile, Song Chuan also gave a faint smirk before turning to walk away. Once she was some distance away and out of the two young men's sight, Bai Dongha turned to tease his friend. "Song Chuan, since we started school, I've never seen you give any guy a pleasant look, but you weren't bad at all to Xu Jingming. Dragging you to this gathering was definitely the right decision." Song Chuan crossed her arms and explained seriously. "My A-rank ability, Aurora Eye, can sensitively perceive and see through the impurity in the hearts of the guys who look at me." Around her, images of shadows appeared with dark thoughts. "She's got huge breasts, nice body. I want her as my girlfriend. Hey. This girl looks hot. She must be easy to fool." She looked into the distance, her expression softening. But Xu Jingming is different. He only showed admiration, without any ulterior motives. In short, he's very special. Hearing this, Bai Dongha rested his chin on his hand and smiled slyly. "It seems our Miss Song has had her heart stirred." Meanwhile, on the way back, Liu Wenhan stretched comfortably. Whoosh! Going out for a walk once in a while isn't bad at all. Walking beside him, Xu Jingming replied softly, "You're right." He smiled involuntarily as an image of Song Chuan popped into his mind. A Tier 1 high rank, Song Chuan? Looks like I still need to keep pushing myself. 15 days later, in the training room, Xu Jingming sat cross-legged amidst a surging flow of lightning energy. He opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. "Almost there, I can level up again. Deep blue, add points for me." Instantly, a massive surge of energy erupted from his body. The system screen flashed a notification. Ability points, -456. Tier 1 mid-rank exceeds Tier 1 high rank. At the same time, another power was enhanced. Ability points, -354. Indestructible Thunder Body Level 1. Exceeds Indestructible Thunder Body Level 2. He let out a long breath, sensing the changes in his body. Phew, leveling up has truly improved my overall strength. Level 2 Indestructible Thunder Body also targets bones and muscles for strengthening. He flipped open a book titled Thunder Extreme State and thought to himself, according to the book, if I can break through to the 3rd level, I can unlock the special Thunder Extreme State, which allows my strength and speed to be boosted to the limit in a short time. Xu Jingming looked at his status screen. Name, Xu Jingming. Rank, Tier 1 high rank. Ability, S rank, Thunder God. Physique, 520. Blood Chi plus Spirit, 421. Skills, Advanced Spear, Arts, Body Refining Boxing, Indestructible Thunder Body Level 2, Ability Points, 62. He whispered, "Thunder, Extreme State. Something to look forward to. It's just a pity my ability points are almost exhausted. It's time to ask the teacher for permission to go to the wilderness to hunt monsters and replenish my ability points." Just then, his teacher appeared suddenly with a look of extreme astonishment. "Jingming, you've broken through again." Xu Jingming stood up and replied calmly, "I was just about to tell you, teacher. I broke through last night. Also, my indestructible thunder body has reached the 2nd level." The teacher looked at his student in disbelief. His heart was stirred. Breaking through levels and body refining were both incredibly difficult. Yet Xu Jingming spoke of it as easily as drinking water. With an S-rank ability and such grueling training, his future is truly immeasurable. Liu Ming, standing nearby, also spoke up. "I told you, our little junior brother is a true monster. Back then, it took me over half a year to break through from Tier 1 mid-rank to high rank." The teacher looked at Xu Jingming with a satisfied gaze and suggested, "Leveling up is certainly important, but practical combat cannot be neglected. Spar around with your senior, Liu Ming, so I can see how strong you are after your breakthrough." Xu Jingming immediately agreed. "Yes, sir." At the training ground, Liu Ming said, "Little junior brother, I'll suppress my strength to Tier 2 low rank. Just go all out. As their teacher started the countdown, both immediately took their stances. 3, 2, 1, start. As soon as the command was given, two energy flows, one blue and one purple, collided, creating a shocking explosion. Jingming exerted his strength. The spear in his hand surged with purple lightning, thrusting straight toward Liu Ming, who was bracing his defense with green energy. Liu Ming felt the power of Jingming's attack and couldn't help but be amazed in his heart. What powerful strength, to actually be on par with me. Jingming also felt incredible. Since obtaining the system, this was the first time he had met an opponent of equal standing. He stepped back, lightning energy gathering in his palm, ready to unleash a powerful battle technique. Thunder Prison. A giant sphere of lightning shot out, hurtling toward Liu Ming. Jingming didn't flinch. He immediately unleashed one of his most powerful moves, Rapid Thunder Spear Barrage. Liu Ming smirked, confidence flashing in his eyes. Not bad. That's the combo that defeated Thunder Pillar. It's a pity I'm not that freshman. He roared, unleashing his full power to execute his signature technique, Jade Firmament Thunder. A turquoise lightning bolt exploded, easily shattering Jingming's spear rain. 20 minutes later, the match ended. Jingming was panting, drenched in sweat, having to lean on his spear to stand steady. He said with a broken breath, "Senior, my lightning energy is depleted. I lost." Liu Ming walked over, patted his shoulder, and said, "In terms of technique, you didn't lose. You only lost in terms of ability energy." Their teacher approached with a very satisfied expression. "Not bad, not bad. Truly an excellent battle. Jingming's performance has indeed exceeded my expectations." He had expected Liu Ming to win easily. He never thought the two would be evenly matched, and that they would have to rely on a war of attrition to determine the victor. Liu Ming looked at Jingming with an appreciative gaze and asked, "Do you know what level your strength just reached?" Jingming asked back, bewildered, "What level, sir?" Liu Ming declared clearly, "Tier 2 invincible." These two words left Jingming stunned, unable to believe his ears. The teacher spoke up, "All right, the practical combat training ends here. Everyone take a break." A server brought over a plate of exotic fruit. This is a spirit fruit. It can dispel fatigue, very suitable for eating after training. Jingming took this opportunity to say to his teacher, "Teacher, there is something I'd like to ask your permission for." The teacher replied, "Go ahead." Jingming stated his decision with a firm look. "I'm preparing to leave school and head to the wilderness for a trip." The teacher was slightly surprised. "To the wilderness? How long do you intend to go for?" Jingming replied, "About over a month. I'll be back before the freshman grand tournament." The teacher frowned. "That long?" He warned sternly, "The wilderness is not like the college entrance exam site. There is no army protection. Monsters run rampant and are distributed unpredictably. One moment of carelessness and you could encounter a high-level monster. Not to mention you have to stay there for over a month. The danger involved goes without saying." However, after a moment of thought, he smiled and patted his student's shoulder. "Very well. If you want to go, then go. Remember, if you see the situation as dire, you must run immediately. The rise of every powerhouse must go through life and death risks. If you have the will to move forward, I will not stop you." Jingming bowed, his heart filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Teacher Shay." The teacher asked further, "Right, which wilderness area are you planning to go to?" He handed him a spirit fruit. Jingming took it and replied, "The wilderness on the outskirts of Origin City, sir." Hearing this, the teacher breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. It's right next to the magic capital. The monsters there only go up to tier 4 or 5, so it's relatively less dangerous. Later, ask Liu Ming to pass on some experience to you." Jingming nodded. "Yes, teacher." The teacher continued, "Once you're out there, I really can't help much, so I might as well prepare a real weapon for you." With that, he raised his hand, and a ring on his finger emitted a glow. He grabbed Jingming's hand and placed a brand new spear into it. This is Jingming looked at the weapon in amazement. Back in his dormitory, Jingming placed the new spear on his bed, next to a backpack that was already prepared. He sat at his desk and ordered the AI, Yinu, to open the school's mission system. A virtual screen appeared in front of him, and he thought to himself, "According to the experience shared by my senior, before leaving school, it's best to take on a few missions to earn credits." He scrolled through the list of missions, collecting monster materials, gathering rare herbs, capturing escaped criminals, and large-scale campaigns. Mission collect TT Foxtail, Tier 2. 60 credits for a C-rank mission. Second mission, collect 30 spirit herbs over 25 years old. 43 credits for a D-rank mission. Third mission, head to the southwest to join the campaign. Requirement, first rank, intermediate level or higher. 600 credits for an S-rank mission. Fourth mission, assist the Mato Security Bureau in capturing the fugitive Qian Ban. 200 credits for an A-rank mission. Xu Jingming frowned slightly. Missions with high credit rewards always inevitably involve combat. This is just sending students to their deaths. This is the training model of Mado Esper University. He swiped across the screen to make his decision. No wonder people say the most elite students of Mado Esper University aren't in the school, but out in the field. Then I'll take this A-rank mission and these 3 B-rank missions. After accepting the tasks, he stood up and slung his backpack over his shoulder. Preparations were complete. There was no time to lose, so he headed out immediately. The AI system chimed, "Good luck, sir." The scene shifted to a vast area with rolling mountains. Ahead stood a modern building. The sign read, "Primitive City Supply Base." Inside the base was a bustling street filled with the sounds of deliveries and recruiting. Beast hunting squad looking for a spearman. C-rank team recruiting here. Top-tier medicinal pills. Come check it out. Anyone for an exploration mission. Xu Jingming, backpack slung and holding his spear, strode confidently into the base. He took in the lively scene before him. Long day decided, primitive supply base, I've finally arrived. He stepped into a luxurious hall where adventurers were gathered. A charming female staff member in a red dress approached, bowing professionally. "Welcome, sir. How may I help you today?" Xu Jingming presented his student ID and said, "I'd like to register as an adventurer." He knew that to enter the wilderness, one had to register as a nationally recognized adventurer first. The staff member took the card and looked surprised. "A student from Mado Esper University? It's very rare for a first-rank newcomer like you to enter the wilderness. Paperwork takes a little time, sir. Please have a seat and wait." Xu Jingming found a spot and waited patiently. Suddenly, the hall became noisy. Everyone turned their eyes toward the entrance, and murmurs began to spread. "Wow, it's the goddess Jiang Suo Xuan. My goddess is so beautiful. No wonder she's a student at Mado University. Her aura is so powerful." A woman with platinum blonde hair and stylish sunglasses walked in, accompanied by bodyguards and a cameraman. An introduction frame appeared, Jiang Suo Xuan, second-year student at Mado Esper University. The crowd continued to whisper, "Looks like Goddess Jiang is here in the wilderness to film material again. Her videos are high quality, even if they're made by her team. I watch them every season. Did you hear? Goddess Jiang has tens of millions of fans online, right? More than that, 15 million. If she were my girlfriend, I'd gladly give up 10 years of my life." Xu Jingming also looked toward Jiang Suo Xuan, silently evaluating someone from Mado University. Her looks are on par with Song Chuan. At that moment, the staff member returned and handed him a card and a watch. "This is your adventurer card and satellite smartwatch. It comes preloaded with a map of the wilderness, detailing the activity and danger levels of beasts in each area." Xu Jingming took them and said, "Thank you." After receiving his items, he turned to leave the hall to begin his journey. Unexpectedly, a man with a crafty look, wearing a tattered jacket, stepped out to block his path. He grinned obsequiously. "Little brother, first time in the wilderness? You can't go without medicinal pills. How about it? Want to buy some?" Xu Jingming glanced at the man, his gaze sharp and probing, and asked calmly, "What's the price?" The man, thinking he had met a sucker, eagerly introduced his wares. First-grade healing pills for 20,000 each, first-grade detox pills for 15,000. Second-grade ones have better effects but cost more, 40,000 and 30,000. Xu Jingming replied indifferently, "Oh, that's not too expensive." Hearing this, the man beamed and patted his chest. "You know your stuff. My pills are famous for being cheap and effective." However, Xu Jingming was analyzing him coldly. Normally, a first-grade pill should cost at least 30 or 40,000. Someone offering such a low price was clearly up to no good. It was likely a scam, specifically targeting newcomers who didn't know better. The man urged him, "How many do you want?" Xu Jingming looked him straight in the eyes and smirked. "You've tricked quite a few newcomers with this trick, haven't you?" The man's expression changed instantly. He growled, pointing at Xu Jingming's chest. "You saw through it already? You were playing with me on purpose, weren't you?" Xu Jingming simply replied, "What do you think?" The man gritted his teeth, his face becoming savage. "Fine, very well. You're the first person to dare mock me at the supply base." Just as the tension reached its peak, a familiar voice rang out. The short-haired girl who had warned Xu Jingming earlier, Wang Qian, pointed at the scammer and shouted, "Zhao Chunlin, you're back to scamming newcomers again." Having his name called directly, Zhao Chunlin looked annoyed. He glared at Wang Qian, then turned to Xu Jingming, fuming. "Consider yourself lucky today, kid." Before leaving, he turned back, leaving a threat with a murderous gaze. "You better not leave the supply base these next few days, otherwise you'll regret it." Once Zhao Chunlin was out of sight, the people around began to whisper, "Tesk, being targeted by a guy like Zhao Chunlin. This newcomer is done for. Why pick a fight with Zhao Chunlin of all people? Exactly. I heard he's already promoted to his second-rank intermediate level. How can this first-rank superior level kid be his match? Wang Qian approached and said to Xu Jingming anxiously, Zhao Chunlin is petty. Don't leave the supply base for a while. Xu Jingming thanked her for the warning. He scams people like this, and no one stops him. Wang Qian shook her head. Zhao Chunlin has connections with the underworld. Who would dare touch him? If you need supplies, just buy them from the official channels. Remember, don't leave the supply base. Xu Jingming watched Wang Qian and her friends leave, thinking she was a truly kind-hearted girl. He didn't take Zhao Chunlin's threat to heart and turned away to prepare for his trip. All right, first, let's buy what I need for this month. Healing pills, detox pills, blood-bursting pills, there was plenty to purchase. He headed to the official trade counter of the base, where a spherical robot was serving customers. After buying everything he needed, Xu Jingming packed it all into his bag. Despite the warning, he strode confidently out of the base's main gate alone. Sure enough, Zhao Chunlin and his thugs were already waiting outside. Zhao Chunlin crossed his arms and sneered. You didn't believe me, did you? I told you not to leave the supply base, but you dared to come out anyway. You really don't take me, Zhao Chunlin, seriously, do you? Xu Jingming stopped, facing them calmly, and even gave a slight smile. What do you want? Xu Jingming's smile only made Zhao Chunlin angrier. He roared, his face contorting with rage. You embarrassed me earlier. I'm going to break both your legs, so you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. That's the only way to satisfy my hatred. From afar, Wang Qian and her friend saw the scene. Wang Qian panicked. I told him not to leave the supply base. Why didn't he listen? I have to go help him. But her friend held her back. Don't be rash. Let him learn a lesson. Who told him to be so arrogant and ignore advice? Zhao Chunlin began to exert his power, his arm muscles bulging. He laughed smugly as the skin on his arms turned into a shiny, metallic color. If I, Zhao Chunlin, can't even teach a newcomer a lesson, how will I keep my reputation? C-rank metal ability plus my D-rank combat suit, you can't even break my defense. He gave a final ultimatum. Unless you pay me 1 million in compensation and kneel before me. But before he could finish, Xu Jingming had lost all patience. A stream of purple electricity flashed around him as he shouted aggressively. Zhao Chunlin's face stiffened in shock. Instantly, Xu Jingming turned into a blur, rushing through the air at incredible speed. A powerful kick, wrapped in purple lightning, slammed directly into Zhao Chunlin's face before he could even react. Crash. The terrifying force of the kick sent Zhao Chunlin flying backward like a kite with a broken string, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood in midair. His body slammed hard into the ground, creating a deep crater and causing the surrounding earth to crack as dust and debris flew everywhere. Wang Qian and the onlookers in the distance were left speechless, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Amidst the chaos, Xu Jingming coldly dusted off his hands and walked away calmly, leaving Zhao Chunlin lying motionless in a pool of blood and rubble. The crowd around them finally snapped out of their shock and began whispering. What? Finished in one hit? That's terrifying, my god. How did he do that? I didn't even get a clear look. Ha ha, Zhao Chunlin really kicked an iron plate this time. I was actually worried for that guy, but I never expected his strength to be this high. Wang Qian, still in shock, turned to ask her captain. How did he do that? I couldn't even see it, the captain replied with a grave expression. It was a kick to the leg. Zhao Chunlin's pelvis is completely shattered. Even if he survives, he'll be nothing but a cripple in a wheelchair. The captain continued to analyze, his eyes full of admiration. As expected of someone from the Magic City Ability University, his strength is immense, and he's ruthless enough, too. Wang Qian asked in surprise. Someone from Magic City University? Captain, how did you know? The captain explained. The combat suit he's wearing, I've only ever seen it on students from Magic City University. It must be exclusively developed by their equipment department. Wang Qian suddenly had a thought. Only their university could train someone as monstrous as that. How about we recruit him into our team? Doesn't our squad still lack a heavy hitter? Another girl in the team objected. Wang Qian, didn't we say when we formed this squad that we only wanted female members? Another blonde girl hugged a blushing Wang Qian and teased. Haha, Wang Qian, you have a crush on him. Still, that guy is really handsome. I wouldn't mind him joining our team. Wang Qian could only stay silent in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming had reached the checkpoint at the edge of the base. He held his adventurer card up to the scanner. An electronic voice sounded. Adventurer credentials confirmed. Permission to enter the wilderness granted. The gate opened, and Xu Jingming officially stepped into the primal wilderness. Around him was a dense, gloomy forest, the air thick with danger. He scanned his surroundings cautiously. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed through the forest. Su Jingming looked up to see a flock of birds flying in a panic from a dilapidated building in the distance. He muttered to himself, "This cry is a territorial declaration. It's at least a level 4 beast, but you guys aren't my target today." He looked at the 3D map projected from his smartwatch to plan his route. The primal wilderness is roughly divided into two areas, the ruined town and the mountain forest. The beasts in the ruined town are a bit weaker, so it's a good place to start collecting ability points. The map zoomed into a specific area. Ping and Town ahead looks decent. Most are level 2 beasts, with very few level 1s and no level 3s or 4s. Plus, it's a large area with at least 500 beasts left. With his target set, Xu Jingming immediately accelerated, his body becoming a blur as he dashed through the forest. Ping and Town, here I come. As soon as he stepped onto the crumbling road of the town, a black shadow lunged from a dark corner, attacking him at lightning speed. Xu Jingming calmly turned, recognizing the beast. A level 2 shadow cat, ability points delivered right to my doorstep. He clenched his fist, and streaks of purple lightning began to spark. During this time, influenced by the negative emotions of the thunderous tyrant dragon, his heart was constantly craving slaughter. The more he suppressed the urge, the more intense it became. A wicked, excited smile appeared on his lips, his eyes glowing with purple electricity. But this time, I don't need to hold back anymore. The shadow cat seemed to sense the terrifying murderous intent. It froze, its purple eyes showing extreme fear. A month later, another adventurer team was patrolling the strangely empty streets of Ping and Town. A member asked, "Captain, what's up with Ping and Town? We've been wandering around all day. Why haven't we run into a single beast?" The bald captain frowned and retorted, "You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Ping and Town should have at least 500 beasts. A swarm that large couldn't possibly have migrated so completely." Suddenly, a giant tiger beast lunged out from a collapsed building, letting out a ferocious roar that startled the whole team. They immediately went into battle stance, expressions tense yet excited. "It's a tiger beast. Finally, we found one. Let's kill it together." But before they could act, a spear made a purple lightning shot from somewhere with terrifying speed, tearing through the air. The lightning spear pierced straight through the tiger beast, causing a horrific energy explosion. The beast didn't even have time to scream before it was completely annihilated by the purple lightning. Two members of the team stared at the scene before them in a daze. What was that? The latest laser weapon? The captain shook his head, his eyes full of shock. "No, laser weapons are faster than that. This looks like some kind of lightning attribute combat technique." The bald captain's face turned pale with horror, and he hurriedly ordered, "Let's go." This Ping and Town must have been occupied by some powerful expert. That strike just now was likely a warning. The team didn't dare hesitate for a second and immediately turned to flee. One member said while running, "No wonder we couldn't find any beasts. They must have all been wiped out by that lightning expert." Others shuddered. The power of that lightning spear was too terrifying. My legs are still shaking. The captain shouted, "Stop talking nonsense and move." Angering that expert would be a huge problem. On a high rooftop, Xu Jingming coldly pulled his hand back as a virtual screen appeared before his eyes, eliminated a low-tier level 2 tiger beast. Received 19 ability points. He thought contentedly, "My Thunder Spear proficiency has reached the expert level, and the attack range has jumped to over 1,000 meters. Not bad, not bad." He looked at his status board to summarize his incredible results. In 1 month, he had gained over 8,000 ability points, going from a high-tier level 1 to a high-tier level 2. Thunderous Immortal Body has broken through to the 3rd level. His detailed status board appeared. Name, Xu Jingming. Rank, high-tier level 2. Ability, Xiao Chen Lei S. Physique, 1,310. Qi, Blood and Spirit, 972. Skill, Spear Master, Intermediate Fist Technique, Thunder Fang, Intermediate Consecutive Thunder Spears, Advanced Thunder Flash, Intermediate Thunder Prison, Advanced Lightning Storm, Body Training, Thunderous Immortal Body, 3rd level. Ability points, 112. He thought confidently. With so many greater techniques at intermediate proficiency, who else but me could do this? Xu Jingming stood up, looking down at the town that had been completely swept clean. This place is cleared out. I'll pack up, return to the base tomorrow to restock, and then continue deeper into the wilderness. The next day, at the supply base, Xu Jingming returned with a tactical backpack that was abnormally bloated. People around him were stunned and joked. "Ha, what's going on? Is the tactical backpack growing legs? Did he carry a whole rhino back? That's too miserable." Xu Jingming ignored the chatter, thinking to himself, "Good thing I bought a reinforced tactical backpack. Otherwise, it couldn't hold these 400 kilograms of beast materials." He entered the trading hall and set the heavy backpack down in front of the female clerk. She smiled professionally. "Sir, What kind of materials are you looking to sell? You can put them on the scale next to us to weigh them first. Xu Jingming unlocked the backpack and dumped his entire haul onto the floor. A mountain of beast materials appeared before their eyes. The clerk's mouth fell open in shock, and she stammered, "Wow, this is too much." Xu Jingming said calmly, "Over 400 kilograms of level 2 beast materials. See how much you can offer for them." The clerk looked at the pile of precious materials, her eyes bright. Tiger tendons, beast teeth, rhino horns, they were all high-quality stuff. She realized she couldn't handle this volume of work alone. "Sir, please wait a moment. Your haul is too large. I need to call some people to help inventory it." She immediately contacted the procurement department. Soon, a man in a sharp suit, followed by two beautiful assistants, walked over. He introduced himself professionally. "Greetings, sir. I am the manager in charge of procurement, Zhao Yi." Xu Jingming shook his hand politely. "Xu Jingming." Zhao Yi looked at the loot and couldn't hide his admiration. "Mr. Xu, you are truly young and talented. To be able to hunt so many beasts at such a young age really opens my eyes. I'll have my people organize the inventory. Would you mind waiting for a moment?" The staff quickly used flying drones to scan and appraise the value of each item. After the inventory was complete, Zhao Yi sat down across from Xu Jingming and handed him a gold card. "This is a platinum membership card for the supply base. You'll get a 5% discount on everything. Please accept it." Such a young high-tier level 2 ability user, the base had to build a good relationship with him. Xu Jingming took the card. Then, "Many thanks, Manager Zhao." A female clerk approached to report, "Sir, the inventory is done. 89 high-tier, 107 mid-tier, and 221 low-tier level 2 beast materials." Zhao Yi was stunned, thinking to himself, "Impressive. Did he wipe out an entire nest of beasts?" Zhao Yi offered a price. "These materials total 24,764,000. Let's round it up to 25 million. How does that sound?" Xu Jingming nodded. "Rounding it up? Then many thanks, Manager Zhao." Immediately, Xu Jingming's phone received the transfer notification. "Your Trungha bank account ending in 7043 has just received 25 million, with a balance of 29,123,400. He stared at the number on the screen, unable to contain his joy. "Ha, 29 million. I've hit the jackpot." With the transaction complete, Xu Jingming stood up to leave. Zhao Yi also stood up and offered his business card. "Manager Zhao, let's meet again next time. This is my card. If you're free, I'll treat you to tea." As Xu Jingming turned to walk away, Zhao Yi watched his retreating figure with deep admiration. This young man has limitless potential. Suddenly, the phone in Zhao Yi's pocket rang. He answered, his tone slightly impatient. "Zhao Chunlin, what do you want?" From the other end, Zhao Chunlin's hateful voice erupted. "Manager, I've spotted the guy who crippled me at the replenishment base. You have to help me get revenge." Zhao Yi replied indifferently. "Oh, so it's that level 1 peak rank kid you mentioned? How do you want your revenge?" Zhao Chunlin, wrapped in white bandages and sitting in a wheelchair, screamed into the phone, "Send the Tiger Squad. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death." Zhao Yi pondered for a moment before agreeing. "Fine, you can borrow the Tiger Squad, but from now on, we're square." Zhao Chunlin replied, "Don't worry, once this is done, I'll leave Primal City for good." He hung up. Zhao Yi felt a lingering sense of unease. Why does this feel wrong? Am I overthinking it? The Tiger Squad was an elite level 2 awakened team. Handling a mere level 1 peak rank kid shouldn't be a problem, right? Meanwhile, as Xu Jingming was walking down the street, he suddenly let out a loud achoo. He rubbed his nose, feeling strange. What's going on? Is someone bad-mouthing me? At the same time, in a luxurious office, Zhao Yi was reporting over the phone. "Manager Wang, I just discovered a remarkable awakened individual named Xu Jingming. He brought back more loot by himself than over a dozen squads combined." On the other end, base manager Wang Yan, sitting at his computer, said, "Xu Jingming, let me check the archives." As the information appeared on the screen, a flash of shock crossed Wang Yan's eyes. He immediately ordered Zhao Yi over the phone. "Manager Zhao, the Xu Jingming you mentioned is very important to me. If he comes back, notify me immediately." Zhao Yi hurriedly replied, "Yes, understood." He hung up, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. This Xu Jingming could make old Wang that excited? He must have a major background. Good thing I didn't offend him. Wang Yan stared at the computer screen, muttering to himself, "I didn't expect another student of Yang Zhenqian to show up at my base. Level 2, peak rank. His talent is even stronger than Liu Ming's. He's a total monster. I absolutely cannot afford to offend him." Meanwhile, Xu Jingming was browsing the base's market. He looked at a shop selling equipment and thought, space rings here cost over 10 million and the capacity is only as big as a suitcase. That's way too expensive. He looked at the bustling crowd, feeling envious. Still, a space ring would be really convenient. I really want one. I wonder how big a space ring would need to be to store a spear. Suddenly, his phone rang again. It was Liu Wenhan calling. Xu Jingming, long time no see. When are you coming back to school? Xu Jingming replied. In about half a month. Why? Is something up? As he spoke, Xu Jingming was unaware that at the end of a small alley, a group of people was tailing him. Leading them was Zhao Chunlin, sitting in his wheelchair, accompanied by members of the Tiger Squad. Inside the alley, Zhao Chunlin, still covered in bandages, ordered the Tiger Squad with a voice full of resentment. That's your target. Break his arms and legs, then drag him to me. The blonde-haired captain replied coldly. Got it. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming was still engrossed in his phone conversation with Liu Wenhan. He didn't notice one of the Tiger Squad members silently closing in behind him. From the other end of the line, Liu Wenhan said, in the month you've been gone, a new freshman joined the school. He's super arrogant. Xu Jingming gave a soft "hmm." Sensing something, he suddenly stopped, startling the people trailing him. He asked into the phone, what's wrong? Then quickly reassured, never mind, keep talking. His eyes turned sharp, scanning his surroundings vigilantly. At the alley corner, the Tiger Squad captain signaled the others to get ready. The target had entered the alley. He then turned to the platinum-haired girl, He Qian, to analyze the target's strength. He Qian nodded, acknowledging the order. Another male member of the team looked dismissive. Captain, I don't mean to be rude, but sometimes you're too cautious. He's just a level 1 peak rank kid. What kind of trouble could he possibly cause? Just then, as He Qian used her ability, she suddenly gasped in terror. How is this possible? The captain immediately noticed the change in her voice and turned to ask, what is it? Is something wrong? He Qian spoke with a grave expression. I'll share the view with you all. See for yourselves. Instantly, a spiritual eye manifested on the foreheads of all three members. Mental-type perception abilities, the stronger the target, the more intense the aura. Through their spiritual vision, they saw their own auras as nothing more than small blue sparks. In contrast, Xu Jingming's aura was a massive pillar of purple energy, overwhelming and terrifying. One member panicked. How is this possible? This aura is several times stronger than my level 2 peak rank. A powerhouse like this could wipe out our entire squad with a snap of his fingers. The captain realized with fury that he'd been played. He gritted his teeth and roared, Zhao Chunlin, that bastard tricked us into walking into a death trap. The intel is wrong. Abort the mission. We're going back to settle this with Zhao Chunlin. Xu Jingming sensed the presences tracking him suddenly vanish. He was a bit confused. What happened? Why did they suddenly run off? He quickly pieced the situation together, his gaze turning icy. In this base, the only one with a grudge against me is that Zhao Chunlin. He probably couldn't let it go and decided to play dirty. A dog never changes its habits. This punk really needs a harsher lesson next time we meet. Just then, where Zhao Chunlin was waiting, the Tiger Squad captain rushed up like a whirlwind and delivered a thunderous punch to his face. Zhao Chunlin was knocked off his wheelchair, sprawling onto the ground. He asked in a daze, Why did you hit me? The captain grabbed him by the collar, roaring with rage. You have the nerve to ask me? The damn intel you gave me was completely wrong. You almost got us killed. The target isn't a level 1 peak rank. He's a level 2 peak rank. Zhao Chunlin was stunned, clutching his swollen cheek as he stammered. Level 2 peak rank. How? Only a month has passed. The captain shoved him aside and said coldly, Humph. I don't care how it happened. This mission ends here. We'll be talking to Manager Zhao about this ourselves. A while later, at Zhao Yi's office, the Tiger Squad captain walked in. Zhao Yi asked, back so soon? Did you finish the job? The captain replied, no, the mission has been terminated. Zhao Yi was surprised, and the captain explained, Zhao Chunlin's intelligence was flawed. The target isn't a level 1 peak rank, but a level 2 peak rank. Even worse, according to He Qian's observation, his actual combat strength is at least level 3 or higher, so we gave up. Zhao Yi slammed the table in anger. A level 2 peak rank with level 3 combat strength. What is Zhao Chunlin thinking? Is that kind of person someone he can mess with? He suddenly froze, realizing something, and asked hurriedly, Level 2, peak rank. Wait, what's the name of Zhao Chunlin's target? The captain replied, Zhao Chunlin didn't give a name, but the description is very clear. About 1.9 meters tall, sturdy build, and carries a spear on his back. Zhao Yi's face drained of all color, and cold sweat poured down like a waterfall. He stammered, it's over. Could that person be? At the same time, at Manager Wang Yan's office, he was reviewing documents when he received a call. After hearing the report, He flew into a rage, smashed his desk phone to pieces, and ordered someone to assassinate Xu Jingming. How dare you people do this? Zhao Yi, on the other end, hurriedly explained. Manager Wang, it's just a level 2 peak rank kid. You don't need to be so angry, right? Wang Yan roared, you blind fool. This is Xu Jingming's file, look at it yourself. A virtual screen appeared before Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi trembled as he read the information. Top scorer of Jiangnan Province, freshman at Magic City Awakened University, 18 years old and already level 2 peak rank. I've never even heard of such a thing. Even the best are usually just level 2 low rank. Yang Zhenqian, the dean of the Weaponry Academy, is his mentor. Wang Yan said in a threatening tone, this is trouble, major trouble. Do you understand now? A master-level figure like that, even if he leveled the entire replenishment base, the government wouldn't say a word. Zhao Yi was so terrified his hair stood on end. He bowed deeply, shaking as he spoke. I understand now. I will absolutely not let the base make things difficult for him. Wang Yan ordered, bring him in. 2 bodyguards dragged in Zhao Chunlin, who had been beaten to a pulp. Zhao Chunlin knelt on the floor, his face covered in blood. Please, I know I was wrong. Spare me. Zhao Yi glared at him coldly, grabbing his hair. Looks like a beating wasn't enough to get the point across. The guilty must be punished. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for kicking a steel plate today. Crack. A bone-chilling sound of breaking bones echoed through the air. Zhao Yi struck ruthlessly, blood splattering everywhere. He turned to look at the head manager, Wang Yan, with a probing expression. Manager, is this sufficient? Wang Yan replied coldly. You don't think that's enough, do you? Zhao Yi felt awkward. Manager, this matter. Wang Yan shot him a sharp, piercing look and spoke. All these years, you've been running shady deals in the base. I could have looked the other way, but this time, you've caused a massive mess. Wang Yan turned around, his authoritative voice echoing through the room. Everyone involved in this incident will be strictly punished. Not just you, but the Tiger Squad as well. We cannot let a single detail slip, nor can we leave any chance of offending the wrong people. Zhao Yi could only call out in desperate terror, Manager Wang. Moments later, at the base's main gate, Wang Yan led a group of senior managers, standing solemnly as if waiting for someone important. The crowd of adventurers nearby couldn't help but whisper, isn't that the head manager of the base, Wang Yan? Except for the procurement manager, all the other department heads are here. Wow, with this kind of presence, some big shot must be arriving. In the crowd, Wang Qian and her teammates were also present. A team member recognized someone and said, Wang Qian, isn't that the guy from Motto University of Ability Users? Wang Qian was surprised. Huh, where? Xu Jingming was returning from the wilderness area, feeling confused as he saw the crowd and the senior leadership all looking toward him. Wang Yan stepped forward quickly, bowing respectfully. Student Su, you finally returned. I am the head manager of this base, Wang Yan. This scene left Wang Qian and her teammates stunned. Whoa, the managers are here to welcome him? It seems this guy's identity is more than just a student from my university. Wang Yan continued to explain clearly. Regarding the matter of Zhao Chunlin offending you, our base takes full responsibility. He has already been taken into custody, and his accomplices have been arrested as well. They will spend the rest of their lives in prison. To show our sincerity, we have prepared a special apology for you. Xu Jingming observed Wang Yan's decisive attitude and thought to himself, no wonder he's the head manager. He's a ruthless person. He handled his own subordinates so cleanly. A beautiful female assistant walked over, holding a red velvet box. Wang Yan introduced it. This is the highest level black gold membership card of our base. From now on, your stay at our base will be completely free of charge. You will also receive at least a 20% discount on any purchases. Another female assistant opened an exquisite jewelry box, revealing a sparkling ring inside. Wang Yan said, additionally, this is a spatial ring with a volume of 1 cubic meter. It is also an apology. Xu Jingming was startled. 1 cubic meter? He took the ring, secretly overjoyed. A spatial ring with 1 cubic meter of capacity is worth at least 50 million great Xia credits. This Wang Yan is truly sincere. Since Manager Wang is so generous, I will accept. Wang Yan smiled and added, as expected of Teacher Yang's student, you are indeed forthright. By the way, your senior, student Liu Ming, also came to this primitive base for training back in the day. Xu Jingming replied, oh. The two continued chatting as Xu Jingming was escorted to a luxurious suite. Xu Jingming stood by the window, looking at the view outside, thinking, the best room opened by a black gold card really isn't bad. It's much more luxurious than the dormitory villas. After a month of training, I can finally get a good day of rest. Wang Yan saw him to the door and said, next time you run into any trouble, contact me directly. In this primitive city, my words still carry some weight. Xu Jingming looked at the ring on his hand, sighing, "This is the power of background. If it were an ordinary top-tier level 2 genius, they would never get this kind of treatment." He sat down in a chair and began the process of soul-binding the ring. A spatial ring requires a spiritual imprint to be completed before use. My current spiritual power is 972, much higher than the 6,700 of an ordinary top-tier level 2 ability user. This should be easy. He focused his mental energy, and within moments, the ring was bound. He excitedly tested it. "It's done. It seems I can use my thoughts to pull things out, and as long as my body touches an item, I can store it. Aside from not being able to hold living things, this is really convenient." Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was his teacher. "Teacher." "Yes. I just came out of the wilderness area." "Yes. Also, there's something I wanted to report to you." After hearing Xu Jingming's account, his teacher was furious. "Humph. To dare send people to assassinate you, giving a spatial ring was too light of a punishment for them. If anything had actually happened to you, I would have leveled their entire supply base." He asked, "Right. You said that elite level 2 squad followed you all the way to the alleyway. Why did they give up in the end?" Xu Jingming replied, "Maybe they realized I was also a top-tier level 2 and decided to go back and confirm since it didn't match their expectations." His teacher was so shocked he almost dropped his phone. "Wait, you've reached top-tier level 2? You've only been in the wilderness area for 1 short month." Xu Jingming calmly answered, "Yes, I leveled up a few days ago." His teacher burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. You really are Yang Zhenqian's student. Your cultivation speed is even faster than mine was back then. When do you plan on returning? I'll personally celebrate for you." Xu Jingming replied, "I'll be back before classes start. For this last period, I'm planning on heading to the high-level area. With my lightning flash at the master level, level 4 ferocious beasts shouldn't be able to catch me. If I really run into a level 5 beast, I still have a blood burst pill to save my life. It's good to go test my luck and broaden my horizons." His teacher was very satisfied to hear this. "Good lad. I hear a lot of confidence in your voice. But remember, caution comes first." Xu Jingming replied respectfully, "I understand, teacher." Elsewhere, an assistant saw Yang Zhenqian laughing heartily and said, "Sir, I haven't seen you this happy in a long time." A loud laugh followed. "Ha ha." The assistant continued, voice filled with pride, "Jingming, this student not only has outstanding training results, but he's also been tested in real combat, and his leveling speed is unheard of. People say that a life or death crisis is a catalyst for the strong, but when applied to Jingming, it's practically a cheat code." At that same moment, in a remote place, Xu Jingming had entered the wilderness area, the dense jungle mountain range. The sound of wind rustling through the leaves filled the air. He listened to his surroundings. The roar of ferocious beasts echoed in the air. He thought to himself, roars of beasts are everywhere. It seems compared to the ruined towns, the beast resources in this forest area are much richer. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of an enemy. His figure bolted away like an arrow. Swish, swish. The spear in his hand flashed with purple lightning. The power of lightning flash was released. His shadow glided at a terrifying speed, leaving blurred trails between the tree trunks, creating a whistling sound of wind. Roar. A giant wolf with silver-gray fur and glowing eyes lunged out from the bushes. It was a Gale Terror wolf. After a brief skirmish, Xu Jingming stepped back to observe, analyzing in his head. Ordinary level 3 ferocious beasts usually have special abilities, just like ability users. The Gale Terror wolf is a wind-type ability beast. Judging by the power of that last wind blade, it must be a mid-tier level 3. I wonder how many ability points I can get after killing it. Just as he prepared to deliver the finishing blow, a voice echoed from afar. "Look, it's a Gale Terror wolf." A group of people appeared, led by a beautiful woman with platinum hair. A team member spoke up. "The wind power surrounding this Gale Terror wolf isn't weak. It must be a mid-tier level 3. A beast of this level is perfect as filming material for Miss Jiang." The captain ordered, same as always, cut off its retreat first. Seeing this, Xu Jingming frowned. Except for Jiang Suo Xuan, the others are all level 3. They're trying to steal my kill. He remembered the unwritten rules of this area. The rule of the wilderness is that resources like ferocious beasts belong to the first person to discover them. Otherwise, it's considered a provocation. Suddenly, the woman named Jiang Suo Xuan spoke up in protest. "Captain Wang, I told you last time, I don't like stealing other people's prey for my filming material, okay?" The captain laughed, trying to persuade her. "Miss Jiang, don't put it so harshly. This isn't stealing. This is helping someone have a good time." A level 3 adventurer encounters a level 3 beast. In their moment of crisis, a goddess comes to their rescue. Think of the publicity we get. Jiang Suoshuan looked displeased. resolutely said, "I don't need this kind of fake setup." Besides, he looked perfectly calm. He didn't need any help. Hearing this, Su Jingming thought to himself. Seeing that this woman couldn't be persuaded, the team captain turned to someone else and said, "Since Miss Jiang is paying, whatever she says goes." Then he grumbled irritably, "What a mood killer." Finally, he waved his hand to signal the whole team. "If you're not satisfied, then let's go find another beast. Let's go." Watching their retreating backs, Xu Jingming thought to himself, "This Jiang Suoshuan has a pretty good personality. A hot TikToker with tens of millions of fans is indeed capable." However, he recalled the team captain's gaze earlier. That captain had just revealed a vicious look. It seemed like she didn't control her team very well. "Oh well, forget it. This doesn't really concern me." As soon as that group left, the wind-speed wolf immediately lunged toward Xu Jingming. He sneered, "Huh." They were timid and fearful when a level 3 ability user was around, but the moment they left, it started attacking. He dodged the blow lightly, feeling a bit annoyed. What a snob, treating him like he was nothing. He wouldn't give it a second chance. Xu Jingming channeled his strength into his spear and shouted, "Lightning wind speed strike." A powerful bolt of lightning struck the beast squarely on the head. The wolf collapsed instantly, and a notification appeared in his mind. Defeated a level 3 mid-tier wind speed wolf, ability points plus 34. Xu Jingming thought with satisfaction. Killing a level 3 beast gets me over 30 ability points. Not bad. After clearing out the minions, Xu Jingming turned his sharp gaze toward the wounded leader, and his voice rang out coldly. "Finally, let me give you a quick death." Time passed, and 7 days later, in another dense forest, a pack of ferocious, violent apes was roaring angrily, but suddenly a dazzling purple light streaked over. Whoosh! The purple energy wave carried destructive power, tearing through the air and heading straight for the 7 apes. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion occurred. The lead ape was hit, its entire body enveloped in purple light. It threw its head back and roared in pain. After the attack, the lead ape staggered and collapsed to the ground, severely injured but still alive. Xu Jingming stepped down from above and commented calmly, "A single lightning spear strike couldn't kill it instantly. It truly is the leader of the 7 violent apes." He smirked. Purple electricity began to flicker around him, his eyes full of murderous intent. "The rest of you minions don't need to howl anymore. I'll definitely send your whole family to be reunited." Saying that, he plunged into the midst of the ape pack. His body moved like a lightning storm, the spear in his hand swinging continuously. Fresh blood and purple lightning bolts blended together, creating a dance of death. In just a moment, the battle ended. Xu Jingming stood tall, his long spear resting on the ground, surrounded by the scattered corpses of the ape pack, white smoke rising from their wounds. He smiled with satisfaction, and an information panel appeared before him. He thought to himself, 3,000 plus ability points should be enough for me to go back and learn S-rank combat skills. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. Suddenly, a device on the shaft of his spear beeped and flashed. He looked at it in surprise. It was a distress signal. At the same time, elsewhere in the forest, Jiang Sushuan was running for her life in a panic, the sound of the wind rushing by her ears. Chasing behind her was a giant beast shaped like a ground-dwelling dragon. It roared fiercely. While running, Jiang Suoshuan thought desperately, "My team was wiped out by a level 4 beast, and now I've encountered a level 3 low-tier ground dragon. This is trouble." The ground dragon was getting closer, its ferocity making her feel hopeless. Anything with dragon in its name is extremely ferocious and incredibly hard to deal with. And I'm only at level 2 mid-tier. Even with a blood booster pill, I can't win. She kept running blindly, only a faint ray of hope left in her heart, just hoping some other ability user team would see her distress signal and come to help. Suddenly, in front of her, it was no longer a dense forest but an open meadow. Her face turned pale with fear. A meadow. This time it's over. Without trees for cover, I'll definitely be caught by it. Just as predicted, the ground dragon closed in rapidly, its giant shadow engulfing her. She thought despairingly, "I can't escape this time." The monster opened its mouth wide and fired a beam of destructive energy. At the very moment of crisis, a purple-white lightning bolt descended from the sky, blocking its attack. The dust cleared, and a familiar figure appeared, standing in front of her, the spear in his hand still crackling with electricity. Jiang Suoshuan looked up and exclaimed in surprise, "Is that you?" Seeing that Xu Jingming had no intention of retreating, Jiang Suoshuan shouted in a panic, "Run away. This is a level 3 low-tier ground dragon. You can't beat it." Yet, Xu Jingming stood still, his gaze completely unwavering, which left Jiang Suoshuan incredibly astonished. Huh? She felt annoyed but also extremely worried, thinking to herself, "Ugh, why won't he listen to advice? If I die, that's one thing, but I absolutely cannot drag an innocent passerby into this." With that thought, she resolutely turned around and lunged toward the monster, shouting at Xu Jingming, "You run. I'll hold it off." The giant ground dragon roared, its shadow covering the two small figures. Jiang Suoxuan clenched her fists, preparing to face the beast. Just then, Xu Jingming stepped in front of her, his whole body erupting with a fierce purple lightning energy. All the energy converged at the tip of the spear, creating a massive bolt of lightning, its staggering power making the surrounding space seem to warp. Jiang Suoxuan looked up, her purple eyes wide, completely overwhelmed by this magnificent and terrifying sight. Boom! The lightning spear was launched at a terrifying speed, piercing straight into the ground dragon's head. The destructive lightning bolt exploded, shattering the monster's head into pieces, blood splattering everywhere. Its giant body collapsed to the ground, causing a minor earthquake. Smoke, dust, and lingering purple lightning sparks floated in the air. Blown back by the aftershock, Jiang Suoxuan sat slumped on the ground, her face dazed, stuttering. That the ground dragon was just killed in an instant. She looked up at Xu Jingming's calm back, her heart still shaken. This power is just too terrifying. The sonic boom I heard earlier really wasn't a hallucination. Isn't this person only at level 2 high tier? Why? A notification appeared in Xu Jingming's mind. Defeated a level 3 low-tier ground dragon. Ability points plus 36. He thought to himself, it's no wonder beasts with dragon in their name have higher ability points than normal level 3 high-tier beasts. He turned back to see Jiang Suoxuan still sitting on the ground and asked, "Are you all right?" Jiang Suoxuan's face flushed slightly, and she answered awkwardly, I'm fine, just a little shaky. Thank you for stepping in to save me." Xu Jingming smiled, held out his hand to her. "It was just a small favor. Anyone else would have helped you too." Jiang Suoxuan hesitantly placed her hand in his, and after being pulled to her feet, she looked at him with eyes full of gratitude and admiration. "That's not necessarily true. My name is Jiang Suoxuan. I don't know how to repay your life-saving favor. If you need anything in the future, just tell me." Xu Jingming replied, "Xu Jingming, tell me is too much, but if you could give me an autographed photo of yours, that would be great." He thought of his friend, Liu Wenhan, who is a super fan of Jiang Suoxuan. Wanting an autographed photo hasn't been a one-day wish for him. Hearing this, Jiang Suoxuan exclaimed in surprise. "Oh," then said, "I don't have a photo on me. Can I give it to you after I get back to the base?" Xu Jingming nodded. "Of course, that's fine." Jiang Suoxuan's gaze rested on his spear, and she asked, "Cloud Shadow Wind Speed Spear. Are you also from the Madi University of Ability?" Xu Jingming was a bit surprised. "This was a gift from my teacher." "Do you know this spear?" Jiang Suoxuan explained happily, because for level 1 and 2 ability users, it's too heavy, and level 3 users all use C-grade equipment or higher, so it's very famous." "Let me reintroduce myself. I'm a second-year student in Class 3, Ice Department of the Elemental Academy. Nice to meet you, Senior." She thought to herself, I've never heard his name at school. This Senior is really low-key. Hearing her call him Senior, Xu Jingming thought to himself, Senior is right. Normal students at Mada University don't reach level 2 high tier until their 3rd year. Oh well, seeing how much she admires him, I shouldn't discourage her. He just smiled and replied, "Hello, Junior." Jiang Suoxuan was even more impressed. "Senior, your strength is truly amazing. Even though this ground dragon is a level 3 low tier, it could be compared to a normal level 3 high tier beast. I didn't expect you to kill it in an instant, Senior." Xu Jingming intended to leave, but Jiang Suoxuan asked hurriedly, "Senior, are you leaving already?" He nodded. "That's right." Jiang Suoxuan appeared a bit embarrassed and stammered, "That's Senior. Can I tag along with you for a while? I got separated from my guard team, and I can't handle it alone." Xu Jingming thought for a moment and then agreed. "All right, I'll take you to the city ruins area, and then you can go back on your own." Jiang Suoxuan beamed with joy. "Then thank you so much, Senior." On the way, she suddenly remembered something and pointed behind her. Xu Jingming thought for a moment and agreed. "Fine, I'll take you to the city ruins, then you can head back on your own." Jiang Suoxuan was visibly delighted. "Then thank you so much, Senior." On the way, she suddenly remembered something and pointed behind her. "That's right, Senior. Do you want to take a look inside the rock dragon's cave? There might be some good loot in there. Otherwise, that dragon wouldn't have come out just to hunt me down." Xu Jingming nodded. "All right, let's go check it out." As they walked, Jiang Suoxuan asked curiously, "Senior, which academy are you from?" Xu Jingming replied briefly, "The Weaponry Academy." She continued excitedly, "I know your academy has a guy named Yang Zentian. He's got the nickname Yang Zentian, and overall, he's just really fierce." Xu Jingming replied calmly, "That's my teacher." Hearing that, Jiang Suoxuan instantly turned to stone, her face flushing bright red with embarrassment. She hurriedly bowed her head to apologize. Ah, I'm sorry. I misspoke. After dealing with the rock dragon, Xu Jingming turned back to look at Jiang Suashuan, secretly wondering, with beads of sweat on her forehead, isn't Jiang Suashuan's livestream persona that of a cold, aloof goddess? In reality, she's such a chatterbox. Then, Jiang Suashuan led him to the mouth of a dark, gloomy cave. She said as they walked, "Senior, this is the place." Xu Jingming immediately stepped forward, shielding her, his hand gripping his spear tightly as he said seriously, "We don't know if there's danger inside, so stay behind me." Jiang Suoshuan nodded obediently. The two entered the cave cautiously. Xu Jingming led the way, purple lightning dancing around the tip of his spear, ready for battle, while Jiang Suoshuan followed closely behind. As they went deeper, the scene before them left them stunned. It was a vast space with a crystal-clear pool and countless strange flowers and plants emitting a soft, gentle glow. Jiang Suoshuan gasped involuntarily. "It smells so good." They looked around in amazement. The air was filled with fragrance and pure energy. Xu Jingming, with his knowledge, quickly recognized the value of the place. Grade B, spirit herbs. Grade A, blazing flowers. Grade C, hypnosis grass. How are so many rare flowers and herbs growing here? Then, his gaze landed on the pool, his voice trembling slightly. This is. He had realized what the most precious treasure was. His voice was filled with astonishment. The source of the Earth's essence, a great as Earth Spirit Spring, a legendary healing medicine below the 4th level. Jiang Suoshuan was also stunned, turning to ask in disbelief. "Whoa, are you sure?" She sat down gently, picked a flower, and brought it to her nose to smell it. She closed her eyes to enjoy it before explaining. The Earth Spirit Spring must have nourished the nearby flora, turning them into rare herbs, imbuing them with the cool, fresh scent of the spring. She turned back to look at Xu Jingming happily and affirmed, "There's no mistake. This is definitely the powerful Earth Spirit Spring. I didn't expect you to have such deep research into rare natural treasures." She added proudly, "I, for one, passed the 2nd grade pharmacist certification at school." Xu Jingming couldn't help but marvel inwardly. I didn't expect her to be a top student. A 2nd grade pharmacist certification, I heard that's extremely difficult to pass. Jiang Suoshuan laughed happily and generously suggested, "Ha, you're too kind, senior. This pool of Earth Spirit Spring water can produce at least 5 portions of Grade S healing serum. Senior, how about all of this Earth Spirit Spring belongs to you?" Xu Jingming shook his head and offered a fairer proposal. 4 for me. 1 for you. Also, we'll split the rare flowers and herbs here 50-50. Hearing that, Jiang Suoshuan was visibly delighted. "Then thank you so much, senior." Just then, from the cave entrance, Jiang Suoshuan's mercenary squad appeared. One guy grumbled, "Captain, there isn't even a monster in this cave. Could there really be anything good in here?" Both Xu Jingming and Jiang Suoshuan were startled and turned around, their expressions becoming tense. Captain Wang stepped in, scanned the area, and said, "That's not necessarily true. Looking at the traces, this must have been the lair of a Grade 3 rock dragon. The lair of a dragon-type beast, then there really might be some good stuff here." Seeing the two of them, Jiang Suoshuan breathed a sigh of relief. "Huh? Oh, it's you guys, Captain Wang. You scared the life out of me." But Xu Jingming was secretly worried. A Grade 3 elite Esper squad, if they discovered this Grade S Earth Spirit Spring, there would likely be trouble. Captain Wang approached with a fake smile. "Miss Jiang, we've been looking everywhere for you. I didn't expect to run into you here." "Miss Jiang, the person next to you wasn't here before." Jiang Suoshuan quickly made up a story. "This is actually a senior from the same school. I met him on the way and happened to ask for directions. Right, the quality of these rare herbs isn't bad. Since we all saw them, let's share them." Captain Wang smiled sinisterly. "Is that so? Then thank you very much, Miss Jiang." At the same time, one of his subordinates leaned into his ear and whispered, "Captain, there seems to be something suspicious. That spring in the middle looks a bit like the Grade S healing medicine, the Earth Spirit Spring." Hearing that, the mercenary team's eyes instantly lit up with greed, turning red as blood. In their minds, they could only think of one thing, a Grade S natural treasure. Sensing the change, Xu Jingming and Jiang Suoshuan exchanged looks, worrying. Damn it, as soon as we mentioned a Grade S resource, the atmosphere changed instantly. The smile on Captain Wang's face vanished, replaced by a fierce, cruel look. He gritted out, "Miss Jiang, it seems you guys aren't being very honest, are you?" She stepped forward calmly and said, "If you've all already figured it out, then you can have the Earth Spirit Spring and these rare herbs. Senior, let's go." Jiang Suoshuan hurriedly pulled his arm, whispering anxiously, "Senior, Captain Wang's team are all peak Grade 3 espers. We can't fight them." Su Jingming replied in a confident voice, Junior, they're only peak grade 3 espers. I don't think I'm any worse than they are, he continued, his sharp gaze fixed on the mercenaries. Besides, even if we handed over all the natural treasures, they wouldn't let us go anyway. He looked at her as if to confirm, right? Captain Wang burst into an arrogant laugh. You don't think you're worse than them, do you? He continued, his gaze sharp as he looked directly at the mercenaries. Besides, even if we handed over all the rare treasures to them, they wouldn't spare us anyway. He turned to look at her as if to confirm, right? Wang Duipo laughed arrogantly. Haha, this kid has a cocky attitude, but his guess wasn't wrong. He no longer hid his intentions, his voice filled with murderous intent. Miss Jiang is a big influencer. If you go back and write a little post, the rest of us might not be able to live in this country anymore. So, it's better to just kill you all here. Facing the life or death situation, Jiang Suoshuan clenched her fists, her gaze becoming resolute. There's no other way. I can't be a burden to Senior. She quickly took out a blood-red pill and raised it to her lips. It was a blood-burst pill. The moment the blood-burst pill touched her lips, Jiang Suoshuan let out a soft groan. She entered a battle stance, her entire body radiating cold blue energy. Tiny ice crystals began to form around her, her expression unyielding. The ground under the mercenaries' feet began to freeze, and the frigid air spread, restricting their movements. Captain Wang sneered and gave an order with confidence. I'll handle Jiang Suoshuan. Chu Chang, you go take care of her companion first. The rest of you, just guard the cave entrance. The man named Chu Chang, holding a camera, and another man replied in unison, You got it. The captain let out a roar, and his body began to transform, his face turning into a fierce tiger's head. He growled, Miss Jiang, sorry, but you have to lose your life here today. In the blink of an eye, he had completely transformed into a giant tiger man, possessing a grade C animal type enhancement ability, the saber-toothed tiger. Chu Chang, the man with the camera, licked his lips in a sick way and said to the captain, Captain, take it easy on her. Don't kill her right away. It'd be a shame to kill such a beautiful lady so soon. We'll definitely love her for a while, and we might as well record the whole thing. Hearing those disgusting words, Jiang Suoshuan was filled with both indignation and despair, thinking to herself, These beasts in human clothing, am I going to die here today? I'm so frustrated, and I've even dragged the senior into this. Suddenly, she realized something and hurriedly looked around, searching. Wait, where's the senior? In a split second, Captain Wang's pupils contracted, reflecting a dark shadow rushing toward him with terrifying speed. Thud. Chu Chang hadn't even had time to react before he was impaled by a spear. Su Jingming held the spear shaft coldly, ignoring his final, wheezing words. Captain Su Jingming glanced at the man who had just died, his expression devoid of emotion, thinking, Looks like the strength of a grade 3 isn't all that much. Captain Wang was stunned, stuttering and unable to speak. Fast, too fast. Su Jingming pulled his spear out of the corpse, letting it drop to the ground. Only now did Captain Wang realize his fatal mistake. That Chu Chang, although only a mid-level grade 3, wasn't someone just anyone could kill so easily. So you're the most troublesome one. I really misjudged you. He roared in anger, swinging his battle axe toward Su Jingming. Clang. Su Jingming easily blocked the attack, purple lightning beginning to erupt around him. He felt the strength of his opponent, his gaze becoming serious as a dark purple aura began to wrap around his body. If we're just talking about raw attack power, this peak grade 3 captain is indeed quite a bit stronger than me. In that case, I can't hold back anymore. The two remaining mercenaries also felt the terrifying power surging from Su Jingming and couldn't help but be horrified. Boom! A massive wave of energy erupted from Su Jingming's body. His muscles bulged and his clothes ripped apart. He roared, thunder extreme form. Jiang Suoshuan covered her mouth, staring in shock at the familiar figure transforming in such a terrifying way. She whispered. Senior Captain Wang had to step back, exclaiming in a panic, What kind of monster is this? Before them, Su Jingming had completely transformed. Horns sprouted from his head. His physique had grown massive and muscular, and his entire body was wreathed in bolts of destructive black lightning. He felt the surging power coursing through his veins, and a look of deep satisfaction spread across his demonic face. This overwhelming sense of power felt incredible. Captain Gu, clearly rattled, roared to mask his fear. Don't try to scare me with these parlor tricks. That's just some special ability, nothing more. Boom! Su Jingming stomped hard against the ground and lunged forward with a bloodthirsty grin. The sword-toothed tiger mercenary hurriedly raised his arms to block, forming a layer of hardened energy armor. He shouted with bravado, Listen, kid. Below level 4, no attack can break through my armor. Crash. Su Jingming's spear collided with the armor, triggering a violent explosion of energy. The defensive barrier shattered into pieces, and the captain let out a harrowing scream. Now, in his demonic form, Xu Jingming looked down at his opponent with a commanding, authoritative voice. My physical strength is now 3 or 4 times greater than before. Even if you were made of iron and steel, you wouldn't be able to withstand this. At that same moment, another mercenary seized the opportunity to attack from behind, a massive claw of fire swiping towards Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming didn't even bother to turn around. With just a single thought, the black lightning surrounding him automatically formed a shield, stopping the attack in its tracks. He mused to himself that his control over his abilities had reached its peak. The fire element mercenary screamed in terror. My blazing demon claw was blocked? How is that possible? That's a B-rank combat technique, and I've mastered it to an advanced level. What kind of monster is this? In the blink of an eye, Xu Jingming appeared before him, landing a lightning-fast strike that slammed him into the ground. Coldly, he remarked. You're worthy of being a level 3 peak expert. You actually survived another spear thrust. The mercenary lay on the ground, begging in a panic. Please don't kill me. I'll give you all the Earth Spirit Spring, and I have hundreds of millions in savings. I'll give it all to you. But the only response he received was Xu Jingming's icy, emotionless gaze. Begging for mercy now was far too late. With a wet thud, the life was extinguished. Standing in the distance, Jiang Suoshuan witnessed everything, frozen in shock and speechless. Is this a dream? It costs millions just to hire this mercenary squad, and their captain is rumored to be invincible below level 4. Yet, he's dead. She stared at Xu Jingming's demonic form, an unbelievable speculation rising in her heart. This is just too absurd. I've never even heard of a student in the academy with such a record. He's stronger than an A-rank ability user. Could he be an S-rank? Xu Jingming turned around to face the final 2 mercenaries, the smile on his lips becoming even more sinister. The cruel bloodlust that had faded after his level up was starting to simmer again. You're next. The 2 remaining men trembled and stammered. I, a demon. Xu Jingming smirked. A demon? Compared to scum like you who kill and rob for profit, I'd say I'm more human than you are. Realizing there was no way out, one of them shouted, Everyone, use the blood burst pill and fight to the death. Both of them bit their tongues simultaneously, preparing to use the banned drug. But it was far too late. The battle ended swiftly. Standing amidst the corpses, Xu Jingming returned to his normal state, panting heavily. He leaned against a cliff wall, sweat pouring down his face, thinking to himself, the lightning extremity technique is great, but the energy drain is huge. Only 10 minutes of use and I'm more exhausted than after a 2 or 3 hour fight with a beast. Seeing this, Jiang Suoshuan rushed over anxiously. Senior, are you all right? Xu Jingming turned back, trying to appear calm. I'm fine, just a little tired. Let's collect the Earth Spirit Spring and the rare herbs first. We can rest after. The 2 walked toward the spring. Seeing the water was still crystal clear and untainted by the battle, Jiang Suoshuan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the Earth Spirit Spring wasn't contaminated by blood. Xu Jingming sat down and carefully used the glass vials he had prepared to collect the spring water. After filling the bottles, he said with satisfaction, Not bad. Half a bottle more than I expected. He handed a bottle and a half to Jiang Suoshuan and said, This is yours. You put in a lot of work during the fight too. Jiang Suoshuan was overjoyed and deeply touched. She exclaimed, Thank you, senior. Suddenly, she let out a small ah and stumbled. Xu Jingming turned back, startled. Jiang Suoshuan's face was flushed red, her body limp as she fell toward him. She thought in a panic, Oh no, the side effects of the blood burst pill are kicking in. She collapsed into Xu Jingming's arms, letting out a soft, involuntary moan. Her entire body felt weak, completely devoid of strength. She panted, her face burning, and thought in despair, I'm so weak, I can't even use my mental energy. I can't even take extra clothes out of my spatial ring. This is so embarrassing. She stole a glance at Xu Jingming, her heart in turmoil. If she looks like this, what if Senior misunderstands and gets a bad impression of her? She was so worried she was on the verge of tears. Seeing the situation, Xu Jingming said, The side effects of the blood burst pill are intense. Let me get you somewhere to rest. With that, he gently scooped her up into his arms. Held in his firm embrace, Jiang Suoshuan's heart pounded wildly. Thump, 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 thump. She pressed her face against his bare chest, wondering why her heart was beating so fast. Is it because this is the first time she's been this close to a man? Xu Jingming sat her down against a rock and said gently, Rest here for a moment. I'll go collect the rest of the rare herbs. He took off his t-shirt and handed it to her. Jiang Suoshuan took the shirt to cover herself, feeling a warmth spread through her heart. Senior is so gentle. Her eyes followed his bare, muscular back. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming began looting the mercenaries' belongings. He checked his spatial ring and muttered, Cash, rare herbs, beast materials, C-rank combat techniques. This elite level 3 squad didn't have anything good on them. He held the 2 spatial rings, calculating, I hope these 1 cubic meter rings can be traded for a 2 cubic meter one later. Otherwise, carrying this long spear around is really a hassle. Suddenly, Jiang Suishuan called out weakly, Say Senior, the Earth Spirit Spring can alleviate the state of weakness caused by the blood burst pill. Xu Jingming was surprised. Oh, she continued, could you let me have a little bit? Just a small sip will do. Xu Jingming immediately took a vial of spring water and carefully brought it to her lips. After drinking it, Jiang Suishuan let out a relieved breath, her complexion returning to a healthy glow. She said happily, I feel much better, but to fully recover, I'll probably need to wait 3 or 4 hours. Xu Jingming sat down beside her, took a sip of the spring water, and thought to himself that this was the first time he'd realized the side effects of the blood burst pill could be neutralized. This S-rank Earth Spirit Spring is truly miraculous. He looked at the sky and calculated. 3 or 4 hours from now, it'll be evening. Let's spend the night here. It should be relatively safe. Hearing this, Jiang Suoshuan's face flushed red again, her heart racing. She thought in a panic about the 2 of them, a young man and a woman spending the night together in a dark cave. Seeing her silence, Xu Jingming asked, What do you think? Jiang Suoshuan hurriedly nodded, whispering, Yes, yes. I'll do whatever you say, Senior. As night fell, the forest grew quiet. The next morning, Jiang Suoshuan stretched refreshingly. Wow, the air in the forest is so good. If there weren't any beasts, I could stay here for a month. She glanced at Xu Jingming, who was meditating nearby, feeling a bit confused. I was thinking such crazy things last night. Senior is not that kind of person, but why do I feel a little disappointed? Xu Jingming opened his eyes, stood up, and said, Let's go. I'll take you to the edge of the forest. Jiang Suoshuan was startled and hurriedly replied, Huh. Oh, okay. The 2 started running through the woods at a high speed. While running, Xu Jingming suddenly sensed a dangerous presence. He immediately reached out to push Jiang Suoshuan behind him for protection. Just then, a giant flaming tiger leaped over their heads. The scorching heat radiating from it caused the air to distort. Xu Jingming realized with horror, This is bad, it's a level 5 blazing tiger. The giant tiger landed on the ground with a massive boom, then immediately bolted away without even noticing them. Both of them hid behind a tree, and Xu Jingming whispered, Did it not notice us? Jiang Suoshuan was equally surprised. Senior, looking at that beast's behavior, it's almost like it's running away from something. Suddenly, Jiang Suoshuan sensed an even more terrifying killing intent approaching from behind. She gasped in shock. A pack of gray rats with glowing red eyes swept past, their growls echoing through the forest. Jiang Suoshuan explained with a terrified expression, These are iron-eating rats. They are only level 1, but once they gather in a pack, even a level 6 expert who gets surrounded will be torn to shreds. No wonder even a level 5 beast had to run. Realizing the danger, Xu Jingming immediately grabbed her hand and shouted, We need to run too. The 2 of them gave it their all, sprinting away from the pursuing pack of iron-eating rats. As he ran, Xu Jingming analyzed the situation. Iron-eating rats have incredible stamina and can keep sprinting for 5 or 6 hours without stopping. Can we really outrun them? The only way to be safe is to return to base, but we're at least 90 kilometers away. I have to find a way to speed up. He looked at the spear in his hand and said decisively, This spear is too heavy. I have no choice but to ditch it. Jiang Suoshuan quickly chimed in, Senior, my spatial ring is big enough. Just put it in there. She held out her hand, and the ring emitted a faint light. The spear vanished instantly. Xu Jingming said, That's much lighter now, but trekking together like this is too slow. It'd be more convenient to just carry you. Without waiting for her reaction, he crouched down. Jiang Suoshuan exclaimed in surprise. Wait, he hoisted her onto his back, smiled, and said, Let's go. Then he accelerated forward. With startling speed, he quickly left the wolf pack behind, racing across the lush green grasslands. However, as they reached the city ruins, the situation grew even worse. He thought to himself, Even the city ruins are infested with iron-eating rats. The most troublesome scenario has finally happened. With his retreat path blocked, he gritted his teeth, his body once again erupting with that familiar black lightning. He had no choice but to go all out. In his Lei Ji Tai, demonic form, he roared to Jiang Suoshuan, who was clinging tightly to his back, Junior, hold on tight. I'm speeding up. She barely had time to scream as he shot forward like a bolt of lightning. A series of purple lightning bolts erupted from his body, clearing out the iron-eating rats in his path. Notifications kept popping up. Defeated a low-tier grade 1 iron-eating rat, plus 2 Esper points. Defeated a mid-tier grade 1 iron-eating rat, plus 3 Esper points. At the same time, At the primitive base, Wang Yan was receiving a report from his subordinates. An assistant reported with a grave expression, "Manager, according to the statistics, the scale of this rat tide is massive, at least over 300,000 iron-eating rats. The impact of this attack on the ecological balance of the primitive wilderness is extreme. We're likely looking at a months-long period of decline." Wang Yan stared at the map covered in danger markers and said anxiously, "It's a tragedy for the espers who ventured deep into the wilderness. I'm afraid most of them will be swallowed up." He thought to himself, "I hope Jingming didn't go too deep into the wilderness. Otherwise, unless his mentor, Yang Zhenqian, steps in personally, no one can save him." Suddenly, a sentry shouted, "Look over there." "What is that?" Everyone looked into the distance as a massive ball of lightning charged toward them. Someone else said in terror, "That lightning is terrifying. Could it be a beast that controls electricity?" Wang Yan immediately gave the order, "Don't panic. Assess the threat level of the beast immediately. Squad 1, you have permission to open fire." But it was too late. A voice came over the radio. "The target is breaking through toward the base at a speed of about 80 meters per second. Interception failed. The lightning ball slammed straight into the defensive perimeter, purple electricity spreading everywhere and clearing all obstacles." The lightning ball finally came to a stop in front of the base gate. Jiang Suoshuan's screaming was still echoing in the air. As the sphere dissipated, Jingming landed on the ground and gently set Jiang Suoshuan down. The soldiers around them stared in bewilderment. One of them said, "Damn, that's a person? I thought it was a lightning-type beast. I have to say, this guy's aura is truly terrifying. Hey, why does the back of the person he's carrying look so familiar?" Jingming panted, his bare back drenched in sweat. He said, "We've made it to the base for supplies. We're safe now." Jiang Suoshuan snorted, leaning on his arm with a look of relief and gratitude. "Yeah, that journey was truly terrifying. Thank goodness for you, senior." At that moment, Wang Yan ran over from a distance, his face filled with shock. "You're Jingming. You actually made it through the rat tide. Do you need any help?" Jingming replied warily, "I've been running from the mountain range for over 40 minutes to get here. I'm a bit tired. Just help me book a room to rest." Hearing this, Wang Yan froze, shocked to his core. The mountain range area that's over 90 kilometers away. Even a grade 4 esper wouldn't necessarily be able to break through from there. This Jingming actually managed it. He hurriedly gestured, "I'll arrange a room for you immediately. Someone, hurry up and help Jingming." But Jiang Suoshuan gently looped her arm through Jingming's and said, "No need, I can help senior myself." As they walked away together, the surrounding soldiers couldn't help but whisper, "Isn't the girl next to him Goddess Jiang?" "Yeah, it's her. That kid is really lucky." Another sighed, "What is their relationship? Could it be Goddess? My goddess has been stolen by someone else." Afterward, Jingming fell into a deep sleep. When he slowly opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Jiang Suoshuan sitting by his bedside. She said joyfully, "Senior, you're finally awake. You slept for 2 whole days and nights. I almost had to feed you Earth Spirit Spring." Jingming sat up, feeling that his body had fully recovered. He asked, "I slept that long?" "That's right. What's the situation in the wilderness now?" Jiang Suoshuan replied, "The rat tide still hasn't retreated. The wilderness is still on lockdown. Even if they do retreat, there won't be any beasts around for a while." Jingming nodded. The official start of school was only a few days away. It seemed it was time to head back to campus. Hearing this, Jiang Suoshuan said excitedly, "Senior, you're planning to go back to school. What a coincidence. I'm getting ready to head back too." Jingming smiled. "Sounds good." Jiang Suoshuan suddenly remembered something. "Oh, that's right, senior." She suddenly produced a photo which showed her wearing extremely alluring pajamas, lying on a bed in a provocative pose. "Here is the signed photo you wanted before." Jingming was stunned. "Huh?" He awkwardly scratched his head, his face turning red. "The signed photo? I was asking for that for a friend. Is this one maybe a bit inappropriate? Do you have one that's a bit more normal?" Jiang Suoshuan shrieked. "Ah, you were asking for a friend? I misunderstood." She covered her face in embarrassment, screaming internally, "I'm so embarrassed. I actually thought Senior was interested in me." She hurriedly snatched the photo back and handed him another one. "Take this one instead. Give me back the other one." But Jingming held onto the photo tightly, hesitating. "This one, can I keep this one for myself?" Hearing this, Jiang Suoshuan froze. Then she broke into a radiant, meaningful smile. "Of course you can. He. Jingming hurriedly stood up, looking for an excuse to leave. Right. I've been asleep for 2 days and there's a lot of work piled up. I'm going to go take care of that. Right. I still need to book a high-speed train ticket home." Jiang Suoshuan crossed her arms and said confidently, "High-speed train? No need. I drove here, you could just catch a ride back with me. Soon, both were in a yellow convertible supercar, speeding down the road. Jingming couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a major TikToker, you even have this kind of limited edition sports car worth tens of millions. This is my first time experiencing a self-driving car. Jiang Su-Xuan smiled and explained, hee hee, it only has a grade 5 AI, but making it self-driving is quite simple. The car stopped at the gate of the Esper University. Both stepped out. Jingming carried his spear on his shoulder, while Jiang Su-Xuan had changed into dynamic casual wear. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding students. Wow, that guy is so handsome, tall and straight, and he carries such a dangerous vibe, so cool. What a shame, he seems to have a girlfriend, and she's so pretty too. Jingming stretched, feeling refreshed. Finally back, in the last month and a half, my strength has really changed. He turned and asked, Junior, which dorm area is yours? She pointed in one direction. Area 3. Where are you? Jiang Su-Xuan replied, I'm in Area 2. So let's part ways here. Jingming nodded. If you need any help in the future, just say the word. She replied with a smile. Sure, I'll definitely bother you if I get the chance. Just as he turned to leave, Jiang Su-Xuan suddenly stood on her tiptoes and gave him a light kiss on the cheek. Jingming instantly turned to stone, his face flushing deep red. She smiled and said, Consider that a small reward for saving my life. With that, she turned and walked away gracefully, waving her hand. Senior, see you next time. Jingming stood there stunned, touching his cheek, the feeling still echoing in his head. Did I just get forced into a kiss? In her own room, Jiang Su-Xuan sat at her computer and thought, someone as strong as Senior can't be a nobody. Let me look up his information. She started searching, muttering to herself. New student record breaker, strongest grade 1. Strange. Why are these all topics about new students? Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Got it. Here is the detailed file on Senior. After reading the information, her face flushed red from both embarrassment and anger. Jingming, he's actually a new student, a high-tier grade 2 new student, and I've been calling him Senior this whole time. That little scammer. Next time I see you, see how I deal with you, you freshman. Meanwhile, in his dorm, Jingming was tallying his spoils, the flame flower and the terror wolf. The mission requirements were satisfied. He had 2 spatial rings and over 25 million in his bank account. He opened his status screen to check. Name, Jingming. Rank, high-tier grade 2. Esper ability, S-class meteor thunder. Esper points, 3,712. He thought with satisfaction. It's a shame I ran into that rat tide. Otherwise, I could have harvested even more points. But over 3,700 points should be enough to learn 2 S-class combat techniques, right? Suddenly, the door swung open and Jingming's roommate walked in. Jingming, you're finally back. You left without saying a word. We heard there was a rat swarm outbreak in the wilds and were worried sick about you. Jingming replied that there was indeed an outbreak, but the military had already handled it. Feeling the powerful aura radiating from Jingming, his roommate shouted in shock, Damn. Jingming, you broke through to the 2nd rank. Jingming calmly sat down and said, Technically, it's the 2nd rank upper level. His roommate jumped up. Whoa. I faced several life or death situations, but I had a bit of luck. Not only did I manage to escape, but I also made a breakthrough. His roommate looked at him with admiration. It was no surprise it was Jingming. You couldn't measure him by common standards. Can life or death situations really increase your strength that quickly? It made him want to try it himself. Jingming quickly stopped him. Don't. I'm a special case. The wilds are very dangerous. If you want to go, it's best to wait until you reach the 2nd rank. His roommate chuckled. I'm just saying, I won't be heading to the wilds at this stage. By the way, while you were gone, Song Chuan came looking for you several times. You should contact her when you're free. Jingming replied, Oh, I'll reach out to her once I'm done with what I'm working on. He took out a photo and handed it to his roommate. Right, I brought you a gift from the wilds. His roommate asked curiously. Upon seeing the photo, his eyes immediately turned into heart shapes. He started drooling, and he shouted with joy. An autographed photo of the goddess Jiang Su-Xuan. Yes. Afterward, Jingming headed to the school's combat techniques library, an ancient and solemn place. He sat down at a desk, thinking with satisfaction that he had earned 871 credits from 4 missions. Doing missions really was a fast way to earn credits. He ordered the Yinu system, help me filter all S-rank lightning-type combat techniques. Virtual screens immediately appeared before his eyes, displaying information about lightning impact, an S-rank technique that condensed marks from lightning-type abilities to deal massive electrical damage. The note indicated this technique was only for those with a C rank or higher lightning ability and second rank or higher. S rank Thunder Fist. The user's lightning ability is maximized and focused into a punch. The note said this technique required a B rank ability or higher and was for third rank users or above. S rank Thunder Prison Realm creates an unbreakable lightning barrier around the enemy, while continuously raining down lightning strikes within the barrier. The note specified it was only for those with a B rank lightning ability or higher and third rank users or above. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking. A top-tier academy like Manhwa Ability University only had about 20 S-rank lightning combat techniques. However, since these S-rank techniques would affect his future combat power, he had to choose carefully. Countless virtual screens flickered before him, showing various options. Finally, he pointed to the last two. S-rank Heavenly Thunder Art, which used his own electricity to trigger natural lightning and call down strikes to a designated location. The note stated that for those at the second rank or higher, the power would be enhanced if wielded by an A-rank ability user. S-rank Prison Lightning Shield used one's own ability to weave lightning in a specific way to form a defensive barrier around the body. The note stated it was for second rank or higher, and A-rank ability users could cultivate it. He decided on these two, one focused on long-range attacks, the other on defense, a comprehensive offensive and defensive package. He gave a confident smirk. Others might have to focus on just one path between techniques and melee, but he had a hack. Why worry about that? He was taking both. He began to study the Heavenly Thunder Art in depth, his expression turning serious. This technique was the only prerequisite for the Manhwa University SSS rank 10,000 Prison Lightning Lead technique. It was truly profound, even more so than the Lightning Marrow Immortal Body technique. The more he read, the more his head hurt. Why was this technique so complex? It felt even more painful than when he was a graduate student. He remembered reading foreign technical documents in his previous life as a PhD student. 6 hours later, Jingming finally put the book down and let out a tired breath. Phew, finally, I have a basic understanding and grasp of it. Now, let the system handle the rest. He tapped the desk, and a blue light enveloped him. He ordered, Thom Lam, give me an upgrade. Purple lightning immediately exploded around him, and energy surged violently. After the process was complete, he exclaimed in shock, damn, upgrading an S-rank technique to beginner level actually costs 1,600 ability points. The points I worked so hard to accumulate in the wilds are barely enough to learn 2 of these. A robotic voice sounded, Little Master, it is now 1 in the morning. Please be mindful of your time. Also, a reminder, do not use abilities in the library. Jingming replied, all right, it's late. Learning the Prison Lightning Shield will probably take more time, so I'll come back next time. At a school sports field, Song Chuan was jogging under the moonlight. She thought to herself. For over a month, she had been training until late every night. Even she was surprised by her own diligence. When Jingming returned, she had to challenge him, to show him that she was the true number 1 among the freshmen. Suddenly, a massive shadow glided across the night sky. She looked up and realized in horror it was a white-ringed black feather eagle. She immediately became alert, analyzing the situation based on its speed and camouflage-colored feathers for city hunting. Judging by the speed, it was about third rank, not easy to deal with. Unexpectedly, a clap of thunder rang out in the clear, cloudless sky. Boom! She was surprised. Why was there thunder in the sky? There weren't even any clouds. A massive purple lightning orb appeared in mid-air and shot straight toward the eagle. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred, sending feathers and blood flying everywhere. The white-ringed black feather eagle was completely destroyed. Song Chuan stared in disbelief at the scene, the lingering lightning sparks flickering in the sky. She thought, to directly destroy a white-ringed black feather eagle, which high-rank lightning ability user did this? Looking at the distance, the person who made the move must be right here on campus. In a small grove on campus, Jingming stood amidst the lingering electricity. Song Chuan continued to guess, I wonder which senior or instructor that was. He crossed his arms, feeling the power he had just released, and gave a very satisfied smirk. To have this much power after just one attempt, the S-rank Heavenly Thunder Art is truly earth-shattering. A notification popped up in his mind, defeated a mid-level third-rank white-ringed black feather eagle. Ability points plus 34. He thought, the Heavenly Thunder Art was even stronger than he imagined. It directly annihilated the beast. More importantly, the range was nearly 1,000 meters. A figure approached from a distance. Jingming turned to look, smiled, and said, so this is the famous freshman. Jingming, how interesting. The next day, at the cafeteria, his roommate saw Jingming ready to head out and asked, Jingming, going out so early? Jingming replied, the freshman competition is starting in a few days, so I'm heading to the combat library once more. In the cafeteria, his roommate watched his friend walk away, muttering with a look of determination while picking at his food. Just got back from the wilds and he's already working this hard. He's not human. No way. After breakfast, I have to go train too. As Xu Jingming walked across campus, a familiar voice called out from behind. Classmate Xu. He turned to see Song Chuan waving at him happily. She said, "Thank goodness, you're back safely from the wilds." He looked at her athletic gear and asked with slight surprise, "Classmate Song, you're dressed like that. Are you preparing to?" Song Chuan stepped closer, looking straight into Xu Jingming's eyes with a challenging gaze. "Classmate Xu, surely you remember. You promised to spar with me, right?" She emphasized. "Spar?" Xu Jingming asked calmly. "You're sure you want to spar with me?" Song Chuan put her hands on her hips and replied confidently, "What's the matter? I'm the top student from Sichuan province too. Don't you dare look down on me." Xu Jingming nodded. "All right, I understand. We'll find a time later to spar." But Song Chuan quickly grabbed his arm and pulled him along, saying eagerly, "Why wait for later? Let's do it now. Just head straight to the practice room on the second floor of your dormitory." As he was dragged away unexpectedly, Xu Jingming thought to himself, "She's certainly a decisive girl. No wonder she's from Sichuan. But is sparring with me really worth looking forward to that much?" Meanwhile, Song Chuan glanced back at him, her eyes reflecting confidence and anticipation. She thought to herself with a proud expression, "I wonder what kind of look Xu Jingming will have when he sees I've broken through to the second rank." Soon, they arrived at the practice room. Song Chuan wore a provocative smile, interlaced her fingers, and cracked her knuckles. "Classmate Xu, I hope you won't lose too badly later." Xu Jingming looked at her and said calmly, "You won't be able to beat me without a weapon." Song Chuan replied confidently, light energy beginning to gather in her hands, "I definitely have a weapon." She raised her hand, and a blinding white light began to condense, forming an energy vortex. From within that glow, a sky-piercing halberd gradually emerged, which she gripped tightly. Song Chuan spun skillfully, the halberd in her hand carving a powerful arc through the air, her stance looking extremely impressive. Xu Jingming was slightly surprised. The Fangshan halberd, a girl actually using this rare type of weapon. Song Chuan pointed the tip of her halberd at him and declared with great spirit, "Classmate Xu, get ready to start. This time, I'm going to defeat you completely." Xu Jingming calmly replied, "Sure." In the spectator stands, Liu Wenhan and the female friend accompanying Song Chuan were watching. Liu Wenhan excitedly declared, "Xu is definitely going to win," while the friend covered her mouth and called out Chu Yun's name anxiously. Sensing Song Chuan's aura, Xu Jingming smirked and purple lightning began to surge from his body. "Second order. Lower stage, so you've already broken through. No wonder you're so confident about wanting to beat me," he continued. "However, I haven't been standing still either." Song Chuan's friend was extremely shocked when she felt the pressure from Xu Jingming, stammering, "Second order, upper stage, how is that possible?" Liu Wenhan, standing nearby, laughed gleefully. "Heh. I told you, your Chuyan can't beat our Xu Jingming." Song Chuan was also stunned, sweat beginning to bead on her forehead. "Second order, upper stage, I intended to use my rank to suppress him, but I got suppressed instead." She gritted her teeth, thinking, "Everyone is a provincial valedictorian. How is his leveling speed so much faster than mine?" Xu Jingming asked calmly. "Well, still want to continue?" Even though she was shocked, Song Chuan refused to give up. She bit her lip and replied, "Of course, but you aren't allowed to use too much force." Xu Jingming smiled, looking appreciative. "As expected of the Sichuan provincial valedictorian, you know when to be flexible. Don't worry, I won't strike first, you can attack." Song Chuan took a deep breath, her eyes becoming sharp. She raised her Fangshan halberd high, and light energy erupted violently. "Classmate Xu, don't blame me if you regret this." Radiant light, Xu Jingming observed the dazzling flow of energy, thinking to himself, "Is this the grade A light element ability, Radiant Light? It's the same type of elemental ability as lightning. I wonder how powerful it is." Song Chuan shouted, "Ha!" She lunged forward, her halberd engulfed in brilliant light, slicing straight toward Xu Jingming. He mused, "Is this a weapon enhancement combat technique? First time seeing one." The halberd radiated intense light and heat, like a small sun rushing toward Xu Jingming. This move was called the Radiant Flame Slash. Xu Jingming stood perfectly still, the purple lightning around him intensifying, forming a suit of electrical armor. He raised his spear, not dodging at all, and blocked Song Chuan's attack head-on. Clang! A harsh sound of collision rang out. The fiery halberd was easily blocked by Xu Jingming's spear. He commented, "Using light element abilities to channel flames is quite a decent combat technique. It's a pity the power is a bit weak." Outside, Liu Wenhan shouted excitedly, "Nice, He continued to comment, "This combat technique of Song Chuwen's has defeated countless people in Sichuan province. I never expected Xu Jingming to block it so easily." Unwilling to accept defeat, Song Chuwen gritted her teeth to regain her footing, her eyes burning with intense fighting spirit. She shouted, "Come on." She poured all her strength into unleashing her ultimate move, Radiant Wind Slash, creating countless halberd strikes like a violent storm, attacking her opponent relentlessly. Xu Jingming calmly parried, shaking his head as he critiqued, "Not good, not good. The speed of your technique is too slow, and the force is insufficient. You still have a lot of practicing to do." Song Chuwen became more and more terrified as she fought. Sweat drenched her face, revealing clear panic as she realized all her attacks were being completely blocked. Exhausted, she gasped for breath. "Phew, you're killing me. I'm done." "A grade A technique? I slashed 100 times, and you countered it without even using a combat technique," she asked suspiciously. "Your proficiency in spearmanship is probably more than just high level, isn't it?" Xu Jingming smiled and replied, "You guessed right. My spearmanship is at the master level." Hearing this, Song Chuen's eyes widened, and she exclaimed in shock, "Master-level spearmanship? How old are you?" "I practiced for 10 years just to reach high level. You're truly a monster." She hung her head in total defeat. "I admit it, I can't beat you. With your S-rank ability plus such monstrous talent, who could ever surpass you?" Xu Jingming withdrew his spear and raised an eyebrow, offering a suggestion. "Not going to try other combat techniques?" Song Chuan shook her head and laughed. "Your mental power level is higher. Using magic on you is useless. Thanks for the sparring session. I'll treat you to lunch today." "How about that?" Xu Jingming replied happily. "Sure." Song Chuan turned to call her friend. "Okay, we'll meet at noon then." "Heh, let's go." Her friend thought to herself, "It seems Xu Jingming is still a little bit stronger." As soon as the opponent left, Liu Wenhan ran over to praise him. "Xu Jingming, you're a beast. You really are the strongest among the provincial valedictorians." Xu Jingming replied modestly, "It's all right. Song Chuen's strength isn't that high, but her leveling speed is very fast." Liu Wenhan thought to himself, if Song Chuen's strength isn't high, then only Xu Jingming would feel that way, and then whispered in his ear, "You don't even know. She is the great-granddaughter of the S-rank light element ability 8th Order Grandmaster Song Daoyuan, who appears in the history textbooks." Xu Jingming paused and remembered. "That expert from 80 years ago, I remember there was a chapter in our professional textbooks dedicated to him." Liu Wenhan continued to explain. "In Sichuan province, the S-rank ability Grandmaster Song Daoyuan is a household name. Song Chuan is his favorite, so her leveling is definitely fast." Xu Jingming suddenly understood. No wonder she was buying everything in sight last time, and had a storage ring that could hold a 2-meter-long Fangqian halberd. Turns out her background is that deep. Understanding the full story, Xu Jingming waved goodbye. "I'm off. I have to keep going to my martial arts class." The scene shifted to outside the academy building under the blue sky, as time quietly passed. In the training room, Xu Jingming activated his lightning, turned around, and noted, condensing the nether prison lightning armor consumes 1.5 energy points. It lasts for half an hour. Not only can it reduce high-impact force by 90%, but it can also automatically counterattack. It's like having Thorn's armor. Not bad, not bad. The system notified him 4 hours later. Xu Jingming looked at the stats board and then at his hand. "Let me see how many ability points I have left after maxing out the nether prison lightning armor." He pondered his upcoming plan. "I still have over 700 ability points left. When I have the chance, I'll go to the nearby Yangcheng wilderness area to replenish them." Leaving the training room, Xu Jingming walked under the evening sun with a determined look, saying to himself, "From now on, I'm going all out to prepare for the freshman competition." Time flew by, and on the 1st of the month, the day of the freshman competition, on the way to the arena, Xu Jingming commented that the weapons of the two of them were actually quite different from what regular female students usually carried. The friend with glasses held a pair of sharp claws and replied, "Haven't you heard? The weirder the shape, the faster you win. My goal this time is to reach the top 50 in the freshman competition." Walking alongside, Song Chuan also excitedly shared, "My goal is actually a bit higher than Xiaoshuan's. I want to take second place in the freshman competition." Xu Jingming turned in surprise and asked, "Second place? You don't want to fight me again?" Song Chuan shrugged and replied realistically, "Well, I can't beat you anyway. Why look for trouble?" Then she warned him sternly, "However, there is also the Qinghai valedictorian, Li Chengji, who has reached the second order. He's very arrogant." Her eyes flashed with a competitive spirit. "I actually want to see just how much strength he has." Right then, the friend accompanying her pointed forward and cheered, "Look, we've arrived at the competition hall." In the stands of arena number 3, A girl with short hair asked her friend in surprise, Jiang Suoxuan. I didn't think you would be interested in the freshman competition. I thought you didn't like watching these kinds of matches. Jiang Suoxuan smiled with a mysterious look and replied, because someone I'm paying attention to is participating. The friend curiously pressed, is the person you're watching a man or a woman? Where? Jiang Suoxuan's eyes lit up as she looked down at the arena and replied, a man. He's here. Walking inside, Xu Jingming was overwhelmed by the scale of the arena. This arena is just way too big. Pretty impressive. However, while the school has a lot of students, it shouldn't be to the point of being this wasteful. Looking at the sea of people cheering in the stands, he suddenly remembered the reason. I heard my teacher mention before that the freshman competition will have a 100-person grand melee. A larger arena is normal. Xu Jingming cracked his knuckles, the purple lightning around him crackling with excitement. 100-person grand battle? Huh. This freshman competition sounds interesting. Liu Wenhan suddenly pointed to the stands and shouted, oh my god, everyone look. Why are there so many big shots from various clubs in the spectator seats? Even the presidents of the school's two top clubs, Grey Ash and Starfall, came to attend in person. This setup, surely this isn't aimed at me, right? Xu Jingming asked, turning around, puzzled. A student society? Does our motto University of Abilities have student societies? Liu Wenhan immediately explained. Of course, but the societies at Mado University aren't like the gaming or chess clubs at typical schools. You could say they're combat teams formed by ability users. He excitedly continued about the benefits. They usually organize trips to the wild to hunt beasts together, distribute training resources every month, and you can even transfer directly to an affiliated top-tier guild after graduation to become an official member. Suddenly remembering something, Liu Wenhan rubbed his forehead and looked around. Right, your senior Liu Ming is the vice president of the Ashes Society. That strange today is the perfect day to show off. So why isn't he here? Xu Jingming grew thoughtful, a flicker of worry in his eyes. Liu Ming? Since I returned to school, I haven't been able to contact Liu Ming, or even my master. I heard they went to the southwest. I just hope they're safe. In a corner of the hallway, a society member respectfully greeted a man who had just arrived. President, I heard the war in the southwest is intensifying. It must be tough to handle all that and still come back to campus. The subordinate continued. But you can just leave this new recruit selection to us. No need to trouble yourself with presiding over it. But the Ashes Society president, Wei He, coldly cut him off. No, nothing else matters. The only reason I came back this time is to recruit Liu Ming's junior, Xu Jingming, no matter the cost. Standing on the podium, he glanced at the opposite side, puzzled. I just don't know why Wu Yuan from the Stardust Society is here too. On the opposite balcony, a black-haired man with sharp eyes stroked his chin in thought. Could his target be Xu Jingming too? This person was none other than the Stardust Society president, Wu Yuan. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in a commotion. A student pointed upward and shouted, look, the university deans are about to enter the arena. It's probably starting any second. Immediately, the space above the arena shifted. A dazzling beam of light shone down, followed by a thunderous sonic boom. As a magnificent, spaceship-like structure descended, the freshmen below stared at the surreal scene, whispering in awe. Is this a spatial ability? It must be incredibly powerful. I wonder which big shot from the school that is. The light door opened, and a pair of elegant high heels stepped out, creating a boom that shook the space and drew everyone's gaze. Stepping out of the halo was a stunningly beautiful woman, her long black hair flowing as she wore a peach-pink outfit that exuded authority. Her overwhelming presence made everyone hold their breath. Song Chuan leaned in and whispered to Xu Jingming, that's the vice principal who guards the combat skills library. Xu Jingming gasped in surprise. The vice principal is that young? She continued, ability users have powerful physiques, their aging slows down, but she shouldn't be over 40. The woman smiled, her voice echoing as she introduced herself. I am Ling Chang, one of the 3 vice principals of this school. I'm usually in charge of guarding the combat skills library. Since the principal is away and the other 2 vice principals are handling important matters, I will be hosting this freshman orientation ceremony. She opened her arms to welcome everyone. First, welcome to Mado University of Abilities. This year's class has 1,024 freshmen, including 6 provincial top scorers, 56 A-grade ability users, 832 B-grade, and 135 D-grade. Suddenly, her gaze became sharp and meaningful as she scanned the crowd. Furthermore, we have one extremely rare S-grade awakened ability user. Hearing the mention of an S-grade, Xu Jingming and his friends listened intently, their eyes filled with curiosity and excitement. Ling Chang continued to explain the regulations. To help you all become stronger, the school will evaluate you every year and distribute resources according to 5 tiers, from D to S. Looking at the distribution chart displayed in the air, a freshman thought anxiously. The evaluation system, the credit system, the power ranking, the mission system, the competition at Mado University is really intense. As if guessing the student's thoughts, Ling Chang's eyes turned cold. She retorted, "Fairness? When did I ever say Mado University is fair?" Her voice rang out, delivering the school's brutal philosophy. What Mado University wants to cultivate is peak powerhouses. The birth of a powerhouse must go through harsh competition. You have to fight and snatch for it. The entire arena fell into a stunned silence. Ling Chang's overwhelming aura made all the freshmen, including the geniuses, shudder. Contrasting with everyone else's anxiety, Jingming smiled with confidence, his eyes burning with a fighting spirit. A competition mechanism like this, it seems I came to the right place. Ling Chang controlled a drone hovering by her hand and reminded them. In short, in this school, it's best you don't think about hiding your strength. The stronger you are, the more resources you get. Now, I'll give you a key introduction to the freshman tournament. She pointed to the virtual battlefield model. This tournament is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is a massive 100-person battle royale. The AI will track the number of opponents each person defeats. The top 5 from each round will advance to the second stage, for a total of 10 rounds. Finally, the prize list appeared, making everyone drool. Here is the reward structure. First place, a 10 cubic meter space ring, a portion of A-grade training resources, and 1,000 credits. Second place, a set of A-grade combat gear, a portion of B-grade training resources, and 900 credits. Third place, a set of B-grade combat gear, a portion of B-grade training resources, and 800 credits. I won't list the rewards for other ranks. Hearing about the first place prize, the freshman buzzed, a 10 cubic meter space ring. How much would that even sell for? Another person immediately replied, you can't even buy that with money. On the big screen, the authorization ranking chart appeared. Ling Chang explained, furthermore, the freshman tournament will determine your status. Top 50 get A-grade authorization. Top 200 to 50 get B-grade. Top 500 to 200 get C-grade authorization. S-grade authorization is granted by the school individually. Having said what was necessary, Ling Chang flew upward and turned to the man beside her. All right, that's all I have to say. Dean's son, it's over to you. The man nodded and replied, understood. A woman with braided hair stepped forward and announced loudly, I declare the freshman tournament officially begun. She added a reminder. Outstanding students will be taken as direct disciples by our professors. Students, you must give it your all. The freshmen marched forward with high spirits, secretly determined. It seems I have to go all out this time. I hope a professor notices me. Exactly. If I'm chosen by a dean, I'll rise above the rest. The system began to operate, and the loudspeakers blared. The first stage consists of 10 rounds. We are now drawing the students for the first round. Those selected by the AI, please enter the arena. As the crowd stepped forward, Liu Wenhan suddenly spotted a familiar face and exclaimed, Ah, Li Chengji is in the first round. Li Chengji turned back, gave a wicked, arrogant smirk, and raised his hand to his throat, making a throat-slitting gesture towards Xu Jingming's group. Seeing that, Song Chuan frowned and warned, Xu Jingming, he's provoking you. The bespectacled friend beside her was also incensed. He's so arrogant it's boundless. He's asking for a beating. Liu Wenhan stood behind them, covering his mouth to hide his laughter. Pity the opponent. Goodness, of all people to provoke, he just had to provoke the one guy you shouldn't mess with. Oh well, now he's even earned the grudge of the second guy you shouldn't mess with. I hope he doesn't get thrashed too badly. Upon the signal, green beams of light shone down, teleporting the students to their battle positions in the vast arena. Vice Principal Ling Chang loudly reassured them, don't worry about dying. Once life-threatening danger occurs, the AI will automatically create a protective shield. You don't need to worry about injuries either. As long as you aren't decapitated, you can be healed. Start. The tension reached a breaking point as the countdown echoed. 3, 2, 1, start. The battle began instantly. The entire arena became a field of fire with clanging, jarring collisions as ability users rushed at each other, unleashing attacks wildly. In the stands, the audience stared in shock, whispering, who was that holding the blade? He's actually broken through to the second stage. It looks like the Qinghai provincial top scorer, Li Chengzi. He's completely crushing them. In the middle of the fray, Li Chengxi swung his blade in a brutal arc, sneering with contempt. What a bunch of rookies. The result was quickly announced. Round 1, first place, Li Chengxi defeated 36 people. A truly overwhelming number. He stood arrogantly, looking toward his opponents, silently challenging them. Xu Jingming, US Grade Awakened 1, I wonder if your performance in the first stage will be able to surpass mine. Watching the scene, Xu Jingming and his friends could only shake their heads in frustration. That guy is a lost cause. I've seen people throw their lives away, but never so thoroughly. Someone in the VIP section asked, President, should we list Xu Jingming as our top priority now that he's reached the second stage? He coldly brushed it off. No need. Xu Jingming remains the top target. President, you have some insider information, don't you? He stood there with his hands in his pockets, his gaze dark and heavy. It's not really insider info. I saw it with my own eyes that day. The conversation was cut short as a surveillance drone hovered over, its voice booming across the arena, announcing the second round of participants for the match. Hearing his name, Xu Jingming stepped out of line with a confident smirk. Not bad luck. My turn already in the second round. Liu Wenhan, standing behind him, clenched his fists and cheered at the top of his lungs. Go for it, Xu Jingming. Show that guy Li Chengzi what you're really made of. Xu Jingming didn't look back. He just raised his hand in acknowledgement. All right. But unlike his excitement, the students unlucky enough to be grouped with him went pale. One of them gasped in horror. Damn it, it's Xu Jingming. The person next to him trembled, lamenting. How the hell did we get so unlucky to be in the same round as him? Another student completely gave up. It's over. We can only fight for the remaining 4 spots. Stepping onto the stage, Xu Jingming held his spear, his sharp gaze scanning those trying to edge away to keep their distance. He laughed to himself, thinking, you fools think you're safe just by standing far away? How naive. On the observation deck, the judges began to pay attention to the standout young man. A professor turned to his colleague. Is that the student Director Yang took on recently? The female professor beside him nodded. That's him, all right. An S-rank lightning-type ability user, awakened by the sky-shattering thunder. His aura seems pretty good, very sharp. I wonder how he'll actually perform, the woman added, her expression shifting. Wait, Xu Jingming is already second stage? Wasn't he just an awakener when he enrolled? The black-haired professor couldn't hide his shock. She mused, right, it's barely been a month. That leveling speed is terrifying. Old Yang actually kept such a huge piece of news to himself. He really knows how to keep a secret. Just as the teacher's shock was settling in, the AI finished the countdown. 3, 2, 1, start. Instantly, a massive explosion rocked the stage as Jingming erupted with lightning energy, making the stands tremble. Amidst the storm, he twirled his spear, creating a brilliant purple lightning cyclone. The air whistled as he felt the warrior's blood boiling in his veins. As expected, compared to fighting wild beasts, I still prefer fighting humans. The overwhelming pressure made his opponents gasp. What a terrifying aura, one stammered. Wait, is this the aura of a second-stage superior? Standing amidst the lightning, Xu Jingming made it clear to everyone. Xu Jingming was actually a second-stage superior ability user. Their morale collapsed. Damn it, a second-stage superior? How are we supposed to compete with that? One shouted in despair. Are we even in the same freshman tournament? We're all freshmen, so how are you an entire major rank higher than me? In the stands, a subordinate asked, President, did you already know? The president replied calmly, you could say that. Now do you see Xu Jingming's potential? A platinum-haired girl watched the screen with interest. As expected of you, senior. No, that's not right. It should be junior. She muttered to herself, daring to hide it from me for so long. Fine. I'll have to settle the score with him later. Li Chengji's face went pale, dripping with cold sweat. A second-stage superior, damn it. I was planning to crush him and use his S-rank title to make a name for myself across the entire school. He gritted his teeth. It looks like that's not happening now. A mysterious black-haired man nearby laughed sinisterly. Hey, with him there, Xu Jingming, you might have won in any other round, but you happened to be in the second round with him. Let's see what you do now. On the stage, someone shouted to the crowd, everyone. Xu Jingming is a second-stage superior with an S-rank ability. No one can take him alone. Why don't we all team up and eliminate him first? The desperate crowd immediately responded. He's right. That's the best strategy. I'm in. Xu Jingming narrowed his eyes at the ringleader, noticing something strange. The voice carried a strong, persuasive force. He was a mental-type ability user. The leader grinned, releasing a mental shockwave as he declared, There are 103 of us here. If we subtract Xu Jingming, that's 102 against 1. We can wear him down until he's finished. He introduced himself confidently. My name is Shi Liao, an A-rank mental-type ability user. I guarantee that if you listen to me, we will win. You don't get many chances to beat an S-rank. Provoked by his persuasive words, the students' eyes turned red with adrenaline, and they surged forward. If we don't fight, we're out anyway. If we fight, we have a chance. Damn it, I might only get one chance in my life to beat an S-rank. I'm doing it. One student turned to Shi Liao, the leader, and asked, Tell us, what do we do? Watching the situation turn chaotic, the teachers on the high platform were impressed. Oh, this Shi Liao has some skill. He actually managed to unite the freshmen, but they were also worried about the outcome. This is going to be trouble for Xu Jingming. He might actually get wiped out. Another noted, I remember Shi Liao is Director Long's disciple. No wonder he's impressive. The director of the Tactical Academy, Long Qi, smiled smugly. Because Yu Jingming is too strong, everyone shares a common enemy. Shi Liao is just lucky. It's not real skill. The female professor beside him retorted, luck is part of strength, too. But Xu Jingming is in big trouble now. She added cryptically, if an S-rank ability user can't even get past the first stage of the freshman tournament, that would be a huge joke. Facing the 100-strong crowd of killers, Xu Jingming stood silently, his eyes cold as ice, while purple lightning roared crazily around his body. Seeing his opponent silent, Shi Liao pointed provocatively. Xu Jingming, if you had taken me out before I said that, you might have had a chance. But now, everyone is following my lead. You have no chance in a 1 versus 102. How do you plan to turn this around? Suddenly, Xu Jingming smiled. A burst of purple energy surged from his hands. He replied arrogantly, turn it around? What makes you think I'm the one at a disadvantage? Shi Liao didn't hesitate. He yelled at the melee-type ability users to charge. The ranged attackers unleashed their powers, while support types boosted them. The entire arena shook as a flurry of colorful skills flew towards Xu Jingming. The crowd screamed frantically, charging like moths to a flame. The chance to beat an S rank is here. Charge. Charge. Kill. Hidden behind a sturdy stone wall, Shi Liao stubbornly shouted, Xu Jingming, I advise you not to think about taking me out. Worry about the enemies around you first. Xu Jingming just chuckled, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. He retorted with pride, there may be a lot of you, but that means nothing to me. With that, he swung his spear, summoning a massive pillar of purple lightning from the sky that smashed the enemy formation to pieces. The ground cracked instantly under the destructive power of the lightning, and debris flew everywhere, creating a terrifying scene. The immense pressure from the explosion sent a dozen students and their weapons flying into the air, disintegrating the 100-man alliance in an instant. On the scorched ground, purple sparks continued to run across the bodies lying everywhere, hissing threateningly. Seeing such overwhelming power, those who were still conscious went deathly pale, crawling on the ground in despair. Everything's blowing up. It's over, we're all dead. But Xu Jingming wasn't finished. The energy from the sky-shattering thunder continued to erupt violently. From the epicenter, a blinding purple light swallowed everything, creating a massive explosion that swept away every obstacle on the stage. The audience stared in shock, unable to believe their eyes as the smoke rose. What was that? Damn it, can you believe it? I actually saw a mushroom cloud on the arena floor. Another person added, worried. Shi Liao and his group, they didn't die, did they? Before the smoke cleared, the AI issued emergency warnings to the unlucky students near the center. Impact energy detected beyond defensive limits. Life in danger. Protective energy barrier automatically activated. This was followed by a cold notification. I regret to inform you that you have been eliminated by Xu Jingming. Shi Liao stumbled among the ruins, his face full of regret as he realized his fatal mistake. I screwed up. If I hadn't messed with Xu Jingming, I could have definitely advanced. He looked around bitterly. Now that he hadn't defeated a single person, his chance in the second stage of the freshman tournament was gone. However, refusing to accept defeat, he used his final strength to roar orders to the remaining allies. Don't worry about me. Keep attacking. Driven by madness, Shi Liao lunged forward like a wounded beast, his eyes burning with absolute determination. Xu Jingming, even if I get eliminated, I'm taking you down with me. Responding to his call, the remaining crowd charged at Xu Jingming from all directions, brandishing their weapons and creating an inescapable ring. A barrage of attacks and weapons rained down on him like a downpour, the powerful impacts shaking the entire arena. Yet, amidst the dense encirclement, Xu Jingming lifted his head, his eyes glowing brilliantly. A mesmerizing and dangerous smile curled on his lips as the electric current around his body began to dance wildly. Seeing this, Shi Liao tried to calm himself, calculating internally that trading 1-for-1 to defeat Xu Jingming wouldn't be a loss. But the next second, the smug smile on his face vanished, replaced by sheer terror as he felt a terrifying surge of energy gathering, ready to explode. Before he could react, an earth-shattering energy blast erupted from Xu Jingming, throwing everyone around him away like ragdolls. As the dust cleared, Xu Jingming stood firmly, surrounded by dancing purple lightning. He let out a sigh, bored with these chickens. Seeing their opponent unscathed after the all-out attack, a purple-haired male student was terrified, sweat pouring down his face. He muttered helplessly, useless my battle technique, even a basic application of my ability was enough to repel all elemental energy attacks. How is that possible? Is this the power of an S-rank ability? He collapsed to the cold arena floor, his spirit completely shattered by the overwhelming power, bitterly accepting the harsh reality. Even with so many of us teamed up, in the eyes of others, we're still just ants. Other students standing around clutched their heads in panic, unable to believe their eyes as they saw all their efforts were in vain. Damn, that thunder was terrifying. Everyone else's elemental attacks were basically useless. Over 100 people dealing with one guy, and we couldn't even put a bit of pressure on him. Another person complained bitterly. I've also studied the Thunder Spear. Why is he so exceptional? It's just unreasonable. In contrast to the gloomy atmosphere on the floor, up in the stands, the platinum-haired girl clenched her fists in excitement and shouted proudly, I knew the senior would be fine. The black-haired girl next to her smiled in agreement, crossing her arms as she commented, trying to defeat Xu Jingming with just that? How naive. The teachers observed every move closely. One marveled and analyzed professionally. His proficiency with the Thunder Spear has reached at least the advanced level. The sonic boom generated when he lunges shows his speed is at least twice the speed of sound, and his physique is extremely powerful. Another nodded, adding, his lightning net has no gaps. He must practice diligently. Not bad. The black-haired professor turned to look at the empty seat and sighed with regret. It's a pity old Yang isn't here. Otherwise, we could have asked him for some key information about Xu Jingming. Back on the arena floor, the league's morale had completely evaporated. They looked at each other, trembling, their will to fight extinguished. We can't break his defense. What do we do? I have no idea. Someone suggested fearfully, should we just run? Seeing the crowd hesitating and backing away in fear, Xu Jingming shouldered his spear, a cocky, provocative smile on his face, not daring to come up anymore. Then I'll come to you. Xu Jingming lunged like a purple bolt of lightning, slamming down onto the ground with enough force to create a violent tremor. He charged through the crowd, his spear swept horizontally, causing the opponent's formation to completely collapse. A student cried out in fear, he's too fast. The commander yelled in a panic, formation. Quickly, form a formation. But he was immediately retorted in despair. It's no use. Spreading out makes it even easier to get wiped out. We have to stick together. Despite their fear, the defensive and melee students tried to huddle together, raising shields and magical barriers to withstand the storm of attacks. Seeing this, Xu Jingming laughed, amused. Now this is more interesting. He moved like a ghost, attacking and dodging while critiquing them. Your angle of attack is wrong. He then swiped someone away. Your speed is too slow. A simple spear sweep tossed his opponents aside. He shook his head in disappointment. Your strength is too weak. Standing tall amidst the defeated lying all around, Xu Jingming delivered a cold judgment. Too weak. Hearing this, the bruised students wailed in frustration. Good heavens, he beat us up like this and still calls us weak? Another groaned. He's just rubbing salt in the wound. Why was I so unlucky to be in his group? Finally, the announcement for the end of the match echoed. The first stage of the second round was over. With an overwhelming result, the one advancing was Xu Jingming, with a total of 102 people defeated. In midair, a surveillance robot circled once and made a crackling announcement, breaking the silence of the defeated crowd. 4 spots left for qualifiers. The dignified female professor looked down at the chaotic scene and made a final ruling to salvage the situation. Except for Xu Jingming, who has already advanced, the others will be moved to the 11th round to compete again for the final 4 spots. Hearing the result, the stands erupted. A male student exclaimed excitedly, crushing. This was absolutely a crushing victory. I've never seen a freshman competition where only one person advanced. The girl next to him joined in excitedly. Just wait and see. Later, when the clubs fight to recruit Xu Jingming, they're definitely going to be at each other's throats. On the high platform, the teachers began to discuss the history of the competition. One asked, the freshman competition has been held for over 40 years, right? The person next to him nodded in confirmation. That's right. The previous record was set by an S rank who defeated 87 people. A third person stroked his chin and added, if I remember correctly, that time it took 7 minutes. Everyone came to the same conclusion. Looking at it this way, I'm afraid no one will ever break Xu Jingming's new record. Another professor couldn't hide his admiration. Analyzing, I don't know how Yang Zentian trained him, but Xu Jingming's spear technique has actually reached the master level. The female professor nodded in agreement. Master level. It seems Xu Jingming's talent for weaponry is truly exceptional. She felt a pang of regret in her heart. She had intended to recruit him into the Elemental Academy, but now it seemed unnecessary. She smiled in relief, looking down at the brilliant young man, secretly calculating for the school's future. With Xu Jingming here, there's no need to worry about the 3 Academy freshman field trip this semester. As soon as Xu Jingming stepped off the arena, his close friends rushed over to surround and cheer for him. Congratulations. Congratulations, Liu Wenhan excitedly gestured, recounting, Xu Jingming, You should have seen Li Chengzi's face. After you eliminated Shi Liao, his face turned the color of pig liver in an instant. He added with a laugh, "Pretty good. I feel like he's qualified to perform Sichuan face-changing drama now." Xu Jingming looked into the distance where his opponent was standing and commented nonchalantly, "Turns out that guy was just a paper tiger, bullying the weak and fearing the strong." However, his eyes suddenly turned sharp as he remembered the guy's arrogant attitude earlier. He smirked, calculating internally. However, his behavior just now was way too arrogant. I really couldn't let it slide. Fine. When we get to the second stage later, I'll personally challenge him. After all, I have 3 chances. Regaining his composure, Xu Jingming turned and patted his 2 friends on the shoulder. "Come on, the next stage is your time to shine." Liu Wenhan replied confidently, "Don't worry, getting into the top 50 is an easy task." The girl next to him also nodded decisively, her eyes shining with fighting spirit. "No problem, I've been waiting for this." Song Chuan smiled brightly and bumped fists with Xu Jingming, full of determination. "Just wait, I'll show you. Even though I can't beat you, besides you, I'm the strongest freshman." The surveillance robot began to broadcast the next match on the big screen, showing the chaos on the arena floor. Round 3. 4th place this round, Liu Wenhan defeated X number of people. Following that was the result of the 6th round. A girl with glasses and sharp claws was charging through the encirclement. Round 6. 3rd place this round. Bai Dongha defeated X number of people. By the 8th round, Song Chuan appeared with great momentum. She raised her spear high, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. Finally, it's my turn. Round 8. Her sharp beauty and confidence immediately caught every eye, making her the center of attention on the arena. In the stands, the boys couldn't help but marvel and cheer excitedly. "Look at Song Chuan's condition. That figure and appearance are top tier." Another commented on her weapon. "Using a Fangxian halberd is so rare." The other one boasted, "I officially declare she is the new goddess of our school." As the signal was given, the match began. Song Chuan immediately twirled her halberd, creating brilliant rings of light like the morning sun, with incredible power, sweeping through the crowd like a whirlwind. The Fangxian halberd swept horizontally and vertically, causing the surrounding opponents to be caught off guard and blown away. Seeing the overwhelming power, a spectator exclaimed in shock, "Wow." Another second stage warrior. Those on the floor also realized the disparity and horror. Lucky. It's only a low-ranked second stage, not a freak like Xu Jingming. But his teammate immediately retorted in despair, "What's the difference? We still can't beat her." At the viewing area of the Star Society, the black-haired town leader observed this impressive performance and gave orders to his subordinates. List Song Chuan as the 2nd absorption target and Li Chengji as the 3rd. His subordinate nodded. "Yes, sir." Amidst the enemy encirclement, Song Chuan swung her spear, creating brilliant golden trails of light. She unleashed a barrage of relentless attacks, clearing away every obstacle with her divine radiance chaotic dance. Using the momentum, she delivered a lightning-fast strike with terrifying gravitational force against the ground, shattering the enemy formation with her law enforcement radiant gravity slash. Pinned by an invisible force of 1,000 pounds, her hulking opponent collapsed, unable to move, grinding his teeth and groaning in despair. "Ah, so heavy." The match ended quickly. The image of the valiant girl standing in the center of the arena appeared on the big screen, along with the convincing results. First place for this round, Song Chuan defeats contestant number 14. Retracting her weapon, she closed her eyes to steady her breathing. The glow around her gradually faded, revealing the elegant and calm beauty she maintained after the victory. Stepping off the stage, she waved happily at her friends who were waiting. Xu Jingming and the others smiled as they welcomed the return of the female war god. She leaned in close to Xu Jingming, narrowed her eyes playfully, and teased, "So, my performance wasn't too bad, right?" Xu Jingming nodded in genuine approval. "Honestly, that was impressive. You combined magic type and melee combat skills perfectly. I'm looking forward to your performance in the second round." The rest period ended, and the big screen displayed a notification for the most dramatic phase. 2 hours later, the second stage of the freshman competition, the free challenge, began. With brutal rules, each person was given 3 chances to challenge anyone to take their place in the rankings. However, those ranked below 50th could not challenge the top 50. Immediately, the arena floor shook violently as massive stone blocks detached and floated into the air, rearranging themselves into separate aerial combat platforms. In the crowd, a mysterious long-haired, black-haired boy mused to himself, "Xu Jingming, fine. Should I challenge the second-place Song Chuan?" But then, another voice rang out. "Li Chengji, I want to challenge rank 3. Li Chengji was caught off guard by the call-out. He froze, his face showing extreme astonishment. "Huh." He pointed a finger angrily. questioning. Xu Jingming, you're rank 1. Why are you challenging me at rank 3? Xu Jingming replied calmly. The rules don't say you can't, and you have to challenge someone higher than yourself, right? His gaze turned cold. Besides, don't think I'm someone you can provoke as you please. The audience below began to buzz with speculation. What's going on? Do they have beef? Someone in the know explained, hey, you don't know. Earlier, Li Chengji made a throat-slitting gesture to provoke Xu Jingming. The listener slapped his thigh. Good grief, that arrogant. No wonder Xu Jingming is taking the initiative to challenge him. The Yinu system immediately arranged the match. Yinu has designated Arena 74 for this battle. Will both parties please take the stage immediately? Li Chengji gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing as he accepted. Fine, let's see just how strong you, an S-rank ability user, really are. On the floating stage, the two rivals stood facing each other. The atmosphere was as tense as a taut string when the loudspeaker boomed. Both sides, prepare. 3, 2, 1, begin. Instantly, Li Chengji's muscles bulged, his hair stood on end, and he transformed into a ferocious, glowing red beast, the A-rank beast-type ability. Mad, Blood Lion King. He let out a heaven-shaking roar, his savage aura flooding the stage. Rah! Using the momentum, he charged like a tank. Li Chengxi swung his massive broadsword downward, shouting accusations. Xu Jingming, you're forcing my hand. Xu Jingming stood his ground, his eyes flashing with cold, purple electricity. He calmly retorted, I'm not forcing you. It's your own arrogance that's causing this trouble. With that, a surge of purple lightning erupted from the ground, blocking Li Chengxi's attack. This created a violent energy collision that rocked the entire platform. Xu Jingming leaped into the air, swung his spear wreathed in purple electricity, and brought a lightning strike down on his opponent. Li Chengxi didn't flinch. He funneled all his strength into his broadsword, swinging upward and roaring arrogantly. A lightning-type user daring to clash head-on with me? You're looking for death. The two weapons collided directly in mid-air, creating a violent shockwave and sparks flying everywhere. Instantly, Li Chengxi was blown back by the recoil. His massive body staggered as he lost his balance against the terrifying power of his opponent. His eyes widened in shock, cold sweat breaking out as he realized the unimaginable gap in strength. His strength, it's actually stronger than mine. Not giving his opponent a moment to breathe, Xu Jingming channeled more energy into the tip of his spear, his eyes cold as he unleashed a punitive strike. Then, a thick bolt of purple lightning struck straight down onto Li Chengxi's head, causing him immense pain. He shrieked miserably, It hurts. It hurts so much. In the blinding flash, Li Chengxi's pathetic wails echoed across the arena as the current continuously ravaged his body. AHHH. The audience broke into a cold sweat. Li Chengxi is a Tier 2 physical enhancement user, and even he can't take it. Just how much does that hurt? Another person said, trembling. What's scarier is Xu Jingming. He's controlling the power of the thunder to keep Li Chengxi suffering. Yinu can't even declare him the loser yet. Everyone told themselves, whatever you do, don't mess with Xu Jingming. Finally, a massive energy explosion ended the torture, blasting Li Chengxi out of the arena as the system loudly declared, Xu Jingming wins. Xu Jingming withdrew his energy, looking at the defeated opponent and thinking to himself, a shame I wanted to toy with him a bit longer, but a dozen seconds of agony should be enough for him to remember this for a lifetime. He hoped this lesson would be useful, hoping the guy would remember it for a long time and learn to hold back, or else a personality like that would suffer a major loss sooner or later. As Xu Jingming turned to walk away, Li Chengxi lay flat on the floor, his face deathly pale, trembling and whispering to himself, I survived. He was still shaken by the near-death experience. Just now, in that split second, I really thought I was going to die. Seeing the demon's back fading away, he let out a long breath of relief, drenched in sweat, and silently thanked the heavens. Phew, he's finally gone. But the nightmare wasn't over. Song Chuan suddenly stepped up, clearly announcing to the system, to everyone's surprise, Yinu, I also want to challenge rank 3. Li Chengxi, hearing his name called again before he had even regained his wits, rolled his eyes, his face contorting in pure panic. As expected, Song Chuan's opponent was sent flying into the air by a single blow, his body spinning out of control. Crash. Boom. After several heavy impacts, her opponent plummeted to the arena floor, completely unconscious. Song Chuan retracted her weapon and said curtly, My apologies, as the system declared her the winner. Meanwhile, Li Chengxi, looking dazed and battered, was carried away on a stretcher by medical staff. Returning to Xu Jingming's side, Song Chuan asked cheerfully, How was it? Did you see me handle him? Xu Jingming smiled and replied, I'd say you're quite impressive. She giggled and happily fist-bumped Xu Jingming, showing their sync. From afar, a group of male students gossiped. There's definitely something going on between them. Definitely. Another was stunned. What? You mean the goddess of our year? The other replied angrily. Damn it. This Jingming is moving way too fast. School hasn't even started yet. A male student quickly put a finger to his lips. Shoo. Keep it down. I don't want to end up like that guy Li Qingzi, getting beaten to a pulp by that power couple. 4 hours later, a female lecturer walked out to announce, time is up. The freshman competition has officially concluded. We will now announce the final results. A big screen showed the rankings. First place, Xu Jingming. Second place, Song Chuan. Third, Li Chengji. 26th, Bai Donghe. 39th, Li Wenhan. The lecturer continued, please log into the school's official website to register for your academy. Song Chuan asked Xu Jingming curiously, Jingming, which class were you assigned to? Xu Jingming looked at his phone and replied, Weaponry Academy, Class 1 to 2. What about you? She replied, Element Academy, Class 1 to 1. A girl wearing glasses playfully nudged her white-haired friend beside her, looking at the two of them and teasing. Oh, she's already calling him Jingming. If she dares to call him Jingming today, she'll be calling him Honey by tomorrow. The lecturer's voice came over the speakers again. The academy assignments are finished. The opening ceremony and freshman competition have officially concluded. Additionally, students who performed excellently in the competition will receive recruitment messages from specialized mentors tonight. Please be sure to check your notifications. In the stands, two teachers were discussing. This year's freshmen are much stronger than the previous batch. The other nodded in agreement. That's true, especially the top-ranked Xu Jingming. In just a year or two, I'm afraid he'll be able to overwhelm the entire student body. I expect the clubs will fight tooth and nail to recruit him. Xu Jingming's group was walking together when the white-haired friend suggested, finally done. How about we go grab a meal? The girl with glasses chimed in, that sounds good. How about the freshman king treats us? The white-haired friend added, after all, you're about to become a big shot owning a 10 cubic meter space ring, right? Xu Jingming happily agreed. No problem. Order whatever you like later. The guy with white hair jumped for joy. Yeah, Xu Jingming is so generous. Suddenly, someone called out to them. Student Xu, please wait a moment. Xu Jingming turned back and asked, and you are? The person politely introduced himself. I am Wu Yuan, president of the Starry Club, and I'd like to invite Xu Jingming to join our club. Wu Yuan continued to offer an attractive proposal. Naturally, you are the only S-rank student right now. Our Starry Club is very sincere. Once you join, you'll be the vice president. You'll receive 100 credits each semester along with high-level resources. Xu Jingming's friends gasped in surprise. Vice president? That's insane. I'm so jealous. We have to pay membership fees and run errands just to join a club. The difference is huge. Plus, the Starry Club is one of the top clubs at the university. With the vice president position, he's guaranteed to join an elite guild after graduation. Just then, another voice cut in, Vice President Wu Yuan, your Starry Club is really being stingy. A silver-haired man walked over with an even more tempting offer. Xu Jingming, come join our Ruin Club instead. You can be the acting president right away. Once I graduate, the position of president will be yours. We won't skimp on the other benefits either. Everyone was stunned again. My God, acting president and those perks, the Ruin Club is really throwing money around. Wu Yuan explained with an awkward expression. The Starry Club is affiliated with the Starry Guild. According to the guild's regulations, the president's position must be determined by them. I truly can't agree to that condition. Xu Jingming crossed his arms and thought it over. Vice President, acting president, he replied, I need some time to think. I'll give you both an answer in a few days. He thought to himself, in his past life, he had joined the student council during college, even rising to the position of president, but it ended up taking up too much of his time. This time around, he should be more cautious. Wu Yuan handed him a business card. All right, this is my personal phone number. Contact me directly once you've decided. The other man also presented his card. This is mine. Wu Yuan turned to Xu Jingming's friends and said, if you three would like to join the Starry Club, we'd love to have you. The president of the Ruin Club added, same here. After taking the cards, Xu Jingming turned to his friends and said, let's go. Song Chuan turned back and noted, doesn't look like we're getting away that easily. Just as Song Chuan predicted, the moment they finished speaking, a swarm of presidents from other clubs rushed over, surrounding Xu Jingming with invitations. Student Xu, join our club. Most of our members are female students. No, join us. We have the best growth prospects and are backed by a major conglomerate. After a long struggle, the group finally broke through the crowd. Xu Jingming said, finally out. Let's go. As they reached the elegant restaurant, a light sound of footsteps caught Xu Jingming's attention. He turned his head to see a beautiful girl with long platinum hair approaching. She smiled and waved. "Long time no see, Junior." Xu Jingming responded with a bit of hesitation. "Hello, Senior." Meanwhile, Song Chuan stood by, curiously asking, "Who is this?" Xu Jingming introduced her. "She is Senior Jiang Suoxuan, whom I met at the Primal Wilderness region not long ago." The platinum-haired girl also spoke kindly. "I am a sophomore in Class 3 at the Elemental Academy." "Hello, everyone." The guy with white hair stuttered, his face turning red. "Is that Goddess Jiang?" The legendary, cold, and arrogant goddess actually knows how to smile. Song Chuan stepped forward, introducing herself politely. "Hello, Senior. I'm Xu Jingming's classmate, Song Chuan." Jiang Suoxuan looked at Song Chuan and was secretly amazed. What a beautiful girl. Her exquisite appearance and charming figure made others instinctively want to get closer to her. She shook her head to herself, thinking, what a terrifying girl, to be so attractive to both men and women. Xu Jingming broke the silence. "We were just about to grab dinner. Would you like to join us, Senior?" Jiang Suoxuan happily agreed. "Sure." The group entered a luxurious restaurant called Snacky Rooms. At the table, everyone raised their glasses to celebrate the end of the freshman assembly. Cheers. Jiang Suoxuan, with slightly flushed cheeks, gracefully toasted Xu Jingming. "Come on, Junior, bottoms up," he replied. "Sure." Song Chuan didn't want to be outdone, turning to Xu Jingming and saying, "Jingming, let's have a drink too." He nodded. "All right." Seeing the tension, the white-haired guy whispered to the girl in glasses. These two seemed to have eyes for Xu Jingming. "Let's get out of this Sura battlefield quickly." The girl nodded in agreement. "Good idea." The white-haired guy stood up immediately and announced, "Xu Jingming, I'll leave the Senior and Song Chuan to you. Ha and I have some things to do, so we'll head out first." The girl in glasses quickly added, "Bye." Xu Jingming blankly watched his friends leave, thinking, what's wrong with those two? Why are they running so fast? He sighed. Alcohol really just leads to trouble. Suddenly, Jiang Suoxuan leaned against him and whispered, "Senior can't walk steadily anymore. Junior, could you help me?" Song Chuan also leaned against his other side and said, "Jingming, I can't walk either. Can you help me home?" Xu Jingming looked at both of them and asked, "Are you too sure?" Both girls replied in unison, "Positive." Xu Jingming sighed, a drop of cold sweat on his face. "Fine, I'll take you two home." The sight of Xu Jingming helping two beauties leave the restaurant left onlookers in awe. "Isn't that Goddess Jiang? Wow, he's really living the dream." One person exclaimed in envy. After taking the girls to their dorms, Xu Jingming returned to his apartment. As soon as he stepped inside, he was surprised to see a woman sitting on his sofa. He asked who she was. The woman turned, smiled, and introduced herself. "Hello, Jingming. I am your class advisor, Su Yu. I brought you the reward from the freshman assembly." Xu Jingming politely responded, "Hello, Miss Su." "Thank you." The teacher handed him a wooden box and instructed, "This security box opens with your fingerprint. I'll send you the group number later. Make sure to join the class group. If you ever have any trouble at school, feel free to contact me directly to get it sorted." Xu Jingming nodded. "Yes, ma'am." The teacher stood up. "All right. I still need to notify the other students. I'll be going now." As soon as she left, the white-haired friend rushed in, asking anxiously, "Xu Jingming, how did it go? Did any conflict happen between Song Chuan and Senior Jiang just now?" Xu Jingming replied calmly, "Conflict? Why would they have a conflict?" The white-haired friend's eyes widened in shock. "No conflict? You guys were actually that harmonious?" He bowed in admiration. "Respect, Jingming. Turns out you handled it all smoothly." Meanwhile, Xu Jingming placed his hand on the reward box. A beep sounded. Authorization confirmed. Xu Jingming smiled and excitedly opened the box. "Heh, let's see what the reward is." It was a storage ring. He whispered, "Collect." Immediately, a blue light from the ring enveloped his weapon. The giant spear was quickly sucked inside the ring, shimmering in the light. He happily sensed the space inside the ring. 10 cubic meters is definitely big enough. Finally, I don't have to carry my weapons everywhere every day. The white-haired friend sitting beside him teased. 3 storage rings? You're really starting to look like a wealthy bachelor. I'm in the top 50 and I only have 400 credits. Compared to you, I can't even compete. I'm so jealous." Xu Jingming looked at the rings on his hand and thought, that's quite a lot of rings. I should go to the equipment department tomorrow. They'll probably want to reclaim some of this gear. He took out a pill from the reward box, wondering, what does this pill do? There's no instruction manual. The white-haired friend offered a solution. Identifying medicine? Easy. "Yinu, come out. A small, spherical robot flew out and projected a beam of light onto the pill in Su Jingming's hand. Yinu's voice sounded, "This is a grade 5 mind-stabilizing pill produced by the pharmacy department of the Magic City Superpower University. It is effective for superpower users up to grade 5. Taking it can significantly boost mental power. It's an A-rank cultivation resource." Su Jingming asked in surprise. "Yinu can analyze pills too?" his friend explained. "Not just pills, but also monster materials, rare herbs, and flowers. Yinu can identify them all." He picked up Yinu and said, "Artificial intelligence is truly convenient. It's a pity Yinu can't be taken out into the wild." The white-haired friend suggested, "There are probably similar products on the market, right?" Su Jingming replied, "Likely. When I have some free time, I'll look into it." After that, Su Jingming went to the second-floor training room and sat cross-legged on the floor. First, he needed to see how much mental power he had. He held the pill in his hand and pondered, physique and spirit are the two core attributes. The more a superpower user possesses, the longer their power lasts and the stronger it is. But upgrading them is extremely difficult. Using superpower points to exchange for mental power is getting harder and harder. At first, the ratio was 1-to-1. Now it's just 1-to-1, it's not worth it at all. He stared at the pill, filled with anticipation. He hoped this pill could bring him a surprise. Then, he decisively popped it into his mouth. A powerful and pure stream of energy surged from his body, enveloping the surrounding space. A moment later, Su Jingming opened his eyes, and a stat screen appeared before him. Physique 1,321 chi blood, mental power 1,037 hertzes. He thought with satisfaction, mental power increased by 50 points, crossed the 1,000 mark, and I even saved 500 ability points. Not bad at all. Feeling refreshed, he summoned his spear and said with a smile, "Since I'm feeling sharp, I'll train for 2 hours before sleeping." The next morning, Su Jingming arrived at the school's administrative area. He stood before a terminal to check his account and was stunned. After selling the ring, his net worth had soared to over 100 million. Small goal achieved. Ability users really make money easily. Next, he headed to the pharmaceutical services area. An announcement echoed, "Number 14. Please proceed to pharmacist counter 3. He checked his ticket, number 43, and muttered, "Only at 14? I'll probably be waiting for over an hour. Might as well meditate for a bit." He walked to the waiting area and found an empty seat. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Ha? Junior brother, you're here too." Su Jingming looked up, surprised to see Jiang Suoxuan. "Senior sister, what a coincidence. Have you recovered from all that drinking last night?" Jiang Suoxuan replied, a bit embarrassed. "I sobered up a while ago." She quickly changed the subject. "Right, are you here to sell the exotic herbs and flowers you found in that cave last time?" Su Jingming replied, "Not exactly. If I could find a pharmacist to refine them for me, it would be much more effective than selling them directly." Jiang Suoxuan asked with a meaningful smile, "You're looking for a pharmacist, and yet you don't notice that there's an excellent and beautiful pharmacist right in front of you?" Su Jingming was skeptical. "Wait, aren't you an amateur?" Jiang Suoxuan retorted confidently. "Who said I'm an amateur? I hold a second-grade pharmacist certificate. Refining a few second-grade pills is easy for me." She continued with a serious expression. "Besides, I don't plan on going to the wild zone to film anymore. I'm going to focus on the path of a pharmacist." This came as a complete surprise to Su Jingming. The two sat down on a waiting bench. Jiang Suoxuan explained that after the danger they faced last time, she realized the wild might not be for her. "Of course, I'll still make videos, but they'll be about my journey into pharmacy." Su Jingming remarked, "Changing your video style, you're likely to lose a huge chunk of your fan base." She sighed. It can't be helped. A memory surfaced while she was working at a cafe. A friend had shouted, "Chuxuan, hurry. Look at this viral video of you killing a beast." She thought to herself, "I'm an orphan. My parents died in a beast wave when I was a teenager. After I awakened my A-grade ice ability, I worked hard to get into university. But money was incredibly tight. Once the video went viral, I started modeling for combat armor and various weapons. My income finally went up. But in truth, I prefer researching alchemy." The image shifted to her in a laboratory, wearing a white lab coat, passionately working on concoctions. The flashback ended, and she turned back to him with a serious look. "If you hadn't saved me last time, I would have been done for. I can't be that lucky every time, so I've decided to change course." Su Jingming took her hand and sincerely encouraged her, "Go for it. I hope your transition is a success." Su Jingming then asked curiously, "But wait, can an ice-type ability user become a pharmacist?" Jiang Suoxuan smiled and explained, "It seems you don't know much about the pharmaceutical industry. She elaborated in detail. With enchanted, specialized cauldrons or alchemy furnaces, you can convert energy-based abilities into fire. Your lightning type can refine medicine just as well. Hearing this, Xu Jingming didn't hesitate and handed her the wooden box. Then I'll leave all these exotic herbs to you. Jiang Suoshuan was slightly surprised. You really want to entrust them to me? She accepted the box with a radiant smile. Since you trust me that much, I won't hold back. I'll have the finished pills ready for you in a week. Suddenly, Xu Jingming's phone vibrated, and he looked at the screen with surprise. After the call, he made his way to a dignified, ancient-looking building. Inside, a man spoke up first. Before coming back, I checked the school forum and saw plenty of news about our little junior brother. He's a real monster. Another turned to ask. I saw it too. Liu Ming, is our little junior brother really that incredible? Liu Ming smiled confidently. You'll find out soon enough. He'll definitely shock you. A female disciple with a ponytail looked skeptical. Is that so? I'll have to verify that for myself later. The junior brother might be strong, but maybe you're exaggerating, senior brother. Just then, Xu Jingming entered, and an elderly man, clearly the master, called out to him, Jingming, you're here. He answered respectfully. Hello, master. I came as soon as I got your call. He was shocked to see his senior brother, Liu Ming, sitting in a wheelchair with his leg in a cast, and asked anxiously, Liu Ming, what happened to you? The master explained in a somber tone. It was the 8th rank Grandmaster Wang Lin. He used a guild as bait to lure monsters. The guild suffered heavy losses, and your senior brother was severely injured. Liu Ming gritted his teeth and added, I fought that bastard Wang Lin. I didn't win. But he didn't come out unscathed either. The master continued, That's why I couldn't attend your freshman tournament. Xu Jingming clenched his fists, saying angrily, Damn it, an 8th rank Grandmaster who can move mountains and drain seas. To think such scum exists. He thought about the power of an 8th rank Grandmaster, a power that could shake the heavens and earth. Xu Jingming's eyes turned cold. He told himself, I'm only a 2nd rank now. Never mind avenging my senior brother. If I encountered someone like that, I'd likely be nothing more than cannon fodder. In this world, if you can't become a powerhouse, you'll just be trampled on by those who are. The master placed a hand on his shoulder, comforting him. All right, Jingming, don't overthink it. Let me introduce you. This is your 3rd-year senior brother, Si Wei, and your 2nd-year senior sister, Dong Yue. Both greeted the little junior brother in unison. Si Wei pulled out a gift box. This is a 4th-grade origin pill. It can significantly boost your energy absorption efficiency. It's a B-grade training resource. I'll transfer 200 credits to you directly. Xu Jingming bowed in thanks. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior sister. Liu Ming, sitting in his wheelchair, spoke up. Dong, didn't you doubt me earlier? Tell her, have you mastered those 4A-grade lightning combat techniques? Xu Jingming held the box and replied calmly. Liu Ming isn't lying. Both Si Wei and Dong Yue were struck with utter shock. What? Is that true? How did you manage 4? Right, and while learning combat techniques, how did you even promote to an upper 2nd rank? Dong Yue muttered with a look of disbelief. A-grade techniques are incredibly difficult. It took me so much struggle to master just 2 of them, and that's why I only recently hit the upper 2nd rank. He's the same rank as me, but he's mastered more A-grade techniques. Where's the logic in that? Xu Jingming replied nonchalantly, No special secret, really. I'm just born with good aptitude. He thought to himself, I can't tell you people about the system, obviously. Dong Yue and Si Wei were speechless, finally blurting out, Little junior brother, that's just too hurtful. The master said with satisfaction, I have always been pleased with Jingming's aptitude and effort. We'll hold a celebration for you later to congratulate you on winning 1st place in the tournament. Xu Jingming replied modestly. It was mostly because the others were just too weak. Oh, right, master, I want you to help me test a combat technique. Si Wei chimed in, What technique? Liu Ming can't walk easily, so why not use me? No need to bother the master. Xu Jingming smiled mysteriously. An S-grade technique, lightning prison armor. Hearing the words S-grade, everyone in the room, including the master, showed signs of shock. Si Wei immediately stood up, looking a bit embarrassed. All right, my mistake then. As a lower 3rd rank, I definitely can't break the defense of a lightning prison armor. The master stood up and told Xu Jingming, Let's go to the training hall. In the spacious training room, Xu Jingming and his master stood face to face in the center, while the senior siblings watched from the sidelines. Si Wei asked with doubt, You guys, do you really think our little junior brother learned an S-grade technique? Dong Yue mused. From what I know of Xu Jingming, he wouldn't brag. Liu Ming nodded from his wheelchair. Very well, I finally understand what the master meant. In the center of the arena, Xu Jingming closed his eyes and focused. Purple and white electrical currents began to flash around him. Instantly, a suit of lightning armor materialized, majestically enveloping his entire body. With the lightning prison armor technique activated, Xu Jingming opened his eyes, shining brightly, wearing a smile full of confidence and defiance. "Master, come at me." The master didn't underestimate him. A sphere of red energy, crackling with lightning, began to form in his hands. "Jingming, I'll start by testing you with the power of a peak, third-rank ability user." A massive surge of energy was fired, creating a terrifying explosion that completely engulfed Xu Jingming's position. When the smoke cleared, he was still standing firm without a single scratch in his lightning armor, with white smoke rising from the ground around him. He looked at his master and said with a provocative tone, "Master, increase the power." This wasn't enough. The master frowned and began to ramp up his strength. Purple electrical currents crackled around him. "All right, I'm ramping it up. Tell me if you can't take it, I'll know." The energy attacks intensified, striking Xu Jingming's armor with double, quadruple, and 6 times the force. He gritted his teeth, his thunder armor vibrating violently under the overwhelming pressure. The force of the blow pushed him back a step, his body straining to hold its ground. Finally, as the attack ceased, Xu Jingming dropped to one knee, gasping for air. His master said with satisfaction, "Ha, not bad, not bad." The attack intensity of a low-tier rank 4 Esper is equivalent to 10 times the power of a peak rank 3. Your thunder armor needs at least a rank 4 grade A Esper to break through. The fellow disciples standing by couldn't help but be shocked. Siwei stammered, an S-grade combat technique combined with an S-grade ability to think it could reach such a terrifying level. Dong Yue was also dazed. Junior brother has jumped 2 major realms and can defend against an attack from a rank 4 Esper. He's no longer just a prodigy. The master walked over, ready to wrap up the test. "It's getting late, let's go get some food." Xu Jingming suddenly spoke up. "Master, wait." His eyes ignited with intensity, and his hair began to turn a platinum white. He roared, "This still isn't my limit." A surge of purple energy exploded outward. Xu Jingming hovered in the air, his white hair standing on end, his entire body enveloped in the violent, raging energy of the Super Saiyan Level 3. Humph. Everyone was stunned once again. Liu Ming was so shocked he nearly stood up from his wheelchair. Jingming's undying Thunder God body has actually reached the 3rd level. "How did he do that?" Siwei exclaimed. "Oh my god, Junior brother is just too strong." Dong Yue was completely devastated, muttering to himself, "My undying Thunder God body is only at the 2nd level. Not only has he mastered 4 grade A combat techniques and 1 grade S technique, but he also broke through to the Thunder Extreme level. Is he even human?" The master laughed excitedly, continuing to gather an even larger energy orb. "No wonder your body could easily withstand 10 times the force. So the undying Thunder God body has entered the 3rd level. Here, take this." He soared into the air and unleashed a destructive strike down at Xu Jingming, who stood firm below. 3 minutes later, Xu Jingming knelt on one knee. His thunder armor had dissipated. The master stood opposite him, saying with satisfaction, "Very good. 20 times the force, meaning it would take the attack intensity of a mid-tier rank 4 Esper to break your defense." He looked at his student with pride and astonishment. "Jingming, that you could reach this point truly, it's beyond what I expected." Xu Jingming looked up and replied with a smile, "Sorry for the trouble, master." He thought to himself, "At least now I know exactly what level my defensive power has reached." The master helped him up and patted his shoulder in praise. "Among all my students, you are the one who gives me the most peace of mind. You teach yourself everything without me needing to say a word." They all left together. The master said happily, "Let's go eat. I'm in a good mood today. Everyone order whatever you like. Don't worry about the price." On the busy street, they got into a car. On the way back, Xu Jingming asked his senior for advice. "Liu Ming, between the Remnant Club and the Starlight Club, which one do you think I should choose?" Liu Ming didn't hesitate. "Starlight." Si Wei, sitting in the driver's seat, turned around and asked in surprise, "Wait, Liu Ming, I thought you'd tell Junior brother to join your Remnant Club?" Liu Ming explained, "If the Remnant Guild hadn't run into trouble, of course I'd want him to join our club. But as things stand now, Starlight is definitely the better choice." The master, sitting in the passenger seat, spoke up. "Jingming, why don't you stay in a club for a year or 2? Wait until your 3rd or 4th year to start your own. After you graduate, these people will become the foundation for the faction you build." Xu Jingming pondered this. Is building a faction really necessary? The master turned back, his gaze serious. "Do you know why I could never step into the Great Grandmaster realm? It's because I had no faction. I had to handle every little thing myself, which wasted all my time. Remember, Jingming, if you have a faction to take care of the trivialities, you can focus entirely on your cultivation." Xu Jingming nodded, his gaze becoming resolute. "I understand now. Thank you for the guidance, master." It seemed that once his strength increased a bit more, he would have to start looking into this. The next day, Xu Jingming walked through the school hallway, thinking, finally, classes are officially starting. Everything at the academy was beginning to fall into place. In the lecture hall, the professor was teaching. Today, we will discuss the origins of spirit beasts. Hundreds of years ago, when primeval energy appeared on Earth, wild beasts transformed into spirit beasts, and humanity began to awaken. After class, Xu Jingming stood before an electronic information board, pondering. So, after primeval energy emerged, people discovered many ancient civilization ruins underground. Most of Earth's advanced technology, including Esper testing equipment, was developed from these ruins. The next class was anatomy. Then, at the Weapons Academy, an instructor was introducing a new type of weapon. Meanwhile, at the Elemental Academy, a female instructor was demonstrating various elemental abilities. In one classroom, she looked on in astonishment as Xu Jingming controlled a dragon-shaped surge of energy dancing in his hand. She praised him. Not bad. You are truly gifted. Controlling an S-grade ability into any shape you want is no easy feat. Even here at the Elemental Academy, no one can do it. It's a pity you aren't a student of our academy. On the weekend, at the Yangcheng Wilderness area, Xu Jingming, in his battle suit, was fighting a spirit beast with a lightning-wreathed spear. His new weapon, the Azure Sky Black Dragon Spear, cost 1,000 credits and flashed with powerful purple light. Standing confidently in the middle of the battlefield, he thought, new knowledge, new skills, new equipment, they really have boosted my combat effectiveness significantly. A status screen appeared before him. Name, Xu Jingming. Rank, upper tier rank 2. Primeval energy points, 13,134, he mused. In the last 2 months, my strength has more than doubled, and my energy points have passed 13,000. It's a shame that a plus sign still hasn't appeared next to my ability. Logically, if other things could be upgraded, the ability should be able to as well. He looked at the status screen, determined not to hoard points anymore. It was better to use them to quickly improve his strength that would be more efficient. Xu Jingming clenched his fist, his eyes full of confidence, believing that one day his Violet Sky Divine Thunder would reach SS grade. The scene shifted to his school building. Song Chuan looked at Xu Jingming with admiration and a hint of self-pity. You've only been practicing ability control for a few days, and you're already better than I am after a month of training. It really is true that comparing yourself to others just makes you miserable. Xu Jingming smiled. I just had a sudden epiphany. He thought to himself, I have a system. Of course you can't compare to me. Song Chuan asked. A week from now, there's a study abroad field trip for freshmen, a collaboration between 3 schools, Qingjing University of Esper Studies, Jinqing University, and our own. Are you going? Xu Jingming replied. I heard the location is in the wilderness. Of course, I'm going. He smirked. This is a great opportunity to farm primeval energy points. I also really want to see what kind of geniuses those 2 top-tier universities have recruited. A week later, Xu Jingming's group gathered. A friend said, with Xu Jingming here for this year's freshman field trip, we can just sit back and relax. Another added, that's right, we haven't had an S-grade student like him, but we've already won 4 years in a row. It seems like the 5th consecutive championship is in the bag. Xu Jingming looked forward and said, we're here. A shimmering spatial gate appeared before everyone. A beautiful female instructor in a red outfit stepped out and said, hello everyone, I am in charge of this field trip. Let's discuss the details. She pulled up a map and a 3-dimensional display appeared before the group. She pointed to a spot on the map and announced, the destination for this field trip is the number 7 Demon Cavern Wilderness, located deep in the mountains of Shunan City, Jian Province. The image of the Demon Cavern appeared, radiating a terrifying black aura that made the students whisper among themselves. A demon cavern? That's terrifying. I heard that's a place where countless espers have lost their lives. This trip feels really dangerous. The instructor continued, I will be leading this trip personally, and the other academies will also be sending mentors along. Additionally, the higher-ups will allocate resources to the 3 schools based on the rankings of all participants. Ranking is based on the quantity and rank of spirit beasts eliminated. Only the top 50 will count toward the total. First place receives 34%, second place 21%, third place 19%, and the remaining 47 people share 24%. She floated into the air, looked straight at Xu Jingming, and assigned the mission. Therefore, first place is extremely important. It relates to our glorious 5-year winning streak for Magic City, as well as the resources the school will receive. Xu Jingming, I'm entrusting this mission to you. Any problems? He replied confidently, no problems. He thought, with my current combat power, I doubt any freshman will be able to surpass me. The female instructor gave a mysterious smile. Very good, but I must tell you something first. According to the latest news, for this field research trip, the Qingjing Academy of Ability has invited an S-rank guest student. The students around them immediately buzzed with excitement. Qingjing Academy has an S-rank student now? Where have S-ranks been hiding these past few years? Someone asked. Outside of Jingming, no new S-ranks have appeared in the Great Xia Kingdom. It's strange. The last time an S-rank appeared was 3 years ago. A 3D hologram of a stranger appeared. The instructor explained, this S-rank isn't from our Great Xia Kingdom. Instead, he is a freshman invited by the Qingjing Academy from India. She continued, his name is Kurano. He possesses an S-rank enhancement ability, and he's at the 3rd stage lower rank. Hearing this, Jingming couldn't help but be shocked. 3rd stage. Everyone was stunned. What do you mean, 3rd stage lower rank? Is it really possible for a freshman to reach that level? The instructor confirmed that this was information collected by Lady Yi and was definitely correct. But unlike you all, he is already 20 years old. The students started complaining. 20 years old? No wonder. That's 2 more years of training than us. How can a 20-year-old count as a freshman? That's so shameless. Someone else explained that in India, students don't start university until they are 20, so Kurano really is a freshman. Song Chuan looked at Xu Jingming anxiously, thinking to herself, NS rank, I'm definitely no match for him right now. But looking at Xu Jingming's expression, he didn't seem worried at all. Xu Jingming thought calmly, so what if he's S rank? I'm already used to fighting above my weight class. He crossed his arms, feeling confident. I have 3 S-rank combat techniques, 4 A-rank ones, and master-level spear skills. Why would I be afraid of him? Besides, this competition is about the number and rank of beasts killed. In that regard, I won't lose to any freshman. S rank or not, it makes no difference. The instructor looked at him with a satisfied gaze. Not bad, she thought. Xu Jingming is truly the most outstanding S-rank student in our school in recent years. Facing such pressure, he's still full of confidence. It was worth it, she thought, looking confident herself, to approve his access to the SS-rank Tyrant Dragon Essence Blood. The Qingjing Academy inviting an external student was just because the top-ranked school had priority for resource allocation. It seemed they were going to be disappointed this time. Then, she flew up, surrounded by a brilliant golden aura, and announced clearly, all right, that is the general situation for this research trip. For the remaining 7 days, everyone, make sure to prepare well. 7 days later, at Xu Jingming's apartment, Jiang Su Ashuan proudly presented a series of colorful vials. Detox pills, healing pills, ability recovery pills, mental clarity pills, they are all 2nd grade. Each bottle has 10 pills, which should be enough for you this month. Xu Jingming gently reached out to stroke her hair, his eyes full of concern. You've worked so hard. Look at you, you have dark circles under your eyes. Don't stay up late making pills anymore. If you need them, I can just buy them outside. Jiang Suoshuan smiled charmingly and replied confidently, how could store-bought pills be as good as the ones I refine myself? I guarantee every single pill has maximum potency. She continued, pointing to another set of bottles. Besides, I prepared 2 portions of each type of pill. Give this portion to Song Chuan. Xu Jingming asked, surprised, Song Chuan, since when are you two so close? Jiang Suoshuan leaned into his ear and whispered playfully, I'm not telling you. After saying that, she turned to leave, waving goodbye. On this research trip, both you and Song Chuan need to do your best, and above all, watch your safety. You're leaving tomorrow. Get some rest tonight. I won't bother you anymore. After she left, Xu Jingming picked up a bottle, deeply moved. 162nd grade pills to refine them in a week. She must have stayed up for 3 or 4 nights straight. How could I not know your feelings? He gripped the bottle tightly. But now isn't the time. I must become stronger quickly before I can even think about these things. At the school's sports field, a giant shadow covered the crowd of freshmen gathering. Xu Jingming looked around and remarked, 856 people. I didn't expect almost all the freshmen to sign up for the research trip. But why did the school announce the meeting at the sports field instead of the high-speed rail station? The white-haired friend next to him leaned into Song Chuan's ear. Sister Song Chuan, you don't know? We're taking an aircraft for our research trip. Song Chuan asked in surprise. An aircraft? But there's no runway on this sports field. As soon as she finished speaking, a voice rang out. Look up there. Everyone looked up at the sky simultaneously, witnessing a giant spacecraft descending. When the spacecraft landed on the field, the students couldn't help but marvel. That ship is huge. So cool. One student wondered, is this technology that we can possess at our current stage? The person next to him explained, this is a spacecraft excavated from ancient civilization ruins. I heard the anti-gravity device on it still hasn't been deciphered. Right then, the female instructor appeared in her red outfit, surrounded by a brilliant aura, and ordered clearly, all freshmen, board the ship. The students began to file onto the spacecraft. After everyone was aboard, the instructor stood outside and began forming hand seals. A complex magic circle appeared. She channeled her energy, casting a powerful spatial skill, yin-yang spatial boundary. Immediately, a blue glow enveloped the entire spacecraft, causing it to gradually become transparent. Inside the ship, the students exclaimed in amazement, "Wow! Why did the spacecraft become transparent?" Someone explained, "Principal Ling is truly an 8th stage Grandmaster. How incredible! This yin-yang spatial boundary can make the spacecraft independent from the outside space, so we don't have to dodge any flying beasts during the flight." Jingming looked at the magical scene outside. He thought, as expected, only high-stage experts can possess abilities that break through common perception. After my Thunder God Undying Body reaches the 6th level, I might randomly receive an ability from the refined beast's essence blood. I wonder if I'll be able to pull a flight skill then. The principal's voice sounded, "Lady Yi, let's depart." The spacecraft system replied, "Captain Lady Yi, order received." Soldier rank spacecraft, engaging invisible mode and taking off. The spacecraft arrived quickly and landed at the Shun'an Supply Base in Qian Province. An instructor greeted them and announced that each school had 2 dorm buildings. The Madu Academy of Ability is in Building 1 and 2. You can move in once you receive your room cards. There is a dining hall inside, and there's a large training field next to the dorms. Jingming's group received their rooms. A girl wearing glasses asked, "I'm on the 4th floor, room 402. How about you guys?" The white-haired friend replied, "I'm on the 2nd floor, room 203. Jingming said, "I'm on the 5th floor, room 504. Song Chuan leaned in and said, "Happily, I'm in room 505. That makes me your neighbor." Jingming smiled. "What a coincidence." He added, "I have a spatial ring, so I don't need to go back to my room to store my luggage. I'm going to check out the training room first." Song Chuan immediately responded, "I knew it. I'll go with you." Both of them entered a large training room equipped with all kinds of modern machinery. At the training room, Song Chuan pointed at a man and whispered to Jingming, "Jingming, look there. Is that the S-rank student from Qingjing Academy?" Their eyes turned toward a muscular man with a red turban, who was easily lifting 2 giant dumbbells. The people around them discussed in astonishment. "Wow, how heavy are those dumbbells he's lifting? One piece is 200 kilograms. There's no way we could lift that." He had sweat on his forehead and thought, Jingming of Madu. Bang! The man threw the 2 dumbbells to the floor, creating a loud noise. The weight of the dumbbells cracked the floor, demonstrating his terrifying strength. He turned around, walked towards Jingming, and introduced himself confidently. Jingming, "Hello. I am Pirano from Qingjing Academy. It's a pleasure to meet you." The Qingjing students standing nearby began to gossip. "So that's the number 1 freshman of Madu, Jingming. I heard he's already reached the 2nd stage upper rank. It's true, he's really impressive. Plus, unlike Kirino, Jingming is only 18 years old, just like us. It's a good thing we have Kirino at Qingjing, otherwise we'd definitely be crushed by Modu this time." Jingming smiled and went to shake his hand. "Hello." But Kirino walked past him, went straight up to Song Chuan, and held out his hand politely. "Beautiful lady, you must be Song Chuan. It's a pleasure to meet you." The pungent smell of sweat radiating from Kirano made Song Chuan instinctively lift her hand to cover her nose. Slap! In a flash, Jingming grabbed Kirano's wrist, stopping him. He stared straight into the man's eyes, his voice cold. "Classmate Kirano, it seems you know a bit about Western etiquette, but not very much, right? Don't you know that being drenched in sweat and trying to make contact with a lady is an extremely rude gesture?" Kirano gritted his teeth in anger. "You!" A red aura from Kirano and a blue one from Jingming began to clash. The atmosphere became tense. The students nearby panicked. They aren't about to fight, are they? The atmosphere felt wrong. "Someone get a professor. We can't stop them if they actually start fighting." Jingming clenched his fists tighter and continued. "Besides, I suggest you learn some manners and respect the customs of our great Xia." He thought to himself in shock. The S rank from Mado is incredibly strong. I couldn't even break free. How does someone with a lightning-type ability have so much raw power? As Jingming and Song Chuan turned to leave, Kieran watched Song Chuan's back, his eyes glinting with a calculating look. The genius girl of the Song family in Sichuan province truly lives up to her reputation. I wonder what her relationship with Jingming is. Regardless, I must have her. That way, I won't have to worry about cultivation resources ever again. Song Chuan turned to Jingming and said, "Jingming, thank you for stepping in to help me. I can't stand the smell in this training room. Let's find somewhere else to practice." He happily agreed. "Sure, why not?" An hour later, at a Guizhou cuisine restaurant, Song Chuan happily remarked as they stepped out, "Woo, a hearty meal after training always hits the spot." At the same time, up ahead, A scruffy-looking stranger was muttering to himself, "Extinction beasts, the final destruction is coming. Only the Supreme Angel can save humanity." As Xu Jingming walked down the street, the stranger tried to rope in passers-by. "Join us. Come on, join us." A passerby walked past coldly and said, "Not interested." Xu Jingming thought to himself, "I've heard about this. Since the beasts appeared, some religious fanatics have been preaching doomsday theories. This magic cave area was crowded with ability users, making it a mix of true and false. It wasn't surprising to see religious activity here." The man suddenly became agitated, grabbing a woman who was leading a small child, and shrieked, "Why? Why won't you believe me?" He pulled out a glowing dagger, his face twisted in madness. "I get it now. I understand it's because you haven't paid a high enough price. You haven't felt the pain. Ha ha ha, that must be it." His eyes bulged as he continued to scream. "Only by feeling the pain can you understand the greatness of the angel." With that, he lunged at the mother and child with his dagger. The woman screamed in terror. Ah! At that exact moment, Xu Jingming's eyes flashed with deadly purple lightning. In a split second, he lunged forward, unleashing a lightning strike that took down the madman before he could land a blow. With the danger gone, the mother quickly hugged her sobbing daughter, coaxing her, don't cry, it's okay now." She looked up at Xu Jingming and thanked him profusely. "Thank you, young man, for your heroic deed." "No trouble at all," he replied humbly. "It was just a small effort." Song Chuan walked over, looking at the body on the ground, and remarked, "These religious fanatics here are pretty aggressive, aren't they? Daring to kill people in the middle of the street." Xu Jingming also found it strange. "You're right, it is quite odd. Usually, they just preach their doctrines. They don't attack people." He looked around, eyes full of thought. Was it really just a coincidence? Or did he have accomplices? In the distance, a figure in a black cloak silently watched them before turning away and entering a luxurious villa. Inside, another subordinate in a black cloak was reporting, "High Priest, I've confirmed it. The person who killed our follower was Xu Jingming from the Mado Ability University." The High Priest, holding an energy orb filled with bones, asked, "Xu Jingming? The Mado S-rank elite, upper level tier 2? The subordinate confirmed, "Yes. He was the one who awakened during the martial arts exam. Less than half a year has passed, and he has already reached upper level tier 2. The High Priest's gaze turned dangerous. If this prodigy is allowed to grow, he will truly be a major nuisance. He ordered, "You may withdraw. The divine blood will emerge in the magic cave soon." This is the divine blood induction ritual. You are responsible for organizing the team to retrieve it. Remember, do not use the name of the Heavenly Destiny sect. Understood, High Priest. I understand clearly. The High Priest hovered in the air, the energy orb emitting a bright red glow. He declared, "1 month from now, my Heavenly Destiny sect will reveal itself to the world. In that case, let Xu Jingming and the elites from the 3 universities, including that S-rank brat, all become sacrifices for me." The scene shifted to a vast base, where the freshmen from the 3 universities had gathered in full. A man in a white lab coat stood before all the students, introducing himself. "Greetings, students of the 3 universities. I am the vice principal of Qingjing University, Xu Ping. This research trip will officially begin at 9 o'clock this morning and will last for 11 days. At this moment, we will begin distributing smart bracelets." Staff members began giving each student a smart bracelet. Vice Principal Xu Ping continued to explain the rules. "The achievements and images of you eliminating beasts in the magic cave will be recorded on the smart bracelet you just received. The top 1,000 students with the highest overall scores would receive rewards, and especially the top 3 would be able to choose one technique to learn from the 3 universities' secret collection. Additionally, the student who ranks first overall would receive an extra reward from their own university." The students nearby began to chat. "First place? Let's not even think about that." Another student expressed excitement. "I'm so looking forward to it. I wonder who will take the top spot, Kiran or Xu Jingming." The vice principal added, "This competition does not restrict forming teams. I hope everyone can cooperate to eliminate beasts. All right, the rest of the time is up to you." Immediately, the students began to freely look for teammates. "Our Qingjing team of 5 is still missing an auxiliary ability user. Our elite duo team requires absolute attack type abilities, rank A or higher." Ding Yu, the class monitor of Class 2, approached Xu Jingming and invited him. "Our class is preparing to form several adventure teams to operate in the outer rim of the magic cave. Do you want to join?" Xu Jingming crossed his arms and declined. "I won't be joining." "Go ahead and form your team, class monitor." Song Chuan walked over and asked, "Are you still planning to act alone once we get into the magic cave?" He replied, "My target is the central area of the magic cave. Going with others will just slow me down." A map of the magic cave appeared, and he analyzed it. The outer rim of Magic Cave number 7 is filled with Tier 1 to Tier 3 beasts, while the central area has Tier 3 to Tier 5. Currently, I can handle lower-level Tier 4 beasts, and I can even escape from Tier 5s. Naturally, reaching the central area is the best move. Song Chuan looked worried. The central area of the Magic Cave, entering that is just a death sentence, but going from the outer rim to the center must take at least a day or two. Can I go with you during this time? Jingming nodded in agreement. Sure. Hearing this, Song Chuan beamed with a radiant smile and happily said, then let's go together later. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Jingming. Kieran stepped forward, looking at him with a provocative gaze. I'm looking forward to your performance. I hope you won't fall too far behind. Jingming calmly replied, 100%. Kieran asked in surprise, Huh? What was that? He brushed past his opponent, leaving behind a confident remark. I am 100% going to beat you. Kieran gritted his teeth in anger, watching Jingming's back. Stubborn fool. This time, I will use overwhelming strength to show you people of Great Xia what I'm made of. Vice Principal Xu Ping smiled and announced, I declare this research study trip officially started. Everyone shouted in unison. Let's go. The students rushed out of the base gate with high spirits. Our team is going to try and kill a Tier 2 beast. Magic Cave, here we come. 7 hours later, in a dense forest inside Magic Cave number 7, Jingming and Song Chuan were moving cautiously. Suddenly, they encountered a pack of beasts that looked like pangolins. Song Chuan warned him, these iron-furred pangolins are Tier 2 beasts, but their fur is harder than E-grade alloy. They aren't easy to deal with. Jingming calmly replied, leave them to me. Then, he lunged into the middle of the beast pack, the spear in his hand creating a vortex of energy. The pangolins roared in anger, quickly curling their bodies into balls and lunging at him like spiked spheres. Jingming skillfully dodged while simultaneously delivering a precise spear strike into one of the pangolins. He spun around, continuing to pierce through the hard scales of another. His spear movements were incredibly fluid and powerful, continuously taking them down one by one. Song Chuan stood at a distance, watching in amazement. Every strike hits a weak point without a single flaw. This isn't something that can be achieved just by having a high rank. It also requires terrifying intuition and experience. She continued to admire him in her heart. Furthermore, the way he controls his ability can be called exquisite. It's safe to say he has mastered every bit of energy in his body perfectly, not wasting a single drop. After finishing off the entire pack, Jingming stood in the middle of the corpses to check his results. 12 Tier 2 iron-furred pangolins, a total of 276 ability points earned, plus 1,200 points. Not bad. The beasts further and have higher ranks. This trip should earn me at least 30,000 ability points. I wonder if I can upgrade my ability to SS rank. Song Chuan walked over and offered, let me help you. Then she said curiously, Jingming, you aren't like other lightning-type users. He turned back and asked, oh, in what way am I different? The beasts inside are higher rank. This trip should earn at least 30,000 ability points. I wonder if I can upgrade my ability to SS rank. Song Chuan stepped forward and offered, let me help you. Then she asked curiously, Jingming, you're not like other lightning-type users. He turned around and asked, oh, how am I different? As Jingming was cleaning up the beast's carcass, Song Chuan remarked that other Thunder Element psychics were always quite extravagant with their power, yet Jingming was incredibly restrained and cautious in how he used his. He explained, it's all to maintain my stamina. He continued, saying that if he used the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, he could naturally wipe out this pack of beasts in an instant, but that would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Only by conserving energy could he take down even more beasts. Song Chuan nodded, finally understanding. She then thought to herself with a hint of regret, what a pity. I wanted to see Jingming at his full strength, but it looks like I won't get the chance. The scene shifted to sunset, the crimson-orange twilight covering the majestic mountain ranges. The two stood in the middle of the forest, and Jingming looked toward the horizon, saying, it's getting dark, let's find a place to rest first and head out tomorrow. Song Chuan agreed. Suddenly, Jingming looked at the device on his wrist, and a 3D map appeared. He said happily, oh, there seems to be a water source nearby. In the wilds, water sources are where beasts congregate the most. He pointed forward and said to Song Chuan, it's not far from here. While it's not completely dark yet, we can take out another wave. Song Chuan, let's go. The two quickly arrived at a clear, quiet pond nestled in the forest. Jingming stood on the bank, looking around vigilantly, wondering, what's going on? There's no way there wouldn't be a single beast near a water source. Just then, a giant tiger with glowing sapphire eyes and claws as sharp as daggers stepped out from the woods. The massive beast approached the lake, lowered its head to drink, and completely ignored the presence of the two sitting in the distance. Just as the tiger was drinking, a giant crocodile suddenly emerged from beneath it, opening its massive jaws to attack its prey. The tiger roared in pain as it was struck by high-pressure water jets, unable to fight back. The crocodile continued its fierce assault with powerful hydroblasts. In just a few seconds, the tiger was tossed into the air and completely defeated. Xu Jingming and Song Chuan observed from afar, and he thought to himself, so this is home to a terrifying beast like a source water crocodile. No wonder not many beasts dare to come here to drink. Song Chuan realized in a panic and quickly grabbed Xu Jingming's arm. It's a Tier 4 beast. We're only in the outer ring of the Devil's Den. How are we running into a Tier 4? Jingming, let's get out of here quickly. Tier 4 beasts have powerful sensory abilities. For all we know, we've already been spotted. But Xu Jingming just smiled confidently and said calmly, no need to rush. Tier 4 beasts are strong, but they aren't impossible to deal with. With that, he began to channel his power. Purple and white lightning wrapped around the Tier 4 beast's body. Previously, in the Yangsheng wilderness, he had killed more than one of them. Song Chuan asked in surprise, is this the secret combat technique Dean Yang taught you? He smirked, his eyes flashing with confidence. The Thunder God's indestructible body was strong, but to deal with a Tier 4 beast, he had an even more effective technique. Suddenly, the sky turned dark, and lightning bolts began to appear. Song Chuan looked up and asked in surprise, is it going to rain? No. Wait, Xu Jingming raised his hand to the sky and shouted, Heavenly Thunder Technique. Immediately, a series of massive purple lightning bolts struck down on the crocodile's head. The monster roared in agony as the terrifying current ravaged its body. After the attack, a notification appeared. Defeated a lower Tier 4 source water crocodile. Psychic points plus 213. Score plus 10,000. Xu Jingming smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. The psychic points from a Tier 4 beast are more than 5 times higher than a Tier 3. It seems the system's design is meant to force me to constantly push my limits. He turned to Song Chuan and said, still dazed? The source water crocodile is dead. Let's go over and take a look. Song Chuan followed behind, still in total shock. I've never been one to be impressed by geniuses, but I've never seen a freak of nature like Jingming. He managed to bridge 2 major gaps, a high Tier 2 taking down a low Tier 4, and in an instant, 2. They both approached the giant monster's carcass. She concluded to herself, so this is his true strength. Xu Jingming looked at the torn hide of the beast and said regretfully, the source water crocodile's hide alone should be worth at least 20 to 30 million, but it's all ruined. Song Chuan stood beside him and remarked, it's not just the hide that's valuable. The entire body of a Tier 4 beast is a treasure. She looked at the monster's remains and suggested, my spatial ring is big enough, just leave it with me for now. I'll return it to you once we get to the supply base. Xu Jingming nodded in agreement. After cleaning up, Xu Jingming looked around the deserted riverbank. The beasts living around here must know how dangerous this water source is. Basically, none of them will come to drink anymore, so staying here is pointless. Let's go. Let's find a cave to rest in. As they were walking, Song Chuan, with flushed cheeks, hesitated and said, can we wait a moment? I happen to see a pond over here. I want to wash up a little. Xu Jingming immediately grew alert and held his hand up in front of her. Wait, let me check if there are any other beasts in the pond. Instantly, purple lightning bolts began to gather in his hand. Boom. A powerful strike of lightning struck the surface of the pond, sending water splashing everywhere. After the attack, Xu Jingming looked at the water, exclaiming in surprise, what is this? Bright red streaks of blood began to spread from the bottom of the pond, dyeing the water red. Suddenly, Xu Jingming frowned, a strange feeling washing over him. It smells so good. Why does this pond have such a deadly attraction? He felt an intense urge from deep within his body, like a primal craving. Meanwhile, in a dense forest nearby, a group of mysterious people in black cloaks was moving. A subordinate asked, Bishop, which ancient being's divine blood are we retrieving this time? The leader, whose face was completely obscured by a cloak, replied coldly, the blood of the ancient dragon god. The subordinate sounded excited. The dragon god's blood again. Once we obtain this divine blood, our Blood Moon cult will have another powerful divine blood envoy. The leader turned suddenly and barked, shut your mouth. We are the Blood Moon cult. The subordinate bowed in fear. Understood. The leader stared at a red energy orb in his hand, muttering. The divine blood appeared sooner than expected. He ordered the group. That place isn't far away. No more resting tonight. Move at full speed. Returning to Xu Jingming, both were shocked to see the pond had turned completely blood red. He asked, what's going on? The pond water has turned into blood. Song Chuan. Do you feel this blood pool pulling at you? Song Chuan shook her head. It doesn't pull at me. But according to the feedback from my Light of the Dawn, there is an incredibly thick aura of a beast in this blood water, very similar to yours. Xu Jingming fell into deep thought. An aura like his, he had absorbed the essence blood of an SS-grade Thunder Tyrant dragon. Could it be that this was also the essence blood of a dragon-type beast, which was why he was reacting to it? He decided to take a risk and told Song Chuan, Song Chuan, I'm going to try entering. If you notice anything wrong, pull me out immediately. Xu Jingming stepped into the blood pool, and streams of scorching red energy immediately wrapped around his body. He closed his eyes, enjoying the refreshing sensation. It felt so comfortable, like a traveler parched for 10 days and 10 nights in the desert finally finding fresh water. Soon after, the entire blood pool transformed into a giant red energy cocoon, wrapping Xu Jingming up and lifting him into the air. Song Chuan stood on the bank, calling out an alarm, Jingming. She realized the situation, her eyes becoming determined. She took a defensive stance, ready to fight. It seemed Jingming had found his own serendipitous opportunity and appeared unable to move. Then it's my turn to protect you. By the second day, Song Chuan stood in the middle of a battlefield filled with beast carcasses, panting in exhaustion. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, thinking to herself, thank goodness, the strongest beast that's appeared since last night has only been a low tier 3. She looked toward the blood cocoon, noticing the color had faded significantly. She guessed to herself, it looks like Jingming is almost done. Suddenly, she sensed someone approaching. She turned around vigilantly. The leader of the black-cloaked group looked at Song Chuan and the blood cocoon, wondering, I haven't retrieved divine blood just once or twice, so why does it have this form? He thought, isn't she from the Magic City? Why is a Magic City freshman here? Song Chuan gripped her weapon, watching the opposing group guardedly. Who are you people? Your clothes don't look like students from the 3 schools. There are no beasts here, and the water source has been polluted. If you want water, I suggest you go somewhere else. A subordinate shouted angrily. That is the supreme divine blood. You dare use the word polluted to describe it. The leader ordered, ignore her. Take the blood cocoon behind her first. Song Chuan realized their intentions, her heart sinking. This is bad. These people are actually targeting this strange blood pool. The leader is a tier 4, and even the weakest is a tier 3. I can only use that move. She quickly took out an amulet she was wearing around her neck. It immediately glowed brilliantly. A golden spherical aura appeared, enveloping her and the cocoon, blocking the black-cloaked group's attack. The subordinate's attack was easily blocked by the golden shield. He recognized the treasure. What was this? A protective talisman from an ancient civilization? These talismans are incredibly rare, only found in ancient ruins, and can be used multiple times, a true divine artifact for survival. Inside the protective barrier, Song Chuan taunted them. You know what this is, so why haven't you retreated yet? Why waste your time here? The leader smirked. Ha ha, from what I know, protective talismans have a limited duration. We're not in a hurry, so waiting here a while is fine. Song Chuan retorted firmly. Then feel free to wait as long as you like. She was secretly worried. This protective talisman could only hold for about an hour, and then it required 12 hours to recharge. She hoped Xu Jingming would wake up within this final hour. An hour later, the protective aura shattered. The leader in the black robe laughed triumphantly. I told you, that shield has a time limit. He stepped forward, threatening her. I advise you to be smart and hand over the talisman, or I'll make sure you die a miserable death. Song Chuan looked at the pill in her hand, her eyes resolute, thinking, I have no choice but to risk it. Just as she prepared to move, a cold voice echoed from the blood cocoon. Is that so? Why do I get the feeling that you are the ones who are going to die? With a loud crash, the blood cocoon shattered. Xu Jingming slowly stood up, his entire body enveloped in a fierce crimson energy, his eyes sharp and filled with killing intent. He stepped into the air, and beneath him, a giant dragon formed from blood energy appeared, looking immensely powerful. The leader retreated in terror, grinding his teeth. Xu Jingming, one of the sect's biggest targets, is here. Why does his aura make a grade 4 esper like me feel my heart racing? He's clearly just a grade 2. Driven mad, he ordered, kill them. Xu Jingming gave a cold glance, and a bolt of lightning flashed. He decisively unleashed his lightning purgatory, a prison of thunder and lightning that engulfed the subordinates. They only had time to scream in terror before being incinerated by the terrifying electrical current. The leader gritted his teeth, looking stunned. I already guessed that 5 grade 3 espers wouldn't be able to handle Xu Jingming, but I never expected them to be killed in an instant. A grade 2 fighting a grade 4 regardless. The advantage is still mine. At that moment, Xu Jingming lunged forward with his spear. The leader panicked, shouting, oh no. He only had time to raise his hands in defense, but he was struck by a powerful blow. He was sent flying, crashing hard into a large tree. He struggled to sit up, gasping for air, his heart still racing with fear. I couldn't even see how he attacked. Xu Jingming was suddenly standing right in front of him, coldly commanding. I ask, you answer. What is the blood in that pool? With the sharp blade of the spear at his throat, the leader replied fearfully. In its divine blood, the essential blood of a grade 9 beast emperor. Xu Jingming continued, why is the blood of a beast emperor here? The leader explained. In ancient times, humanity's martial saints and the beast emperors fought a great war, and all kinds of essential blood were scattered across the world. You asked about ancient times? Last question. Who are you? Why are you collecting the beast emperor's blood? The leader flashed a sinister smirk. We are the Blood Moon sect. As for the reason, we can't tell you. With that, he bit his tongue and committed suicide, black blood oozing from the corners of his mouth and eyes. Xu Jingming looked at the corpse, frowning. He killed himself. Another cult. Oh well, I'll ask Principal Ling Chang about it when I get back to the supply base. He turned around. Song Chuan ran over, worried, and asked, Xu Jingming, are you okay? He reached out his hand, gesturing for her not to worry. Xu Jingming gently placed his hand on her head and smiled. I'm fine. You've had a tough time. After everything calmed down, Song Chuan pointed toward the pool, which had turned clear again, and asked, those people? They seem to be targeting that blood pool, right? Xu Jingming confirmed. Yeah, they call themselves the Blood Moon sect, here to collect the Beast Emperor's blood. She exclaimed in surprise. That's the blood of a grade 9 Beast Emperor? That's an SSS grade cultivation resource. It has to go through complex processing to be used. How are you able to absorb it directly? Xu Jingming also looked confused as a status window appeared beside him. He was puzzled too, but it didn't seem to harm his body. In fact, it had directly leveled his indestructible Thunder God body up to the 4th stage. There might be even more benefits. I'll have to ask my teacher later. Seeing she was exhausted, he said gently, you should rest here for a while. You've been guarding me for 2 days, you must be tired. You could barely walk earlier. Song Chuan nodded slightly. Okay. She found a tree and sat down to rest while Xu Jingming kept watch. Meanwhile, at a villa under the cover of night, 2 figures in black stood on a balcony. A subordinate reported, Archbishop. The divine blood tracking device in Bishop Chu's hand suddenly lost its signal. The Archbishop looked at the orb in his hand and replied calmly, an unexpected incident must have occurred. Should we arrange for someone else to recover the divine blood? He replied, no need to arrange anything else. An Esper likely intervened. Just leave it. He looked up at the crescent moon, a sinister smile forming in the darkness. The operation in a month's time is what matters most. Back in the forest, Song Chuan woke up to a pleasant aroma. She saw Xu Jingming sitting by a fire, grilling meat. He turned back, smiling. Right on time. Come and eat. Song Chuan took a skewer of meat and happily praised. It smells so good. I didn't know you were such a gourmet. Xu Jingming replied, practice makes perfect. After this trip, you might be able to grill a good skewer yourself. She took a large bite, her eyes lighting up. So delicious. Xu Jingming, you should open a barbecue shop. I'll invest in you. He teased back. If the young lady of the Song family invests in me, wouldn't that mean I'd open a chain of shops all over Blue Star? Half an hour later, Song Chuan stretched. Phew, I'm so full. Xu Jingming, before we go, can I take a bath? Xu Jingming nodded. Of course, it won't take long. After you're done, I'll wash up a bit too. She said happily, okay, I'll go first. Song Chuan stepped into the lake, using her ability to create a giant water orb to envelop her body. The cool, refreshing water washed away all her fatigue. She took off her outer coat and used her water manipulation ability to form a small water dragon that swirled around her, looking delighted. After a while, she turned back and smiled at Xu Jingming, who was sitting on the bank. I'm done. Your turn. Xu Jingming looked a bit flustered, not daring to look directly at her. He coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. Cough, cough. Okay, I'm going to wash up then. As he walked away, Song Chuan watched him, thinking, why did Xu Jingming's look just now feel so strange? She suddenly looked down at herself and shrieked, ah. Her face turned bright red as she muttered in embarrassment. I'm used to dressing like this in the dorm. I didn't think this outfit would be this sheer. An hour later, they were both fully dressed. Song Chuan handed Xu Jingming a few talismans. Xu Jingming, these are protective and teleportation talismans. Take them. Xu Jingming refused. You keep them. Don't worry. My outdoor experience is quite extensive. I'll be fine. He held out his fist, and she happily bumped it. Take care then. See you in a month, he replied. See you in a month. With that, both turned and ran in opposite directions. Song Chuan charged off with burning determination. Next, I need to work hard too. Even if I don't get first place, I have to at least get third. 1 month later, in a dark cave, a black leopard with burning red eyes was growling. Opposite it, Su Jingming's hair had grown long, his entire body wrapped in lightning. The beast let out a heaven-shaking roar, furious at Su Jingming, but he stood completely unfazed, cloaked in electricity. He closed his eyes, focusing a powerful stream of lightning energy into his fingertips. Suddenly, a cunning spear thrust pierced the beast's throat from below, blood splattering everywhere. After taking down the peak, Grade 3 Night Leopard, a notification appeared. Eliminated a peak, Grade 3 Night Leopard. Esper points plus 43. He thought to himself, let's try the Esper training method next. Let's see if I can officially break through to Grade 3. He stood up, gathered his strength, and roared, breakthrough. A massive explosion of lightning energy erupted, engulfing the entire cave. After the energy dissipated, Su Jingming breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Finally broke through to Grade 3. He thought with satisfaction. Even the geniuses of the magic capital usually take half a year, or even a year, to level up. It seems my cultivation talent isn't bad at all. A status window appeared, and he checked his soaring stats. Name: Su Jingming. Rank: Grade 3, low tier. Esper points plus 48,429. From Grade 2, high tier, to Grade 3, low tier, both physique and spirit increased by nearly 400 points, and his blood energy broke the 2,000-point mark. Not bad. He looked at his Esper points with a bit of regret. 48,000 Esper points and still can't upgrade my ability to SS rank. I'll wait until 50,000 then. If it still doesn't work, I'll put it aside for now. He hoisted his spear and stepped out of the dark cave. Standing at the entrance, he smiled confidently. The day after tomorrow is the final results day. With my current points, taking first place shouldn't be a problem. On the day the scores were announced, the students gathered in a large hall. The student cheered happily. I got 121 points, rank 998. Great, I made it into the top 1,000. The person next to him poured cold water on his excitement. Don't celebrate yet. You submitted your bracelet yesterday. Today, the big shots are returning. Your rank will definitely drop. 2 hours left, and the C players still haven't arrived. Just then, a familiar figure entered the hall, grabbing everyone's attention. Someone recognized her as Song Kwaiyun, the second-ranked freshman from Madu. The student who was just cheering earlier sighed. It's over. I'm about to drop another rank. Her score surely won't be low. Song Kwaiyun walked to the scanner and placed her bracelet on it. The screen displayed, Madu Ability University, Song Kwaiyun, total score 12,131, rank first. Everyone around was stunned. 12,000 points? That's incredible. TSK Tisk, as expected of the second-ranked student from Madu. Compared to her, Li Lizi from Madu is still a bit behind. Principal Ling Shuang smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. Song Kwaiyun. She replied modestly. Thank you for the praise, Principal. Vice Principal Xu Ping whispered to the principal. Is she the grandniece of Senior Song from Sichuan Province? The principal nodded. That's right. I didn't expect the Song family to send her to our school instead of training her within the clan. But the girl has a lot of spirit. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind, Xiao Song Chuan. Not bad. Song Kwaiyun exclaimed in surprise, Aunt. The woman who approached was Zhou Ying, Song Kwaiyun's aunt and also the general manager of the Shunan supply base. She praised, Xiao Song Chuan. Not bad. She leaned into her ear and teased, but why didn't your little boyfriend come back with you? Song Kwaiyun blushed and quickly explained. What boyfriend? There's nothing going on yet, she asked in shock. Wait, how did you know? Her aunt smiled confidently. Don't forget, Aunt is the general manager. There are eyes and ears everywhere in this base. Right then, a loud cheer erupted, grabbing everyone's attention. Look over there, it's the S-rank prodigy from Qingjing, Kiran. He's back. Kiran walked in with a confident look. People started whispering. For Tier 3, he must have at least 50 or 60,000 points. No surprise there, the first place is definitely his. He leisurely walked to the point scanner, and the large screen immediately updated. Qingjing Ability University. Kiran, total score 113,264, rank first, pushing Song Q into second place. Everyone was stunned. Oh my god, the score reached over 110,000, unbelievable. The second-place person doesn't even have a fraction of his score. This is absolute dominance. A man shook Vice Principal Su Ping's hand and said, 110,000 points. It seems I should congratulate you in advance, Principal, for taking first place. He replied modestly, Not at all, not at all. We just got lucky. Principal Ling Shuang stood with her arms crossed, thinking to herself, although the hope is slim, based on the confidence Zhu Jingming showed, maybe he will give me a surprise. Suddenly, the screen changed again. Another person submitted their points, Dongsheng from Tincheng Ability University. Total score 13,526, ranked second. He was Tincheng University's trump card. He had returned 2. Song Qian watched her rank get pushed down to third and thought disappointedly, "Damn it, it looks like I won't make the top 3. She looked at her watch and asked anxiously, "Only 8 minutes left. Why hasn't Jingming returned yet?" Students from other schools started whispering, "Shu Jingming from Madu still isn't back. Did something unexpected happen to him? It's possible. The demon caves are too dangerous." Shu Jingming's friends quickly retorted, "I don't think so. Su Jingming has plenty of experience. He wouldn't be that careless." Just then, a voice rang out, "Su Jingming is back." The students from Madu cheered, "Shu Jingming, no matter the results, you're still the pride of our Madu. Come on, you're the best. Shu Jingming, we support you forever." Kiran stood in a corner and smirked, a bunch of weaklings huddling together for warmth. No matter how much they cheer, the final winner is still me. Shu Jingming looked at the large screen and smiled, thinking, "So Kiran got 110,000 points. No wonder so many people were cheering for me. Did they think I would lose?" Principal Ling Shuang approached and said, "Go on, we're only waiting for you now. Go upload your results quickly." She was secretly surprised. He's already reached Tier 3. So fast, Shu Jingming nodded, yes. He walked to the scanner and placed his bracelet on it. As Shu Jingming approached, the students around began to chatter excitedly. "What do you think Shu Jingming's score will be?" One person spoke up, another replied, "I guess maybe 50 or 60,000 points. After all, he is an upper tier, Tier 2. Sigh, it's just a pity Kiran is here. There's no way to win first place." As he placed the bracelet on the scanner, a massive notification appeared on the large screen. Shu Jingming from Madu Ability University, total score 405,637. And then the decisive words appeared, rank first. This result stunned everyone present from Vice Principal Xu Ping, Principal Ling Shuang, and Kiran to Song Qian. The entire hall erupted in utter disbelief. 400,000 points? Did I see that right? Damn, this is just too absurd. Is Modu's S rank that strong? His score is 4 times that of Qingjing's prodigy. This is crazy. Even if I didn't sleep or rest for a month killing Tier 1 beasts, I wouldn't get this many points. Vice Principal Xu Ping muttered while calculating. 400,000 points, he would have to kill 20,000 Tier 1 beasts. That's 666 beasts a day. This record is truly absurd. Song Qian's aunt was just as shocked. She turned to her niece and asked, "That score, it's truly amazing." Xiao Song Chuan, "Did you know about this beforehand?" Song Qian smiled, her eyes full of trust. "No, but I know that no matter what miracle happens to him, it wouldn't be a surprise." Kiran gritted his teeth, unable to accept the truth. "Shu Jingming's score is 3 times mine. How is that possible? If so, the cultivation resources that Qingjing University promised, won't that just vanish into thin air?" No way. He could no longer keep his cool, pointing straight at Shu Jingming and shouting, "Shu Jingming, your score can't be this high. Principal Shu, I request to investigate Shu Jingming's smart bracelet. I suspect he cheated." Kiran's accusation was immediately met with opposition from the Madu students. "Damn it, can't win, so you call cheating? Isn't that playing dirty? This is ridiculous." "Exactly. The smart bracelet has already been scanned by the machine. Are you suggesting there's a problem with the testing machine itself?" Vice Principal Xu Ping turned to ask Principal Ling Shuang. "Principal Ling, what do you think?" She replied calmly. "Check the recordings. Of course, there's no problem." She continued, her eyes sharp and her aura powerful. "However, if after checking the recordings we find that Shu Jingming didn't cheat, what are you going to do about it?" Another leader from Madu spoke up. "That's right. The smart bracelets and the scoring computers have all been strictly audited by our 3 universities. Are you doubting your own standards, Vice Principal Xu?" Vice Principal Xu Ping could only remain silent. He thought to himself, "This Ling Xuan is over 10 years younger than me, but I didn't expect her to be so difficult to deal with." He made a decision. Shu Jingming obviously shouldn't be wrongly accused. If the footage confirms there are no issues, our Qingjing team is willing to compensate him with a portion of S-rank cultivation resources. Principal Ling Xuan nodded. "If that's the case, then check the recordings on the smart bracelet." She then turned and called out, "Jingming, come here." Shu Jingming smirked, thinking to himself, "Nice, I didn't even have to do anything, and I just scored a portion of S-rank cultivation resources. Where else can you find a good deal like this?" Seeing his expression, Vice Principal Xu Ping felt a moment of panic. That expression, did I guess wrong? The technical staff began to play back the entire process of Shu Jingming's beast hunting. Kiran stood with his arms crossed, watching intently. "Let me see where you got these 400,000 points from. I'm an S rank too. Even if you're tier 3, this shouldn't be this absurd." As the images of Xu Jingming's combat were displayed, everyone was once again amazed. Damn, this spear technique is incredible. I'll never have a spear technique like that in my entire life. Not just the spear technique, Xu Jingming's control over his ability was also truly terrifying. Principal Ling Shuang turned to ask Xu Jingming, "Has your spear technique reached the master level?" He humbly replied, "It was just a stroke of luck." She smiled, thinking to herself, reaching the master level isn't something one achieves just by luck. It seems this Xu Jingming is hiding quite a few secrets that pique people's curiosity. Suddenly, the screen displayed footage of Xu Jingming confronting a source water crocodile. The students exclaimed, "Look, a Tier 4 source water crocodile. Why isn't Xu Jingming running? Right? What is he doing standing there? Is he planning to kill it? How could an upper tier Tier 2 possibly kill a Tier 4? Immediately after, the scene showed Xu Jingming unleashing the Heavenly Thunder technique. Terrifying bolts of lightning struck down, leaving everyone in shock. Damn, is this lightning released by Xu Jingming? What level of combat technique is this? It's terrifying that a Tier 4 source water crocodile was killed in an instant. Kiran couldn't believe his eyes either. This is an S-rank magic combat skill. Doesn't he usually use a spear? How could he have mastered a magic combat skill too? Principal Ling Chang was equally astonished. It was the Heavenly Thunder technique from the Elemental Academy, and even within that academy, few could master an S-rank skill. Yet, Xu Jingming, a freshman from the Weaponry Academy, had already learned it. She turned to Vice Principal Su Ping with a knowing look. "Principal Su, do we still need to keep watching?" He wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "That's enough. No need to watch anymore." He turned to Xu Jingming and declared, "To master an S-rank combat skill while still in your first year. Xu Jingming, you are truly gifted. Your S-rank cultivation resources will be sent to you shortly." Xu Jingming politely bowed to thank Principal Su. Vice Principal Xu Ping gritted his teeth, his face full of frustration and regret. Sigh. I didn't expect that even with so much preparation, Jingdu would still lose to Mado. If only I knew Xu Jingming was such a prodigy. I should have pulled out all the stops to recruit him to Jingdu in the first place. Once things had settled down, Vice Principal Xu Ping stood up and announced, "I hereby declare that this field study competition has concluded. Here are the top 3 rankings." He continued by announcing that the 3rd place went to the Tanxing Ability University, receiving 27.5% of the resource quota. 2nd place is Jingdu Ability University, receiving 31.5% of the resource quota. Finally, he clearly announced the winner. 1st place goes to Mado Ability University, receiving 41% of the resource quota and priority distribution rights. The Mado students erupted in joy. Xu Jingming's white-haired friend jumped up and cheered. "We won! Our Mado took 1st place and turned the tables. Xu Jingming, you're so cool. We've done it 5 consecutive championships." Vice Principal Xu Ping continued. Additionally, the resources distributed to the 3 schools this time are rare herbs and plants grown on the outskirts of the Demon Cave. Tomorrow, all freshmen will follow their instructors from each school into the cultivation garden for harvesting. Once finished, schools will arrange their own curricula for the remaining half-month. Dismissed. As soon as he finished speaking, Kiran stepped forward, his eyes full of resentment. "Principal Xu, I'm not satisfied. Can you allow Xu Jingming and me to have a direct duel? If we lose, we will hand over the resources. If I win, the resources promised earlier remain ours." Vice Principal Xu Ping looked at Kiran and asked with a serious expression, "How confident are you?" Kiran confidently replied, "Xu Jingming's S-rank magic skill takes 1 or 2 seconds to cast. In a one-on-one duel, I am certain I will win." Vice Principal Xu Ping thought for a moment and agreed. "I am not satisfied with this outcome either, so I'll take you up on that." Meanwhile, Principal Ling Chang asked Xu Jingming, "How do you plan to arrange your remaining half-month of study with your mentor?" He didn't hesitate to reply, "I'll go into the Demon Cave to keep hunting beasts." She was a bit worried, as he had been fighting non-stop for nearly a month. "Aren't you tired?" He smiled. "Tired, perhaps. But that's the only way to ensure my strength continues to improve rapidly," she advised him. "Life and death stakes certainly temper a person, but knowing when to rest is how you sustain it. You need to understand this." He nodded. "I understand, teacher. I'll get some rest once the trip ends and I'm back at school. Oh, by the way, Principal Ling, I encountered a pool inside the Demon Cave." He began to tell her the whole story about the Blood Pool and the Blood Moon sect. After listening, Principal Ling Chang analyzed. "Based on what you said, that was indeed the vital essence of a 9th-rank Beast Emperor and SSS-rank cultivation resource. Of course, the part you absorbed must have been diluted. Otherwise, there's no way you could have absorbed even a fraction of a Beast Emperor's essence," she continued. "As for why you could absorb it directly, it might be related to the body tempering skill you're learning. You should ask your master about that. I don't have much of an impression of the Blood Moon sect. They aren't a major sect, so don't worry about it too much. He replied, I understand. She smiled and said, go get some rest. You must be exhausted. As he turned around, Song Thuvan was waiting there with her aunt. She introduced them. Jingming, let me introduce you. This is my aunt, Zhou Ming, the general manager of the Shunan supply base. He politely greeted General Manager Zhou. She waved her hand. No need to be so formal. Just call me Aunt Zhou. She handed him a black and gold card. This is the black gold card of the Song family. From now on, you will receive a 20% discount on all products under the Song family's businesses. Xu Jingming was amazed as he took the card, thinking to himself, the Song family's black gold card. I remember their industries cover almost every field from combat armor to equipment, rare herbs, and medicine, all discounted by 20%. Just how much is this worth? Song Thuvan and her aunt both said, just take it. After all, your equipment needs frequent upgrades. He held the card, his face slightly flushed, thinking awkwardly, am I being kept by a wealthy woman? Suddenly, a crowd of reporters and fans rushed over. Student Shu, could we get an interview? Everyone scrambled to make offers. Our company has new defensive gear. Would you like to test it out? We are the largest weapons company. We'd like you to consider being our spokesperson. Student Shu, can we be friends? Let's train together sometime. We are the largest ability forum. Could we interview you first, then invite you to film a few videos? That afternoon, in a private room, Principal Ling Chang relayed the challenge. Kirin wants to duel you. Jingdu's stake is 20% of these resources. Our stake is half of the relic access passes. Do you want to fight? Xu Jingming asked in surprise. What are these relic access passes? Vice Principal Xu Ping explained, the relic access passes are entry tickets for ancient civilization ruins. We invited S-rank external recruits precisely for these 40 passes. Now that you've taken first place, the passes naturally belong to you all, which is why they aren't willing to give up. Xu Jingming recalled his history lessons at school, where Mado's history class mentioned. Before our current civilization, there was a period of ancient civilization. That ancient civilization also had beasts and the existence of ability users. The level of civilization could be called glorious. Not only did science and technology advance, but their understanding of abilities was incredibly profound. It's just unclear why that civilization was suddenly destroyed and buried deep underground when it reached its peak. It wasn't until a few thousand years later, when ability users reappeared on Earth, that these ruins were excavated. Top-tier ability training methods and SSS-rank combat skills were all discovered there. Vice Principal Xu Ping added more about the value of the tickets. Some of these ancient ruins can be entered directly, while others require these access passes. The ones that can be entered directly were long ago picked clean, which is why these passes are so highly contested. Principal Ling Chang added, these 40 passes correspond to ancient ruin number 9. It opens once a year, and only those from 4th rank to 6th rank can enter. If you beat Kirin, I can give you one, it's your choice. Vice Principal Xu Ping said nonchalantly, if you don't want to, that's fine too. After all, the arena is cramped, which favors Kirin. Xu Jingming smiled, placed his hand on his chest, and answered firmly, Principals, I accept. Vice Principal Xu Ping nodded and turned to leave. Good, I'll go inform Kirin. The location will be the supply base arena. Principal Ling Chang looked at Xu Jingming and asked, I didn't expect you to agree so decisively. Are you very confident? He replied calmly, it's all right, I'd say about 90% chance of winning. She was surprised, 90%. And you call that it's all right? Xu Jingming smirked, his eyes full of confidence. Actually, I was being humble. I think I'm 10 out of 10 sure. Principal Ling Chang shook her head and smiled. You if Xu Ping and Kirin knew you were 10 out of 10 sure. I wonder what they would think. Meanwhile, after receiving the news, Kirin clenched his fist and roared. He actually dared to agree? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. He turned to a Jingdu leader and said, Principal Su, if Xu Jingming gets hurt during the fight, that's fine, right? She reassured him, don't worry. The vice principals of the 3 schools, the instructors, and many students will be present. Just give it your all. If there's any real danger, someone will naturally step in. Kirin gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Xu Jingming, don't blame me for being cruel. The scene shifted to the arena area. A standard boxing ring had been set up, surrounded by a crowd of spectators. People were whispering excitedly. A duel between 2 S-rankers. So excited. What could be better? Both are 3rd rank, so who knows who will win? Some began to analyze. In the wild, Xu Jingming's Heavenly Thunder technique would surely win, but in the arena, it's hard to say. That's right, Kirin is a melee enhancement type ability user. Let's see how many trump cards Xu Jingming has left. Kiran stood by the side of the ring and sneered when he heard the chatter. Some people think Xu Jingming still has other trump cards. That S-rank skill for a freshman to learn one is already a miracle. How could he have a second one? Do they really think S-rank skills are easy to learn? A figure leisurely walked toward the ring. The Mado students recognized him and immediately cheered. Xu Jingming is here. Xu Jingming, we support you. Mado must win. Kiran watched his opponent approaching. With excitement, he said, "Come on. I, Xu Jingming, have been waiting for this." Xu Jingming looked up, his gaze as cold as a blade, and smirked. "You're dying to fight, aren't you? Then I'll grant your wish." Xu Jingming and Kiran, one with a spear and the other with a sword, stepped onto the arena at the same time. Xu Jingming held his spear with a sharp gaze. A silver-haired elder stepped out to introduce, "I will be presiding over this arena match. Either side that loses consciousness or admits defeat will signal the end of the match. Follow-up attacks are not allowed. Of course, there's no need to hold back. With us here, you don't need to worry about your lives." He was Jiang Quan, the vice principal of Tanqing University, a Tier 8 water element grandmaster. With a gentle wave of his hand, a stream of water began to condense, and a transparent water barrier enclosed the entire arena. He stood in the center, separating the two fighters. The referee raised his hand and clearly declared, "Both sides, get ready. 3, 2, 1, begin." Immediately, Kiran let out a powerful roar. As he yelled, his body swelled, glowing red tattoos lit up on his skin, and two black horns sprouted from his temples. His aura was incredibly fierce. Xu Jingming watched calmly, thinking to himself, "Is this the S-rank enhancement type ability?" Kiran looked at him with arrogant provocation. "Xu Jingming, I'll give you time to prepare that S-rank combat technique. I want you to lose and be completely convinced." The audience outside began to worry. This was an S-rank enhancement type ability, and Xu Jingming was in big trouble. That's right, the arena is only 30 meters, which is a huge limitation for a lightning element user's long-range skills. Since Xu Jingming dared to step on stage, he must have planned for this, right? Xu Jingming smirked as purple lightning began to flash around him, thinking that since reaching Tier 3, he hadn't truly released his full ability. "Very well, I'll use you to test it out." A terrifying lightning explosion erupted from his body, covering the entire space of the arena. The referee, Jiang Quan, couldn't help but be shocked, thinking, "This waterbone layer can only withstand attacks from a peak Tier 3 A-rank ability user at most. Is a mere burst of ability power already touching the limit of my water bones?" He immediately reinforced the water barrier, his expression becoming more serious. The audience below was completely overwhelmed. Was this the S-rank's Jixiao Divine Thunder? It was truly terrifying, feeling as if it could kill them in an instant. To be fellow freshmen, the gap was just too big. Kiran felt the electricity corroding his body and frowned. "Normal lightning doesn't hurt me, but Xu Jingming's lightning can corrode my body. It seems I have to end this quickly." He clenched his fists and lunged forward. Kiran's speed was extreme, and in the blink of an eye, he was closing in on Xu Jingming. Seeing his opponent didn't intend to dodge, he roared, "Oh, you're not choosing to run but planning to resist me? Then let me show you the invincible power of an enhancement-type ability user." Kiran swung his great saber and shouted, "Take this." With a shrill clanging sound, Xu Jingming quickly thrust his spear at him. This wasn't good. He immediately raised his saber to block, and both were pushed back by the force of the collision. Kiran couldn't hide his extreme shock. "How can this be? How can you be evenly matched with me after I've transformed? I'm an S-rank enhancement-type user." Responding to that astonishment, Xu Jingming, surrounded by swirling purple lightning, said calmly, "You seem very surprised, but there's no rule stating that a lightning element ability user's strength must be weaker than an enhancement-type user's." Kiran put a hand to his forehead, his expression becoming extremely serious as a dark aura began to emanate. "Indeed, there is no such rule. I was going to play with you a little, but it seems that won't be possible now." Kiran's body changed once again. His skin became pitch black, thornier, and more ferocious. He growled, "Xu Jingming, you should consider yourself lucky, because I will use my full power to defeat you." He roared loudly, completing the transformation into a violent beast god form. "Come here, face your fear." Beast god descent. The stands erupted at this transformation. S-rank Phantom Heaven Beast God ability combined with an S-rank combat technique is just too terrifying. Is this Kiran's full power? He looks so strong. This must be an exclusive S-rank combat technique. Combined with his ability, it will be even stronger, a spectator said confidently. It's a sure win. However, Principal Ling Chang had a different thought. "I remember the Dean of the Weaponry Academy, Yang Zhenchen, seems to have a similar S-rank combat technique. Xu Jingming surely knows it too." On the arena, Kiran in his beast god form faced Xu Jingming, who was still wrapped in a sea of purple lightning. Kirin smirked in a terrifying way. Xu Jingming, in this state, do you still dare to clash with me again? Xu Jingming's hair suddenly turned silver white, his eyes glowing brilliantly, and the purple lightning around him became even more intense. He smiled and replied, clashing with you again? Why not? A heaven-shaking wave of energy erupted from Xu Jingming's body. He had also activated his peak combat state. Kirin, who was so confident just a moment ago, now looked back with a panicked and incredulous expression. Xu Jingming's eyes had completely changed. Two spectators were extremely shocked. What's going on? I just glanced at my phone. Why are there two monsters on the arena now? Their friend explained, Buddy, those aren't monsters. Xu Jingming and Kirin have just entered stage 2. The other person was still in shock, saying, they're not monsters. Damn it, even the way they call it stage 2 is crazy. Facing Xu Jingming in his new form, Kirin realized in horror, this is an S-rank combat technique. Xu Jingming only answered softly, you guessed right, but unfortunately, there's no prize. Saying that, Xu Jingming put both hands forward, condensed a destructive lightning sphere, and declared, Thunder Prison. Kirin immediately felt the deadly danger. It's a controlled combat technique. This isn't good. He's preparing to launch the S-rank Heaven Thunder technique. With no way back, Kirin roared, exerting all his energy, risking his blood-chi armor. He desperately lunged forward, ignoring the countless lightning bolts of the prison lashing at his body. The fiery red blood-chi armor helped him resist. Finally, with a roar, he broke out of the Thunder Prison's range. Finally, I'm out. But when he looked up, his expression turned to horror. Above him, a giant lightning spear created from countless pure lightning bolts was descending. He quickly dodged it at the last second. The lightning spear carried destructive power, tearing through the air. Kirin only had time to look up, thinking desperately, that lightning spear is terrifying. If I get hit, I won't die, but I'll be heavily injured. Facing the lightning spear, Kirin could only exclaim in horror, too fast. While Xu Jingming had already closed in with the speed of gale lightning, not giving his opponent a second to recover, Xu Jingming spun his spear, purple lightning swirling around the tip of his weapon. He immediately launched a lightning-fast attack, and Kirin could only desperately raise his sword to block. Even though he blocked the first strike, the extreme impact force sent Kirin flying backward, losing his balance in the air. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Jingming rushed in, his spear turning into countless illusions, launching the ultimate consecutive lightning spear technique. Countless lightning spears stabbed into Kirin's body, creating continuous booming sounds. Despite enduring the tearing pain, Kirin's fighting spirit didn't fade. He gritted his teeth, thinking, as long as I can endure this move, I still have a chance. With that belief, he roared defiantly, now it's my turn. But Xu Jingming only coldly replied with a single word containing destructive power, explode. Immediately, the lightning spears that had embedded themselves in Kirin's body began to explode from within. A terrifying lightning explosion erupted from Kirin's body, blowing him backward. His body was thrown ruthlessly, crashing hard into the water barrier. When the smoke cleared, Kirin had returned to his human form, lying motionless on the arena floor with scorched marks on his chest. Xu Jingming's sharp spear tip was resting against his throat. Kirin managed to say bitterly, I concede. Referee Jiang Quan immediately raised his hand and solemnly declared, the winner is Xu Jingming. The stands erupted in shock and excitement. Unbelievable. I thought it would take more than 10 minutes. Who knew it would be over in 2 minutes? That's right. He completely overwhelmed him, a lightning element user winning a strength clash against an enhancement type. Furthermore, the way Xu Jingming combined his combat techniques was perfect, not giving Kirin a single chance. Principal Ling Chang smiled, analyzing accurately. He used Thunder Prison to control, then used the lightning spear to force Kirin to use his movement techniques. Next, he used the lightning flash charge, combined with gale lightning to force the opponent to reveal a flaw, and finally finished it with the consecutive lightning spear. Step-by-step calculations, clean and decisive, Xu Jingming is truly excellent. At this moment, Principal Ling turned to the opposing school's principal. Principal Z, do you have anything else to say? The other principal could only admit, Principal Ling, we lost and are completely convinced. That 20% share of resources belongs to you. In addition, the S-rank resources promised to Xu Jingming will likely be delivered tomorrow afternoon. Principal Z turned and walked away, his face full of bitterness, thinking that he hadn't managed to get the 20 passes to the ruins. And we're also losing 20% of our resource market share. Both of you really lost everything. Principal Ling turned back to Xu Jingming and handed him a card. You did well. This is an entry pass for the level 9 civilization ruins. I'm giving it to you in advance. Additionally, the Zhang family will reward you with another 10,000 credits. Xu Jingming accepted it happily. 10,000? Thank you, Principal Ling. Xu Jingming smiled as he looked at the card in his hand, thinking to himself, So this is the ruins entry pass that everyone is desperate for. After the match, Principal Ling told Jingming to go and get some rest. The S-rank resources that Star City University promised you, along with the right to choose a combat technique from the 3 universities' library once you finish gathering the rare herbs at the Demon Cave tomorrow, you can go and claim everything. Jingming replied cheerfully, "Yes, sir." He smiled with satisfaction. This research trip not only yielded the ruins pass, academic credits, and S-rank resources, but also a huge amount of rare herbs and a pile of monster materials. You could say it was an extremely fruitful harvest. Just then, a strange man approached and praised him. What an incredible match. Being able to witness a genius like you is a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Jingming answered modestly. Thank you for the compliment. He wondered to himself, who is this guy? Song Chuan quickly explained. He is the top student of Jin City University, Dong Sheng, ranked 3rd, right behind you and Kiran. Song Chuan continued with admiration. No wonder his cultivation has reached the peak of level 2. He's a total monster. Jingming turned to tease her. You're already at level 3? Are you complimenting yourself? He winked playfully. I'm different. I have a hack tool, just 1 click and I level up. Do you believe it? Song Chuan rolled her eyes. Yeah, right, in your dreams. Meanwhile, in a remote and ancient villa, a group of people in black cloaks were kneeling before a leader floating in mid-air, chanting in unison. By the mandate of heaven, the eternal angel, the eternal angel. The leader, addressed as the archbishop, asked a subordinate, has everything at the plantation been arranged? The subordinate respectfully replied, Archbishop, everything has been arranged. The archbishop coldly ordered, you are responsible for dealing with the teachers from the 3 major universities. Kill as many as you can. The group replied in unison, yes. He turned to another figure. As for those 2 S-rankers, I will leave them to you. Holy Son, coincidentally, this will be useful for your growth. Any problems? The Holy Son replied, no problem. Tomorrow, the distance between me and them will be very short. The Holy Son continued with a cruel tone. If they are willing to find shelter, in the arms of our heavens will sect, that would be for the best. If not, kill them all, no survivors. The Archbishop looked up to the sky and growled, tomorrow will be the most glorious stage for our heavens will sect. We must announce our existence to the great Shia kingdom in the most brutal and bloody way. I am very much looking forward to your performance. By the mandate of heaven, the eternal angel. The next day, at the Demon Cave Plantation, a heavily guarded area, the students were extremely excited by the magnificent scenery. So beautiful. Is that a C-rank sunflower? I didn't expect there to be so many in the base. I can't wait to pluck them from the ground. A man who appeared to be the manager, Ma Yang, stepped out to welcome them. Welcome to the teachers and students of the 3 major universities. Why didn't the 3 vice principals come? Miss Hu Ping, the instructor from Magic Capital University, explained. The principals have other matters to attend to. Picking flowers and herbs is not dangerous, so they didn't come. Besides, even if an accident occurs, Principal Ling can use her spatial ability and be here in a few minutes. Ma Yang nodded. True enough. Then, everyone follow me. He began to assign tasks. Star City University is responsible for collecting sunflowers in Zone C12. Jin City University is responsible for collecting firegrass in Zone B16. Magic Capital University is responsible for collecting purity grass in Zone C11. The top 3 freshmen need to be separated. Follow me. Miss Hu Ping immediately became wary. Separate? Why? Don't the plantations at other demon caves have this rule? Ma Yang smiled and explained, this is a new batch of S-rank rare herbs. It's a great opportunity for these outstanding students to broaden their horizons. Miss Hu Ping thought for a moment and agreed. Is that so? All right then. Jingming, Kiran, Dong Sheng, go follow them. Jingming followed, full of suspicion. Collecting S-rank herbs separately? I have a feeling this manager Ma is not right, but with the teachers here, there shouldn't be any issues. Suddenly, Dong Sheng turned back to greet them. Hello you two, I'm Dong Sheng from Jin City University. Your battle yesterday was amazing. I was truly stunned watching it. Jingming replied, you're too kind. Dong Sheng continued with curiosity. I heard that some religions have secret techniques to improve strength, allowing a level 2 ability user to rise to level 4. If that's true, then perhaps I could even trade a few blows with you too. Jingming muttered, religion, huh, best to stay away from them. Hearing this, Kiran clasped his hands and said reverently, what's wrong with religion? Whether it's our country's detoxification sect or the Holy Father sect, they all have positive meanings. It is because of the support of Lord Brahma that I am invincible. Jingming smirked. Invincible? Then why didn't the Lord Brahma you believe in let you defeat me? Kiran was so angry he was speechless. Dong Sheng interjected, smiling meaningfully. I actually think Kiran has a point. Some religions are truly of great benefit to humanity. Jingming, a little later, when you personally feel the power derived from religion, you might change your mind. Dongsheng's words made Xu Jingming wary. A little later, what does he mean? Just then, Ma Yang stopped and announced, Miss Hu, the three students have arrived. Miss Hu Ping looked around, seeing nothing unusual, and asked, We're here. Where are the S-rank rare herbs? Ma Yang pointed to an empty garden and smiled. Miss Hu, please look at the S-rank rare herbs here. Miss Hu Ping looked, filled with confusion. The moment she let her guard down, Ma Yang, with blood-red eyes, lunged from behind. Thud. He struck with lightning speed. His glowing red hand with sharp claws pierced straight into a fellow teacher. The cruel hand went through the unfortunate teacher's chest, causing him to scream once before he fell silent. Witnessing the horrific scene, another teacher immediately rushed in, his whole body bursting into flames, shouting, You, a level 7 Grandmaster. The teacher quickly transformed, revealing cat-like ears and stripes, and roared angrily, You are not Manager Ma. Who exactly are you? A-rank ability? Miao Lingying, do you know what the consequences of this will be? The attacker had now revealed his true face, sneering, Truly the peak of level 6 from Magic Capital University. You are indeed different from ordinary level 6 ability users. Your vitality is truly tenacious. He slowly peeled off his disguise, revealing his true face, because you are about to die, telling you doesn't matter. We are the Heavens will sect. And as for the consequences, naturally, the more serious, the more we like it. Teacher Miao Lingying roared, Heavens will sect. Are you trying to cut off the inheritance of this generation of our great Xia kingdom? I hope you won't regret your actions. The villain screamed, Kill, sparing no one, causing the other cloaked figures to attack simultaneously, creating a chaotic scene. In the critical situation, Teacher Miao Lingying hurriedly crushed a signal crystal in his hand, hoping to call for help, but the leader just sneered, holding up a blood-red orb. Trying to call your spatial system Grandmaster. Sorry, it's too late. He activated the orb, and a red energy field quickly spread, covering the entire area, sealing the space. At the same time, in a place far away, Principal Ling suddenly felt something was wrong. She said angrily, Someone dares to attack the 3 University Alliance team. They want to die. The principal rushed from Principal Jiang to the plantation. Saying that, she flew into the air, using her spatial ability to try to open a path to the plantation. People below looked up, stunned by the terrifying aura of the 3 principals, gasping, What a powerful aura. Are all 3 of them Grandmasters? Their aura is so frightening. That's right, they are the vice principals of the 3 top universities. Damn, could something have happened to the students on their research trip? At a command center, a powerful woman shouted into a communication device, Teams 9 and 10 of the base, get to the Demon Cave plantation immediately and protect the young lady. She anxiously looked at the surveillance map. Little Song Chuan has an amulet on her, and there are level 8 Grandmasters from the 3 universities protecting them, so there shouldn't be any problems. Back at the plantation, inside the sealed space, Teacher Miao Lingying felt the effort from the outside, exclaiming in shock, This is a spatial system ability fluctuation. The leader laughed cruelly. That's right, your spatial system Grandmaster is useless now. As for you, die first. Facing the destructive attack, Teacher Miao Lingying could only think in despair. It's over. I can't dodge this blow. Boom! A blast of deep crimson energy slammed directly into the teacher, sending him flying. Watching the scene unfold, Kieran cursed. Damn it. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming was reeling a 7th-ranked Grandmaster, and even with all his trump cards, he stood no chance against him. The ringleader looked up into the air, where space was being rattled by Principal Ling, and muttered, You can actually shake the space of a beast emperor? A space attribute Grandmaster was truly powerful. With that, he turned and flew away, leaving behind a parting shot, Saint Sun, I leave this place to you. All eyes turned toward Dongsheng. He stepped forward, surrounded by hooded figures in black cloaks, and declared with a fanatical tone, Finally, the time has come for my Heavens will cult to take the stage. Xu Jingming, Kieran, come here, let me show you my true form. His body began to mutate, his powers surging at a dizzying rate, rising past 2nd rank advanced, surpassing the 2nd rank peak, then 3rd rank entry, and 3rd rank mid-level. Finally, he transformed into a massive, multi-armed demon, his aura reaching an unbelievable level. 4th rank peak, Kieran and Xu Jingming were absolutely terrified. Kieran stammered, Damn it, what kind of battle art is this? It can actually boost power by 2 major ranks? This is the aura of God's blood. Xu Jingming quickly analyzed the situation. This Dongsheng seemed to possess the auras of multiple types of God's blood. A single type of God's blood was already an SSS level resource. No wonder he could reach the 4th rank peak in one go. In his demon form, Dongsheng looked down at the two of them, delivering a cold ultimatum as he shifted from second rank mid-level to fourth rank peak. This is the power of the Heavens Will cult. You have two choices. Join us and help me hunt the other students, or be crushed and killed by me. Make your choice. In the midst of the crisis, other students screamed, trying to rush towards Xu Jingming and Kiran. Hurry! The two S-rankers are in danger. Go help them. Xu Jingming is our hope. We can't lose him. Charge. But the black-cloaked cultists blocked their path, laughing sinisterly. Stop right there. No one is saving them today. Worry about yourselves. First, you are our targets too. Surrounded, Song Chuanyun fought while anxiously praying for Xu Jingming. Jingming, please stay safe. Outside, the principals were struggling to get through. Principal 2 asked impatiently, Principal Ling, why can't we teleport directly into the plantation? Principal Ling replied with a grave expression. I tried. The space inside the plantation is impenetrable. She analyzed the situation while watching the ringleader inside the blockade. He was certainly holding a 9th-rank beast Emperor Bone with space manipulation abilities. The space around the plantation had been sealed. A 9th-rank beast Emperor Bone with space powers was quite an investment. If anything happens to those two S-rankers, we're going to be in big trouble. Inside, the Heavens Will cult leader laughed aloud, provoking those outside. Ha, ha, ha. So what? Even with 3 grandmasters, you're still helpless, forced to watch as my Heavens Will cult slaughters all these freshmen. Today is the greatest awakening of our cult. Principal Jiang gritted his teeth. It's the Heavens Will cult. They were wiped out from the Great Xia territory 60 years ago. I didn't expect them to resurface. Let's attack together. 3 minutes is enough to break his spatial seal. With that, the 3 of them poured out their full strength, launching a heaven-shaking attack. Their powerful strike hit the foundation of the plantation, causing massive fissures. A huge expanse of land was lifted into the air, and trees were leveled. The ground split open, creating a bottomless abyss. After the attack, Principal Ling identified the weak point. The underground space is sealed and impenetrable. The weakest point is to the southeast. Hearing the order, the other 2 principals immediately unleashed their power, preparing for an all-out assault. Principal 2 transformed into a raging werewolf, roaring in anger. Principal Jiang also morphed into a powerful water elemental entity. Both rushed toward the weak point Principal Ling had pinpointed. Inside the plantation, the students felt the violent shaking and looked up in astonishment. They realized it was an attack from the outside and cheered with hope. It's the vice principals. They're here to save us. There's hope. In the midst of this, Xu Jingming remained calm, silently calculating that he still had 49,000 energy points on his system interface. If he used all of it to level up, he could break into the 4th rank and turn the tables. Dongsheng, in his demon form, began to lure the other students. Geniuses of the 3 universities, have you seen this? Surging from 2nd rank mid-level to 4th rank peak. This is the power of the Heavens Will cult. I will give you a chance. Kill the freshmen around you and join me. Become a member of the cult, and you'll have the chance to obtain power just like mine. The offer left the students wavering and fearful as they looked at each other. Suddenly, Principal Ling's dignified voice echoed from outside. Any freshman who dares to attack another student will be expelled and executed on the spot. The warning woke the students up, and they quickly solidified their stance. Forget it. Traitors never have a good ending. That's right. If we become hunted, we'll surely die. Following the principles still gives us a chance. Seeing his attempt to sow discord fail, Dongsheng roared in anger. A bunch of fools. You don't even have that bit of courage. He turned to Xu Jingming and Kiran, the final ultimatum. I'll give you 3 seconds, surrender or die. 3, 2, the immense pressure caused Kiran to collapse. He knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging, don't kill me. I'll join the Heavens Will cult. Dongsheng smirked in satisfaction. A wise choice. And what about you? Contrary to Kiran, Xu Jingming stood straight, purple lightning flashing all over his body, his eyes full of defiance. Dongsheng hissed, you stubborn idiot. It seems you've chosen death because you don't want to be the saint's son. Kiran, kill him. Consider it proof of your loyalty. Kiran looked at Xu Jingming in a panic, stammering, I can't handle him. Immediately, 2 werewolf-shaped black-cloaked minions stepped forward. We'll help you. Xu Jingming glanced at his enemies, calmly analyzing. 1 3rd-rank entry level plus 4 4th-rank entry levels. Looks like I don't need to use my energy points just yet. 1 black-cloaked minion lunged forward, swinging a large axe and shouting, you think you're so good just because you're S-rank? You're too arrogant. Die. Clang. Xu Jingming easily used the shaft of his spear to block the axe blade. He spun and unleashed a bolt of lightning, piercing his attacker. The minion flew backward, covered in blood, and exclaimed in shock, how is this possible? I'm an expert rank, Xu Jingming replied coldly. You dared to rush me alone. You're just looking for death. Seeing his minion easily defeated, Dong Sheng roared, "Fine then, I'll kill you myself." Facing the pressure from Dong Sheng, Xu Jingming felt a lethal threat. He truly made him feel like his life was in danger. He's definitely strong. Looks like I have to use my energy points after all. It's a pity. I wanted to see if 50,000 energy points could upgrade my ability. Just as Xu Jingming took down the minion, a system notification appeared. You have eliminated a 4th rank entry-level God's Blood Messenger. Energy points plus 1,000. He did the math, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. 50,000. Without any hesitation, he ordered the system. If that's the case, let's do it. Upgrade ability. The system interface appeared before his eyes, and his finger tapped on the text. Violet Heaven Divine Lightning S rank. A new notification appeared. Beginning ability evolution. S rank ability. Violet Heaven Divine Lightning is evolving 10% 20%. At the same time, brilliant golden lightning descended from the sky, shattering the red spatial blockade. While the evolution process continued at 30%, Xu Jingming soared into the air, gracefully dodging the attacks from Kirin and the werewolves. He moved fluidly among the golden lightning bolts, and not a single attack could touch him. Seeing this, Dong Sheng roared in anger, losing his patience. "Stop playing games." He launched an all-out attack, a massive ball of dark energy firing towards Xu Jingming, causing a horrific explosion. But as the smoke cleared, Xu Jingming was completely unharmed, hovering in mid-air while the evolution progress bar neared completion. Ability evolution progress. 98%, 99%, 100%. Ability evolution successful. S rank ability, Violet Heaven Divine Lightning has transformed into SS rank ability, dominating Heaven Divine Lightning. A surge of destructive power exploded from Xu Jingming's body. He slowly opened his eyes. His pupils had now turned a brilliant golden hue, flashing with powerful lightning. Without any unnecessary movement, just a single gaze from him was enough to trigger a massive golden pillar of lightning that struck straight down from the sky. Dong Sheng was hit by the lightning bolt, unable to even let out a sound. His entire body was incinerated amidst a harrowing scream. Ding! A system notification rang in Xu Jingming's head. Eliminated a 4th rank Peak God's Blood Messenger. Energy points plus 2,000. The remaining werewolf minions pointed at him in horror, trembling as they stammered. You, Xu Jingming replied coldly with 2 words, "Go to hell." Another storm of golden lightning descended, wiping out all the remaining enemies in an instant, and Xu Jingming flew toward Kirin. Kirin was shivering with fear, stuttering, "Don't, please don't." He hurriedly bowed his head to the ground, begging pathetically, "Xu Jingming, I was threatened too. I didn't attack you." Witnessing the death of the Saint's son, the leader of the fake cult couldn't help but be shocked. Is the Saint's son dead? His shock quickly turned into extreme rage. He roared, "Xu Jingming, I will bury you with him." He unleashed a full-power attack, and crimson energy tentacles lunged at Xu Jingming. Faced with the overwhelming power of a 7th-rank Grand Master, Xu Jingming felt his entire body pressed down by an invisible force. Unable to move, he thought in horror, "I can't move? Is this the gap between me and a 7th-rank Grand Master?" But then, the pressure suddenly vanished. Xu Jingming was surprised. It stopped. It was a space-type ability. A beautiful and commanding figure appeared out of thin air. It was Principal Ling. The leader of the fake cult was stunned, shouting in disbelief. "How did you get in here?" "I clearly maintain a space blockade." Principal Ling coldly raised her hand, and a brilliant golden sword of light formed. She said with disdain, "Relying on an external object to gain space powers, yet you dare to get distracted? You are seeking your own death." As she spoke, she slashed down with a spatial cutting blade. The attack struck the arm holding the space orb, causing a massive explosion. He screamed in pain, "Ugh." Not giving her opponent a chance, Principal Ling continued to use her ability, preparing for her next attack. The wounded enemy tried to use his last bit of strength to trap her. Spatial prison. But Principal Ling was faster. She used teleportation, and a magic circle appeared beneath him. Instantly, the teacher was transported right next to Xu Jingming. Principal Ling landed gently and asked with concern, "Jingming, are you alrighty?" Xu Jingming looked at her and let out a sigh of relief. "I'm okay." The 3 principals began to gather. "Principal Ling, how should we handle the remaining members of the fake cult?" She replied with a sharp tone. "They dared to touch the geniuses of the great Xia kingdom, capture the 6th-rank ability user alive, and as for the rest, kill them all without mercy." Immediately, the other 2 principals plunged into the sweep. The power of the Grandmasters crushed the last remnants of the fake cult. Meanwhile, Kirin stammered in fear. "Principal Ling." "Aye." But she only gave him a cold glance. "Someone will settle scores with you later." She turned to Xu Jingming, her eyes full of curiosity. "Jingming, what was that ability just now?" An extraordinary S-rank skill that requires no casting time and is golden lightning. Xu Jingming stood amidst the ruins, answering honestly, I'm not sure either. I just wanted to survive. And then, it felt like my ability broke through its limits and mutated. Principal Ling narrowed her eyes in thought. Not a combat technique. Try casting your purple heaven divine thunder for me to see. Xu Jingming obeyed, reaching out his hand, and beams of brilliant golden lightning danced on his palms once again. Principal Ling looked surprised. Strange. Is this still purple heaven divine thunder? Wait until we finish here and return to base. I will re-examine your ability. Xu Jingming nodded. Yes, ma'am. Just then, Song Chuyun ran over, hugging him from behind, her voice sobbing. Jingming, I was so worried about you. Watching the scene from afar, Principal Ling smiled slightly. Youth is truly wonderful. Xu Jingming gently unwrapped Song Chuyun's arms, turned around, and tenderly wiped the tears from her eyes. It's okay now. It's all over. He held her hand, looked straight into her eyes, and smiled. See, I'm completely fine. A moment later, the entire magic quarry was encased in a giant water sphere and moved away from the area. Inside, Principal Ling stood before the surviving students, announcing in a solemn tone. During this freshman field research trip, a total of 342 students lost their lives at the hands of the fake cult followers. The 3 major universities will take full responsibility for these deaths. We will provide compensation according to the regulations for those who sacrifice themselves on the battlefield. Her voice grew stern. The fake cult is an enemy of humanity and an enemy of our 3 major universities. Starting from today, the 3 major universities will issue a kill order against the fake cult. Both students and teachers can accept missions. We must eliminate them completely. Standing in the crowd, Xu Jingming thought to himself, killing blood god envoys gives a lot of energy points. Maybe I'll try taking on those missions when I get back to school. Principal Ling concluded her speech. Due to the incident with the fake cult, this field research trip will end early. All freshmen must gather at 9 tomorrow morning to return to the university. For now, follow your instructors back to base to rest. Back at the base in a laboratory, Principal Ling handed Xu Jingming a device. Analyze your ability release. The analyzer will process the results. Xu Jingming placed his hand on the machine, and bolts of golden lightning immediately poured out, enveloping the device. Principal Ling watched, her heart filled with questions. Could it be that Xu Jingming's S-rank ability has mutated into an SS rank ability? That's impossible. He was only E-rank initially. Mutating to S-rank is rare enough. Ding! A screen displayed the results. Detection complete. Ability: Dacian Divine Thunder, Nature Type Lightning. Rank: SS. Both Xu Jingming and Principal Ling were stunned. Principal Ling exclaimed, Dacian Divine Thunder, that is truly an SS rank ability. She remained shocked. The gap between SS and S was massive. If cultivated properly, he can certainly play a game-changing role on the beast battlefield. The last time an SS rank ability user appeared in the Great Xia Kingdom was over 10 years ago. Principal Ling turned to Xu Jingming with a look of pride and joy. Good, very good. SS rank ability, Xu Jingming. You are excellent, Xu Jingming muttered. Dacian Divine Thunder, so my ability has mutated again. But how did this machine know about Dacian Divine Thunder? Has it appeared before? Principal Ling explained. If it could detect it, naturally it has appeared before, not in the modern era, but in the ancient civilization era. Our analyzers are built based on those from ancient civilization ruins. Xu Jingming nodded. I understand. She looked at him with great expectation. This means your talent might be on par with ancient powerhouses. Principal Ling took out a talisman and gave it to Xu Jingming. Jingming, you don't need to hide your ability, evolution. But don't show it off too much either. This is a talisman I made. Crush it within a range of 400 kilometers, and I can rush over. Remember, only use it when you are in real danger. Xu Jingming received the talisman and bowed respectfully. I understand, ma'am. Next, she gave him a red potion. This is the S-rank resource that Xingqing University promised you, a 7th rank breakthrough pill. You can use it when breaking through a major stage. I suggest you take it when attempting to break through from the peak of the 5th rank to the 6th, otherwise, you will waste its medicinal power. Xu Jingming held the potion, thinking to himself that with his system, he didn't need pills to break through at all. He asked, Principal, can I trade this for another S-rank cultivation resource? Principal Ling smiled. Xingqing wouldn't usually trade it. But I will give you special permission to go to the resource vault of Mado University and exchange it for a different S-rank resource after we return. Besides, as for the combat technique reward for taking first place in this field trip, take a look and pick one. The two walked to another room. Jingming ordered the AI Jade Lady to display all lightning-type abilities above A rank from both Xingqing and Mado University. Following Jingming's command, Jade Lady immediately displayed a series of high-level lightning combat techniques on the virtual screens surrounding him. Among them, the most prominent were two SSS-rank techniques: Destructive Thunderclouds, which uses lightning abilities to trigger natural phenomena, creating a continuous storm of lightning striking down. Note: requires 5th rank or higher, and must possess an A rank or higher lightning ability to learn. And Thunder God's Judgment, which uses lightning ability to condense a thunder god to judge all enemies on the ground. Note: requires 6th rank or higher and must possess an S rank or higher lightning ability to learn. He looked at the peak combat techniques, feeling regretful in his heart. SS and SSS rank techniques are so tempting, but the rank requirements are too high. I can't learn them yet. Let's be practical and choose something I can learn right now. Saying this, he swiped through the other virtual screens, carefully searching for a technique suitable for his current strength. After selecting for a while, he turned back and told Principal Ling, "Principal, I have chosen this S-rank technique, Thunder God's Finger." The screen displayed detailed information about the technique. Thunder God's Finger. S-rank. Use lightning ability to condense a finger resembling that of a thunder god, launching an attack on the enemy and dealing massive lightning damage. Take note: Tier 3 and above requirements necessitate an A-grade ability or higher to learn. Principal Ling reminded him that this is a star planet combat technique, so they might not provide much instructional support. She feared the learning process would take a very long time, but Jingming resolutely stated, "It's all right. I still have 6,000 energy points. That should be enough." She smiled with relief. "As you wish. You have already mastered several S-grade combat techniques. You have the experience, so I don't need to remind you anymore." She looked at him, feeling secretly amazed. His leveling speed is extremely fast, his comprehension ability challenges the heavens, and even his ability has mutated again. All such extraordinary advantages are concentrated in one person. If he can grow, humanity will certainly have another unparalleled powerhouse. Immediately after, in the personal training room, Jingming ordered, "Blue Worm, open my status window." A detailed information panel appeared before his eyes. Name: Jingming. Level: Tier 3 Beginner. Ability: Heaven's Wrath, Divine Thunder. SS grade: Physique, 2038. Vitality plus Spirit, 1522 Hz. Skills: Spear Technique Master, Heavenly Thunder Technique Beginner, Hell Thunder Armor Beginner, Boxing Intermediate, Thunder Spear Advanced, Chain Spear Intermediate, Thunder Flash Advanced, Thunder Prison Intermediate, Gale Thunder Master, Indestructible Thunder Body Tier 4. Energy Points: 6,359. He smiled complacently as golden electric currents danced on his hands. 50,000 energy points have transformed his S-grade ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, into the SS-grade Heaven's Wrath Divine Thunder. He realized the distinct difference compared to the Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Heaven's Wrath Divine Thunder is even harder to control. Next, I need to focus on training my ability control. His eyes flashed with longing. An SSS-grade lightning ability. I really look forward to that day. At 6 in the evening, on the streets of the base, a strange spacecraft suddenly appeared, attracting everyone's attention. "Look, what kind of spacecraft is that? It looks so cool. No propellers, and I don't see any tail flames. Could it be an anti-gravity ship from a civilization ruin? Isn't that a strategic resource? Did some big shot come to the base?" The disc-shaped spacecraft with a modern design descended to the ground, steam venting as its landing gear touched the pavement. The hatch opened, and a figure stepped out. A man wearing a black suit and a fedora with a sinister smile hopped down and called out, "Jingming, I've arrived." The appearance of the mysterious man caused the crowd to stir. They whispered to each other in confusion. "Huh? Is this? Should we report this to the base staff?" The mysterious man slightly curled his lips, his hand touching the brim of his hat. "It's better if as few people as possible know I'm here." After saying that, he snapped his fingers. Immediately, the crowd acted as if their memories had been erased. They turned away and began talking about everyday matters. "Have you seen that movie lately?" "That's the one. What are we eating tonight?" The man smiled, satisfied with the result. At the same time, in the base's temporary detention center, fanatical screams echoed from within a cell. "Release me! The angels will not forgive you. You are dreaming if you think you can get information out of me." A prisoner wearing an orange jumpsuit, shackled, screamed frantically. He continued to yell, "The great angel will surely save his devout followers." The intelligence chief of the Security Bureau, a Tier 5 psychic ability user, reported to the principal, "These fanatics of the heavens will cult are too stubborn. We can't extract anything useful from them." She calmly replied, "I understand. You all have been working hard for a long time. Go and rest first. The prisoner sneered behind the bars. You idiots. If I were you, I wouldn't waste your energy. Another man spoke up. Even the Intelligence Bureau can't do anything. It seems we can only wait for the superiors to send someone. Principal Ling reassured them, don't worry. According to the timeline, someone from the higher-ups will arrive soon. Just as she finished speaking, the mysterious man in the black suit from earlier entered the hallway, invisible ripples of energy spreading outward. Principal Ling immediately sensed this familiar and powerful aura. She narrowed her eyes. This aura, the man touched the brim of his hat and said in his steady voice, Everyone, apologies for keeping you waiting. Principal Ling exclaimed in surprise, Lord Liu, I did not expect you to come here in person. Liu Yushan replied, The Heavens Will cult has resurfaced after more than 60 years. I had to come myself. She thought to herself in disbelief, Liu Yushan, an A-grade psychic ability user, one of the few Tier 9 martial saints of Great Xia. But is a scene like this worthy of his personal presence? Liu Yushan paid no attention, walking straight to the cell, his eyes flashing with a strange purple light as he asked the prisoner, Answer my questions honestly. Are you the supreme leader of the Heavens Will cult? Under the overwhelming mental power, the prisoner could not resist, his eyes becoming hollow. No, I am only an archbishop. Liu Yushan continued to interrogate. What is the purpose of your current operation? Do you have undercover agents in major universities? How many people? The archbishop answered mechanically. To kill the freshmen of the 3 universities and declare that the existence of the Heavens Will cult is not limited to Kim Than University. 10 minutes later, Liu Yushan returned to explain to Principal Ling, while the archbishop collapsed. The archbishop's memories had been tampered with by a psychic ability user. He cannot reveal important information. From the information gathered, the Heavens Will cult has an even larger conspiracy. I believe the superiors will act soon. He continued, The real purpose of this trip has just been revealed. The issue regarding the Heavens Will cult ends here for now. There is another issue regarding Su Jingming's ability evolution. Where is he? I want to meet him. Principal Ling secretly understood that Lord Liu indeed had another goal. In a reception room, Su Jingming was called by the principal. Principal, you are looking for me? She pointed, signaling him to sit. Principal Ling introduced, Let me introduce you. This is a member of our Great Xia National Council, Commissioner Liu Yushan. Su Jingming was startled. Su Jingming thought in astonishment, there is someone else in the room. How could I not sense him at all? Meanwhile, Liu Yushan turned back with a friendly smile. Student Su Jingming, hello. Su Jingming suddenly felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, a terrifying mental pressure descended. Su Jingming felt as if he were being submerged in an endless dark space. His whole body stiffened, golden lightning bolts instinctively gushing out to resist the pressure. Ha, ha, he panted, sweat pouring down, trying to stand up after the surprise attack. Su Jingming sat on the chair, his heart still shaken. Before this, he had only seen Tier 9 martial saints on the internet. He didn't expect that in real life, he couldn't even withstand a single look from him. Liu Yushan turned around and praised, Not bad. Very few Tier 3 ability users can resist a look from me. Su Jingming, your will is very firm. Su Jingming replied modestly, It is because you, Commissioner, held back. Liu Yushan smiled and explained, For S-grade ability users, Blue Planet produces 3 or 4 people every year, but for SS grade, in the last 200 years, fewer than 50 have been recorded. Those who don't die young all become top-tier combat forces for the human side. I hope you can also become one of them. At the same time, we will provide you with full support. This is a mental seal. It can create a mental protective layer for you. Liu Yushan said, a mystical purple mark appearing on his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple mark flew straight from Liu Yushan's hand into Su Jingming's forehead in a streak of light. Liu Yushan staggered slightly, he explained. The Soul Spirit Seal is an SS-grade mental combat technique that I developed myself. I will personally cast it for you. In the future, even a Tier 9 mental ability user wanting to break it would have to expend a lot of effort. After completing it, Liu Yushan seemed to have exhausted quite a bit of energy. Principal Ling immediately reminded him, The Commissioner has spent so much effort on you. Why haven't you thanked him yet? Su Jingming hurriedly bowed his head. Thank you, Commissioner. Liu Yushan waved his hand, signaling there was no need to be formal. No need to thank me. This is a joint decision of the National Council. Just remember, when you become strong in the future, kill more enemies for our Great Xia. Principal Ling smiled and said to Su Jingming, A dense defensive layer has been applied outside your sea of consciousness. It's unbreakable. The spiritual seal from Commissioner Liu is something even many 8th-rank grandmasters would beg for, yet you obtained it so easily. He replied with confidence. After all, I am the top student at Demon City University. Principal Ling laughed. You are certainly not modest at all. The National University Tournament will take place in March next year. I am entrusting it to you." Jingming was startled and protested. "Principal, did you forget something? I'm still a freshman." She sternly instructed, "Don't even think about slacking off. I am holding a spot for you. You still have a few months. Just keep working hard to improve for me." Jingming clenched his fist, his eyes full of determination. "All right, I am also looking forward to sparring with the geniuses from major universities across the country." 3 days later, at Demon City University, a platinum-haired girl stood in the crowd, eagerly looking up at the sky. Jingming had finally returned. In the sky, a massive spaceship was slowly landing on the campus as a large crowd of students welcomed it. Stepping off the spaceship, Jingming and his friends met the girl again. Jingming waved to Su Xuan. Su Xuan waved back. "Jingming, Song Chuan." "Hello," Su Xuan said. "Senior, long time no see," Su Xuan said with relief. "Luckily, everyone is safe." Song Chuan took Su Xuan's hand, grateful. "It's all thanks to your medicine, Senior. Otherwise, it would have been really troublesome in the magic cavern." Su Xuan confidently replied, "Of course, look who refined them." Then, linking her arm with Song Chuan's, she happily said, "I've already booked a table at Qingye Pavilion. Let's go. Let's head over there." Song Chuan asked in surprise, "Senior, are you treating us?" Su Xuan replied firmly, "If I say I'm treating, I'm treating. By the way, did you guys bring back the rare flowers and herbs I asked for?" Jingming answered, "Of course, I brought them back, and in large quantities. I just don't know if you can handle them all." Observing from afar, Principal Ling smiled to herself, thinking that this kid, Jingming, really has a way with women. However, the probability of powerful people producing offspring with strong abilities is higher, so having multiple partners is a good thing. She sighed softly, looking into the distance with a bit of melancholy. "Back in my day, no peer was a match for me. As a result, I'm still a single woman at 30. At Qingye Pavilion, Su Xuan looked in amazement at the pile of rare flowers and herbs Jingming brought out. "Did you guys clean out all the rare flowers and herbs in the magic cavern?" Jingming explained. "It's nothing. There weren't many ability users strong enough to reach the central area of the cavern anyway. If I had stayed there a bit longer, I could have gathered even more." Su Xuan sighed. "The two of us are about to get busy again." Jingming stood up. "All right, I'm heading out. I need to go to the resource room to exchange for the S-rank cultivation resources that Capital University provided." The scene shifted to the resource room of Demon City University, an ancient and solemn building. Inside the room, Jingming ordered, "Yinu, list the S-rank resources I can exchange for with the 7th rank breakthrough pill." Yinu quickly responded, coming right up, as a series of virtual screens appeared around him. Jingming was amazed. "Oh my, there are so many. Yinu, among these, which one can maximize the improvement of my lightning-type ability control?" A blue screen was pushed in front of him, displaying information about an S-rank Thunder Forbidden Area pass. With this card, you can enter the Thunder Forbidden Area in Hedong City, Jiangnan Province, for training. Jingming frowned, puzzled. "Hedong City is less than 100 kilometers from my home, and I've never heard of any lightning forbidden area." Yinu explained, "The Thunder Forbidden Area appeared in Shangni Town, Hedong City, 87 years ago. After being taken over by the Thunder Martial Arts Gym, it was placed under closed management, requiring a pass to enter, so ordinary people don't know about it." He asked further, "I see. Are there fierce beasts in the forbidden area?" Yinu replied, "Yes, and the vast majority of them possess lightning control abilities." Jingming smiled with satisfaction. "Not bad. Then I'll choose this one for my S-rank resource." Right after that, he received a phone call. "Hello, is this Vice President Jingming?" Jingming asked. "What is it?" The caller replied, "This afternoon, our association is hosting a social gathering." While listening to the call, he silently thought that a few days ago, he had taken the advice of Senior Liu Ming and joined the Meteor Association, becoming the vice president. He didn't expect the work to come so soon. He replied into the phone, "All right, I'll be there." He hung up. He looked at his phone and thought, this social gathering is actually quite interesting. Practitioners from different departments share their experiences, making it easy to understand through analogy. It's worth going. When he arrived, his mentor exclaimed in surprise, "Jingming, have you already reached the 3rd rank?" Jingming smiled and replied, "Yes, I had a breakthrough during my research trip." The teacher patted Jingming's shoulder, astonished. "Why does your tone sound like breaking through the 3rd rank bottleneck is as simple as eating? With less than a semester left until graduation, won't you become a 7th rank grandmaster by then?" He put his arm around his favorite student and enthusiastically said, "Let's go to the training room. I want to see what changes your body has undergone after absorbing the god's blood. At the training room, Xu Jingming released his power, and streaks of brilliant golden lightning danced wildly around him. While the teacher stood at a distance observing, he couldn't help but be stunned. What is going on? Isn't the purple sky divine lightning blue-purple? Why did it change color? Not only did the color change, but even the original aura of the ability is completely different. Xu Jingming calmly explained, "Didn't Vice Principal Ling tell you, teacher? My ability has evolved into an SS rank heaven-sent divine lightning." The teacher was completely dumbfounded, stuttering. Evolving an ability from S rank to SS rank? No wonder the vice principal called yesterday saying you would give me a surprise. After regaining his composure, he instructed, "Evolving your ability is a good thing, but the difficulty of controlling an SS rank ability cannot be compared to an S rank one. You need to practice more." Xu Jingming replied politely, "I understand, teacher. I have exchanged for a Thunder Forbidden Area pass. I don't know what I need to prepare before I go." The teacher nodded in approval. The Thunder Forbidden Area is indeed a suitable place for those of us with lightning-type abilities to practice and hone our skills. As for the precautions, I will tell you after verifying your physique. Activate your extreme lightning state. Xu Jingming smiled confidently, "Then please check it, teacher." And immediately, a golden energy enveloped him. He transformed completely. His hair turned golden and stood on end, his eyes glowed, and powerful golden lightning covered his entire body. The teacher praised him. "Not bad, not bad. Your indestructible body foundation has been strengthened, likely having reached the upper 8th rank level, and it's even infused with the aura of a Beast Emperor bloodline." In his transformed state, Xu Jingming thought to himself, "No wonder my physique alone could rival an S-rank Qilin. So this is the reason." The teacher said, "Rest for a moment. I will call an opponent for you. Only real combat can reveal your body's true state." He began to consider his options. Dong Yue is a high-level 2nd rank, Si Wei is a low-level 3rd rank, and Liu Ming is in the recovery stage. None of these 3 disciples should be used recklessly. This junior brother Jingming seems even stronger than his seniors at school. 10 minutes later, a man in a brown shirt walked in. The teacher said the person had arrived. A tall, muscular student, Zhang Shan, a senior from the Weapons Academy, walked in, scratching his head in confusion. "Department head, I haven't made any mistakes lately. Why is this show-off looking for me again?" The teacher smiled, reassuring him, "Don't be nervous, it's nothing big. I just want you to have a purely physical combat training session with my disciple, Xu Jingming." Zhang Shan looked at Xu Jingming, who was smaller than him, and asked skeptically, "Purely physical combat training? Department head, wouldn't that be bullying him too much?" The teacher replied calmly, "It's fine, just use your full strength. I will observe from the side." Zhang Shan cracked his knuckles and said to Xu Jingming with a smile, "All right, junior brother. Since the department head has asked me to use my full power, I won't hold back." The teacher turned to a man standing next to him, Old Fu. "Who do you think will win?" Old Fu analyzed. "In terms of overall strength, naturally Xu Jingming is stronger. But if we are only talking about physique, Zhang Shan should be the winner." The teacher narrowed his eyes and observed, disagreeing. "That is not entirely correct. Don't look at the fact that Zhang Shan is a peak 3rd rank A-grade enhancement type ability user, 2 minor ranks higher than Jingming. The opportunities Jingming has obtained far exceed your imagination." Immediately after, Zhang Shan roared and transformed into a giant werewolf with gray fur and blue eyes and A-grade enhancement type beast form ability, blue-eyed gray wolf. Seeing Xu Jingming standing in a ready stance, Zhang Shan thought to himself, "This is an S-ranker favored by the department head and the space-type grandmaster vice principal. I'd better go easy on him. If I hurt him, it won't be good. Junior brother, be careful." Zhang Shan roared in his wolf form and charged forward, throwing a devastating punch. The giant wolf's face changed in an instant, showing utter shock. He stumbled back a few steps, completely stunned. "What just happened? I'm a tier 3 peak, and I even used my A-grade enhancement ability. Even holding back, this should have been a total blowout." Xu Jingming asked innocently, "Are you not giving it your all, senior?" Zhang Shan broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "All right, I clearly underestimated my opponent." Zhang Shan let out a resonant howl, focusing every ounce of his power. Facing an opponent who was finally serious, Xu Jingming just flashed a confident grin. This time, Zhang Shan lunged with terrifying speed, but Xu Jingming easily blocked the attack. He immediately unleashed a barrage of strikes, each punch landing with incredible force. Their mentor watched from the sidelines, analyzing that Xu Jingming's blood flow rate was 1.3 times higher than Zhang Shan's. "That must be the effect of that mysterious Beast King's essence blood," he noted. In terms of strength, they were nearly evenly matched. He commanded, Xu Jingming, you can activate the thunderous state. Hearing this, Zhang Shan panicked and pleaded with the department head. Can we maybe not activate that? Golden bolts of lightning began to flicker around Xu Jingming, making Zhang Shan even more terrified. I'm already being pressured by Xu Jingming. If he activates the thunderous state, it'll be a disaster. The giant wolf looked at Xu Jingming with pleading eyes. Junior brother Jingming, let's take it easy next time, okay? Xu Jingming entered the thunderous state, his golden hair glowing as he replied with a smile. No problem. A few minutes later, Zhang Shan, in his werewolf form, lay sprawled on the floor, panting with his tongue hanging out from exhaustion. I can't do any more. Xu Jingming returned to normal, knelt down to hand Zhang Shan a potion, and said, Here. I actually got some inspiration and managed to improve a battle technique. Let's stop sparring for now. Senior brother Zhang, thanks for your hard work. Zhang Shan took the potion and said gratefully, Thank you. Damn it, if there's ever another post on the forums saying you don't live up to your reputation, I'll be the first one to cuss them out. Xu Jingming asked old Fu, Uncle Fu, when is the earliest my teacher can get out? Old Fu replied, It's hard to say. It could be a few hours or it could be a few days. Just then, Xu Jingming's phone beeped. He picked it up to see Principal Ling calling. Jingming, the people from Capital University have arrived, and the original copy of the S-tier ultimate battle technique, Thunder God's Finger, has been delivered. Come to the battle technique library to pick it up. Xu Jingming asked in surprise, Principal Ling, right now? On the other end of the line, she continued, Do you have something else to do? Never mind. I'll come pick you up myself. Immediately, a golden spatial vortex appeared right in front of Xu Jingming. She placed a hand on his shoulder, and Xu Jingming was instantly pulled into the spatial vortex, disappearing from the training room to the astonishment of everyone else. In a flash, they appeared in a luxurious room where a man was waiting on the sofa. Principal Ling began the introduction. This is Master Chen Lin from Capital University. Then she turned to the man, Master Chen, this is Xu Jingming, our S-tier student from Magic City University. Xu Jingming bowed. Greetings, Master Chen. Master Chen nodded in response, Hello. Principal Ling instructed Xu Jingming. Student Xu, Master Chen is a level 7 elementary Grand Master who has mastered the Thunder God's Finger. He will stay here for half a month. During this time, you must frequently ask Master Chen for advice. He replied, Yes, I understand. Xu Jingming said politely to Master Chen. Thinking to himself, Capital University is truly generous this time, not only sending the manual but also thoughtfully preparing a tutor. It's just a pity that I can add points directly. He said, Master Chen, I'll likely be troubling you a lot over the next half a month. Master Chen smiled warmly. It's fine. I'm an old acquaintance of your teacher, Yang Zhentian. I came here this time to visit an old friend as well. If you need anything clarified, just come to Yang Zhentian's place to find me. After meeting Master Chen, Xu Jingming hurried to the Liu Xing Association's meeting spot. He entered the conference room and said apologetically, Sorry, I'm late. I had a lot to take care of today. His appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. Hello, Vice President Xu. Hello, Vice President. Hello, Vice President. Xu Jingming thought to himself. A large association really does have a lot of people. A young man with purple hair waved, Jingming, come sit here, he whispered. You reached level 3 so fast. At this rate, the Liu Xing Association might make you the next president. Xu Jingming sat down next to the other vice president, Du Liangping, and said, I'm not interested. I was wondering what the topic of today's meeting is. Du Liangping explained it was about the Heaven's Mandate sex mission. They actually dared to attack the freshman alliance team from the 3 universities. They're really asking for death. Are you accepting the mission? Xu Jingming narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning cold. Of course, I'm accepting. Someone else stood up to speak. The Heaven's Mandate sect has re-emerged from the ashes, and the Great Xia government has officially issued an order to eradicate them. The school has now issued many missions related to the Heaven's Mandate sect, and I hope everyone will participate enthusiastically. That person turned to Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming, I guess you'll definitely take a mission. If you want to form a team, you can look for me. Xu Jingming smiled and declined. Thanks, but I still prefer working alone. After the meeting, he pondered, before accepting the mission, I should master the Thunder God's Finger first. Having another S-tier battle technique will be safer. Shortly after, he went to find Master Chen's residence. The two sat facing each other. Xu Jingming humbly asked, Master Chen, I read through the Thunder God's Finger manual last night, and there are a few parts I don't understand that I'd like to ask you about. Master Chen was surprised. You've read it that fast? Truly diligent, as expected of the top student at Magic City University. Go ahead and ask. As your teacher, I will tell you everything I know, he began to ask. First, regarding the description in the manual about communicating with the world's lightning and merging it with one's own, how should that be understood? Master Chen explained. You've already learned the heavenly thunder technique, right? It's actually quite similar, but the thunder god's finger needs to be more condensed and the changes in form are more complex. Xu Jingming nodded. I see, Master Chen. Next was another question. 3 hours later, Master Chen patted Xu Jingming's shoulder, saying with satisfaction, Your comprehension is excellent. You've understood almost everything. The next step is practice, allowing your spirit and ability to coordinate perfectly. Back then, it took me over 10 days to reach this level. Xu Jingming said gratefully, Thank you, Master Chen. Xu Jingming began to close his eyes and commanded, Blue, deep, add points. A notification board appeared. Thunder God's finger, leveled up to elementary Thunder God's finger. Master Chen turned back and said, Try executing the Thunder God's finger. I'll help you see where the problem is. Xu Jingming thought to himself, Problem? What problem? I've already learned it. Xu Jingming confidently suggested, Master Chen, how about I go back and practice on my own before trying? Otherwise, it'll take up too much of your time. But Master Chen waved his hand to reassure him. It's all right. It won't take much time. He had to reluctantly agree. All right then. At the training ground, Xu Jingming stepped into position, raised his right hand, and pointed his index finger straight at the sky. Lightning energy began to gather around him. Brilliant golden bolts of lightning danced violently, creating an awe-inspiring scene. Master Chen observed with satisfaction, silently evaluating. Not bad, the starting posture has no issues. It's perfect. Many outstanding students struggle with the starting posture for the first 2 months. He continued to observe as Xu Jingming started the next step. Huh? The second step of communicating with the world's lightning also succeeded. Even the best student at Capital University took a full 4 months. However, the next part is the hardest. He couldn't possibly, suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky onto Xu Jingming's finger, connecting perfectly with his energy. The brilliant golden lightning bolt illuminated the entire sky, its terrifying power causing the surrounding space to tremble. Master Chen was stunned, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead, unable to believe his eyes. The Thunder God's finger was successfully released. How is this possible? Suddenly, Xu Jingming called out in a panic, Master Chen, I can't withdraw the Thunder God's finger. The lightning bolt started to lose control, firing off in all directions. A massive, finger-shaped bolt of lightning energy shot straight toward a nearby building. Master Chen reacted instantly, forming a seal with his hands, and a stream of blue energy was released to prevent a disaster. He shouted and launched an extremely powerful blue lightning bolt. From his finger to intercept Xu Jingming's attack, the two energy streams collided in mid-air, creating a massive explosion. Sparks of electricity flew everywhere. After quenching the explosion, Master Chen was still reeling from the power. This energy fluctuation, the Thunder God's finger, was truly fully released. He turned to remind Xu Jingming, from now on, just improve your control. If that strike had landed, this entire area would have been severely damaged. Xu Jingming breathed a sigh of relief, clutching the scroll. Haha, lucky you were here, Master Chen. I've learned the Thunder God's finger now. So, I'm returning this scroll to you. Master Chen took the scroll in absolute shock. Huh? Xu Jingming said happily, then I'll take my leave to practice right now, and quickly walked away. Master Chen stood frozen, watching the student's back, still holding the scroll, his teacup trembling in his other hand. Old Yang's new disciple is truly a monster. No wonder he lost in the freshman competition. If he wasn't an S-tier student from Magic City University, I'd really want to poach him for Capital University. Meanwhile, on the street, Xu Jingming walked and pondered. The power of the Thunder God's finger is terrifyingly extraordinary. Weaker level 5 ability users probably wouldn't be able to block it at all, but the drawback is also very obvious. One strike consumes nearly half of my heavenly lightning energy. He took out his phone and commanded, Yinu, open the shop. I want to buy some potions to restore my ability energy. Yinu replied immediately, sure thing. While walking down the street, a loud voice called out from behind, Jingming. Xu Jingming turned around in surprise. Song Chuwen ran over, panting as she asked, what are you doing here? She explained, I saw a massive Thunder God's finger appear near the Villa District, and I guessed it was you, so I ran over to find you. The two of them continued walking together. Song Chuwen asked curiously, what new skills did you learn this time? Xu Jingming smiled and replied, the S-grade Thunder God's finger, just in time for the Heaven's Will Sect mission. Song Chuwen was surprised, her cheeks flushing with excitement. You chose a Heaven's Will Sect mission. What grade is it? Xu Jingming answered casually. It's an S-grade mission involving a branch of the Heaven's Will sect. Song Chuwen looked momentarily saddened. An S-grade mission, I can't go with you, then. I'll just have to wish you the best from school. Seeing her disappointed expression, Xu Jingming asked, what about you? Why aren't you taking on any missions? Song Chuan sighed. I'd love to, but I haven't found the right teammates yet. Xu Jingming suggested, go find Senior Jiang. Su Xuan, I think she's quite capable. Song Chuan's eyes lit up. Right, I'll go find her right now. You're coming with me. She grabbed Su Jingming's hand and ran off. Sure. I actually happen to have something to discuss with her regarding medicine anyway. In Jining City, at Musi Cafe, a group was waiting inside. A purple-haired girl asked impatiently, Captain, haven't the people from Demon City University arrived yet? The blonde man replied calmly, don't rush. It's 8:30. We're not late yet. Just wait. Who said our Jining City Public Security Bureau was short on manpower? Captain, who's coming anyway? The captain replied, his name is Su Jingming, 19 years old, a freshman. The group was stunned. A freshman? Did Demon City University make a mistake? Are they sending him to his death? Exactly. It's just a joke, the blonde man interrupted. Let me finish. Xu Jingming possesses an S-grade ability and is a Tier 3 beginner. His actual combat strength is at the Tier 3 peak. Everyone grew even more shocked. What the hell? A freshman who's already that fierce? A genius. All right, when he gets here, everyone, be professional. Just then, the door chime rang ding-ling and Xu Jingming walked in. He greeted them with a smile. Sorry to have kept you waiting. The blonde man stood up to shake his hand. No, we just got here too. Let me introduce everyone. I'm Tai Ju, B-grade enhancement type, Tier 3 peak. He gestured to the others. Zhang Shan, B-grade support type, Tier 3 intermediate. Zhang Tong, our fiery purple-haired girl here, B-grade fire type, Tier 3 advanced. And that's Zun Yan, our intellectual friend with the glasses, B-grade mental type, Tier 3 advanced. After the intros, Tai Ju got straight to the point. Everyone's here, so let's get down to business. I'll go over the leads we've gathered on the Heaven's Will sect. He looked at Jingming. Thanks for your effort. Su Jingming sat down to listen. Tai Ju projected a 3D image. Currently, there are two main leads regarding the Heaven's Will sect. Specifically, the two targets are Zhao Yuhao, chairman of the Tiger Society, and Leng Chang, CEO of Nanlan High Tech. He continued explaining the plan. According to intelligence, both of these men are linked to the Heaven's Will sect in Jining City. We need to capture them and have a mental type ability user interrogate them. That way, we can locate the Heaven's Will sect's branch here in Jining. Taiju analyzed, Leng Chang is a tough nut to crack, so we'll plan to take down Zhao Yuhao first. Student Xu, just follow our team's movements tomorrow. Xu Jingming questioned, since there are two targets, why not split up? Wouldn't it be safer to act together? He stood up, pointing at Taiju with confidence. It seems I am being underestimated. Leave Leng Chang to me. You guys go after the Tiger Society. Taiju asked skeptically, isn't an S-grade from Demon City University being a bit too confident? Even for an S-grade, going up against a Tier 4 intermediate is incredibly difficult. Zhang Tong also chimed in to stop him. Leng Chang has a Tier 4 intermediate personal bodyguard. He's not someone you can handle alone. Let's capture Zhao Yuhao first, then act together. She snapped when she saw Xu Jingming was still determined. Do you not understand the situation? Taiju handed him a USB drive. If that's how it is, I'll trouble you to go alone. Student Xu. This contains the 3D blueprints and data on their corporation. Xu Jingming took the USB, a knowing smile on his face. So little faith in an S-grade. Looks like I'll have to show them my real skills. That night, Xu Jingming sat in a dark room, staring at the 3D map projected from his mobile terminal, muttering, 5,362 sensor probes and 51 patrol teams of ability users. He rested his chin on his hand, his eyes cold and sharp. Leng Chang, you bastard to turn a tech district into a place guarded more strictly than a military base. Suddenly, his phone on the floor beeped with a new message. He opened it. It was from Taiju. Jingming. The Bureau has arranged a 20-man special operations team for you. They will be under your command. Jingming sighed, not expecting much. Even though they've sent help, I feel like they won't be of much use when the time comes. The next day, at the massive Nanlan High Tech complex, Jingming was sipping tea at an outdoor cafe, whispering into his radio. Captain Wang, how's the reconnaissance going? Wang Gang, the leader of the special ops team and a Tier 2 peak ability user, disguised as an office worker, replied, Report, Commander. My people have searched several times, but we haven't found any loopholes in the security system yet. Hearing this, Jingming lowered his eyes in contemplation. I didn't want to resort to violence, but it looks like I'll have to storm in after all. Just then, a familiar female voice interrupted his thoughts. Xu Jingming, Lin Qingluan, His high school class monitor walked up, looking surprised. "Hey, it really is you." Jingming was equally shocked. "Class monitor? What a coincidence. I almost forgot." It seemed the monitor was attending university here in Jining City. Lin Qingluan asked, "Jingming, aren't you in Demon City? Why are you in Jining? On vacation?" Jingming smiled and replied, "Something like that. I wanted to take a look inside the Nanlan high-tech complex, but unfortunately, they won't let me in." She offered to help cheerfully. "My uncle was invited to a tech exhibition inside. I'll ask him to bring you in with us." Jingming acted hesitant. "Is that really okay?" Lin Qingluan waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine. My uncle just needs to say the word." Jingming looked at her and smiled gently. "Thank you." Lin Qingluan giggled. "Hee hee, you still call me class monitor?" Seizing the golden opportunity, Jingming whispered into his radio, "Let's go. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. In that case, stand down the special ops team." Thanks to the monitor's help, he successfully made it into the outdoor courtyard inside the tech district. Lin Haima, Lin Qingluan's uncle, turned to the two of them and said, "Mr. Lang Chang won't be here for a while. I'm going to go meet some friends. You two go ahead and look around." Lin Qingluan nodded obediently. "Thank you, Uncle Lin." Meanwhile, Jingming smirked to himself. "It's good that he's coming. It saves me the trouble of having to look for him." After Uncle left, Lin Qingluan turned to ask Jingming, "Jingming, you've become an ability user now, right?" Jingming nodded. "That's right." A look of sadness mixed with admiration flashed in her eyes. "I'm really jealous of you. It's been half a year, and I'm still stuck at the awakening level, unable to break through." As they were talking, Jingming's phone rang ring, 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 ring. He excused himself. "If you'll excuse me, I need to take this." He walked to a secluded corner to answer. On the other end, Tai Ju's voice sounded urgent. "Student Shu, have you found Lang Chang yet? The members of the Tiger Society have already escaped. Lang Chang is the only lead we have left. Don't let him get away." Jingming frowned, speculating. Could Lang Chang be planning to escape too? Seeing Jingming go quiet, Tai Ju called out anxiously, "Student Shu, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything?" Jingming realized the urgency of the situation. He stared at his phone and replied calmly, "It's nothing. I found Lang Chang." Cutting to Tai Q's team, Trong Dong asked anxiously, "Captain, how is Shu Jingming doing?" Checking his phone, Tai Q replied, "He said he found Lan Shuang, but I don't know the actual situation there. We're heading over immediately to back him up." Jingming turned back to Lam Than Lone, his face serious as he instructed, "Class monitor, take your people and hide in a corner. I have some business to take care of." Lam Than Lone looked confused. "Hide? Hide from what?" Ignoring her shock, Jingming strode forward, his voice filled with killing intent. "Actually, I came here for another purpose." Not far away, Uncle Lam was shaking hands with the chairman of Nam Lam High Technology, Lan Shuang. "Long time no see. When will you finally pay attention to your old friends?" Lan Shuang replied arrogantly, "I've been a bit busy with some matters in this building lately." Suddenly, Shu Jingming's thunderous roar echoed throughout the area, catching Lang Xiang and his bodyguards off guard. Lang Xiang of the Heavenly Fate cult was surrendering. Shu Jingming raised his hand and declared sternly to the crowd, "According to the investigation by the Jining City Public Security Bureau, Lang Xiang of Lanhai Technology is linked to the Heavenly Fate cult. Everyone not involved, please leave immediately. If you choose to continue protecting Lang Xiang, you will be treated as members of the Heavenly Fate cult." The surrounding crowd began to stir, their expressions filled with panic and shock. Heavenly Fate cult? Did Lang Xiang really join that evil cult? Damn, that can't be true. Wait, the security bureau is already here. This can't be fake. At that moment, the brawny bodyguard Wu Heng stepped in front of Lang Xiang and sneered contemptuously. "Forgive me, but I only know that I am Boss Lang's personal bodyguard. I don't know anything about any Heavenly Fate cult. Is the security bureau so desperate for manpower that they have to send a brat who's only at the early level 3 stage here?" The audience was shaken once again. Is Shu Jingming really only at early level 3? Are top universities really this monstrous? To think they can train and awaken into a level 3 supernatural being in less than a semester? Jingming calmly reached out his hand, and a hovering device appeared. He commanded coldly, "It seems you are also part of the Heavenly Fate cult. Then, I will deal with both of you." The AI began recording the mission. The robotic sphere emitted a notification that it had received the order. Hearing those arrogant words, Wu Heng roared in anger, veins bulging on his biceps as he swung his heavy sword. "Deal with me? Who gave you the guts to talk to me like that?" He lunged forward with murderous intent, screaming, "Die!" Wu Heng leaped high and slammed his sword down, emitting a crimson surge of blood energy at Jingming. Blood Tiger Slash. The ground cracked open, and everyone around scrambled back in horror. It's over. Master Wu has made his move. He's a mid-level 4. Master Wu is just too strong. This bluestone floor is as hard as D-grade alloy, yet it was split so easily. However, Jingming stepped back lightly, dodging the attack. Wu Heng slammed his sword into the ground and sneered. Your reflexes are fast, but you dodged one blow. Do you think you can dodge a second? Jingming smirked faintly as lightning began to crackle around his body. Dodging? Not necessary. I've already measured your capabilities. As soon as he finished, Jingming's entire body erupted with dazzling lightning, transforming into a brilliant golden streak of electricity. Seeing that, Wu Heng broke into a cold sweat, terrified to the core. Is this godhood? Isn't this the power that only Wo, the god blood envoys in the cult, can master? No, that wasn't right. This wasn't godhood. There was no physical mutation like the immortal godhood beings. Jingming dashed forward in the blink of an eye, his killing intent soaring. Stubborn and foolish. In that case, go to hell. With a piercing whistle of wind, Jingming swung his hand, unleashing a sharp bolt of lightning. Thwack! The lightning struck, piercing through Wu Heng's chest. The corpse of the bodyguard, with a gaping hole in his chest, slumped to the ground, bleeding. The onlookers were petrified. They gasped, whispering in fear. He's too strong. He actually killed Master Wu in the blink of an eye. Is Qing Luan really Xu Jingming's high school classmate? Qing Luan was also sweating profusely. That's right. I'm just as bewildered as you are. His growth is just too fast. Lang Xiang witnessed the entire scene, cold sweat drenching his face as he retreated in a panic. Since when did the Security Bureau have a monster like this? Not letting his prey escape, Jingming immediately cast a spell, holding a lightning spear, and laughed coldly. Humph, planning to run? It's too late. Blazing pillars of lightning erupted from the ground, trapping Lang Xiang. As the cage of lightning confined him, Jingming stepped closer. He stared at Lang Xiang with icy eyes and warned, Wu Heng is dead. You'd better not do anything reckless, or I can't guarantee I'll hand you over to them for questioning in one piece. Lang Xiang gritted his teeth and smiled bitterly in despair. I didn't expect the Public Security Bureau to have someone as bloodthirsty as you. Suddenly, Lang Xiang's face changed. You, what are you doing? Without another word, Jingming shoved the device onto his chest, causing foam to spill from his mouth as he lost consciousness. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Seeing the terrifying scene, the surrounding guests began to panic, shouting to get out. What is going on? The Heavenly Fate cult members have been caught. Why can't we leave? We're not cult members. Let us out. Immediately, security personnel in black suits and sunglasses rushed over to stabilize the order. They formed a line to block the crowd, announcing firmly, until the matter is thoroughly investigated, no one is allowed to leave. Anyone who attempts to leave by force will be considered a member of the Heavenly Fate cult. Everyone was backed into a corner, their faces showing deep anxiety and silence. Meanwhile, the security staff continued to assert, the Public Security Bureau will not wrongly arrest any law-abiding citizen, but we will not let a single criminal escape. Switching to the scene at the Lanhai Technology Zone, the hasty, clattering footsteps of the Special Task Force echoed as they rushed in to assist. Looking at the neat and quiet scene, a patrol officer was confused. Everything was orderly. The patrol team showed no signs of casualties. It seemed the mission had failed. Taiju rushed over and clicked his tongue in regret. Damn, all that effort down the drain. I thought we could catch one and trace the trail to find the Heavenly Fate cult branch. Did we arrive too late? Sun Yan asked anxiously. Has Lang Xiang already escaped? The officer shook his head. No, we have taken over the Lanhai Technology Zone. The scene is under control, and Lang Xiang has been captured. Taiju exclaimed in shock. What? Lang Xiang has been captured? Why are there no signs of a struggle on you guys? The security officer scratched his head, confused. We're not sure about the details. By the time we arrived, Officer Xu had already handled everything. We were just doing the cleanup. Taiju's entire team turned pale in shock. What? Taiju stammered. Didn't he have a mid-level 4 bodyguard? The officer calmly replied, he solved everything. Immediately after, what met Taiju's eyes was the charred corpse of the bodyguard, Wu Heng, lying on the ground in a pool of blood with a large hole in his chest. Taiju leaned down to examine the wound, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Xu Jingming actually killed a mid-level 4. I thought he just drove him off. Killing and defeating are two completely different levels of difficulty. And it was a finishing blow, too. I've underestimated the S rank from Modu University. Good thing I didn't offend him earlier. Taiju stood up and walked towards Xu Jingming, who was standing there. Captain Tai, you're here. Taiju smiled obsequiously. Student Xu, thanks for your hard work. Thanks to you, otherwise our team would have been helpless. When the mission is over, I must buy you a drink. Jingming coldly shoved his hands into his pockets, glancing at Lang Xiang, who was bound in iron chains. Drinks can wait. Let's interrogate them to get the location of the Heavenly Fate cult branch first. Sun Yan used his mental ability on Lang Xiang and turned to report. The branch of the Heavenly Fate cult is located in the suburbs of Jining City. There are about 200 followers, including 3 early level 4, 1 mid-level 4, all of them are Godblood envoys plus 8 level 3s, and the rest are level 1s and 2s. Jingming's eyes lit up with excitement, and he wore a sly smile. Godblood envoys, we've been busy for so long. Finally, we've found what we wanted. Each envoy represents a huge amount of potential points. Taiju suggested cautiously, Student Shu, there are too many superpowered beings. Should we call for reinforcements? Jingming waved his hand confidently. No need. I can handle it. There's no time to lose. Let's set out immediately. Cutting to the team treading deep into a trail in the dense mountain forest, stopping in front of a clearing, Sun Yan said, the branch of the Heavenly Fate cult is right here. You can't see anything unusual with the naked eye. Relax your minds. I will share my vision. The team replied in unison. Understood. Jingming felt the flow of mental energy and thought to himself, the ability of mental-type superhumans is really useful. I must find time to go to the library later to learn about it. I hope the lightning type can achieve a similar sensing effect. As the mental vision opened, a giant alloy gate hidden in the mountain appeared amidst the forest. Taiju crouched behind a tree and asked, Xiao Tong, use your fire-type ability. Is there a way to blow up this alloy gate or break the stone wall? The bronze-skinned man evaluated. It's very difficult. Jingming tossed a level 3 energy recovery pill into his mouth. Let me try. Taiju said, apologetically. Then I'll leave it to you, Brother Su. We couldn't help with the Lang Xiang case, and now that we're in trouble here, we have to rely on Shu Jingming again. Our 2 elite level 3 teams seem quite useless compared to an S rank from Modu University. Jingming stepped forward, swinging his arm to unleash the lightning god's finger. A violent explosion of thunder and lightning erupted, a massive golden bolt striking down like a meteorite. Boom! The terrifying power shattered the alloy gate, blowing it into hundreds of jagged pieces. The shockwaves swept away the debris and dust. It even sent Taiju and Zhang Tong, who had dived behind a tree for cover, flying. Taiju clutched the tree trunk in utter terror. Oh my god, am I dreaming? Is this really the combat power a tier 3 should have? Jingming gently blew the smoke off his electrified fingertips, smirking smugly. Whoosh, that felt good. The first time I used the lightning god's finger, Instructor Chen Lin nullified it, so I never got to enjoy it fully. Now, that regret has finally been settled. He gripped his spear and strode forward, charging in. Captain Tai, the alloy gate is breached. I'm going in first. The female doctor activated combat tracking mode. No sooner had he finished speaking, Jingming and the mechanical drone zipped into the darkness of the underground bunker. Outside, Taiju transformed into his half-leopard beast form and shouted at the top of his lungs, leave 10 guards outside to stop any members of the Heavenly Mandate cult from escaping. Everyone else, charge with me. Inside the base, the mob of cultists panicked and gathered. One man clasped his hands and shouted, Don't panic. Take out your weapons and face the enemy. The fanatical crowd responded, That's right. Listen to Bishop Wang. The Heavenly God is eternal. The Heavenly God will grant us power. Bishop Wang tried to soothe the crowd. Everyone, rest easy. Those hounds from the Public Security Bureau are at best Tier 3. We have the noble Tier 4 Blood God envoys, so if one comes, we kill one. If 2 come, we kill a pair. We accept the mandate of the Eternal Heavenly God. The cultists raised their hands in unison, shouting, Eternal Heavenly God, Eternal Heavenly God. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning tore through the ceiling, striking straight into the middle of the crowd. The cultists stared in shock, unable to process what was happening. Through the smoke and rubble, Su Jingming slammed his spear into the ground, sending a wave of electricity sweeping across the floor. He smiled coldly. Sorry for interrupting your pre-battle pep rally. Does anyone know where your blood god envoys are? A cultist pointed and shouted. It's a hound from the Security Bureau. Just a low-level Tier 3. What are you being so arrogant about? The cultists swarmed forward to attack. Don't be afraid. Attack together. We can definitely beat him to death. Jingming curled his lip and growled. You overestimate yourselves. He swung his spear, unleashing a wave of fiery, lethal lightning. Die. The cultists were electrocuted, charred black, collapsing to the floor while screaming in agony. One survivor, trembling with fear, crawled on the floor, kowtowing. I surrender. Don't kill me. Jingming leaned in close, his calm blue eyes radiating intense killing intent as he coldly interrogated him. Very good. Now tell me, where are your blood god envoys? The cultist knelt on the ground, trembling as he reported, the blood god envoys are at the blood pool in the deepest part of the mountain. Jingming replied indifferently, "The blood pool? I see." Before he even finished the sentence, his lightning-covered hand struck the man's head crack. Seeing this, the other cultists panicked and backed away, screaming, "Why did you kill him even though he surrendered?" Jingming gave a sharp, cold smile, lightning hissing in his hand. "Did I ever say I wouldn't kill you just because you surrendered?" The cultists were struck dumb with terror. The crowd immediately fell to their knees, bowing and begging, "Please don't kill us. Our sins aren't enough to warrant death." "That's right. We were just misled by the heavenly mandate cult. Yes, we are completely innocent." Jingming picked up the female doctor device and gave an order. "Female doctor, scan their identities." The mechanical orb flashed. The female doctor began processing. Hearing their excuses, Jingming's face darkened with disgust. "Innocent? Huh, fine. I'd really like to see just how innocent you all are." The criminal profiles of each individual immediately appeared. Chu Ping, a low-level Tier 2 wanted criminal who killed an innocent mother and child in Anhua City. Liu Yang, a mid-level Tier 2 wanted criminal who illegally sold large-scale addictive exotic fruits in Zhejiang province. Wang Hai, wanted criminal. Jingming's eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent. "Is this what you call innocence?" He swung his arm, releasing a massive bolt of lightning, incinerating them all. "Then go ahead and die obediently." At the same time, Taiju and Zhang Tong's group arrived and stopped in their tracks, startled by the overwhelming power sweeping through the area. Taiju was stunned, sweating as he looked at the remnants of the explosion. "Is this an S-rank ability? It can really burn a person into ash while they're still alive." Zhang Tong was also terrified, thinking to himself, "Even with my flames, I would have to be at least Tier 5 to burn someone to ash that instantly." Recovering his senses, Taiju walked over and asked Jingming, who was already turning to leave. "The bishop and the blood god envoys are in a place called the blood pool. Do you know what that place is used for?" Jingming replied calmly, "I heard Ling Cheng mention it. It seems to be a place for breeding blood god envoys." Moving deeper inside, a chilling laboratory appeared, filled with countless incubators containing human bodies submerged in liquid. Looking at the inhumane machines, Jingming gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it. The Heavenly Mandate cult is conducting human and animal experimentation. These pieces of scum, they absolutely cannot be left alive." The team continued forward. Taiju suddenly pointed ahead. "Student Shu, it looks like we've found the blood pool. It's Zhao Yuhao from the Lake Society." Zhao Yuhao stood in their way, laughing arrogantly. "Captain Tai, I didn't intend to bother with you lot, but since you brought your own corpses here to look for trouble, well then, leave your lives here." Jingming scanned the lackeys and said in a flat tone, "The strongest one is only a peak, Tier 3. Aren't your blood god envoys here?" Zhao Yuhao shouted furiously. "Arrogant fool. To deal with you, why would the envoy need to take action?" He immediately gathered his strength and swung his fist, charging straight at Jingming. "We are more than enough." Boom! Jingming swung his spear, unleashing an electric blast that sent him flying far away. He mocked him. "So confident, I thought you were actually strong. But is that all you've got?" Zhao Yuhao died on the spot. The cultists behind him trembled in terror. "Zhao Bishop Zhao is dead. Who on earth are you?" One of them fumbled, trying to negotiate. "If you agree to join us, we will ask the envoy to grant you the position of cardinal." Lightning danced around Jingming again. He smiled dangerously. "Sorry, I have zero interest in the Heavenly Mandate cult. Besides, your intelligence network seems far too slow. You really don't know that your holy son already died by my hands." The cultists were terrified out of their wits, turning to flee in all directions. "You're that S-rank from the capital university, Xu Jingming. Run." But Jingming quickly unleashed a blinding electric net, slaughtering the remaining troops in the blink of an eye. Seeing that, Taiju sighed, laughing through his frustration. "Brother Xu, could you have left a few alive for us to interrogate?" Sun Yan thought respectfully. "If I didn't know he was a capital university student, I would have truly thought he was a professional assassin." Jingming turned back and asked innocently. "Oh?" He nodded in acknowledgement. "That works too. Next, let's head into the blood pool." With that, Jingming crouched down to pick up the keycard from Zhao Yuhao's corpse. He stepped up to the massive metal rolling door and swiped the card on the scanner. The machine beeped. "Welcome, Bishop Zhao, to the blood pool." The door slowly opened. Xu Jingming took a step, calmly infiltrating the gloomy secret room behind the door. As soon as he entered, Zhang Tong pinched his nose and grimaced. "The smell of blood is too thick." Sun Yan looked around, puzzled. "Why is no one here? Have the blood god envoys already run away?" The group approached a bubbling, bright red pool, emitting a bizarre blood aura reaction. Jingming gathered lightning in his hand, his gaze sharp. "The situation inside is a bit strange. Let me attack first to probe them out." He soared into the air, swinging his lightning spear down hard at the blood pool. Splat! A massive column of blood sprayed up from the surface. The blood pool churned violently as the lightning hissed, splitting the red liquid in two. Immediately, a barrage of lightning and massive firepower from Su Jingming's hands continued to rain down. Sun Yan adjusted his glasses, eyes wide with amazement at the power of the strike. Can combat skills really be unleashed like this? Brother Shu is truly being too cautious. Suddenly, an angry roar erupted from beneath the blood pool. Enough! 4 monsters with grotesque, beast-like forms stepped out. Jingming curled his lip, so they were really hiding inside. 3 Tier 4 low level, 1 Tier 4 mid-level. That's them. Captain Tai, you all wait for me on this side. The lead mutant shouted in rage. You lowly humans, you dare to mock us? Jingming replied coldly. Listening to that tone, it seems you don't consider yourselves human, do you? The pig-headed monster pointed arrogantly. We are envoys chosen by the heavenly god. Naturally, we are not something you lowly humans can compare to. Without another word, Jingming charged straight ahead with his blinding lightning spear. Then I really want to see what makes you envoys different. He swung his spear, clashing with sparks against the beast-formed leader's greatsword. The leader growled, blocking the blow smugly. Big guy, you haven't forgotten that there are 4 of us, have you? Suddenly, the other mutants lunged from behind, swinging their staves in a sneak attack. Su Jingming, go to hell. I'll take the credit for killing an S rank. But Jingming moved like lightning, dodging effortlessly. His body was cloaked in a lightning armor that left the would-be assassin shivering in a cold sweat. How is that even possible? Seizing the moment, Jingming swung his spear in a wide arc, a massive surge of electricity blasting all 4 of them away with a loud boom. He stood tall in midair, casting a look of disdain. Is that all? Are you guys trying to give me a massage? Immediately, Jingming spun his spear, creating a raging vortex of thunder and lightning that trapped and crushed the mutants. The system pinged repeatedly. Defeated. Level 4 Beginner Godblood Envoy. Ability points plus 1,000. Defeated. Level 4 Intermediate Godblood Envoy. Ability points plus 1,500. Defeated. Level 4 Beginner. Jingming silently tallied his haul. 4 Godblood Envoys killed, netting 4,500 ability points. Not bad. He picked up a ring from the ashes with a satisfied smile. A spatial ring, plus 2 pills and some rare herbs and some cash. This trip was quite the bounty. Taiju's group slowly approached, exclaiming in awe, Brother Shu, that was incredible. Is everyone at the Magic City Ability University as amazing as you? Jingming replied calmly, I'm just okay, maybe a bit more special than the rest. Taiju waved his hand and laughed. Brother Shu is humble, but anyone who believes that is a fool. The mission to destroy the Heaven Destiny sect branch was a complete success. We're throwing a victory party tonight. You've got to be there, brother. Jingming nodded happily. Sure, count me in. Scene changed to the next day. Under the clear blue sky of the university campus, students were buzzing in the mission hall. Man, this D-rank mission was so hard. I almost died. I have to go back and cancel it. Wow, look at all those points. Haha, that's just because you're weak. My D-rank mission completed a full 74 credits. Just then, Jingming walked through the hall with his hands in his pockets, looking indifferent. The crowd immediately took notice. Look, it's Su Jingming. They began whispering and speculating. Hey, do you think Su Jingming finished a C-rank mission? Are you stupid? A C-rank mission is only 120 credits. Would he waste his time on that? Then maybe it's an A-rank mission. Yue Zhang just turned 1 in earlier. Yue Zhang has already broken through to level 4. He's a top-tier warrior. Even if Su Jingming is hyped up, he can't be that strong. Jingming pulled out his ID card and swiped it at the scanner to open the system. A massive, brilliant notification appeared, leaving everyone in shock. Congratulations on completing the first ever S-rank Heaven Destiny sect mission, rising to number 1 on the Glory leaderboard. The crowd of students gaped, stammering in fear. S-rank. On the holographic screen, the stats were clear and overwhelming. Rank 1, Su Jingming. S-rank mission record. Time, 67 hours and 23 minutes. Rank 2, Shang Li. A-rank mission record. Time, 65 hours and 32 minutes. Rank 3, Yue Zhang. A-rank mission record. Time, 67 hours and 12 minutes. The entire hall erupted into chaos. Oh my god, it's actually an S-rank mission. This Glory leaderboard has only been out for 2 days, and someone already finished an S-rank mission. This freshman is way too savage. Just then, a young man with a calm demeanor stepped forward, smiling at Jingming. I didn't think anyone would finish an S-rank mission faster than me. Su Jingming, you truly live up to your reputation. He reached out to shake his hand, his eyes filled with respect. I always like making friends with strong people. I'm Fang Yao. Nice to meet you. The people around them were startled, stepping back and whispering in awe. That's one of the school's top 5, Ice Mountain Fang Yao. Too scary. Xu Jingming's S-rank completion speed is even faster than Ice Mountain's. Ice Mountain actually took the initiative to make friends. Xu Jingming's strength has definitely reached the top tier. Jingming thought to himself. Fang Yao's file, Senior Fang Yao, Elemental Academy, Level 4 Beginner, A-rank Ice ability, ranked in the top 5 of all ability students. Because he once froze an entire mountain peak, they call him Ice Mountain. Jingming politely shook his hand. Hello, Senior. I've heard so much about you. Fang Yao laughed heartily. Haha, you know me too. I actually had a bet with some of the guys on who would finish an S-rank mission first. Turns out, we all lost to you. Fang Yao pointed toward the mission submission area. Brother Xu, I'm going to hand in my mission. When there's a chance, I'll introduce you to some of the guys in my circle. Jingming nodded, sure. Watching his retreating back, he smiled and thought, does this mean I've been recognized by the school's top-tier combat circle? On his way out, Jingming remembered the teacher had messaged him yesterday to say he was out of seclusion. Before starting the next mission, he had to go visit him. Scene changed to a traditional, antique-style mansion, sitting quietly at the foot of a majestic, beautiful snow-capped mountain. Walking onto the sun-drenched porch, Jingming bowed. Hello, teacher. Hello, Brother Liu. Teacher, has the undying lightning body combat skill been improved yet? Teacher Tran sipped his tea and replied slowly, it's not that simple. I've been in seclusion for 4 or 5 days and only just found a few clues. Brother Liu walked over with a bright smile. Junior brother, you've been doing great lately. Not only did you finish an S-rank mission, but you also made friends with Ice Mountain Fang Yao. Jingming was surprised. Brother, your news travels fast. Brother Liu laughed and replied, I found out by scrolling through the school's official website posts. Since you can finish S-rank missions on your own, maybe you'll get a spot in the National University Tournament this March. Teacher Tran interrupted. It's not just maybe. Principal Lang told me that Jingming is already a reserve player for the tournament. Brother Liu exclaimed in shock. Wait, he's already locked in? Jingming must be the first student in our school's history to join the National University Tournament in his freshman year. Teacher Tran stood up and gestured excitedly. All right, let's go to the training room. Your brother Liu hasn't sparred with you since he recovered. This is a great time for some practical combat practice. Jingming nodded happily. Yes, sir. Brother Liu was also eager. He wanted to see just how strong his junior brother had become. In the vast training room, the two took their fighting stances. Brother Liu gripped his spear, his eyes sharp. Jingming, I'm going all out this time. Jingming calmly raised his spear. Understood. Teacher Tran shouted from the sidelines. Both sides are ready. Begin. Immediately, a violent surge of green lightning exploded. His hair whipping about as Brother Liu unleashed his murderous aura. Jingming wasn't about to be outdone. His entire body erupted with brilliant golden lightning, his eyes flashing with unparalleled power. He calculated in his head, the SS rank ability is too strong. If I want to win, I have to end this fight quickly. Brother Liu swung his spear down with a green lightning strike that tore through the air with a whistle. Jingming instantly rotated his spear to block it and confidently shouted, right on time. Clang. The two spears collided violently, green and gold lightning intertwining and exploding everywhere. The battle proceeded at a dizzying speed. The lightning-wrapped spears clashed repeatedly, creating a rapid, deafening clangs and booms. The intense battle subsided. 3 minutes later, Brother Liu gripped his spear handle, gritting his teeth as he gasped for air, sweat drenching his brow. He knelt on one knee on the floor and smiled, admitting defeat. I lost. I can't beat you. Jingming retracted his weapon, waving his hand modestly. Brother Liu, you were holding back. Brother Liu shook his head vigorously. I didn't hold back at all. You're simply a monster. No way. For this National University tournament, I'm definitely going there in person to watch you compete. Teacher Tran stepped forward, laughing heartily. Very good. Very good. Jingming, what are your plans for next? I'll approve any leave you need from your academy classes. Jingming nodded. That would be great. I plan to focus on missions for a while. On his way out, Jingming pondered while calculating. Looking back, compared to hunting beasts, killing God-blood envoys earns ability points much faster. Time flew by. A month later, a crowd of students was once again huddled under the holographic screen displaying the Glory leaderboard. The newly updated data left everyone stunned. Rank 1, Xu Jingming. Record. 3, S-rank missions. 6 A rank. 4 B rank. Total time, 225 hours and 12 minutes. Rank 2, Thak Hong. Rank 3, Fang Yao. A male student exclaimed in shock, Who would have thought that the championship spot on the glory leaderboard would actually be taken by a freshman? Another chimed in, exactly. Thatch Kong is about to break through to level 4 intermediate, but I didn't expect him to still be a step behind. I don't know how Jingming trains. He's just unbelievably strong. Today is awards day. Jingming walked into the hall with his hands in his pockets, his stride calm. The day to receive my rewards is finally here. I wonder what they'll be. The crowd of students whispered in awe when they saw him. In just half a year, to go from an awakened to level 3 intermediate, that's ridiculous. Look, did Jingming really advance to level 3 intermediate? Even with an S-rank ability, that's too fast. No wonder people call him the Lightning Emperor. Fang Yao saw him and walked over to tease him. Jingming, in just one short month, you've already earned a title. Thunder Emperor, that sounds incredibly badass. Jingming scratched his head and gave a sheepish smile. Senior Yao, you're teasing me. That's just a nickname people came up with on a whim. Yao Fang gestured toward a woman walking toward them. Let me introduce you. This is the person I mentioned earlier. The Blood Hand, Shen Dongling. Shen Dongling, elegant in a form-fitting orange dress, smiled in praise. To possess such a resilient physique at the intermediate 3rd rank, you truly live up to the name Thunder Emperor. But why aren't the 2 girls who usually accompany you here? Jingming shrugged and explained, they're busy preparing for their final exams. After receiving my reward here, I have to head back and hit the books, too. Yao Fang slapped his forehead in realization. Finals. Ah, right, you're still just a freshman. I always accidentally overlook your age and academic level. The school representative smiled and announced, distributing the rewards for the first-place rank on the glory board, Shu. Jingming, for accumulating 978 confirmed kills of Heaven Fate cult members, you receive a set of S-rank materials and 3,000 credits. The entire hall gasped in shock upon hearing the stats. Good heavens, in just one short month, he actually killed nearly 1,000 people. Is the Thunder Emperor really that ruthless? That's 33 kills a day. My god, that's even more merciless than the Blood Hand. Shen Dongling. Yao Fang exclaimed in surprise. Did you really kill that many Heaven Fate cult members? I've killed less than 500. Jingming replied calmly. It was nothing special. I just happened to have 2 missions located at branches of the Heaven Fate cult, so I took the opportunity to take out a few more. The school representative presented the reward to him. These are the S-rank cultivation materials awarded to you. A bottle of grade 6 origin gathering pills containing 10 pills in total. I hope you continue to work hard and aim for the top spot on the glory board again next time. Jingming nodded respectfully. I will definitely work hard, sir. Holding the medicine bottle, Yao Fang sighed with emotion. S-rank cultivation resources to boost your training speed. The reward for being in first place is truly incredible. Jingming smiled faintly. It's all right. Yao Fang rubbed his chin and leaned in, teasing. I think instead of risking your life on missions, it's better for you to just get together with Song Chuen. The Song family is a long-standing clan of 8th rank grandmasters. Jingming raised his hands in refusal. I don't like clinging to a woman's skirts. He then thought to himself, clinging to a woman's skirts. How could that possibly level me up as fast as the Deep Blue system? Leaving the area, Jingming pondered thoughtfully. According to my teacher's advice, I still need to practice a fist technique next. In his Thunder Pole state, his physical body was already a powerful weapon. Close quarters combat could also help mitigate the bloodthirsty side effects of his immortal Thunder body. He opened his skill library and made his selection. I'll go with this one. Thunder Dragon Fist, concise and practical. The A-rank Thunder Dragon Fist condensed lightning attribute energy onto the fist in a special structure, delivering strikes at lightning speed. Closing the information panel, he made a plan. I'll upgrade it to the introductory level first, then find a teacher to test it when I have time. Suddenly, his phone rang with a static-filled noise. Jingming picked up, and the voice on the other end was Vice Principal Ling's. Jingming, come to my office for a moment. He replied, Yes, ma'am. Jingming pushed the door open and entered Vice Principal Ling's office, his eyes flashing with surprise. Seeing that her aura had changed, he asked in astonishment, Principal, have you had a breakthrough? Vice Principal Ling curled her lips into a charming smile. Your perception is very keen, not at all, like a third-rank ability user. Jingming bowed his hands, saying sincerely, Congratulations, Vice Principal Ling. He silently judged in his head. Among the 3 early-stage 8th-rank vice principals, the other 2 are already over 50 and haven't had a breakthrough yet Vice Principal Ling has taken a step forward. I wonder how old she is. Looking at her skin and figure, she really looked quite young. Her cold voice cut through his thoughts. Casually guessing a woman's age isn't very polite, you know. Jingming startled and broke into a cold sweat. Principal, can you read minds? He panicked internally, stepping back and clutching his chest in self-reproach. I'm done for. I walked right into the trap without anyone even asking. Vice Principal Ling is known for being strict. Now I have to face the wrath of an 8th rank Grand Master. Vice Principal Ling smiled gently and explained, I don't have any mind-reading techniques. It's just that the spiritual energy of an 8th rank Grand Master is very powerful. Even the slightest emotional fluctuation cannot escape my notice. She added, looking stern, so remember, in front of high-level ability users, it's best not to show too many expressions. Jingming bowed his head in apology. I understand, ma'am. He let out a sigh of relief, thinking, phew, she doesn't seem angry. Her gaze softened as she added, also, there's no need to guess. I am 34 years old this year, not an old lady as you imagined. However, inside, she suddenly paused in confusion. What's wrong with me? Why am I explaining so much to a student? Jingming immediately seized the opportunity to flatter her. Only 34? That's so young. The average age for 8th rank Grandmasters in the Great Xia Nation starts at 46. Teacher Yang's already over 50 and is still only at the peak of the 7th rank. I truly admire you immensely. Vice Principal Ling scoffed lightly, though she couldn't hide her satisfaction. Enough with the flattery. Let's get back to the point. In 2 days, the school will enter winter break. Do you have any plans for the holiday? Jingming replied seriously. I plan to return to Jiangnan and head to the Lightning Secret Realm to train for a month. Saying this, he ordered his smart device, Song Chueni. What is the bird's eye distance from Demon Capital University to the Jiangnan Lightning Secret Realm? The Song Chueni orb emitted a blue light in response. Report to the vice principal. The total distance is 563 kilometers. Vice Principal Ling nodded calmly. 563 kilometers, that's no problem. After reaching the intermediate 8th rank, I can teleport up to 600 kilometers, she instructed seriously. Recently, the Heaven Fate cult has been counterattacking fiercely. Remember, once you encounter life-threatening danger, crush this talisman. Jingming accepted it and replied appreciatively. Thank you for your concern, Principal. Looking at her smile, Jingming thought to himself, with Vice Principal Ling here, even though she doesn't guide me daily like Teacher Yang Zentian, she is like a sturdy shield protecting my life. I must train very hard and definitely not let her down. Scene changed to the training area. The sound of whistling wind tore through the air. Jingming repeatedly threw powerful punches, with lightning exploding and rumbling. A fiery thunder dragon surged out from his fist. Boom! The surge of lightning exploded violently, demonstrating the overwhelming power of the thunder dragon fist technique. Witnessing his progress, Teacher Yang Zentian stroked his beard in praise. Not bad. It seems you've mastered what I just explained. The key to the Thunder Dragon Fist is the ability to control your energy and the speed of your punch. The more condensed your energy, the faster the punch and the higher the damage. Teacher Yang pulled out a glowing object and gave it to Jingming. This grade 6 protective talisman is for you. It can withstand attacks below the 7th rank Grandmaster level for 3 minutes. Jingming accepted it radiantly, thanking his teacher and sighing in awe. A grade 6 protective talisman. This type of protective talisman from ancient civilization ruins is hard to buy even with money. Teacher Yang smiled at Xu Jingming. Aren't you planning to go to the Lightning Secret Realm? I'll send you the phone number of a graduated senior, Zhang Luo. He's been transferred there as a supervisor. He will surely be able to make things much easier for you. Jingming nodded. Yes, sir. Teacher Yang stroked his beard and added a warning. The Lightning Secret Realm is over 500 kilometers from Demon Capital University. Principal Ling cannot teleport that far, so be careful in everything you do. Jingming replied calmly, Teacher, you don't know yet? Principal Ling has broken through to the intermediate 8th rank and can already teleport as far as 600 kilometers, sir. Hearing this, Teacher Yang was stunned. Intermediate 8th rank, Principal Ling really is the #1 ability user at Demon Capital University. Her rate of advancement is truly terrifying. Regaining his composure, he chuckled. It seems your relationship with Principal Ling is quite good. You even knew this important news before I did. But with her protecting you, I can rest a little easier. Scene changed to 2 days later at the Jinghu residential area in Jiang City. His aunt came out happily to greet him. Jingming, you're back for the holiday? Jingming stepped into the house and greeted them with a friendly smile. Hello, aunt, uncle, and cousin. His aunt affectionately rubbed his shoulder. Come over quickly, let me see. It's only been 1 semester, but you've grown even taller. His uncle, who was wearing an apron while cooking, also turned around and laughed. Wait a moment, the food will be ready soon. Jingming stood in the middle of the room and took out some items. Aunt, uncle, I have gifts for everyone. Everyone looked confused. Then, the whole family gathered on the sofa in the sun-drenched living room to see the gifts. His aunt took the gift box, opened it, and exclaimed in amazement, This is a spatial ring. She had only seen one once before, belonging to an advisor. Jingming explained calmly, This is a 1 cubic meter spatial ring, one for each of you. It will make it more convenient to carry things around in the future. His uncle picked up the ring, his hands trembling. 1 cubic meter? Good heavens, this capacity is even larger than our advisors. His uncle waved his hand in confusion to stop his daughter. Chi-Chi, put it down quickly. This is too expensive, we can't accept this. Her cousin, Tang Qi, asked naively. Is this very expensive? Her uncle broke into a cold sweat and said sternly to his daughter, one like this costs at least 50 million, which is equal to our family's savings for decades. Tell me, is it expensive? Her aunt said sheepishly, it really is too expensive. And an uncle, you can't refuse it. Xu Jingming immediately reached out his hand and smiled. No need to be so formal. Everyone, look, the one I'm wearing has a capacity of up to 10 cubic meters, and I'm already at the mid-level of rank 3. The size of this ring is of no use to me. After hearing that, Tang Qi was dumbfounded and stared in shock. What? You're already at the mid-level of rank 3. Oh my god. The school advisors are only at rank 4. Our Xu Jingming has truly become a talent. He proudly patted his shoulder. In that case, Kai taking one is fine. It will be more convenient when entering the wilderness. As for you two, never mind it. I'm going to cook. Later, we must have a real toast together. Xu Jingming nodded obediently. Yes, sir. Alone in his private room that evening, Xu Jingming took out the elixir bottle to calculate. Rank S cultivation resource. Level 6, Kuai Nguyen elixir. I'll test its effects first to see how it goes. He sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to circulate his energy to cultivate. Surging currents of energy rose up, swirling around Xu Jingming's body and creating whistling, roaring sounds. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes and checked his stat board. It was truly worthy of being a rank S cultivation resource. It was incredibly powerful. Both his physique and spirit increased by over 10 points. Usually, one cultivation session only adds at most 0.5 points. He thought with a bit of regret. It's a pity that, because of the side effects, I can only take 1 pill a day. My deep blue system is still the best, as long as I have ability points. I'll definitely break through to rank 9. The scene changes to the next day in Danha City, in front of the entrance to the Lightning Secret Realm. Sitting in a supercar with his senior, Jiang Lak, Xu Jingming asked curiously, Senior, inside that fortress wall is the Lightning Secret Realm, right? Isn't the sky above the secret realm always covered in dense lightning clouds and struck by lightning all day long? Jiang Lak turned and smiled mysteriously. You'll know once we go inside later. The supercar glided smoothly toward the giant metal gate, which was tightly shut in the basement. The automatic scanning system emitted a mechanical sound. Beep. Identity confirmed. Thunder Dojo Headquarters Supervisor Jiang Lak. Beep. Identity confirmed. Mado University Rank S Transit Pass Owner Xu Jingming. Remaining duration 29 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes. Kaish. The gate slowly opened and the car quickly zoomed into the dark tunnel inside. A bird's-eye view from above showed that the fortress wall and the area outside looked just like a normal, peaceful neighborhood. Jiang Lak asked, How is it? Surprised, right? Xu Jingming nodded and exclaimed, Yes. If you only look from the outside, you couldn't imagine the scene inside. But as soon as they passed through the giant barrier, a completely different world appeared, with giant, intertwined bolts of lightning tearing through the gray sky, striking continuously down onto the street below, accompanied by incessant, rumbling explosions. Xu Jingming looked around the neighborhood and said in surprise, This means it's different from what I thought. I thought it would be more primitive. I didn't expect there to actually be a city here. But how do you hide such a large-scale phenomenon with just a fortress wall? Senior Jiang Lak replied, This is a masterpiece by high-level spatial ability users. The wall we just walked through actually acts as a spatial gate. He pointed toward the center. This city area is provided for ability users to rest and live. It's completely soundproof. The lightning storm area and the farthest point is the real lightning secret realm. Jiang Lak took out a glowing crystal to introduce the lightning secret realm. This is a lightning spirit core, a specialty of the lightning secret realm that can be obtained from the bodies of lightning beasts. Rank 1, lightning beasts don't have them. For rank 2 and rank 3 lightning beasts, it depends on luck. Rank 4 ones will definitely drop one. He handed it to Xu Jingming. The lightning spirit core has many uses. The simplest way to use it is to crush it and use lightning to temper your physique. This is a top-tier, rank 4 lightning spirit core. Consider this my gift to you. From your senior. Xu Jingming accepted it. Thank you, Brother Lak. But why not just bathe directly in the lightning to cultivate? Jiang Lak explained. The lightning in the storm area is too violent, and its intensity is always fluctuating. That's very dangerous. Meanwhile, the lightning spirit core is very stable. Furthermore, the lightning beasts in the lightning secret realm are stronger than normal fierce beasts. The closer you get to the center of the storm area, the more terrifying the lightning and the lightning beasts become. The car turned into a high-end villa area. Jiang Lak said, "We're almost at your housing area. Get a good night's rest, and tomorrow," Su Jingming interrupted, eager. "No need to rest. I can't wait anymore. I'm going in there right now." Jiang Lak agreed. "All right, I'll see you off." Looking at Su Jingming's determined profile, Jiang Lak secretly marveled. A rank S user who works this hard, no wonder the master thinks so highly of him. The car drove past luxurious villas under the bright sun. Meanwhile, in a dark place, a person in a black cloak bowed to report, "Dear Cardinal, that Mado University student, Su Jingming, has killed over 1,000 of our followers in the past month and destroyed 2 branches. He is currently in the lightning secret realm. How should we handle this, sir?" A cruel look appeared on the Cardinal's face. Su Jingming possesses a rank S ability and is involved in very significant influences. If we make a move, it must be a finishing blow. I will find an opportunity to report this to the Grand Master and the Heavenly Fate Master. As for this resistor, kill him without mercy. The scene shifts to the entrance of the lightning storm area, where there are many military armored vehicles and busy crowds. As Su Jingming and Jiang Lak stepped out of the car, they met a man. Jiang Lak waved. "Coach, no. Are you coming to the lightning storm area too?" Coach Mo shrugged. "I have no choice. I'm responsible for the rookie inspection." Then he looked over. "Who is this person? He looks a bit unfamiliar." Jiang Lak introduced, "Su Jingming, my junior from Mado University. He plans to train here for a while during winter break." "Su Jingming, this is Coach Engo Sang from our Thunder Dojo." Su Jingming nodded. "Hello, Coach Engo." Coach Engo smiled in appreciation. Not surprisingly, he's a genius from Mado University. No wonder his aura is so sharp. The elite students behind him whispered, "He's from a top university." How do you think of it? Are Mado University people stronger, or are we? Looking at his aura, he seems to be just like us. Mid-level, rank 3. An arrogant guy turned up his nose and chimed in with nonsense. "We came from the elite training camp. Of course, we are stronger." Su Jingming waved goodbye. "Senior Jiang, I'm going in." Jiang Lak instructed, "Be extremely careful." Coach Ngo turned to remind his students, "You all go in too. Remember, this inspection lasts for 6 days. If you can't kill a peak, rank 3 lightning beast, don't bother coming back to see me. Each of us has to kill a peak. Rank 3 lightning beast. The requirements are so high, well, they themselves are at most peak, rank 3. They all came from the elite training camp, so this requirement was nothing to them." Someone pointed ahead. "Do you see the person in front? His name is Loikan Duong, a rank a lightning system ability user. He is the most outstanding student of this Thunder Dojo elite training camp class. Killing a rank 4 lightning beast wouldn't be a problem for him either." Outside, Coach Neo asked Jiang Lak, "By the way, I see your mid-level, rank 3 junior has an extraordinary aura. His combat power must be at the peak of rank 3, right?" Jiang Lak smiled and replied, "Junior Lu Su Jingming said that this little junior possesses the strength of a peak rank 4. No Sang nodded. "Peak rank 3. That's definitely possible." Ngo Sang smiled with hope. "Not surprisingly, he is a genius from Mado University. If there's time, he can have some exchange with my students." Venturing deep into the lightning forest, Su Jingming felt the vibrations. This is truly the lightning secret realm. The thunder is truly non-stop. First, I'll kill a few fierce beasts, then find an area with strong lightning activity to observe the natural lightning properly. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, brother from Mado University, wait a moment." Su Jingming turned back to see a group of 3 elite students approaching. "Is there something wrong?" The guy with purple hair suggested. "It's like this. We're quite curious about the strength of the geniuses from top universities. If possible, can we hold a competition to see who can hunt more lightning beasts in the next few days? We don't have any malicious intent. It's just for fun." Su Jingming coldly refused. "A competition? Sorry, I'm not very interested." Then he thought, there isn't even a rank 4 here. What are they going to use to compete with me? Seeing Su Jingming turn and walk away, the guy with gray hair frowned at the firm refusal. The guy with green hair stopped him. "If they don't want to, forget it. Don't force it." The guy with gray hair gritted his teeth sarcastically. People from top universities are all this cowardly. Why not dare to agree to even a simple competition?" Su Jingming continued to walk in silence, leaving the group of students behind as he ventured deeper into the gloomy forest. Suddenly, a giant beast roared and lunged at him from the bushes. Su Jingming dodged the attack and analyzed it, a black armored thunder bull. Judging by its size, its level is probably high-tier grade 1. The seniors said that the beasts in the thunderstorm zone are stronger than those in the wild. I want to see just how strong they are. The bull roared and charged again, firing bursts of wild, wind-tearing blue lightning. Xu Jingming calmly raised his hand to block the strike, and a surge of electricity shot directly at him. Standing firm after the impact, Xu Jingming brushed the dust off his shirt and evaluated. The lightning power is actually not bad. Just this single bolt is enough to wipe out most Grade 1 beasts in normal wild areas. His eyes flashed with a cold glint. Next, let's test its physical defensive strength. Xu Jingming exerted his power and shot forward like a bullet toward the black-armored thunder bull that was aggressively targeting him. He threw an incredibly powerful punch, striking straight down onto the top of the beast's head, causing flesh and blood to splatter everywhere. The beast's carcass collapsed to the ground. Xu Jingming pulled his hand back, remarking that its defensive power was much stronger than a typical high-tier Grade 1 beast. Usually, killing a high-tier Grade 1 black-armored thunderbolt gives me 15 ability points. No wonder they get struck by lightning every day. It would be strange if their physiques weren't tough. He rubbed his hands together, wore a cruel, excited smile, and said, "It's been almost a month since I've had a life-or-death battle with a beast, so let the slaughter begin. I hope to reach high-tier Grade 3 as soon as possible." 4 hours later, he continued hunting. A system notification popped up. Eliminated a fast thunder iron wolf, a fast-moving, mid-tier Grade 2 beast. Ability points increased by 25. Carrying his spear, he walked past the carcass of a giant white wolf dripping with blood. Xu Jingming frowned and muttered, "Only 9 in 4 hours? If this were any other wild area, I would have at least 40. The density of beasts in this thunderstorm zone seems a bit low." He pulled up the 3D map and thought to himself, "You can't have the best of both worlds, I guess. In this thunderstorm zone, can I only focus on improving my ability proficiency?" Staring at the areas on the map, he calculated the outer zone, the central zone, the core zone, and the innermost core zone. I'm in the central zone right now. Let's check the core zone first. Maybe the beasts are all gathered there. 5 hours later, in the core zone, violent blue lightning bolts struck the ground repeatedly with destructive force. Xu Jingming stood in the middle of the flashes, his body emitting defensive lightning. He sighed. It lives up to its name as the core zone. The power of the lightning can actually affect my indestructible thunder physique. It seems I have to keep my ability activated at all times. He looked around the barren, gloomy forest and wondered. People say that beasts capable of surviving in the core zone must be at least Grade 4, but the problem is, I don't see a single beast here. Suddenly, a piercing cry that tore through the sky caught his attention. He looked up, following the silhouette of a giant bird soaring into the clouds. No content provided for this line. Skipping per instructions or maintaining structure is greater than correction. Following the text provided. That is the innermost core zone. The beast is a blue-feathered thunder eagle. They are chasing stronger bolts of lightning. Flocks of fierce thunder eagles crashed into the dazzling lightning bolts 9 layers above the clouds. Xu Jingming smiled triumphantly, an idea suddenly popping into his head. Not just the blue-feathered thunder eagle, but the thunder beasts from before all had this habit. To them, lightning is a tool to become stronger. So, maybe I can use my heavenly thunder as bait. Thinking, he acted. He immediately leaped up and landed neatly on the branch of a massive ancient tree. He sat relaxed on the branch, casting his gaze into the distance. However, before that, I must improve my proficiency in the heavenly thunder. Right here, I will properly observe the natural lightning to cultivate. Bathing in the brilliant flashes, Xu Jingming smiled in realization. Lightning between clouds, ball lightning, sheet lightning, chain lightning, tyrannical, wild, sharp. It turns out there are so many details in lightning that I never noticed before. He held up his hand, focusing on condensing blue lightning around his fingers. Sure enough, observing natural lightning could improve his proficiency in manipulating it. 3 hours passed, and the lightning in his hand gradually turned a brilliant gold and became denser, hissing and crackling. Looking at the golden mass of lightning, Xu Jingming calculated. My current manipulation proficiency is only on par with my previous S-rank purple cloud divine thunder. To take it a step further and liquefy the lightning, I'm afraid it will take me some more time. He stood up on the branch and finalized his plan. Energy, liquefaction. Solidification. Each step is more condensed than the last, and the power becomes more terrifying with every stage. That's enough for today. Let's take it one step at a time. First, let's return to the central zone and test the idea I just came up with. Returning to the center of the thunderstorm zone, Xu Jingming stood firm on the ground, muttering that whether he could harvest more ability points depended on this. He spread his arms wide, releasing a massive amount of golden heavenly thunder into his surroundings. Immediately, the roars of wild beasts erupted from all 4 sides. It actually works. The momentum exploded into the sky. Xu Jingming waved his hand provocatively. Thunder beasts, come and get it. Attracted by the power of the lightning, a series of giant beasts frantically rushed out from the bushes. Seeing the pack of beasts lunging to tear him apart, Xu Jingming's eyes flashed with a cold, cruel light. I can start the harvest now. He swung his hands and cast a spell. Since you all are so eager to bathe in my lightning, then I will grant your wish, Thunder Cage. Boom! Countless giant golden lightning pillars shot up from the ground, weaving into a cage to imprison and incinerate the frantically roaring beasts. Xu Jingming continued to smirk as he cast another technique, firing sharp lightning bolts straight into the center of the monster pack. A heaven-shaking explosion swept through the forest, burning and blowing away everything in a sea of golden flames. However, while the thunder beasts that were hit fell, more kept coming, charging straight at him. The wave of attacks didn't stop. Xu Jingming gathered his strength, condensing lightning into both hands, his eyes blazing with killing intent as he shouted, right on time. A horrific explosion occurred, and the system continuously popped up critical hit notifications. Eliminated a mid-tier grade 3 black armored thunder bull. Ability points increased by 37. Eliminated a high-tier grade 1 long-tailed thundercat. Ability points increased by 11. Eliminated a high-tier grade 3 scorpion-tailed thunder lion. Ability points increased by 57. Eliminated a low-tier grade 2 thunder sword tiger. Ability points increased by 23. Xu Jingming smiled extremely triumphantly. Hey, this technique is truly effective. The efficiency is 10 times faster than before. After a fierce battle, he stood in the middle of the beast carcasses, looking at the system board. 1,813 energy points. At this rate, I might break through to high-tier grade 3 very soon. His face was drenched in sweat, but his eyes were full of determination. I can last at most 6 days and 6 nights without rest. A little over a day has passed now. 2 hours to lure beasts, 8 hours to recover, harvesting 3,600 energy points twice a day. Even if I exclude the time for observation, the future is still very bright. He sat down and used a dagger to dissect a giant white wolf. First, let's collect the spoils. Quickly find a place to rest, then continue hunting. Picking up a shimmering purple crystal, Xu Jingming smiled. The first grade 3 thunder beast I killed dropped a thunder core. Not bad luck at all. 5 days later, in the central area of the thunderstorm zone, a group of 3 elite students was walking through the forest. The gray-haired guy trembled, hugging himself and complaining. Lei, it's only 3 in the morning. Do we really need to get up this early? Lei Xinyang walked calmly. What's the difference between 3 in the morning and 12 in the afternoon in this thunderstorm zone? It's bright as day regardless. The girl accompanying them asked Lei. Today is the last day of the 6-day test. When are we heading back? Lei Xinyang replied. Around 6 in the evening. Even though we've finished the test objectives, the longer we stay, the better impression we'll leave. Don't disgrace the elite training camp. The gray-haired guy smugly chimed in. Don't worry. Come to think of it, that coward from the Magic Capital Ability University must have given up and left the thunderstorm zone ages ago, right? It seems students from top universities aren't such a big deal after all. The girl nodded. For sure, even with us taking turns resting, we've only just barely managed to hold on. How could he have survived alone? The gray-haired guy sneered. Luckily, I was smart enough back then to skip the martial arts university entrance exam and join the Thunder Dojo directly. Suddenly, a massive, blinding lightning explosion erupted in the distance. The gray-haired guy was startled. What's happening? An earthquake. Looking at the beasts rushing toward them, the gray-haired guy panicked. It's a beast tide. Run. Lei Xinyang narrowed his eyes to evaluate. Don't panic. It's not a very large beast tide. In front of the beast tide, Xu Jingming was sprinting for his life while lightning wrapped around his body. The gray-haired guy recognized him and pointed in surprise. Seeing the pack of beasts rushing toward them, the gray-haired guy panicked, shouting about a beast tide. Lei Jinyang narrowed his eyes, assessing the situation. Don't panic, that's not a massive beast tide. Ahead of the stampede, Jingming was running at full speed, lightning wrapping around his body. The gray-haired guy recognized him and pointed in surprise. Is that guy from the Demon City Superpower University back? It looks like he accidentally provoked a pack of beasts. Let's go. We should give him a hand. The girl hurriedly waved her hand to stop him, sweating as she said, Wait, is this guy trying to save his own skin by luring the beasts toward us? Jingming continued to glide like the wind, leaving behind brilliant trails of lightning that cut through the forest. A dense pack of thunder beasts roared aggressively, chasing closely behind him. The gray-haired guy sneered with amusement. Heh, that selfish brat is finally getting what he deserves, right? Serves him right. The girl frowned, noticing something unusual. Wait, that's not right. There are more of us, so why aren't those thunder beasts charging toward us? Lei Jinyang analyzed in a low voice. That guy is definitely using his golden lightning to attract them. Lei Jinyang was drenched in cold sweat, thinking to himself, he's only at the mid-3rd stage. What the hell is he doing, provoking so many thunder beasts? There are even some peak third stage ones among them. The girl exclaimed. Look, he stopped. Lei Jinyang clenched his fists tightly, feeling tense. If I don't use my trump card, even I would have a hard time dealing with this pack of thunder beasts. What is he planning to do? Instantly, Jingming turned around and slammed his fist into the ground, unleashing a massive surge of lightning that sent the leading beasts flying. Lei Jinyang's jaw dropped in horror. Is the range of his power that large? And the strength is terrifyingly overwhelming. I'm at the peak of the third stage, and I can only expand my range to a maximum of 30 meters. He bit his finger, his eyes widening as he speculated continuously. Something is wrong with this lightning attribute power. It's definitely higher than A rank. Could it be S rank? No way. An S rank at Demon City Superpower University is a freshman, and this guy is already at the mid-third stage. The gray-haired guy clutched his head in fear. Oh my god. Since when did someone from Demon City Superpower University become this aggressive? He's slaughtering those wild beasts like they're nothing. In the middle of the battlefield, Jingming, drenched in sweat, thought, 23,000 energy points. I've finally gathered enough to level up. I haven't slept for 5 days and nights, so my condition has dropped significantly. I'll find a place to allocate my points, then head back. Watching Jingming leave, the gray-haired guy turned to Lei Jinyang and asked, Lei, if it were you, could you handle that pack of beasts just now? Lei Jinyang mused, admitting, I could, but I wouldn't be able to kill them as fast as he did. The gray-haired guy wiped his sweat and clicked his tongue, tisk, even faster than Lei. That guy really has some skills. Thank goodness he didn't agree to a spar, otherwise we might have been beaten to a pulp in the end. The girl soothed him. Lei, following him, do you think you can surpass his level to kill a fourth-stage beast like you can? Lei Jinyang regained his arrogant composure. If he only has the strength he just showed, then probably not. The girl smiled flatteringly. Then, Lei is still stronger. 10 minutes later, Jingming sat cross-legged on a large tree branch in a safe corner, calling on the deep blue system to allocate his points. A massive bolt of brilliant lightning struck directly onto him, tearing through the surrounding space. The leveling process ended. Jingming clenched his fists, feeling the power of the high third stage. My physical constitution and spirit have soared by nearly 500 points, and my power range has expanded to 40 meters. I've reached the level of a B-grade lightning attribute user. He quickly left, his eyes flashing with excitement. I originally intended to go back, but now that my spirit has recovered a bit, I'll take a trip to the core area and observe the natural lightning. The gray-haired man stood before the base entrance, his face filled with worry and contemplation. Xu Jingming hasn't returned for 5 days and nights. Could he be in danger? Even I can only stay for a maximum of 8 days. Seeing a man approaching, he asked, Supervisor Jiang, what brings you here? Jiang Luo replied calmly, I'm here waiting for my junior brother to return. He confirmed in surprise, your junior brother hasn't returned since he went in last time. Jiang Luo nodded, his eyes cast down sadly. That's right, today is already the 6th day. Logically speaking, he should have returned a long time ago. Coach Wu smiled and raised his hand to reassure him. Don't worry. I'm preparing to head into the lightning storm area to hunt some beasts anyway. I can help you look for him on the way. Jiang Luo replied gratefully, then I'll have to trouble Coach Wu. Coach Wu waved his hand, waiting before the massive metal gate that was opening. It's nothing at all. We all work together at the Lightning Dojo, so helping each other is only natural. Scene shift to the core of the lightning storm area. 6 hours later, Jingming was in the middle of the forest, muttering, It's time for me to go back. He jumped from the tree branch, landing hard and cracking the rocky ground with a loud thud. Standing straight up, Jingming smiled, feeling satisfied mixed with a touch of contemplation. The physique of the high third stage is truly beyond imagination. However, I'm still a long way from the peak. There is still a long road ahead. Suddenly, a giant beast roared crazily, appearing from the bushes. Looking at the beast surrounded by blue lightning, Jingming analyzed. It's a storm thunder bear. Looking at its level, it must be a high 4th stage beast. I could completely take it down with one hit using the Heavenly Thunder art, but since I'm at the high 3rd stage now, let me see if I can kill it with my bare hands. Thinking his doing, he exerted his strength and bolted toward the giant bear like a bright yellow lightning bolt. Accidentally hiding behind a tree nearby, Coach Wu exclaimed in astonishment. Huh? Is that Xu Jingming? I couldn't find him anywhere, yet I happened to run into him right here. Looking at the trail of lightning trailing behind Jingming, Wu Sang frowned. His level has broken through to the high 3rd stage, but isn't his lightning range a bit too large? Looking at the situation, it seems like he's planning to confront that storm thunder bear directly. He stroked his chin, silently evaluating. He really is a newborn calf that's not afraid of the tiger. Supervisor Jiang's junior brother certainly has guts. For a genius like that, only by letting him suffer a bit will he be able to realize his own shortcomings. The Storm Thunder Bear opened its wide maw and roared in intimidation. It raised its giant claws, crackling with green lightning, and swiped down hard. But Jingming had already lunged forward, swinging his brilliantly golden fist to parry the beast's powerful blow. Witnessing that scene, Coach Wu's eyes popped out and his jaw dropped. What? He actually blocked it? Moreover, Xu Jingming's lightning is even stronger. That's a high 4th stage wild beast. It's an entire major realm higher than Xu Jingming. He was dripping with cold sweat, mumbling to himself. Also, I think I've heard this name somewhere before. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Xu Jingming's power is definitely not A rank. It's S rank or perhaps even SS rank. Wu Sang woke up, clutching his head in horror. I remember now. Xu Jingming is the freshman who possesses the S rank lightning attribute power at Demon City Superpower University. Even so, isn't this level a bit too ridiculous? Who would have thought a university freshman could reach the high 3rd stage? Amidst the circle of lightning, Jingming smiled confidently. Looks like my lightning is still a bit better. Come on! The sound of the collision rang out with a loud clang, shaking the entire area. Jingming and the giant bear lunged at each other, fighting in an incredibly fierce close-quarters battle. Two streams of power collided repeatedly, creating shockwaves that sent the ground and trees flying. Wu Sang watched, unable to believe his eyes. Oh my god, he's actually confronting a high 4th stage Storm Thunder Bear head-on. Is this a human? It's basically a humanoid wild beast. He clenched his fists, thinking excitedly. Those kids from the elite training camp are always holding their heads high, always thinking that people from top universities can't compare to them. I really want to open their eyes and show them what a true genius from a top university looks like. Jingming smirked, revealing his wild fangs while fighting. Not bad at all. My physical strength is completely on par with a 4th stage Storm Thunder Bear. He tensed his body, exploding with energy. This is 3,000 points of blood energy. This is the extreme thunder state. This is the immortal thunder body. He poured all his strength into delivering a devastatingly powerful punch wrapped in brilliant yellow lightning onto the bear's leg. The violent impact punched a hole through the beast's body. The Storm Thunder Bear roared in pain. It frantically swung its claws to counterattack, creating green lightning scythes sweeping toward him. Jingming dodged the attack, frowning in serious analysis. One punch really isn't enough to break its leg. Dealing with wild beasts still requires weapons. However, today, I'll only use my fists. The giant bear roared angrily, slamming its front paws into the ground with a thud. Instantly, a series of violent green lightning bolts converged, forming a massive orb of lightning above its head. Coach Wu gasped in shock, watching intently. It's a lightning storm. Once you get caught in it, if you don't die, you'll be severely injured. Usually, when facing this situation, people can only run away and wait for the storm to dissipate before taking action. However, Xu Jingming didn't seem to want to do that. Jingming stood proudly, gathering his strength to condense a blinding stream of lightning into his two hands, his eyes burning with the fire of battle. Come on, let's see whose lightning is stronger. He stomped hard on the ground, launching himself into the air like a golden lightning bolt, tearing through the canopy. A heaven-shaking explosion erupted as Jingming's golden lightning flame slammed into the center of the giant bear's green lightning storm. Amidst the remnants of the violent blast, Jingming's figure gradually emerged, a confident and wild smile blooming on his lips. As the two forces collided fiercely, Jingming gathered his strength for a punch carrying brilliant lightning, aiming straight at the maw of the massive Storm Thunder Bear that was panting heavily. He moved continuously at lightning speed, dodging the bear's attacks and countering with terrifying electric-coated punches, tearing the beast's flesh until it bled. The battle ended quickly. Jingming looked up at the sky, sneering with disdain. Your movements are clumsy, and your strikes are slow. So, a high-level grade 4 beast only amounts to this? Die. He launched himself into the air, gathering all his lightning abilities into the shape of a brilliant golden dragon, slamming down with his ultimate technique, Lightning Dragon Fist. Boom! The critical strike created a massive explosion that shook the earth, crushing the monster's head amidst blinding lightning. As the dust settled, the system announced the victory. High-level grade 4 Storm Thunder Bear eliminated. Ability points plus 321. Watching the entire scene from afar, Coach Ngo broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, this high-level grade 4 Storm Thunder Bear, a beast that could be called an overlord among monsters, died so easily, I can't even describe him as a human beast fighter anymore. He's simply a dragon. No Sang smiled and stepped out from his hiding spot, voicing his praise. You truly live up to the S-rank reputation of Modu Ability University. That was terrifying. Jingming was busy butchering the beast to collect resources and looked up, answering calmly, Coach Ngo. No Sang nodded in admiration. Only a high-level grade 3, yet you can kill a high-level grade 4. If our great Shia had a few more geniuses like you, then wiping out the beasts would no longer be a concern. He held up the camera in his hand, a bright smile on his face. I recorded your entire fight. It was truly spectacular. I intend to use it as teaching material for our martial arts hall. Would you be willing? Jingming waved his hand nonchalantly. Coach, no. Feel free to use it however you like. Besides, I didn't even use my full strength just now, so sharing it with the Thunder Martial Arts Hall is no problem. Enjo Sang was overjoyed. Then, on behalf of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, I thank you for your contribution. Seizing the opportunity, he began to recruit the genius. By the way, Su Jingming, have you thought about joining our Thunder Martial Arts Hall after graduation? Jingming used his knife to peel the beast's fur, answering calmly, I haven't thought about that yet. No Sang still enthusiastically offered incredible benefits. The owner of our Thunder Martial Arts Hall is a grade 9 lightning attribute martial saint. If you join, he will personally mentor you. We can entrust you with guarding the lightning secret realm, along with top-tier benefits. Just give it some thought. Jingming nodded politely. Thank you, Coach No. I will consider it seriously. But in his mind, he was calculating that guarding the lightning secret realm was definitely a lucrative job with huge benefits for a lightning attribute user. However, he was only a freshman, no need to rush. No Sang nodded in satisfaction. That's good. Oh, by the way, your senior brother Jiang Luo is still waiting for you outside. Do you intend to stay in the lightning storm area, or should I go out and report that you're safe? He's worried something might have happened to you. Jingming paused his work, startled. Senior brother Jiang? He wiped sweat from his forehead and scratched his head. No need to trouble Coach and go. I was just about to head back. Then he secretly blamed himself, really forgetting about Senior Jiang and making him worry. Ngo Sang watched him, feeling impressed. To be in the lightning storm area alone for 6 days straight, what a formidable young generation. Back in my day, I could only last 4. Then he waved goodbye. I have some things to attend to. You go on back. Jingming nodded. Goodbye, Coach No. Then, Jingming shouldered the giant bear's fur and strolled out of the forest. He looked at the purple lightning core he had just collected, smiling with satisfaction. Although it's a bit worse than the one Senior Jiang gave me, this is still quite good. Let's go. Outside the base hall, Senior brother Jiang Luo was overjoyed to see Jingming walking out safe and sound. He sighed in relief and patted Jingming on the shoulder. Phew, Jingming, you really stayed in there for a long time, a full 6 days and 5 nights. How are you feeling? Jingming replied languidly. Nothing much, just feeling very sleepy. Jiang Luo laughed and advised, you haven't slept in 5 days. Plus, you've been constantly slaughtering and fighting beasts, of course you're sleepy. On the path of cultivation, finding a balance between work and rest is best. Now, I'll take you back to rest. Jingming nodded. Yes, sir. Cutting to 9 p.m. that night, in Coach Ngo's office, he pulled out a holographic orb, spinning it in his hand. In front of him, the team of elite students stood at attention, reporting their results. The 6-day assessment had no personal losses, and no one was seriously injured. Safety protocols were implemented well. Reporting, Coach, all assessment missions have been completed. Mo Sang leaned back in his chair and asked, what about the elimination missions? Were they completed? Lei Jinyang stepped forward and replied confidently, everyone killed at least one peak grade 3 beast, and I personally killed a low-level grade 4 beast. Hearing this, Du Sang stroked his chin in silent praise. Lei Jinyang graduated from this elite training camp. To be able to kill a low-level grade 4 beast while being lower ranked is truly excellent. It's a pity. Compared to that monster Xu Jingming, he's still quite far behind, but he still deserves praise. He smiled and nodded. Not bad. You didn't let me down. By the way, what impression do you all have of the junior brother of Supervisor Jiang from Modu University? Lei Jinyang commented, the junior brother of Supervisor Jiang, we met him in the lightning storm area. His power is strong, far exceeding the average for a mid-grade 3. He also has extremely strong clearing capabilities. His peak combat power is likely around peak grade 3. The gray-haired guy next to him chimed in with flattery. That's right, he's really formidable, but he can't compare to our brother Lei. Coach No raised an eyebrow, retorting, is that really so? The gray-haired guy waved his hand firmly. It definitely can't be wrong. Our elite training camp is definitely stronger than Modu University. Ngo Sang said nothing, just holding out the technology orb. Here is a video. You all should watch it first. The holographic orb floated up into the air, preparing to play a clip that would force the elite students to open their eyes. Looking at the screen, the gray-haired guy exclaimed in panic, that's a Storm Thunder Bear. Look at the size of it, at least a high-level grade 4. Wait, its opponent. The group stared at the familiar figure, wrapped in lightning on the screen. Is that Xu Jingming? In the clip, a giant lightning dragon roared and dove down, creating a heaven-shaking explosion. A girl covered her mouth in shock. Compared to the first time we met, why has Xu Jingming become so strong? The gray-haired guy added, that's right, and his aura is absolutely not inferior to the Storm Thunder Bear at all. Coach Ngo rested his arms on the table, smiling as he asked, well, what do you think after watching that clip? Lei Jinyang broke into a cold sweat, his voice dropping. Xu Jingming is very strong, freakishly strong, it's simply beyond imagination. Is he really only at mid-grade 3? This combat power is truly defying the heavens. Coach Ngo waved his hand to correct him. Not mid-grade 3. When I stumbled upon Xu Jingming, he had already advanced to high-level grade 3. Lei Jinyang breathed a little easier. Oh, so he's high-level grade 3. That makes a bit more sense. The gray-haired guy immediately snapped, his face twisted in shock. Makes sense, my foot. High-level grade 3? Did he level up that fast? Lei Jinyang analyzed with a serious expression. A high-level grade 4 Storm Thunder Bear is enough to easily wipe out most high-level grade 4 ability users, yet it was crushed by Xu Jingming. This is just absurd. The guy with gray hair started sweating, nodding along. Right? What's even scarier is that he actually won in close quarters combat. Seeing his student looking confused, Coach Ngo Tranan said, don't worry. Even at Madu University, Xu Jingming is a rare exception. The guy with gray hair asked curiously, a rare exception? Is Xu Jingming's background that special? Could he be the son of the Madu University president? Coach Ngo scoffed, the president's son. Even the president's grandson couldn't pull off something like this. I'm talking about Xu Jingming's ability. He's an S-rank Esper. Lo Kan Duong asked in shock. An S-rank? He's a freshman? How could a freshman's level reach high-tier level 3? Coach Ngo sighed. As much as I'd like to deny it, the truth is he just turned 19 recently. He's a genuine freshman. The girl clutched her chest in despair. A 19-year-old at high-tier level 3. All these years we've lived have been a total waste. The guy with gray hair also held his head, crying out, he's only 19? As for us, graduates of the elite training camp, we're already 23 on average. Lei Jindong clenched his fists and muttered, a monster. He's absolutely a monster. Instructor Wu frowned and lectured, I'm not showing you this footage for any reason other than to motivate you all. Use Xu Jingming as your benchmark. It would be best if you could keep up with his pace in the future. The group was fired up and shouted in unison. Understood, instructor. Yes, we will definitely work hard. Lei Jindong stepped forward and asked, by the way, instructor, could I get a copy of this video? Wu Sang waved his hand and replied, I'll upload this clip to the Marshall Hall's internal network later. You can just log in and watch it. Hearing that, the gray-haired man hesitated and reminded him, Instructor, is that really a good idea? I recall the National University tournament is starting soon. Wu Sang pulled his hand back in surprise. I nearly forgot about that. In that case, I won't post it. If the other universities see it, they'll target Xu Jingming. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. I remember Mada University took second place in the last tournament. They'll surely be gunning for first place this time. Cut to 2 days later, outside a sun-drenched apartment complex. Inside the room, a phone started ringing. Xu Jingming rubbed his head and sat up, feeling like he might have overslept. Looking at his phone screen, he was startled it was Principal Ling calling. He really had slept for 2 whole days. He picked up, and Principal Ling's voice sounded grave. Xu Jingming, according to reliable sources, the Heavenly Mandate sect is mounting a counterattack. We have already arranged for people to protect your family and friends. If you're in danger, you must activate the charm immediately. There's a high probability that you are their target. Jingming replied seriously, I understand. Thank you for your hard work, Principal. After hanging up, Jingming got dressed and mused. Security here is very strict. Entering and leaving requires showing special identification and passing a retinal scan. The Heavenly Mandate sect surely can't sneak in, right? Even if they do, I still have the Master's protective charm. I'll just go train for now. At the same time, at the Majestic secret headquarters of the Heavenly Mandate sect, inside a lavish, classic-style hall with dim candlelight, a subordinate bowed and reported, My lord, our people in Madu believe that the S-rank individual Xu Jingming is developing too fast and may become a threat to us. They are requesting permission to assassinate Xu Jingming to eliminate the future threat. Should we consider taking action? The sect leader asked in an authoritative voice. Xu Jingming from Madu. Where is he now? The subordinate respectfully replied. He is currently training at the Thunder Lightning secret realm in Jiangnan province. He won't be leaving anytime soon. The sect leader ordered the man in the red cloak standing nearby. Bloody slaughter. After you finish your work in Jiangnan province, make a trip there. Destroy Xu Jingming and that Thunder Marshal Hall secret realm along with him. The assassin, Bloody Slaughter, smirked cruelly. Understood, my lord. I enjoy hunting these human geniuses the most. The subordinate confidently flattered him. If Lord Bloody Slaughter takes action, this is a sure thing. Lord Bloody Slaughter is at the mid-stage of the 8th rank and possesses terrifying combat ability. Even if Ling Chang from Moju, a newcomer at the early stage of the 8th rank proficient in space-type abilities, intervenes, it won't be a problem at all. Cut to a bustling street full of red lanterns and vibrant, inviting advertisements. Spring Festival clearance sale, 20% off all pills, buy 10 and get 1 limited edition Snowman Series E-rank combat suit. Only 100 sets available. First come, first served. E-rank rare herbs on special sale for the Spring Festival, sold in bundles. Watching the lively street, Jingming walked alone, thinking, the Spring Festival is really almost here. It seems like I'll have to spend it alone again. The efficiency of the Thunder Core is not bad at all. My internal energy increased by 3 points in 2 hours, which is equivalent to 6 days of training. But it's still a bit slow. He looked up at the towering spire in front of him and smiled expectantly. I hope the Thunder Tower won't let me down. That was the place Brother Jiang highly recommended. It's a fantastic spot to observe natural lightning and improve my proficiency in using my abilities. At the first floor lobby of the Thunder Tower, the receptionist informed him that he held an S-rank pass, which granted him 4 hours of access to the secret training room on the 100th floor. Would you like to use it now? Jingming walked through the gate and asked, what does the 100th floor secret training room mean? The attendant explained, the Thunder Tower has 110 floors in total. The higher the floor, the better the effect for observing natural lightning. He nodded. I see. Very well. I'll use it right now. The elevator doors opened, and Jingming walked decisively into the 100th floor. Stepping into the vast room, Jingming looked around at the empty space and muttered suspiciously, where is the lightning? Suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning struck down from the ceiling with a loud boom, lighting up the entire room. Jingming looked up in astonishment at the rolling blue lightning overhead and gasped. This is the most basic form of lightning. He observed intently, his eyes glowing as he analyzed the origin of the lightning in the thunderstorm zone located over 1,000 meters in the sky, something invisible to the naked eye. But here, I can see so much more detail and mystery. 4 hours later, Jingming sat in meditation amidst countless bolts of lightning, excitedly realizing that if he stayed here constantly, he could reach the proficiency to liquefy lightning in less than 5 days. This place is truly a sanctuary for cultivation. Just then, the attendant's voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Sir, your time is up. Jingming cracked the door open and asked, how can I extend my time for this room? The attendant replied with a polite smile. You can only trade with Thunder Cores. The room on the 100th floor only accepts level 4 Thunder Cores. One entry-level level 4 Thunder Core gets you 3 hours, and each level higher adds an hour. Jingming broke into a sweat and muttered, it's that expensive? The official purchase price for an entry-level level 4 Thunder Core is over 6 million yuan. 2 million per hour is a real money pit. The attendant suggested, the rooms from the 70th to the 90th floor can use level 3 Thunder Cores. Jingming waved his hand, took out his items, and brushed it off. Staying right here is fine. Seeing the young man produce 2 glowing Thunder Cores, the attendant gasped in shock, thinking, 1 peak level 4 and 1 high level 4. Is this young man really this rich? She quickly accepted them, and said professionally, the 2 Thunder Cores combined grant you a total of 11 hours. I'll add the time for you right now. Jingming smiled and asked curiously, the 100th floor already requires level 4 cores, so what about the floors above that? The attendant replied with a smile. Floors 101 to 107 require level 5 cores, and for floors 108 to the highest, 110, you need level 6 Thunder Cores. Jingming turned away with a wry smile. All right, sorry to have bothered you. Cut to 11 hours later at the main building of the Thunder Martial Hall. Jiang Luo happily told Jingming, the materials from the beasts and the 4 rings totaled 311 million. Junior brother, you definitely have to treat me to a meal next time. Jingming nodded. Of course. Thanks to you, senior brother Luo, for helping me contact the purchasing manager. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sold them for such a good price. Jiang Luo crossed his arms and continued. I heard from Instructor Wu that you actually killed a high-level level 4 Storm Thunder Bear. You're progressing a bit too fast. Jingming shrugged smugly. Maybe my talent is just a bit better? Jiang Luo laughed and chided him playfully. You really are not humble at all. The Spring Festival is almost here. What are your plans next? Jingming replied casually. I plan to take a trip to the thunderstorm area. I probably won't be back in time for the Spring Festival. Jiang Luo frowned and advised. You're crazy, but I suggest you come back. On the day of the Spring Festival, our Thunder Martial Hall is holding an auction. There might be something you want there. Jingming was surprised. An auction? He stroked his chin, thinking, now that you mention it, there is something I actually need. This spear I'm currently using isn't comfortable anymore. Maybe I can auction for a better weapon there. Jiang Luo nodded. That's decided then. I'll save an admission ticket for you when the time comes. Jingming smiled and said goodbye. Sounds good. I'm heading to the thunderstorm area now. Cut back to the dormitory. Song Qiuyun was sitting on her bed, hesitating to call Tan Jijiang. Song Qiuyun excitedly suggested to Suo Xuan, I want to go to the Thunder Secret Realm to visit Xu Jingming during the Spring Festival. Come with me, will you? Suo Xuan pointed at herself in surprise. Me. Jiang Suo Xuan gently touched her lips and replied with a mysterious smile. Sure. Then she thought to herself, it seems like little sister Qiuyun intends to share Xu Jingming with me. This is actually a good thing. 6 days later, in the city center, there was a high-rise building. He was currently surrounded by dazzling flashes of lightning. Upon entering the lobby, Jingming handed the glowing energy stones to the clerk and asked, could you help me check these? How much time can I stay on the 100th floor with these lightning crystal cores? She was incredibly stunned and exclaimed, so many high-tier level 4 lightning crystal cores. The clerk carefully counted each one and reported the details. 1 peak tier level 4, 3 high tier level 4, 1 mid-tier level 4, and 4 low-tier level 4. Altogether, they can be exchanged for 37 hours of use. While processing the paperwork, she secretly glanced at him with flushed cheeks, thinking, I've worked here for 2 years, but the number of times I've seen level 4 lightning crystal cores brought in can be counted on one hand. I didn't expect him to be so young and handsome, yet he pulled out 9 level 4 lightning crystal cores at once. How can he be this strong? Regaining her composure, Jingming asked, the usage time can be broken up, right? The clerk replied enthusiastically. Of course. After you finish your session, just swipe your card at the reader near the door to stop the timer. Jingming nodded with satisfaction. Great. Cut to the afternoon of New Year's Eve. As Jingming was meditating, amidst the blazing electrical grid, the phone on the ground rang. He reached out to tap the screen to answer the video call. Immediately, Song Qiuyun's radiant face appeared, asking, Jingming, guess where I am? Jingming looked at the screen, his expression calm as he replied, the Lightning Secret Realm. Song Qiuyun blinked in surprise. How did you know? Jingming smiled, pointed at the screen, and gently explained, where else would have so many lightning flashes other than the Lightning Secret Realm? Hearing that, Song Qiuyun laughed. Okay. I forgot about the lighting. Dan Tri, So Huiyan and I wanted to surprise you, but we forgot to ask for your address, so we had to call. Jingming looked surprised and asked back, is Dan Tri Jiang coming too? At that moment, So Huiyan leaned her beautiful face into the frame, smiling teasingly. What's wrong? Is the junior from the Shu family not welcoming me? Jingming quickly replied, how could that be? Of course, I welcome both of you. Send me your exact location, and I'll come pick you up right now. After hanging up, he swiped his card at the device on the wall, and the system announced that the usage for room number 6 had ended. With 4.5 hours left, he walked out, frowning in thought. Only 4.5 hours left? I wonder if I can master lightning liquefaction. If not, I'll have to visit the lightning storm area again. A while later, Jingming brought the 2 girls back to his modern, luxurious villa with a private pool. As soon as they stepped into the living room, So Huan looked at him in surprise. It's only been 20 days, and you've leveled up again. Song Qiuyun's jaw dropped as she added, isn't your progression speed a bit too fast? Jingming rubbed his head and smiled modestly, explaining, I encountered a few crises while training and was lucky enough to break through to high-tier level 3. Hearing that, Song Qiuyun clutched her head and sighed. I suspect that by graduation, you'll be a level 7 master. Comparing people like this really drives one crazy. Seeing this, Jingming spoke up to comfort them and changed the subject. Stop being upset. How much did your passes cost? Song Qiuyun held up 2 fingers. We bought B-tier passes, we can only stay for 2 days, and it cost 1,000 credits each. Jingming's eyes widened in shock as he calculated in his head. 1,000 credits for 2 days? That's 10 million Dai Ha currency. Afterward, he pointed up the wooden stairs and warmly instructed, there are 4 rooms on the 2nd floor. Aside from my room, just choose any 2 rooms you like. But Song Qiuyun immediately refused. We don't need that many rooms, we can stay in the same room. Jingming nodded in agreement. Sure. You 2 go upstairs, and I'll take you out to eat in a bit. But So Huyan had already taken all sorts of ingredients out of her space ring and said, tonight is New Year's Eve, so dinner naturally has to be eaten at home. We prepared all the ingredients before coming here. He looked at the pile of vegetables and fruits, asking in surprise, you 2 know how to cook. Song Qiuyun triumphantly clenched her fist and confidently declared, of course. Dan Tri So Huyan and I are experts. Jingming smiled. took off his coat, rolled up his sleeves, and said, "All right, then I'll assist the two head chefs," making So Huyen laugh happily. "Haha, sure thing." A long time later, the lavish dinner was over. Jingming put down his chopsticks and breathed a sigh of relief. "Woo, I'm so full." He rubbed his stomach and sincerely praised, "I have to admit, your cooking skills are better than I ever imagined," making Song Chuan reply with happy pride. "Well, obviously." Suddenly, a loud firework exploded outside, startling Song Chuan. She turned toward the window and exclaimed, "Look at those brilliant lights." She immediately stood up, pointed outside, and excitedly suggested, "It's rare for us to have the chance to celebrate New Year's Eve together. Let's go to the rooftop and take a group photo to commemorate this," which was met with immediate agreement. Sure, the three of them quickly went to the rooftop area by the pool, where the night sky was being lit up by consecutive, colorful explosions of fireworks. Song Chuan held her phone high and cheered happily, smile, letting the three of them look toward the lens to snap a commemorative photo. Watching the sky sparkle with fireworks, Jingming smiled gently and thought to himself, "Since I got the system, everything around me has really been turned upside down. This is the first time I've had such a wonderful New Year's Eve." Moving to the next day, Jingming stepped into the lobby of a large building with the two girls and apologized. "I'm really sorry for dragging you both to an auction on the first day of the new year." But So Huyen immediately brushed it off. "You're being too polite," and Song Chuan added, "That's right. Besides, I was looking to buy some equipment anyway." Just then, senior brother Jiang Lak walked over from afar and asked, "Jingming, who are these two?" Jingming quickly introduced them. "Brother Lak, let me introduce you. These are my friends from Mado University, freshman Tong Song Chuan and sophomore Jiang So Hyen. And this is my senior brother, Jiang Lak." The two girls politely bowed. "Hello, senior brother Jiang," which made him flustered, and he hurriedly replied, "Hello, hello there," while secretly sweating, thinking to himself, "This junior is truly impressive, having so many beautiful female friends at once and getting along so well. I'm miles behind him." After the greetings, senior brother Jiang gestured to keep moving and said, "Let's go inside. I'll take care of the tickets for these two young ladies." Jingming smiled appreciatively. "Thank you, senior brother." As the group passed through the lobby, they heard smug chatter from another group. "Sister Song Chuan Oan is amazing. Not only did she take us into the lightning secret realm, but we can also attend the auction." Another added, "I heard other people had to spend tens of millions just to buy a pass." And the man standing next to her laughed mockingly, "Haha, spending 10 million? What idiots." Hearing those grating words, Song Chuan frowned uncomfortably and turned back to ask, "Which family are they from? Why are they so arrogant?" Senior brother Jiang looked at the woman in the alluring black dress walking through the crowd and explained thoroughly, "That woman is the eldest daughter of the Li family, the head of the 6 great families of the secret realm. Her name is Lai Song Chuan Oan, the eldest daughter of the Lai family in the secret realm. Their family head is an honorary vice master of the Lightning Martial Arts Hall and is about to break through to level 7. Her brother reached peak tier level 4 at only 27, so it's inevitable they'd be a bit arrogant." Jingming calmly analyzed, "They have talented people in both the older and younger generations. No wonder this Li Song Chuan Oan is so cocky." Senior brother Jiang nodded in agreement. "That's right. Come to think of it, her brother, Lai Thuong Lam, is just like you. He uses a spear too, but he's a reinforcement type, while you're a lightning type." Reaching the end of the hall, senior brother Jiang stopped before a massive double door and gestured for him to enter. "We've arrived. Welcome to the Thunder Realm auction." The doors swung open to reveal a colossal, crescent-shaped auction hall. Senior brother Jiang continued, explaining that the Spring Festival auction was of the utmost importance. Everyone who could step foot in here was no ordinary person. They were all dignitaries with liquid assets exceeding 100 million. About 800 people had been invited. After the group found their seats, the senior brother pointed to the chairs and gave instructions. Each chair had a number and an electronic screen on the right armrest. You just need to enter the price and press confirm to place a bid. Once you've placed it, raise your hand as signal, he explained. Upon hearing this, Xu Jingming nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand." Senior brother Jiang Luoan then pointed to the small screen on the armrest and instructed, "You can check the items on this screen and prepare your bids in advance." Xu Jingming touched the device and nodded, replying, "All right, let me see what they have." His eyes scanned the list quickly as he assessed the scale of the event: exotic plants, thunder crystals, combat gear, S-rank resources, a total of 108 items. They really do have everything. Looking at the list, Jiang Luo asked with a faint smile, "Do you think starting at S-rank is a bit low?" "Actually, I think it's just right. After all, we can't afford anything too expensive." Jingming calmly agreed. "You're right." Sitting right next to them, Shusong Chuan leaned over curiously and asked, Jingming, have you set your eyes on anything you want to buy yet? He calmly replied that he was interested in a few things but would wait for the host to give details before deciding. Even so, he had already locked onto two good targets in his mind. The first was an S-rank spear, with a starting price of 500 million. His C-rank cloud-piercing spear was long overdue for an upgrade. The other item was a bundle of 5 low-grade Tier 4 lightning spirit cores, starting at 40 million, which would save him time from hunting lightning beasts. Shortly after, the hostess, Chi, stepped onto the stage and clearly announced, Welcome everyone to the Lightning Dojo auction. Today we have a total of 108 items. Our first item is a 3-5-year-old A-rank ice herb that grants 50 mental points to those below Tier 5. The starting price is 20 million, with a minimum increment of 100,000. As soon as she finished, the hall immediately erupted with rapid-fire bids. Seat 0213 bids, 21 million. Seat 0625, 22 million. Seat 0408, 22.4 million. The lively atmosphere lasted for an hour until the hostess introduced the next item. Item number 36. 5 low-grade Tier 4 Lightning Spirit Cores. Starting price, 40 million, with a minimum increment of 200,000. Seeing his target appear, Jingming leaned forward, reaching out to press the button, thinking to himself, the first thing is finally up for grabs. The system immediately recorded it. The host looked at the gallery and announced, Seat 0310 bids 41 million. But the competition didn't stop. Other screens kept lighting up. Seat 0637, 41.4 million. Seat 0708, 41.8 million. Observing the fierce situation, Jingming frowned, calculating, too many people are fighting over this. Looks like I need to drive the price up high to scare them off. Decisively pressing the button, an overwhelming number appeared, grabbing the whole hall's attention. Seat 0310 bids 46 million. The huge gap silenced the atmosphere. The hostess quickly urged, Is there anyone else bidding? Tier 4 Lightning Spirit Cores are rarely sold publicly. Who knows how long you'd have to wait if you miss this chance. 46 million, going once. The hall fell silent. The hostess tapped the gavel to finalize it. 46 million, going 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to our guest in seat 0310. We will proceed with the handover after the auction concludes. Jingming blinked, turning in surprise. Was it that easy to buy? Jiang Luo laughed and explained, The Lightning Dojo and the big families hold plenty of lightning spirit cores. Only solo hunters have to buy them externally. You raised the price by 5 million all at once, so they naturally backed off. They don't make money as easily as you do. Feeling curious, Jiang Luo asked, But why are you buying so many Tier 4 lightning spirit cores? It's more cost-effective than hunting lightning beasts, Jingming replied nonchalantly. I feel like my lightning mastery is about to break through, so I want to try using them all at once to clear the bottleneck. That casual statement made Jiang Luo break into a cold sweat, exclaiming in shock, Good heavens, you're about to break through to the liquefaction realm that fast? I almost had to wait until my final year to break through. You're a monster. 2 hours later, the stage lights focused on a magnificent glass display case. The hostess announced clearly, Now, the 98th auction item, the S-rank weapon, the Flowing Cloud Gold Wind Spear, a masterpiece by the master blacksmith Yu Wen with a total length of 2.1 meters. A close-up of the spear appeared, accompanied by a compelling explanation. The shaft is forged from a special A-rank Mia alloy, and the spear tip is made from extreme wind alloy, the hardest and sharpest material among S-rank alloys. The audience exploded into excited whispers. Master Yu Wen hasn't released a new work in a year or two, right? That's right. I didn't expect him to put out such an excellent masterpiece right away. Extreme wind alloy, I'm really drooling now. Jingming's eyes sparkled, his lips curling into an ambitious smile. Mia alloy has the property of increasing weight when spirit energy is channeled into it. This is exactly what I need right now. I must get that spear. The hostess continued to fuel the heat of the race. After channeling spirit energy, this spear's maximum weight can reach 100 tons. Many guests will surely love it. The starting price is 500 million, and each increment must not be less than 1 million. The money war erupted intensely. Seat 0113 bids 505 million. Seat 0224, 520 million. Seat 0131, 530 million. Not missing a beat, Jingming reached out and pressed the button. The big screen announced, Seat 0310 bids 600 million. The value race climbed relentlessly. Seat 0310, 610 million, 620 million, 630 million. Sensing the stalemate, Jingming pulled his hand back, rubbing his chin as he calculated. Looks like it's hard to scare them off. I'll wait and see for a moment. I have a feeling Li Wanying at seat 0104 will be the toughest opponent. Sure enough, Li Wanying arrogantly raised her hand and shrugged provocatively. The Li family is bidding here. Let's see who dares to compete with me. While the hostess shouted 630 million. Going once. Ignoring the blatant threat, Jingming calmly reached out to bid again. Seat 0310 bids 640 million. His determination surprised the crowd, causing them to whisper, "Someone is still bidding? They look like a stranger. Must be an outsider here for the experience. Only people like that don't know the rules here." Having her path blocked, Li Wanying tilted her head to glare at Jingming, using an overbearing tone to threaten, "My friend, my brother Li Shanglin happens to be looking for a comfortable spear. If you're willing to yield it to me, you'll have my friendship and perhaps even the friendship of the Li family." Facing the pressure, Jingming kept a cold expression, thinking dismissively, "The friendship of a peak, tier 6 individual really means nothing to me." Just then, the hostess stood up straight and raised her voice in warning, "Miss Li, the auction prohibits buyers from making personal threats. If you violate the rules again, your bidding rights will be revoked." Ignoring the warning, Li Wanying and Jingming's eyes clashed like sparks in the air, and the price continued to rise. Seat 0104, 650 million. Seat 0310, 660 million. The surrounding audience gasped in awe at the direct confrontation. "Father, who is this guy? So bold, he dares to bid against her. Isn't he afraid of being retaliated against by the Li family later? Tis key to actually dare to anger Li Wanying. This will definitely be a great show." Clenching her fists to suppress her rage, Li Wanying hissed through her teeth, "How dare this guy look down on me? Look down on the entire Li family. Damn it. Ever since my father reached the peak of tier 6, such a ridiculous thing has never happened." The hostess interrupted the tense atmosphere with an announcement, 660 million, going once. Li Wanying glared at Jingming, sneering as she bid again, seat 0104, 670 million. While silently challenging, "I want to see what kind of financial power you have to compete with me." Faced with the sky-high price, Jingming had to turn for help. "Shu Song Chuan, Dan Zijiang, can you lend me some money? I'll pay you back in full later." Shu Song Chuan immediately and generously replied, "I have 500 million here. Is that enough for you?" Su Xuan also calmly added, "I have about 1 billion. If that's not enough, I'll have my family transfer more immediately." Receiving such huge support, Jingming waved his hand with a smile. "That's enough. For an S-rank weapon, it's not worth bidding if it exceeds 1 billion. Using that money to hire someone to forge a new one is more practical." Jiang Luo, sitting nearby, overheard this and panicked, eyes wide, screaming in his heart, "Damn it. What kind of terrifying background do the junior brothers' 2 girlfriends have? Talking about 500 million and 1 billion so easily, and they can even ask their families for more. What kind of crazy family conditions are these? This is truly absurd." Fully reloaded, Jingming confidently raised his hand to push the price to a new height. Seat 0310 bids 700 million. The money chase entered its most intense stage. Seat 0104, 750 million. Seat 0310, 780 million. Seat 0104, 800 million. Seat 0310, 830 million. 830 million, going twice. Li Wenying's face twisted with anger. She was about to raise her hand, but her companion quickly held her back, advising, "Miss Wenying, the price has exceeded the budget. Do you really want to spend over 1 billion just to make him bleed? Forget it, he's not stupid either. Let him have it. I have other ways to deal with him." When no one responded, the hostess swung her gavel down hard, decisively ending it. 830 million, going 3 times. "Sold. Congratulations to our guest in seat 0310. Jingming smiled in satisfaction, thinking to himself, 830 million, this price is still within an acceptable range. I hope this spear doesn't disappoint me. Half an hour later, in the pickup area, the staff member carefully brought the items out and said, "Sir, these are the 5 low-grade Tier 4 Lightning Spirit cores and the S-rank Flowing Cloud Gold Wind Spear that you won, totaling 874 million. Please check the items before we proceed with the handover." Jingming nodded. Understood. He approached the display case, steadily reaching out to grasp the cold metal handle of the spear. As soon as he lifted it, the lightning energy within Jingming's body surged unconsciously, enveloping the spear in bright, flashing electric currents. He was satisfied with his new weapon. Xu Jingming handed his card to the clerk. Everything was in order, and she processed the payment. Elsewhere, in a lavish mansion, the butler hurried over and asked, "Miss, you called for us so urgently. Is there something you need us to take care of?" Li Wanying was sitting with her back to them, and she ordered in a cold, icy voice, "Uncle Li, help me kill someone, then strip all his equipment." The butler raised an eyebrow, probing, "Who is this person? And where should we make our move, miss?" She turned around, sneering, "I've already checked. His name is Jingming, a Tier 3 superior ability user. He entered the Thunder's secret realm with an S-rank pass from the Magic City Ability University." The butler looked hesitant. "A student from the Magic City Ability University? Shouldn't we investigate further?" She waved him off, dismissing the concern. "It's fine. There are dozens of students like him coming to the Thunder's secret realm for training. Just wait for him to go deeper into the realm before you strike." Li Wanying's eyes gleamed with malice, and she gave a sinister smile. With how aggressive the beasts are in the Thunder's secret realm, in an hour or two, there won't even be a scrap of him left. As for that spear, a few adjustments and a fresh coat of paint will make it simple to disguise. Having received his orders, the butler immediately turned to two bodyguards in black suits and commanded sternly, "You two, from now on, lie in wait at the entrance of the Thunder's secret realm. As soon as you spot Jingming, report it immediately." The two bodyguards bowed and replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Li Wanying instructed the butler further with a vindictive expression, "Uncle Li, let me know when you start the move. I want to go with you. I want to see for myself the moment he regrets ever crossing me." The butler bowed his head in obedience. "No problem, miss." Meanwhile, Jingming brought his new weapon to the training area and ran his hand along the spear's shaft, marveling to himself. It really is an S-rank spear. The grip is truly flawless. The maximum weight of the flowing cloud gold wind spear was 100 tons. "Let me first try channeling my full power to see just how heavy it can get." He channeled all his energy, and a blinding surge of electricity erupted, flowing straight from his hand into the weapon's shaft. In the very next moment, the weight of the spear skyrocketed, dragging Jingming down with it. The spearhead slammed into the floor, forcing him to grit his teeth and grunt, "Damn it." Jingming furrowed his brow, analyzing the terrifying weight crushing down on his hand. "My lifting limit is at most 5 tons. I almost lost my grip just now. This must be over 6 tons. The spear only weighed 800 kilograms normally, but it had suddenly jumped to 6 tons. Perhaps I can change up my attack style." Thinking it, he did it. He regained his stance, braced himself, and swung the massive weapon, ripping through the air. With overwhelming force, the spearhead smashed into the floor, shattering the wood and creating a deep crater. Looking at the sheer destructive power, a smug smile curled on Jingming's lips. This will definitely come in handy. If I suddenly increase the weight to 6 tons mid-swing, that massive weight combined with the momentum, if an opponent is caught off guard, they'll definitely be severely injured. He lifted the spear and pondered. Controlling the momentum after the weight increase is a bit tricky, though. After Song Chu-yun and the others leave, I should head to the lightning storm area to practice more. This thing really is a massive killing machine. The next day, outside the sun-drenched villa, Song Chu-yun and Jiang Suishuan waved goodbye. "Jingming, goodbye. Once school starts, we'll be counting on your guidance." Jingming smiled gently and thanked them for keeping him company. "See you when school starts." He lingered by the roadside, waving until the red sports car disappeared around the corner. Leaving the noise behind, Jingming turned and walked away, his gaze becoming determined. "Next, I need to get to the lightning storm area quickly. I have less than a week left in this secret realm. I must collect enough thunder crystals as soon as possible." Elsewhere, a muffled voice came through the black-suited bodyguard's earpiece. "Miss, Jingming is preparing to enter the lightning storm area. Please come quickly." Upon receiving the news, Li Wanying, who was lounging on the sofa, immediately smirked, playing with her phone. "Really? Good. I'll be there right away." As she stood up to adjust her dress, she ran into Li Shanglin, who was walking over. He asked, "Are you heading out, Xiaowing?" She turned around, her eyes flashing with cruelty, and smiled. "Yes, I'm going to pick up a birthday gift for you, brother. I've been carefully preparing it for a long time." Hearing this, Li Shanglin tilted his chin arrogantly and smiled smugly. "Oh, then I'm truly looking forward to it." Cut to a quiet, deep forest in the lightning storm area where Jingming had just pierced through a beast with his spear, blood splattering to stain the grass red. Slowly pulling the spear from the carcass, he tilted his head toward the dense thicket behind him and said coldly, "You've been following me for a while now. Isn't it time to show yourselves?" Rustling footsteps echoed as the Li family butler led two burly bodyguards out of the shadows, clapping and sneering. "Humph, you truly deserve the title of Magic City's genius. At only Tier 3 superior, your senses are already this sharp." Jingming's eyes were sharp as blades as he coolly scanned the strangers. "I don't think we know each other. Why have you been following me?" Before the henchman could speak, Li Wanying, in a glamorous black dress, glided out from behind them, speaking arrogantly. You might not know them, but you certainly should know me. Seeing his enemy from the previous auction, Jingming propped his spear against the ground and asked Li Wanying calmly, Are you planning to rob me of this S-rank flowing cloud gold wind spear? She burst into laughter and waved her hand. No, no, no. Not just the spear, I want your life too. It's just a pity about that handsome face. If you hadn't gotten in my way, you might have become the leader of my harem, singing and entertaining me every day. Facing such blatant madness, Jingming's gaze darkened, and he muttered coldly, You won't even spare a person? How cruel. Provoked by his indifferent attitude, Li Wanying glared, her face twisting in malice. In front of the strong, the weak have no right to speak. Kneel and apologize to me, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you taste the agony of 1,000 cuts. Seeming to have waited for exactly that, Jingming smirked, and the massive mass of lightning energy in his body exploded violently, blowing back his hair and turning him into a dazzling center of electromagnetic power. In front of the strong, the weak have no right to speak. That's a great line, but I guess you didn't check my background very well. You have no idea who the truly strong one here is. The terrifying pressure radiating from Jingming whipped up the surrounding branches and grass, creating a gale that made Li Wanying stumble back in panic, cold sweat breaking out. What the hell is this? Amidst the dazzling halo, Jingming wore the smile of an angry god descending. 2 Tier 4 Intermediate and 2 Tier 4 Junior. And you think this is enough to kill me? Come on, I'll give you a chance to attack all at once. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent, the old butler turned pale and shouted in panic, Something is wrong. He rushed forward, leading the bodyguards toward their target. Facing the gang up, Jingming simply reached out, his voice echoing with the power of thunder. Die, mortals. The very next moment, from high in the sky, countless golden lightning pillars carrying destructive power slammed straight down onto the heads of the butler and his henchmen, causing them to scream in desperate agony. The massive lightning storm tore through the ground, crushing everything nearby and completely swallowing the attackers into nothingness. Witnessing that surreal sight with her own eyes, Li Wanying's pupils contracted in extreme fear, sweat soaking her forehead. Uncle Li and the others, they were killed instantly. I have to run. I have to get out of here. Li Wanying stumbled back, intending to flee. However, she didn't get far before falling flat on her face. Trembling, she looked up at Jingming's looming silhouette, which slowly closed in, accompanied by a cold verdict. Now, it's your turn. Facing the sky-high killing intent, Li Wanying backed away, stammering, Who are you? Why is your power so terrifying? Jingming looked down at her majestically and replied, Just a student enrolled at Magic City University. Shu Jingming. Didn't you just try to kill me to steal this treasure? Extreme fear caused her to lose all dignity, and she begged miserably. I know I was wrong. Please, spare me. I'll give you tens of billions in cash and ensure you can leave here safely. Seeming to feel that money wasn't enough, she caressed her chest, displaying the alluring curves of her body. I can serve you personally. I'm definitely not inferior to the 2 women who are always by your side. That lewd invitation only earned a look of extreme contempt from Jingming. He growled mockingly, Those 2 girls are both excellent. They cannot be compared to a piece of trash like you. Severely eroded by lust and narcotics. Plus, I'm a germaphobe. You're truly filthy. The cruel insult shattered her pathetic facade instantly. Liu Wanying twisted her face and roared in a frenzy. You bastard. How dare you humiliate me like that? You'd better hope I don't make it back alive, or I'll kill your whole family, skin you alive, and pull out your tendons. My brother and father will never, ever forgive you. Ignoring her piercing threats, Jingming slowly raised his hand, gathering blinding bolts of lightning, and calmly declared, Don't let you survive? Fine, as you wish. In the very next instant, a massive pillar of lightning carrying destructive power slammed down from above, completely engulfing the wicked woman. Staring at the smoke rising from the pile of ashes, he muttered coldly, People who go around killing others should always expect to be killed in return. Once you decided to kill me, you should have been prepared to die yourself. The spatial rings of these superpower families usually had tracking functions built in, so he wouldn't touch them. At the same time, in an incredibly luxurious villa, an alarm system suddenly emitted an emergency signal. It detected that the heart rate of smart bracelet user 003 had stopped. Vital signs were lost. Looking at the message on the virtual screen, Liu Shanglin jumped up, panicked. Bracelet number 003, that's Xiao Ying's. His shock quickly transformed into extreme rage. He roared, veins bulging on his neck. Who dared to kill my sister? Lock onto Xiao Ying's location immediately. I need to know where this happened to her. The subordinate hurriedly checked the equipment and reported. Looking flustered, Bracelet 003 has lost connection. Its last tracked location was at the edge of the thunderstorm zone. Liu Shanglin frowned, puzzled. Didn't Xiao Ying say she was going to get a birthday gift for me? How could she have run into trouble on the outskirts of the thunderstorm zone? Losing all patience, he barked, "Contact Xiao Ying's escort team right now. I want to know what the hell they're doing." But the subordinate extinguished his last shred of hope. All 4 members of the escort team have lost their vital signs. Their smart bracelets won't connect. Liu Shanglin's face darkened with resentment. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Uncle Li and the others are dead? Who could possibly be strong enough to kill Uncle Li's team without even giving them a chance to send a warning signal?" Standing nearby, the subordinate cautiously analyzed. It could be a peak Tier 4 expert on the verge of breaking through, or perhaps they underestimated their opponent. Furthermore, the adversary is very careful. They didn't touch any of the spatial rings. Liu Shanglin replied irritably, "If that's the case, finding the culprit will be a bit difficult." Seeing the subordinate hesitate to ask if they should inform the patriarch, Liu Shanglin raised a hand to rub his temple and dismissed the idea. "No need. My father has been in secluded meditation for 6 consecutive days, trying to break through to a Tier 7 Grandmaster. Let's find clues first. Check Xiao Ying's recent activity logs, see who she has been in contact with." Receiving the order, the minion bowed. "Understood. I will check immediately." Very quickly, he swiped his phone's screen and reported the details. 1 month ago, the young miss had a dispute with the Wang family. Half a month ago, the young miss entered the thunderstorm zone. 2 days ago, the young miss tried to buy an S-tier spear as a birthday gift for you, but it was bought by someone else. Listening intently, Liu Shanglin suddenly turned around and demanded, "Wait, tell me, who was it that bought that spear?" The subordinate immediately replied, "His name is Jingming, a student currently studying at Mado University. He entered the Lightning Secret Realm with an S-tier pass. He was the top graduate of the 2037 college entrance exam for Jiangnan Province. S-tier ability. Tier 3 mid-grade." Connecting all the data, Liu Shanglin collapsed back onto the sofa and declared firmly, "Stop looking. It was definitely him. Xiao Ying mentioned earlier that she was going to get a birthday gift for me." The subordinate warned nervously, "Young master, this involves an S-tier esper. Things might get a bit troublesome." Hiding half of his face, which was twisted with hatred, he hissed venomously, "Nothing is troublesome. A life for a life. So what if he's S-tier? He killed my sister, so I want him dead." Without hesitating for a single second, Liu Shanglin strode out of the living room, coldly ordering, "Uncle Quan, follow me. We'll set an ambush for him at the exit of the thunderstorm zone. If I can't kill him with my own hands, you will help me kill him." Contrary to the undercurrents brewing outside, deep in the forest, Jingming sat leisurely, resting on the carcass of a beast with a glowing essence core in his hand. He admired his battle spoils with satisfaction and calculated with a smile. "I've taken out 17 Tier 4 lightning beasts, netting 4,250 energy points and 17 lightning essence cores of various grades. This amount should be enough. This time, I'll go all out and try to break through to the lightning liquefaction realm in one go." After packing up his loot, Jingming turned and walked deep into the dense forest, leaving behind a resolute murmur. "It's time to head back." Back at the bustling checkpoint, a man with spiky hair stood in front of the security gate, listening to the receptionist's polite request. "Hello, please present your entry pass." The man with a sinister smile on his face swiped his card. The electronic system immediately confirmed his identity with an automated voice. "Lighting Martial Arts Center Channel, C-tier, pass, holder, Zhang Xing. Time remaining, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. For those who didn't know, this guy was a blood-slaughter, red-robed bishop of the notorious Destiny cult. While stuffing the card into his pocket with a nonchalant expression, he listened to the receptionist's kind reminder that a C-tier pass only allowed him to stay in the Lightning Secret Realm for 24 hours. "Please manage your time wisely. Who has time to worry about managing time?" he thought, his red eyes glinting with a devious, self-satisfied smile. "Don't worry. 24 hours is more than enough to finish everything." "Hey, Xu Jingming, the S-tier kid from Mado University, your doomsday is here." Meanwhile, a group of men in black suits stood with their hands behind their backs, lined up as if they were about to go collect a debt. Seeing that intimidating formation, a few young men walking by couldn't help but whisper, one of them exclaiming, "Holy crap, who are these guys? Why have they been standing there staring all day?" The guy next to him quickly waved a hand and hissed, "Shh, keep it down. Those are people from the Liu family. They've been guarding this spot for days." The hooded young man clicked his tongue, pitying the situation. "Looks like they're waiting for someone. I'm afraid someone is about to be in big trouble. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Our protagonist, Xu Jingming, just stepped out of the gate, and the man in the black suit immediately touched his earpiece to report sneakily, "Young master, the target has appeared. With the sharp hearing of someone who had just finished clearing out a nest of monsters, Jingming glanced over and quickly did the math. Young master, huh? Before he could think any further, from the air, the Liu family's young master swooped down like a hawk pouncing on prey, gripping a spear and roaring, "Shu Jingming." He finally decided to crawl out. "I'll make you pay with your blood." Facing the torrential attack, our guy Jingming stood calmly, analyzing his opponent. Peak Tier 4 uses his spear. Looks like this might be Liu Shanglin. He clicked his tongue in regret, thinking to himself, if I had known I'd be found anyway, I wouldn't have bothered destroying those spatial rings. What a waste of hundreds of millions in lost loot. As soon as he landed, Liu Shanglin lunged with a piercing strike, shouting with pent-up rage, "Shu Jingming, I'm asking you, did you kill my sister?" Li Wanying. Jingming dodged with a light, airy movement and replied indifferently, "Don't you already know the answer? Why bother asking?" That reply, so straightforward it bordered on arrogance, left the crowd of onlookers gasping in shock. Holy cow, Liu Shanglin's sister was killed. The guy in the blue shirt shrugged mockingly. Given her personality, it's no surprise she brought trouble upon herself. The guy next to him looked at Jingming with pity. Poor kid. He's definitely going to face the full wrath of the Liu family's revenge. Hearing the culprit admit it without denial, Liu Shanglin was so angry that veins popped all over his face. He trembled with fury, gritted his teeth, and hissed, "It really was you. How dare you kill my sister?" Maintaining his cool, unbothered demeanor, Jingming explained the reason with impeccable logic. "Your sister tried to kill me to steal my loot, so she was killed in return. Do you need any other damn reason? People with money always think they're right." Liu Shanglin swung his spear, creating a powerful pressure wave, and roared that ridiculous logic. "Even if my sister was wrong, you didn't have the right to kill her, because she doesn't stand alone. She has the entire Liu family backing her." Hearing that twisted logic, Jingming replied warily, "Why are we even talking about this nonsense? At the end of the day, doesn't it just come down to whose fist is bigger?" To prove his fist was the biggest, Jingming immediately unleashed his power, his whole body erupting with blinding lightning as his hair turned white and stood on end with heroic intensity. Hu Xian beckoned him with a provocative gesture. "If that's the case, come at me. Let's see if you and the Li family backing you can even touch a single hair on my head." That brilliant supernatural glow made the crowd realize his true identity. Someone wiped sweat from their forehead and shouted, "Holy cow, he really is an S-rank Esper from Madu University, Shu Jingming." Others swallowed hard in awe. A 19-year-old freshman, 3rd rank high grade. Good God. A young man in a blue shirt shielded his eyes from the passing wind and clicked his tongue in regret. What a pity. Is a promising genius like him really going to lose his life here so early? Seeing his opponent flaunting his power, Li Shanglin immediately ripped his shirt, transforming into a giant blue-furred werewolf with rippling muscles, roaring arrogantly. "You arrogant fool, you're just a pathetic 3rd rank high-grade nobody. I'm enough to take your life all by myself." With that, the werewolf unleashed a thunderous strike. Jingming didn't flinch, using his lightning-charged spear shaft to deflect the blow head-on. The impact was so powerful that the werewolf's eyes widened in shock, thinking he held the upper hand due to his massive physique. The wolf crazily swung his weapon repeatedly, sneering in mockery. "A lightning-type Esper like you dares to face me head-on? You're truly looking for a way to die." Ignoring the mindless barking, Jingming swung his spear to retaliate, their weapons clashing, creating a blinding explosion of light, the force tearing apart the concrete floor. Unexpectedly, the terrifying recoil from that strike sent Li Shanglin, despite his massive size, flying into the air in utter disbelief. Sparks of electricity ran along the length of the weapon. He fell hard to the ground, struggling to dig his spear into the pavement to act as a brake, his body sliding a long distance before finally stopping. His glowing purple eyes widened, his mind filled with massive question marks. How is this possible? Is his physical strength actually greater than mine? Something isn't right. I'm a 4th rank peak enhancement type Esper, but my strength is losing to a lightning type. Not bothering to give his enemy time to think, Jingming gathered a massive amount of brilliant gold lightning in his palm, coldly declaring, "If this were another time, I might be interested in playing with you a little longer, but right now, I just want to finish this quickly." As soon as he finished, Jingming launched a massive, radiant pillar of lightning down from above, shouting powerfully, "Heavenly Thunder Arts!" It directly engulfed the entire body of the Li family werewolf. Immediately, the blue wolf opened his mouth to roar, feeling pain to his very core. "Ah, no! If I keep fighting like this, the one who dies will definitely be me." Beaten back to his human form, Li Shanglin's clothes were shredded to rags, falling miserably to the ground. As he scrambled backward, he cried out for reinforcements. "Uncle Quan, come save me." Immediately, the butler wearing sunglasses transformed into a god of war, leaping over Shanglin's head. His fists burned with raging flames, aimed directly at Jingming to deliver a counterstrike, and the onlookers were left agape once again. Sweat poured down as they realized the identity of the uncle protector who had just entered the fray. A young man exclaimed in horror. That's Butler Li Quan, a fifth-rank peak, followed by a sigh of frustration from his friend beside him. Jingming is really in trouble now. The gap between major ranks is absolutely terrifying. The two sources of power collided, and the raging red flames roared, swallowing our protagonist in a brutal, blinding light. But wait! The butler who unleashed the strike suddenly broke into a cold sweat, looking back in panic with a terrified expression, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Young master!" The gossiping crowd was buzzing again. A guy widened his eyes and yelled. He took down a fourth-rank peak fighter with just 2 strikes of lightning. What kind of terrifying attack is that? The hooded young man nodded tremblingly. S-rank abilities are just too terrifying. But a critical question was immediately raised. How did he withstand those flames? The answer was revealed right away. Standing in the middle of the raging sea of red fire, the protagonist, Jingming, remained dashingly handsome and unharmed, thanks to a high-tech blue energy shield wrapped around him. He smirked, holding his spear, and sighed. In the end, I still had to use the trump card my master left behind. Realizing the existence of this VIP toy, the butler gritted his teeth and backed away, secretly thinking, is that another talisman from an ancient civilization? Faced with a difficult situation, he wiped his sweat helplessly and made a final decision. It seemed he had no choice but to report to the family head. Touching his earpiece, the butler, pale as a ghost, reported the grim news. Master, the young master has been killed at the exit of the lightning storm area. Furthermore, the young lady also. The lens switched immediately to the luxurious mansion of the Li family, which was peacefully bathed in the morning sun, but that peace was shattered instantly as the roof of the villa exploded. A majestic, formidable figure kicked the wind and tore through the clouds, soaring into the sky, carrying immense murderous intent. A close-up of the ferocious face of the bald family head, with eyes glowing with crimson lightning as he roared in agony. Lin, my son. The old man kicked the air, launching himself at a speed that tore through space, creating a giant vortex of energy that whistled past high-rise buildings. Back at the scene of the battle, Jingming's expression suddenly changed, cold sweat breaking out as he felt a terrifying, unprecedented pressure descending from high above, like a meteorite crashing down. The head of the Li family slammed down right in front of Jingming. The terrible impact shattered the ground, creating tremors that hammered against his blue protective shield. His face was twisted with wrinkles of extreme hatred. He glared and spat out every word bitterly. You brat from Maju University, you actually dared to kill my daughter and my son, one after another. This has gone too far. Seeing the big boss, Li Hai, arrive, the butler cautiously stepped forward, bowing his head to greet the family head, but was immediately met with a storm of abuse from the enraged boss. Trash! If you can't even protect one person, what the hell am I keeping you for? While cursing, the family head casually swung a crescent-shaped wave of energy, slapping the pathetic butler across the face. The attack was so fast and vicious that the man only had time to tilt his head back in terror. Not just content with a slap, the bizarre red energy coiled tightly around the butler's neck, choking him and draining his life force, making his face wither and age like a dried zombie, only managing to let out a choked sound. Ha! Having finished off the useless parasite, the cold-blooded man stepped over the shriveled corpse, pointing his glowing hands and glowing red eyes like a demon toward Jingming, roaring for his life. You're next. The narrator had to swallow hard on behalf of the protagonist. Jingming gripped his spear tightly, sweat beading on his forehead, his face showing clear tension, speechless and suppressed under the pressure of death. But how could a good show lack a last-minute savior? Suddenly, a dapper man with gray hair and a casual suit stepped out, blocking the two of them, shouting loudly, Li Hai, what are you trying to do here? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this powerful figure is the manager of the Lightning Secret Realm branch, Manager Wang. The gossipers started working at full capacity again. The guy in the gray shirt cheered excitedly, Manager Wang is here. He's the only 7th-rank Grandmaster in the Lightning Secret Realm. The hooded man continued excitedly. Instructor Ingo is here too. All the top martial artists of the Lightning Martial Arts Hall are here. It seems the Lightning Martial Arts Hall is stepping up to protect Xu Jingming. Seeing the opposing sides suddenly swarm with heavy hitters, the Li family head gritted his teeth, glaring with resentment, thinking bitterly, damn it, it seems I can't kill this brat today. Arrogant as he was, he feared those stronger than himself. The bald man had to swallow his pride, respectfully cupping his hands and bowing to the protagonist's savior, Manager Wang. Meanwhile, the instructor in the beanie turned to smile and reassure his junior, don't worry. With the manager here, Li Hai won't be able to stir up any trouble. Jingming finally regained his composure and replied, "Thank you, sir." Manager Wang, looking majestic and imposing, tilted his head at Jingming, smiling in appreciation. "Zhu Jingming, I've heard Instructor Ngo talk about your combat achievements before. Looking at you now, you truly are extremely outstanding." The young man's surname Shu modestly brushed off the praise. "You are too kind, sir." Manager Wang delivered a sharp turn here. While our side was patting each other on the back, in a hidden corner of the gossiping crowd, the bearded villain from earlier was silently observing everything. His glowing red eyes widened, and he broke into an extremely perverted smile. Hee, now that everyone has gathered, this makes my job so much easier." Still unaware of the storm brewing behind him, Manager Wang patted his chest in a friendly manner, assuring Jingming, "Rest assured, Student Su, I will never let anything happen to you in this lightning secret realm." Jingming bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Branch Manager Wang." The group of onlookers also started to disperse. The guy in the gray shirt spread his hands and said, "Looks like Shu Jingming is fine." The friend next to him pouted and replied, "You're talking nonsense. Branch Chief Wang is a 7th rank Grandmaster, intermediate level. Li Shanghai wouldn't dare pull any stunts in front of him, even if he were paid to." The hooded youth let go, clicking his tongue. The show was over. But oh, right behind them, the villain's hand was gathering a vortex of blood-colored energy. "Surprise, you idiots!" The blood assassin smirked cruelly, suddenly unleashing a wide-range attack. Countless blood-red energy spikes shot out like death scythes, piercing through the three nosy youths and killing them instantly. The villain, eyes glowing with devilish fire, released his full power, creating an explosion of black and red aura that rippled through the air, signaling the start of a massacre at the entrance of the secret realm. Following this horrific display, the villain snarled, his sharp claws extended. The Cardinal of the Heavenly Mandate sect had been ordered to destroy the lightning secret realm. Wang Gu. "Shu Jingming, your time is up." Branch Chief Wang broke into a cold sweat and stepped back, gasping. The Heavenly Mandate sect, an 8th rank Grandmaster, the blood assassin pointed down, clicking his tongue mockingly. "TSK, a 19-year-old 3rd rank upper level kid, yet your actual combat power exceeds that of a peak 4th rank. If you were allowed to grow, you might become a martial saint, but it's a pity you're going to die here today." He leaned his wrinkled face in close, smiling pervertedly as he mocked. "By the way, I recall your school has a space-type Grandmaster, right? Why don't you call her here and see? Or is the distance too great for your principal to teleport over?" Our protagonist, Shu Jingming, wiped away sweat, looking speechless at the psycho in front of him while wondering in confusion. Has this 8th rank Grandmaster from the Heavenly Mandate sect lost his mind? He's being way too arrogant. Even if he doesn't know Principal Ling just ranked up, she's still an S-class space-type Esper. Is that good enough? Jingming's lips curled into a confident smile, his hand clutching a glowing blue talisman. He retorted calmly, "Why does everyone always love to pop champagne in the middle of the match? If you want to meet my principal so badly, then I'll grant your wish." He crushed the space talisman in his hand, and crystal blue shards of light scattered everywhere. Immediately, Jingming pointed at the sky, and a brilliant blue space magic circle appeared, hovering in front of the grand hall of the secret realm. From within that magnificent magic circle, Principal Ling emerged, her long black hair flowing, her stunning figure wrapped in an elegant red dress, stepping out like a goddess descending. The crowd below gasped in awe. One shouted, "That's the 8th rank Grandmaster from Madu Esper University." Another broke into a cold sweat, muttering, "That aura is terrifying. She truly is an existence capable of destroying a country." Dongqing sighed in relief. Now we don't have to worry anymore. Seeing the boss lady appear, the bald guy, Li Shanghai, turned pale with fear, sweating profusely as he thought to himself, "Can Zhu Jingming really summon an 8th rank Grandmaster? Thank goodness I didn't make a move earlier, or the entire Li family would have been finished." Floating in the air with an overpowering, domineering aura, Principal Ling narrowed her eyes at the white-robed man, her tone cold and biting. "The remnants of the Heavenly Mandate sect really do cling to us like ghosts." The blood assassin panicked, his face deathly pale as he analyzed Ling Shuang from Modu University. How could she have teleported here? Her maximum teleportation distance shouldn't be over 500 kilometers. Ling Shuang glanced at him with sharp emerald green eyes, a knowing smile on her lips. "I knew you remnants wouldn't give up, so I intentionally hid the news of my recent breakthrough. I didn't expect you to fall for it so easily." The blood assassin's eyes widened in shock. "A breakthrough." As expected, her aura has indeed reached the 8th rank intermediate level. Realizing this fight was way out of his league, the villain turned on his heels and scrambled to flee, leaving a trail of dust and a desperate scream in his heart. "I'm only a B rank, and she's an S rank. I have no choice but to run. Seeing his prey trying to escape, the beautiful Ling Shuang calmly raised her delicate hand, creating a brilliant green magic circle and coldly pronouncing, "Trying to run? It's too late." The blood assassin panicked as a massive hexagonal blue space barrier descended, enveloping him. This was her ultimate move, the yin-yang space domain. Without a second's hesitation, Ling Shuang darted into the space domain she had just created, ready to deliver the finishing blow. She swung her hand, summoning a massive space blade, cutting through the air, and commanded decisively, "Stay here and behave." The villain immediately released a burst of blood mist to block it. "It won't be that easy to kill me." The two energies, blue space and crimson blood, collided, creating a violent explosion of light that shredded everything nearby. With overwhelming power, the beautiful Ling Shuang continuously launched magic formations, forcing the blood assassin to retreat in struggle. Inside the energy barrier, blinding explosions rang out repeatedly, accompanied by blood-red lightning flying everywhere. Outside, while Jingming and Wang Gu stood by as VIP spectators, Branch Chief Wang Gu gestured to his subordinates, "This fight might take a while. Supervisor Jiang, Supervisor Zhao, Instructor Wu, stay here with me to support Principal Ling. Supervisor Li, lead the others to inform our brothers at the Lightning Martial Arts Hall and tell them to organize an orderly evacuation of the citizens." Then, Wang Gu turned to remind Jingming, "Student Shu, you should evacuate with Supervisor Jiang as well." But Jingming was stubborn, responding calmly, "It's fine, I'll just wait here." The narrator adds the protagonist's inner thoughts as he watches intently. The blood assassin definitely isn't Principal Ling's match. Even if she can't defeat him, she can certainly get me out of here safely. If I run around blindly, I'll only make things more difficult for her. Besides, a battle between 8th rank grandmasters is a rare opportunity to observe. Fast forward 30 minutes, the battle was drawing to a close, and the blood assassin was tattered and drenched in sweat. Ling Shuang walked up leisurely from behind with a radiant aura. Having lost all his strength, the villain collapsed, face first onto the hard ground, carving a long trench of dust. With his grandstanding ending in a pathetic failure, our protagonist began his pragmatic calculations. Looking at the corpse, he thought, "An 8th rank grandmaster who has practiced blood arts. If I land the finishing blow myself, I wonder how many energy points I'd get." Instructor Wu stood nearby, wiping away cold sweat, and exclaimed, "She is truly worthy of being the vice principal of our Maji University. She's amazing. The blood assassin can neither win nor escape. He's a dead man." The instructor nudged Jingming, teasing, "Having one space talisman is already a luxury. You're not planning on asking for a second one, are you?" Jingming turned and smiled bitterly. "I only had this one to save my life. If I use it up, I lose that privilege." The instructor teased again. "Doesn't that just mean Principal Ling is going to become your full-time babysitter?" Just then, the boss lady landed, her voice cold and sharp. "What the hell are you two talking about?" Hearing this, the two youths jumped, standing at attention like students caught by a proctor. They stammered, "Principal Ling." Ling Shuang ignored their nosiness and handed Jingming a brand new, shimmering blue space talisman, warning him caringly, "The remnants of the Heavenly Mandate sect are still very active. I'm giving you this space talisman. If you encounter any danger, crush it immediately." Jingming took it with joy, thanking his babysitter, as he thought. Instructor Wu, standing by, turned green with envy, screaming internally, "Oh my god, another space talisman? Has she really become his babysitter? Done with her favorite student?" Ling Shuang turned to Branch Chief Wang Gu and instructed strictly, "You are the Branch Chief of the Lightning Martial Arts Hall, correct? I need you to keep the details of this battle an absolute secret. Additionally, spread the rumor that I was heavily injured in the fight with the blood assassin and will be unable to use my space-type Esper abilities for a short time." Wang Gu bowed, acknowledging the order. Understood. The branch chief broke into a cold sweat, realizing how cunning the beauty was, thinking to himself that this was truly a trap to lure the enemy. If the Heavenly Mandate sect falls for it, they might lose another 8th rank cardinal. Before leaving, Ling Shuang turned back to add, "By the way, Su Jingming's combat achievements in the Lightning Secret Realm must also be kept secret. The National University Tournament is starting soon." Wang Gu nodded. "Very well. But there is one thing regarding Student Shu that I need to tell you, and that is about the Li family." Upon hearing about the ambush, Principal Ling's expression turned murderous, her green eyes flashing with terrifying rage. "They dared to kill for treasure, and now they want to hunt down my student to the end. Where is that guy Liu Shanghai hiding?" Immediately, the old man stepped out from the crowd. "I'm right here." Ling Shuang stood tall and majestic, looking down from above at the trembling, bald Liu Shanghai, and coldly declared, "Pampering your children to the point of murder and robbery is due to a lack of strict discipline. Knowing it was wrong but still intentionally committing murder, this is a crime of intent. Liu Shanghai, I will hand you over to the Public Security Bureau for 20 years of imprisonment. Do you accept this?" The old man's face turned ghastly pale. In utter despair, his heart shattered as he muttered, 20 years, it's all over." The arrogant family head had no choice but to drop to his knees on the cold ground, humbly saying, "I accept it and am ready to accept the punishment." The audience began to buzz with excitement. The spiky-haired guy stood there with his jaw dropped. Good grief, 20 years is way too long. Madu University is still as overbearing and protective as always. The mushroom-haired guy standing next to him immediately curled his lip and replied, "Protective my foot." It's clear this whole mess was the Liu family's fault. Watching the Liu family head kneeling in disgrace, Wang Gu, the branch manager, silently analyzed the situation. With these 20 years, the Liu family is effectively finished. Since both of their core figures have fallen, I doubt they will ever recover their former standing. Having dealt with the trouble, Ling Shuang turned to remind her student, "You need to be more careful lately. Members of the heavenly fate cult might actually come after you again." The protagonist, Jingming, stroked his chin and asked with a bold, mischievous grin, "Principal, considering the difficult bait mission I just pulled off, is there any reward for me?" Instructor Wu, standing nearby, was so shocked his jaw almost hit the floor. He broke into a cold sweat and screamed internally, "Holy cow, is this junior always this gutsy? Does he really dare to ask for a reward from a level 8 Grandmaster?" Even more unexpectedly, the beautiful Ling Shuang turned around and asked gently, "A reward? What do you want?" This left Instructor Wu wide-eyed and frozen, gnawing on his nails. What the heck? She's actually going to give him a reward. Realizing he had joked a bit too far, Jingming quickly waved his hands and laughed it off. No, I was just kidding." He thought to himself that he had already received a spatial talisman, so he shouldn't be too greedy. Ling Shuang closed her eyes slightly and smiled tenderly. "It's been a long time since anyone dared to joke with me. However, I actually do have something I want to give you." In the dim light, she pulled out an exquisite necklace shimmering with magical energy and said softly, "Here, take this." Even as thick-skinned as he was, Jingming broke into a sweat, raising his hands to politely decline. "Principal, this is too precious. I can't accept it." He knew it was the real deal. He could feel that its energy was even stronger than the level 7 protection talisman his master had given him. Principal Ling smiled and complimented him. "Good eye. This is a level 8 protection talisman. It can withstand an attack from a mid-grade level 8 Grandmaster." She pushed it into her student's hand. "It's useless to me now anyway, so just consider it your reward." Jingming respectfully raised the gift with both hands, bowed his head, and swore sincerely, thanking her for her concern. "Principal Ling, if you ever need anything in the future, I'm ready to go through fire and water for you without a moment's hesitation." Ling Shuang nodded. "Good attitude, but it's still too early for you to be helping me. Just focus on your cultivation for now." The young man excitedly wrapped the expensive necklace around his wrist like a bracelet, while Instructor Wu clenched his fists, staring at it with envy. "Oh my god, I really want one too." Watching this intimate teacher-student moment, Wang Gu cast a calculating glance. It seems this Xu Jingming holds an incredibly important place in Principal Ling's heart. For someone like that, we must do our best to recruit and get close to him. With that finished, Ling Shuang asked kindly, "Are you done with your business here? The Madu Ability University is about to start its semester. It would be convenient for me to take you back with me." Jingming scratched his head and replied, "I still have a few things to finish." "Principal, you can head back first. How long will it take?" Ling Shuang asked. Jingming stroked his chin and estimated, "Probably about 2 more days." Unexpectedly, Ling Shuang broke into a smile as beautiful as a goddess, her emerald eyes shimmering with gentleness as she made the call. "All right, I will wait for you here. Once you finish your cultivation, I will take you back together." Jingming thanked her profusely. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Principal." Behind them, Instructor Wu felt like crying from jealousy. "So jealous, I'm dying of jealousy. Nanny-level treatment from a level 8 Grandmaster? Is this the kind of treatment reserved for geniuses? If it were me, I'd be lucky not to get slapped into oblivion." With a quick scene transition, leaving behind the ruined battlefield, we arrive at a luxurious villa filled with sunlight and a cool, blue swimming pool. A far cry from the usual gritty atmosphere. Our protagonist is lying face down on the bed, looking exhausted and groggy, mindlessly tapping on his smartphone. Then, he bolts upright as if spring-loaded and scrambles away in a panic. "Damn it, I actually slept for 2 days and 2 nights straight. Is it already the 19th? There are only 2 hours left before my stay in the Lightning Secret Realm expires. How am I supposed to comprehend the lightning liquefaction process in time? What a trick." Jingming raced through the hallway like a whirlwind, drifting around corners on the wooden floor, carrying the despair of someone about to miss a deadline. As he burst into the living room, his eyes widened in surprise to see Principal Ling sitting in meditation, her hands forming an elegant magic seal. He gasped internally. Is the principal really waiting at the villa? The beautiful principal didn't even turn around, asking calmly, "Did you rest well?" Jingming broke into a cold sweat and stammered, "I rested very well, but there isn't much time left to comprehend the natural lightning." Ling Shuang slowly retracted her magic circle, stood up, and smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. Branch Manager Wang of the Lightning Martial Arts Hall has already upgraded your S-Class card to a permanent one. You don't have to worry about time limits anymore." Jingming breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "I didn't really do anything to deserve that," she replied. "Branch Manager Wang upgraded your access on his own initiative. He must think very highly of your potential." Jingming was well aware of the situation and replied, "If it weren't for the principal, Branch Manager Wang probably wouldn't have done that, right?" Ling Shuang crossed her arms and praised him. "You see things quite clearly. However, he doesn't know you are SS class. Otherwise, I wouldn't have needed to use my influence. Besides, when the National University tournament begins, I'm afraid this won't be able to be kept a secret anymore. You should prepare yourself." "What do I need to prepare for?" Jingming asked. Ling Shuang turned to look out the window, the light highlighting her divine profile. She slowly listed the deadly temptations: money, power, fame, wealth, and, of course, beautiful women. There are over 10 S-Class ability users appearing on Earth each year, but the last SS class appeared 4 years ago. You must stay true to yourself. Placing his hand on his chest in assurance, the student nodded obediently. "I understand, teacher." Even so, Ling Shuang warned him sternly. "Compared to fame, wealth, and power, I am more worried about beautiful women. This is also the tactic most commonly used by foreign forces." The beautiful lady leaned in close, her lovely face inches away, her emerald eyes blinking mysteriously as she teased, "If the two girls currently by your side can't satisfy you, you can tell me, and I will help you solve that." Being flirted with so aggressively, the protagonist turned bright red, broke into a cold sweat, and backed away, thinking, "Is that really necessary? What kind of wild talk is this? This is getting way too ambiguous." Seeing her student's embarrassment, Ling Shuang dropped the playful act, turned around, and called toward the door, "Both of you, come in." The door opened, and Branch Manager Wang Gu and Instructor Wu walked in. Wang Gu gently announced the good news. "Student Xu, Liu Shanghai has been thrown into prison. I guarantee that the Liu family will never cause you any trouble again." Jingming gave a confident, radiant smile and replied politely, "Thank you for the trouble, Branch Manager Wang. Also, thank you for upgrading my pass to permanent access." Wang Gu waved his hand and smiled kindly, playing the part of an exemplary senior. "It was just a flick of the finger, really. I am just supporting the growth of the great geniuses of our Xia nation. Besides, I heard you wanted to comprehend the liquefied lightning state, so I requested 24-hour access to the highest level of the lightning tower for you." Hearing the mention of VIP status, Jingming's eyes lit up. He cupped his hands and thanked him profusely, while Principal Ling beside him had already opened a shimmering spatial portal leading to the top floor of the lightning tower. "Thank you for your kindness, Branch Manager Wang." Ling Shuang stepped gracefully into the magic circle and glanced back, urging, "Let's go. I will take you there." Before entering the portal, Jingming waved goodbye. "Instructor Wu, after I comprehend the natural lightning, I will head straight back to the university. See you next time." The instructor waved back enthusiastically. "Indeed, see you next time. I knew you were leaving soon, so I came specially to say goodbye." The magic portal gradually closed, leaving the two men, Wang and Wu, looking at the golden light fading into the void. The camera shifts scene with a flourish. Before us stands the lightning tower, with architecture overflowing with futuristic technology, where massive green lightning bolts wildly bombard the ground from the sky. He stepped inside. Xu Jingming sat cross-legged, meditating at the heart of an energy formation where countless brilliant golden lightning bolts swirled and surged around his body. The camera zoomed in on his blue eyes, which were burning with determination. He focused intensely, noting that the lightning here was much closer to the source than it was on the 100th floor. Raising a hand into the air, he carefully controlled and felt the powerful electric currents wrapping around his fingers. 17 hours later, Xu Jingming's hand no longer emitted dry sparks. Instead, the lightning had condensed into shimmering, flowing liquid that rippled like water. The corners of his mouth curled into a satisfied smile, his eyes filled with pride as he watched the liquefied lightning flow across his hand. Liquefaction proficiency achieved, Xu Jingming cheered in his mind. "I've finally mastered it." Not wanting to waste any time, he surged upward, gathering all his strength to form a massive, glowing ball of liquid lightning that lit up the entire room. He thought to himself that if he just concentrated the lightning into a sphere and threw it, that alone would be enough to cause devastating damage. Xu Jingming sat back down, calmly opening the blue three-dimensional control panel to review his progress. He pointed his finger, analyzing his stats. The status board appeared clearly. Name, Shu Jingming, level, grade 3 superior, ability, Heavenly Lightning SS rank, physique, 312, vitality, 261, hack energy points, 18,231, along with a series of skills awaiting upgrades. Shu Jingming stroked his chin, calculating like a seasoned gamer. He smacked his lips, thinking, I still have 18,000 energy points, which is still a bit far from breaking through to grade 4. So, I'll upgrade my combat skills first. As for leveling up, I'll wait until the National University Tournament begins to harvest a massive wave of energy points. The scene of the blood-soaked tournament battlefield instantly flashed through his mind. He proudly planned his next move. Each tournament is divided into individual matches, team matches, and survival matches. The final match is a competition to see who can kill the most monsters. By that point, all of them will be grade 4 monsters or higher. I'll definitely be able to collect a massive amount of energy points. The plan was set. He clenched his fists and stood up abruptly, sparks flying wildly all over his body. Let's upgrade my indestructible lightning body to the 5th stage. With a blinding explosion of light, Shu Jingming's body instantly transformed. His white hair stood on end and sharp, pointed ears appeared, accompanied by a terrifying aura. In his full lightning form, his muscles were bulging and overflowing with electrical energy. He excitedly exclaimed, Spending 15,000 energy points to upgrade has boosted my vitality by nearly 1,000 points. Flexing his muscular arms, which were etched with green veins and lightning streaks, Shu Jingming nodded to himself, concluding that a strong physique must be paired with corresponding skills to be fully utilized. In that case, I should upgrade my martial arts techniques to the Grandmaster level as well. With those words, he swung a powerful punch that carried the strength to move mountains and fill seas, slamming it into the air and creating a violent explosion of light that shredded everything in its path. Looking at the wall, which was cracked from the shockwave he had just created, he brushed back his white hair and smirked confidently. Heh, heh, I could almost take down a peak, grade 4 storm lightning bear with a single punch. I doubt I'd even be at a disadvantage if I engaged in close combat with a grade 5 monster. Back in his usual handsome, black-haired form, Shu Jingming turned his back and walked toward the door with swagger. The liquefaction process is complete. It's time to go. Just as he poked his head out of the training room, our protagonist was startled to see his mentor, Principal Ling, still sitting with her eyes closed, leaning against the wall, patiently waiting for her favorite student to finish his training. Professor Ling Xuang crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes, looking at him with curiosity. I understand you successfully mastered lightning liquefaction during your seclusion, but why has your physique also increased by such a large margin? Shu Jingming raised his fist and replied humbly, It was just luck. I upgraded my indestructible lightning body technique to the 5th stage, which is why my vitality increased so significantly. The beautiful Ling Xuang smirked slightly, a look of nostalgia crossing her eyes. I almost forgot about the indestructible lightning body technique your master created, back when he wanted to exchange it for the essence blood of an SS rank grade 8 primary lightning tyrant dragon for you. I was the one who gave the green light. With the heart-to-heart over, Ling Xuang gracefully waved her hand, creating a brilliant golden teleportation magic circle at her feet. Tossing her long hair, she commanded, All right, now that you're done here, we should head back to the university. The camera shifted to another scene, under a cloudy, gloomy sky. An ancient castle with distinct Western architecture loomed full of mystery and darkness. Deep inside that dark sanctuary, 2 hooded followers bowed submissively, reporting to the figure standing in the shadows. Reporting to the sect master, the blood slaughterer has been eliminated by Vice Principal Ling Xuang of Mo University. Ling Xuang is currently severely injured and can no longer use her space-type abilities to protect Shu Jingming at all times. Should we continue to make a move on him? A fierce-looking follower with a scarred face stepped forward, offering himself up with killing intent surging. Please, Sect Master, let me go. I will personally take Shu Jingming's head, but the Sect Master, whose blood-red eyes glowed beneath the white hood, raised a hand to stop him, analyzing the situation deeply and calculatingly. Ever since the Great Xia country issued the extermination order, our Heavenly Destiny sect has lost too much of its core combat power. Now is not the right time to target Shu Jingming. From today on, everyone must stay low and wait for the peak of the original energy tide. When the Supreme Heavenly God descends, that will be the moment our Heavenly Destiny sect achieves eternity. Hearing the firm command, the followers bowed in unison before the throne within a vortex of crimson energy, fanatically shouting, Obey the divine destiny. The Heavenly God lives forever. The Supreme Heavenly God is eternal and indestructible. Leaving the delusional cult behind, the camera zoomed back to the civilized world. The shimmering blue glass skyscrapers of Mo University of Ability appeared brilliantly under the sunlight, cutting to Xu Jingming's location. The formidable Ling Shuang sat with her legs crossed on a regal leather chair, a bag of snacks floating in her hand, as she asked kindly, "It seems like mastering lightning liquefaction has really drained your energy, hasn't it?" Xu Jingming replied sluggishly, "Yes. To break through, I had to release the limit state of my ability for 17 hours straight. I'm completely exhausted." The caring mentor pushed an entire pack of glowing, giant rice crackers directly toward the protagonist's face. "Here, have some of these predecessors. Eat up. It can help you restore your energy." Xu Jingming held the pack of glowing rice crackers, his eyes wide with shock. "Are you kidding me?" he asked in confusion. "Is this really the B-grade cultivation resource you brought back from the secret realm last time? This is my first time ever seeing it." Munching on the crunchy cracker, Xu Jingming's eyes suddenly lit up, and he smiled with high praise. "The flavor is really delicious. I feel like my energy has been completely restored instantly." A cute, animated head of Ling Shuang appeared to explain further. "These don't just restore energy, they also bring good luck to whoever eats them. I hope you can defeat Capital University in the upcoming National University Tournament, make it onto the gold list, and win first place." Principal Ling Shuang stood by the window curtain, seriously entrusting him with the responsibility. "Furthermore, I want you to be the captain of the Mo University representative team in this tournament." Xu Jingming paused slightly. "Captain? Very well." Holding the glowing rice cracker in his hand, the protagonist frowned, regained his cool demeanor, and swore with determination. "Regardless of what title I hold, I will definitely win the championship for this tournament." Seeing the burning fire in her student, Ling Shuang smiled charmingly, her green eyes filled with satisfaction. "Then I will compile the list of team members tonight. If there are no issues, it will be announced on the school's official website tomorrow." The scene shifted to 8 a.m. the next morning on the university campus. A male student looked at his phone screen and excitedly raised his hand, shouting, "Everyone, look, the list for our university's representative team for the National University Tournament has been announced." The phone clearly displayed the glowing golden text. "Participants of the 2026 National University Tournament, Captain Xu Jingming, Weapons Institute, First Year, Class 2. Vice Captain, Kong Shi, Weapons Institute, Class 354. Member, Yao Fang, Elemental Institute, Class 154. The list immediately caused a stir. A guy running his hand through his hair asked skeptically, "Making Xu Jingming the captain? Isn't that a bit reckless?" The student in the blue shirt next to him agreed. "Exactly. After all, Xu Jingming is only a first-year student. It would be better to let the steady senior Kong Shi take on that role." Immediately, the guy in the brown jacket retorted, "I don't think so. Kong Shi is only at the grade 4 mid-tier. He definitely can't beat the grade 4 superior tier students from Capital University. It's better to just let Xu Jingming take the risk." In another corner, a guy with long, black hair was sweating buckets, his eyes glued to his phone, biting his lip in deep shock. "Oh my god, has Xu Jingming's combat power already reached this level? We're both first-year students, and we're both top students. Well, there's no comparing people to one another." Shifting focus to the campus gossip corner, under the sun-drenched school courtyard, a bespectacled girl with braided hair trotted excitedly after her best friend, teasing her. "Shusong Chuwen. Oh, Shusong Chuwen, your man just became the captain of the national tournament team. He is so incredibly cool." Shusong Chuwen blushed deeply and waved her hands in confusion. "What do you mean, my man? Nothing is certain yet." The bespectacled friend tugged at her arm, her expression a mix of curiosity and reproach. "No way. Didn't you go all the way to the Thunder Realm on New Year's Eve to find him? A man and a woman staying in the same room, and you still haven't won him over?" Shusong Chuwen closed her eyes and let out a helpless sigh. "I asked senior sister Jiang to come with us at the time." Hearing this, the bespectacled girl was so shocked she almost dropped her glasses, clutching her forehead and shrieking. "Senior sister Jiang. Oh my god, why on earth did you invite her to the Thunder Realm? Does she like Xu Jingming too?" Shusong Chuwen turned away, patting her chest as she spoke about Xu Jingming with a righteous expression. "I think senior sister Jiang is a very good person. If I hadn't invited her along, I would have always felt guilty, like a thief." The bespectacled friend laughed bitterly, tilting her head to ask a killer question. "But how can you share something like love?" Shusong Chuwen's eyes suddenly turned strangely firm. She smiled nonchalantly and replied, "It's fine. I don't mind sharing with senior sister Jiang, and she feels the exact same way." Covering her face, the friend broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, "You, both of you, are truly too generous." Shusong Chuwen remained relaxed, eyes closed with a smug smile. She raised a finger, analyzing the situation with extreme logic and confidence. "This isn't a matter of being generous or not. With Jingming's rapid rate of advancement, he will definitely have more than one woman in the future. So, wouldn't it be better and easier to accept if that person is someone we already know? Completely swayed by this harem logic, the bespectacled friend broke into a sweat and nodded. All right, I surrender to you too. Shusong Chuan faltered slightly, blushing as she scratched her cheek. It's still too early to talk about this, though. Jingming hasn't accepted me or senior sister Jiang yet. The friend immediately crossed her arms, jaw-dropping as she exaggerated the situation. Early? What do you mean early? Once the national college tournament ends, the whole country will likely know of Xu Jingming's existence. By then, it's entirely possible that girls even more outstanding than you will be actively pursuing him. Shu Song Chuen's purple eyes widened slightly, her lips trembling in surprise as she repeated the warning. Girls even more outstanding than me? Shu Song Chuen walked pensively through the setting sunlight, her eyes flashing with a sudden, hurried determination. That's right. I really need to hurry up. Setting aside the harem drama, the camera shifted to a mansion featuring traditional Chinese architecture with moss-covered, layered, tiled roofs. A deep, authoritative voice resonated. Your senior brother Jiang has already told me what happened in the Thunder Realm. You did well. Jingming stood with his hands folded respectfully before his master, Feng Chen, who was sitting imposingly on a silk-upholstered yellow sofa, his beard bushy and wild. The master waved his hand, instructing, when you strike, you must finish it. If you don't pull out the weeds by the roots, you only invite bigger trouble. Jingming nodded respectfully. I only dared to do so because I had your protective talisman and Principal Ling's space talisman to shield me, sir. The master patted his chest proudly, his beard quivering as he let out a hearty laugh. The talisman I gave you was meant to be used, so that's nothing to fuss about. As for Principal Ling, you really need to repay her properly. She poured a lot of heart into you, and she actually saved your life. Xu Jingming squinted, smiling mischievously. As your student, I understand that perfectly well. The master stroked his chin, eyes narrowing curiously as he scrutinized his favorite pupil. Let me hear it roughly. What level has your current strength reached? Jingming immediately clenched his fist with confidence and reported clearly. In my normal state, I am at the peak of the 4th tier, but if I activate my extreme lightning state, I can go head-to-head with an early 5th-tier fighter. Hearing the protagonist's stats, the master even broke into a cold sweat as he stroked his beard, exclaiming in shock, that high? A 3rd-tier kid fighting a 5th tier? This is truly hard to believe. Under the sunlight streaming through the window, Jingming gazed at his slender hands and explained with an evil, charming smile, a stroke of luck, really. It wouldn't normally be this high, but thanks to good fortune, my indestructible lightning body has broken through to the 5th stage. The master frowned, his expression turning serious as they discussed official business. The noisy discussions online right now are having a huge impact on Principal Ling. Because this is her first time handling matters like this, and since your strength has risen so dramatically, I think you should help her prove that her choice in you was absolutely not a mistake. Jingming spread his hands and shrugged, confidently retorting. How should I prove it, sir? Should I go and fight Senior Kong Shi? The master tilted his head slightly and smiled. It's very simple. Go and take the top spot on the school's glory ranking. Kong Shi is currently at the top of that list. That reminds him. Jingming's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands excitedly, as if he had found gold. Right. How could I have forgotten about this? I always thought virtual training was useless, so I never bothered to go there. The master stroked his beard and smiled smugly, narrowing his eyes as he looked at his naive student and gave the final advice. Go, head to the practical training building and give it a try. It will certainly bring you more benefits than you can imagine. With a swoosh, the scene shifted, and we followed Xu Jingming as he strode into the practical training building, which was bathed in the blue light of machinery and futuristic technology. As he walked, he heard enthusiastic bragging from 2 young men passing by. The guy in the brown jacket clenched his fist, boasting confidently. Last time, I almost cleared the 10th floor and broke the 10 to 1,000 combat power mark. This time, I'll definitely make it. The guy in the gray jacket beside him immediately threw a bucket of cold water on him. Stop blowing hot air. The 10th floor has 20 early 2nd-tier horned rhinos attacking at once. You're only 2nd tier, that's impossible. Ignoring the idle chatter, Jingming was respectfully led by a beautiful staff member to an incredibly high-end pod machine. She gestured as she introduced it. This is the highest-level virtual reality stealth pod in the practical training building, reserved exclusively for S-rank students. The protagonist's appearance immediately drew the eyes of those around him. The 2 gossiping youths recognized the familiar face, their eyes widening as they broke into a cold sweat and shouted, "No way! That's Xu Jingming. He's here for virtual reality training. This is sensational news." The guy in the gray jacket hurriedly urged his friend, "Hurry up and post it. This topic is definitely going to trend big time. I wonder if he can surpass Kong Shi, thanks to the human-powered reporters. The school's BBS forum exploded instantly with a series of sensational red-letter headlines. Shocking, Xu Jingming has arrived for virtual reality training. Between the Lightning Emperor and the Iron Bear, who is stronger? The truth will be revealed soon. Just how much combat power can the Lightning Emperor really achieve? Little Chen will bring it to you. Ignoring the internet's uproar, Jingming grabbed the armrests and confidently stepped into the virtual reality training machine with the standard flair of a ranked war god. He laid down comfortably, and the transparent glass lid of the pod slowly closed under the careful supervision of the staff member. Immediately, the system began to announce, "The virtual space will scan and simulate a body with a level and physical strength similar to yours. You also need to release your skills and combat capabilities for a moment to facilitate the machine's simulation and execution. May I ask, are we ready to begin?" Jingming closed his eyes and relaxed, replying concisely, "Start." Virtual blue liquid rose up, covering his body. The system ran data, loudly announcing that it was scanning physical data. Scan complete. Checking neural connections. Check complete. Entering virtual space. A blinding burst of light erupted from Xu Jingming's face, sinking his consciousness into the virtual reality matrix. Xu Jingming landed with a fierce, dynamic superhero pose on one knee. He was surrounded by dazzling streaks of energy within a vast, majestic hall filled with gleaming marble pillars. Straightening up, he gazed up at the towering, intricately carved columns, silently marveling to himself. Looks like this is the combat power leaderboard. More than 4,200 people. It was truly impressive. The first thing that caught his eye was the glowing name at the top, Kong Shi. His combat power was 2,513. Xu Jingming broke into a cold sweat as he evaluated himself. Kong Shi was ranked first, while he was at the very bottom. No wonder they thought Kong Shi was stronger than him. The gap in the rankings on this combat leaderboard was simply too massive. Suddenly, shimmering magical light converged. A cute lolly with bouncy, golden twin tails appeared and hovered in the air. She greeted him radiantly. "I am the guide. Welcome, S-rank student Xu Jingming, to the Virtual Reality Challenge. First, please select a B-grade combat suit and a B-grade weapon." The space around him instantly filled with countless floating weapons, from swords and hammers to spears. The guide enthusiastically instructed him, "To equip an item, just reach out and touch it. You can even customize the weight of your weapons." His gaze locked onto his gear of choice. He calmly reached out a slender hand to touch the shaft of a sharp, long spear. In the blink of an eye, the black cape armor and the long spear were already equipped on him. The young maiden system hovered and asked, "Now that you've selected your armor and weapons, would you like to begin the trial?" Jingming gripped his weapon tightly and nodded in agreement. The maiden smiled excitedly, and a magic circle glowing with ancient runes flared to life behind her. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. The Level 1 virtual reality trial officially begins. In a flash, Jingming stood in the middle of a vast, lush green field, the wind gently fluttering his cape. He didn't have to wait long before a herd of single-horned rhinos with blood-red eyes charged at him, roaring like madmen, their killing intent shaking the very space around them. A rank-grinding pro like him wouldn't know fear. Too lazy to even swing his spear, Jingming simply thrust one hand forward, unleashing a blinding, brilliant golden bolt of lightning aimed straight at the herd. A terrifying, heaven-shattering explosion erupted. The electric bolts tore through them, mercilessly swallowing and shredding the entire pack of unfortunate rhinos in a heartbeat. Clearing the stage was as easy as a breeze. Jingming stood back in the white marble hall, his spear hoisted over his shoulder. The maiden floated up and announced that he had cleared the first level. "You have a 1-minute break. Would you like to rest or continue?" The protagonist replied coldly without a second thought. "Continue." While Jingming was busy climbing the tower, the narrator's camera zoomed in on the senior student dormitory, where European-style stone villas sat silently under the shade of lush green trees. Entering a luxurious, sun-drenched living room, a group of upperclassmen had gathered to discuss the situation. The guy in the brown shirt spoke up indignantly. "From where I'm standing, Principal Ling handled this whole thing poorly. You're already at the 4th tier mid-grade. No matter how you look at it, you're much more qualified to be team leader than Xu Jingming." Kong Shi, the man holding the top combat power ranking, sat calmly, listening to his friend continue. "Exactly. They haven't even fought each other yet, so how could she just pick him like that?" Kong Shi waved his hand and replied gently, "Don't say that. With Xu Jingming's strength, he is fully qualified to be the team leader." Hearing Kong Shi defend the newcomer, the guy with spiked hair sitting on the sofa across from him frowned in complaint. "You're way too soft, man. Regardless, I'm not convinced. I have to find a chance to fight him one-on-one." Kong Shi smiled, trying to stop him. "There's no need for that. Principal Ling surely has her reasons." Just then, the guy in the brown shirt glued his eyes to his phone screen and burst into excited laughter. Look at this. The forum says Xu Jingming has already started the virtual reality trial. I really want to see how high he can push his ranking. Staring at his phone screen with a look of confusion, as if he'd just seen a ghost in broad daylight, the guy with the crew cut sitting on the sofa blurted out, "Huh? 42nd place, 214,000 combat power. I remember his combat power used to be 0, right? Can we check when Xu Jingming started the trial?" Swiping his fingers rapidly across the screen, the guy in the gray shirt smiled and delivered the bad news. "Found it. Looks like he started just 3 minutes ago." Hearing this, the former top-ranked Tai Xiong's eyes bulged, sweat pouring down his face like a waterfall, as he started calculating with the speed of a math genius. 3 minutes. To reach 200,000 combat power, one would have to clear the 20th floor of the virtual trial. In other words, Xu Jingming was spending less than 9 seconds per floor. Terrified by this game-breaking speed, the guy in the gray shirt stared at his phone, asking frantically if there was some kind of mistake. But the guy with the crew cut shook his head mercilessly. No mistake. There are several posts talking about the exact same thing. Trying to hold onto a shred of dignity, the guy nodded and analyzed it like a professional critic. The lightning type's clearing speed is indeed much faster than ours, but the 21st floor will definitely be strong enough to stall him for a long while. Hearing this, the guy in the gray shirt chimed in, gesticulating wildly to save face. Exactly. The 21st floor is a first-tier, 4th-level beast, and it's a major threshold. Only students who pass this point and hit 240,000 combat power belong in Mado University's elite squad. But before he could even finish, the guy with the crew cut gasped, nearly choking on his drink, and stuttered. What the hell? He cleared it that fast? The guy next to him, sweating profusely, kept arguing to the bitter end. But the 22nd floor has a total of 21st-tier, 4th-level beasts. He can't possibly wipe them out instantly this time, right? As if to slap those arrogant guys across the face, a new notification flashed brilliantly on the screen. Xu Jingming, ranked 35th in combat power, 244,000. The guy with the crew cut sat there dumbfounded, shakily announcing the harsh reality. You were wrong. He passed it again. And he even finished off the armored earth dragon on the 23rd floor instantly. Is he a monster? While the guy in the gray shirt stood there twitching, speechless and stunned, the serious-minded Tai Xiong, who had been watching from the corner, rubbed his chin, sweating bullets, his face twisted in disbelief. He thought to himself that this Xu Jingming was much, much stronger than he had ever imagined. At the same time, on the 23rd floor of the trial tower, Xu Jingming stood coolly, hands on his hips, his spear resting by his side, next to the massive, steaming carcass of the unfortunate monster that had just been grilled. The system maiden hovered by, her hands clenched, covering her mouth as she giggled with excitement. Report. S-class student. The forum is currently flooded with posts about you. They are all saying that your clearing speed is astonishingly fast. Jingming tossed his hair, smirked with smug satisfaction, and dropped a shocking fake statement. I have SS class abilities now, so it's not surprising that my speed is a little fast. Typical VIP player talk. Flitting around the protagonist, the maiden asked gently, You've cleared the 23rd floor. Do you want to rest for a minute or continue the trial? And of course, our rank-grinding machine didn't even blink. He decisively swung his spear and replied, Continue. The maiden happily spread her hands, creating a brilliant, sparkling magic circle. Very well. The 24th floor begins. This time, there will be 5 mid-grade 4th-tier armored earth dragons. In a flash, 5 massive, green-skinned dragon lizard hybrids with jagged teeth and sharp, piercing eyes appeared. They growled and lunged as if they wanted to devour the protagonist alive. Facing the hungry pack, Jingming didn't even bother to look. He took a step back, spread his arms, and condensed a massive, blinding golden orb of lightning. Then, with the form of a seasoned baseball pitcher, he launched himself into the air, hurled the destructive lightning orb down at the monsters' heads, and shouted, Go! A terrifying lightning explosion with destructive power leveled the ground. The blinding light from the crimson lightning streaks mercilessly wiped out the entire pack of earth dragons in a fraction of a second. Back in the posh white hall, the lolly maiden cheered happily. Congratulations to the S-class student for clearing the 24th floor. Combat power has broken the 400,000 mark, entering the top 10. The 25th floor is a peak 4th-tier lightning storm bear. Do you want to rest or continue? Hearing the name of a familiar monster, the corner of Jingming's mouth curled into an evil, villainous smile, his eyes flashing as he replied, So it's an old friend. Keep going. I actually wanted to test, to see if I could take it down with a single blow. The maiden pointed to the sky, happily announcing, All right, the 25th floor trial begins right now. Meanwhile, Jingming asked curiously, Hey, maiden, if I pass the 25th floor, what will my combat power reach? She blinked her large, round eyes and spread her hands to explain thoroughly. Everyone from 2nd to 7th place on the combat power leaderboard is currently stuck on this level. Tai Xiong is the only one who successfully passed after spending half an hour. If you clear it in less than half an hour, you will rise to the #1 spot. As the surrounding space shifted, a massive, furry lightning storm bear let out a roar that shook the heavens, baring its huge mouth and swiping its sharp claws as it lunged toward Jingming. Not even bothering to use his weapon, the protagonist retracted his spear, spread his hand to condense lightning, and smirked mockingly. Last time I still had to toy with you a bit, but not this time. Just as he finished his cool line, Jingming turned into a lightning bolt, tearing through the wind. With fierce, glowing eyes, he threw a punch wreathed in lightning straight at the unfortunate bear's face. Before the bear could even understand what was happening, it was tightly bound by a high-intensity blue electric net, paralyzed and stunned for a few seconds. Following that, a One-Punch Man-style lightning-charged blow landed squarely in the center of the beast's chest, creating a terrifying, penetrating shockwave that sent it spitting blood everywhere. The bear's eyes shimmered with utter confusion and despair before the massive, blinding surge of lightning sent it to the afterlife for good. Returning to the VIP waiting room, Jingming leisurely inspected his steaming fist as if he had just created a work of art. The maiden hovered behind him, sweating nervously as she commented, "That was quite violent for an S-class student. However, that punch was very clean and decisive. It's more than enough for you to seize the #1 spot." Elsewhere, a group of students gathered on campus, chatting and glued to their phones, let out shocked screams. 510,000 combat power. Thunder Emperor has rocketed straight to #1. A young man with a bowl cut stroked his chin smugly. I knew it. Thunder Emperor's strength is definitely above Tai Xiong's. The guy next to him broke into a cold sweat and added, from the start of the challenge to grabbing the top spot, it only took Thunder Emperor 5 minutes. This speed is just ridiculously fast. The camera panned back to the villa. Tai Xiong stood there like a statue, his hands hanging limp in total bewilderment, wondering, how long did it take Xu Jingming to climb from 400,000 to 510,000 combat power? The student in black stared at his screen, swallowed hard, and reported shocking news. Less than 20 seconds. Hearing this, the young man in gray threw away his dignity, waving his arms and shouting as if he had been wronged. Wait, isn't the 25th floor a peak, rank 4 thunderstorm bear? Did he just send it to the afterlife that easily? What kind of monster is Xu Jingming anyway? Tai Xiong let out a long, heavy sigh, raising his hands in resigned silence. Is S-rank potential truly this overwhelmingly strong? The gap is just too wide. Xu Jingming isn't just a little bit stronger than me, he added, swallowing the bitter pill. Principal Ling was right after all. Back in the luxurious White Hall, the lowly guide respectfully offered a sparkling magic board and a pen, smiling and fawning over him. S-rank student, congratulations on climbing to the #1 spot on the combat leaderboard. Please sign your name here. Hearing this, our protagonist swept his pen across the board, signing his name to officially claim his sovereignty as the server's #1. Instantly, a massive blinding screen flashed, displaying the words for every hater to see. Xu Jingming, rank 1 on the combat leaderboard. Combat power, 514,000. Xu Jingming shoved his hands in his pockets, smirking narcissistically. I'm quite satisfied. Guide, I must be the first student in the history of Modu University to pass the 25th floor challenge with the strength of only an upper tier. Rank 3, right? The little guide floating beside him immediately poured a bucket of ice water on his parade without mercy. I usually wouldn't realize you're this self-absorbed S-rank student, but it's a pity you're not the first. The protagonist startled, breaking into a cold sweat, and asked hurriedly, There's someone stronger than me? Who? The guide chirped along, counting on her fingers as she recounted history. Over 100 years ago, when the virtual reality challenge first opened, a student named Qian Liang passed the 25th floor while at upper tier rank 3. However, he possessed an SS grade enhancement ability. Xu Jingming stroked his chin, recalling dry history lessons. Qian Liang, why is this name in the history books? It's a real shame he didn't reach rank 8 and fell while exploring ancient civilization ruins. The lowly guide put her hands behind her back, tilting her head in curiosity. S-rank student, do you want to keep grinding? Xu Jingming rolled up his sleeves, brimming with energy. Of course. Still clinging to that youthful competitive spirit, Xu Jingming frowned and probed for his predecessor's weaknesses. Back then, how many floors did Qian Liang finally pass? The guide smiled and answered honestly. Only up to the 25th floor. The 26th floor has 5 peak rank 4 fierce beasts. He only managed to kill 3 before being defeated. Hearing a record ripe for the taking, Xu Jingming cracked his knuckles and flashed a wickedly confident smile. Let's begin. I'm going to break his record right here. At that moment, the lowly guide obediently waved her hand, opening the magic portal. Very well, the 26th floor challenge begins now. As soon as she finished, a grassy plain appeared with 5 massive, ferocious gray bears, snarling and baring their fangs, surrounding the tiny protagonist with bloodthirsty intent. Seeing the pack spread out in a tactical formation, Xu Jingming couldn't hide his mocking sneer, sparks of lightning crackling at his fingertips. They're actually splitting up to attack? Pretty clever, but it's a pity even with a brain. It's useless in front of me. I don't even feel like exerting myself. He pointed 2 fingers toward the sky, summoning his signature ultimate technique, the Thunder God's Finger. Instantly, a massive, blinding pillar of lightning, imbued with destructive power, struck down from the clouds, creating a brilliant, fiery explosion that flattened the ground and roasted the clever bears in less than half a second. Back in the VIP lobby, the guide gasped in astonishment and flew over to toss confetti in celebration. Congratulations, S-rank student, for brilliantly clearing the 26th floor challenge. Your combat power has soared to 710,000. Xu Jingming put his hands in his pockets, acting like a veteran, and reasoned. The 27th floor challenge must be a primary, rank 5 monster, or perhaps a dozen peak rank 4s. After previewing his next opponent's info, Xu Jingming broke into a light sweat and muttered a grim evaluation. An Earth-type black wolf with 2 massive innate talents, Earth Wall and Earth Block. Rank 5, this is my first time facing something this tough head-on. Finally, the rank-grinding machine seemed to feel tired. Maybe I should take a break. Without bothering to keep up his cool image, our protagonist flopped onto the white cloud floor and panted for breath. The lowly guide hovered nearby and considerately announced, S-rank student, you have 3 minutes to recover. The camera cut back to the group of onlookers at the villa. The guy with the crew cut broke into a cold sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he's taking a break. The young man in gray ignored his phone, turned, and scratched his head, asking, Brother Kong, Xu Jingming must have finished the 26th floor. So, what's waiting on the 27th floor? Tai Xiang sweated and stammered, I'm not sure either. It's highly likely a primary, rank 5, or a dozen peak rank 4s. The young man in gray widened his eyes, naively retorting, a primary rank 5 beast? That surely can't happen, right? Tai Xiang crossed his arms, feigning profound senior insight. Yeah, it's probably just a few more peak, rank 4s. I'm afraid Xu Jingming will find it very difficult to pass this hurdle. He was still trying to cling to the hope of dragging the protagonist down. The 3-minute break was over. The little guide spread her arms wide and shouted clearly to activate the space. Begin. Xu Jingming instantly lifted his head, his sharp eyes flashing with blinding electricity, signaling the start of the slaughter. He leaped up, his entire body erupting in an incredibly rugged lightning suit that crackled wildly. He gripped his spear with both hands, brimming with murderous intent, and shouted a challenge. Bring it on. Opposite him, a massive, pitch-black wolf with bloodshot, crimson eyes bared its razor-sharp fangs, radiating a ghostly, dark purple aura that was extremely terrifying. Without wasting breath on words, the black wolf stomped, activating magic, and unleashed its innate talent, launching dozens of massive, sharp rocks that hovered right above his head. The hail of stones tore through the air like self-propelled artillery shells, aiming mercilessly at Xu Jingming's head. This is peak skill. Xu Jingming spun his spear, creating a round lightning barrier in front of him, smashing all the stones into flying sparks. He gritted his teeth in excitement, praising it. That impact force is really something. It's been a long time since I've felt this stimulated. Fueled by adrenaline, the protagonist leaped high like a hawk pouncing on prey, pointing his glowing lightning spear downward, aiming right at the giant wolf's face. Realizing it was about to meet its end, the rank 5 wolf played its trump card, activating its innate talent to thrust a massive boulder from the ground as a shield against the fatal blow. However, Xu Jingming's lightning spear collided violently with the solid rock, creating a terrifying explosion of pressure that sent everything around them flying. Bricks and rocks shattered, filling the air with dust and obscuring the sky. When the dust cleared, it revealed an empty space. Xu Jingming's eyes widened, cold sweat dripping, and he silently let out an alarm. Oh no. Instantly, the black wolf opened a maw the size of a platter and lunged down like a demon god. The protagonist hurriedly hunched over, bringing his spear up to block the lethal bite, but it caught his shoulder, ripping his sleeve to shreds as fresh blood and glowing green energy splattered everywhere when the wolf's claws grazed him. He gritted his teeth, enduring the bone-deep pain. The giant wolf somersaulted over his head at dizzying speed. Xu Jingming clutched his bleeding shoulder. He grimaced and muttered, forced to face the harsh reality. As expected, he still couldn't withstand a single attack from a grade 5 beast, But giving up wasn't in the vocabulary of a VIP player like him. Pushing through the pain, he held 2 fingers up to the sky, frantically condensing all his lightning energy to form a blinding, devastating bolt of thunder. The enemy wasn't holding back either. The black wolf kicked up the dirt, charging straight through the misty web of lightning, its blood-red eyes locked onto its target, intent on taking Jingming's life. Jingming's face was taut as a bowstring, his eyes flashing with electric frustration as he calculated his retreat. It was so fast that his S-rank lightning god technique and thunder spirit art couldn't even touch a hair on it. Now close-quarters combat was his only option. Without a second's hesitation, he swung his glowing electric spear, putting every ounce of his strength into a fatal strike aimed at the beast's snapping jaws. The black wolf threw its head back and let out a roar that shook their eardrums, brazenly swinging its steel-like claws to meet the lightning-charged spear. The two terrifying forces collided, creating a blinding explosion and a violent shockwave that swept through everything nearby. Overwhelmed by the grade 5 power, Jingming was unluckily knocked backward, flipping and tumbling through the air. However, the protagonist used his acrobatics to regain his balance, pouring all of his azure lightning into his spear tip, transforming it into a lightning drill as he slammed back down to the ground. The lightning spear pierced deep into the beast's giant claw. Sparks flew wildly, blindingly bright, repelling the attack. Suddenly, Jingming powered up. The lightning energy exploded to its limit, causing his hair to stand on end and turn a dazzling golden color like a Super Saiyan, his eyes flashing with furious bolts of lightning. In this state of unleashing hell, he swung his spear to shatter the wolf's dark murderous aura, sending crushed rocks flying and tearing through the air everywhere. Watching the intense combat on the screen, Lolly the Yinu clasped her hands behind her back, nodding in admiration. This S-rank student was truly no ordinary person. At only 19 years old, he had already reached the combat power of a 5th tier, making him the first to do so in the last 100 years. Moreover, with his tactical intelligence, his actual combat power was even higher than a standard Earth attribute Black Wolf. The screen fast-forwarded 20 minutes. The giant wolf's corpse, covered in blood, finally collapsed, while Jingming, exhausted, dropped to one knee, clutching the spear handle tightly to keep from falling over. The rank-setting machine was now panting like a fish out of water, his chest heaving continuously, sweat pouring down like a waterfall after a life-and-death battle that had drained every last drop of his strength. He dragged himself forward, clutching the spear. Jingming silently winced, reflecting on his performance. It seemed he was still missing an S-rank spear technique skill. If he had won, this battle wouldn't have been so brutal. Soon, he would head to the wilderness to collect some energy points and learn a move as soon as possible. The little Yinu immediately swooped over with an extremely joyful expression, opening her mouth wide to announce the shocking news. Congratulations to our S-rank student for excellently passing the challenge on the 27th floor. Your combat power has soared once again, reaching a record-breaking 1.01 million. Jingming staggered, turning around, secretly wiping cold sweat at his own absurd score. Had his combat power really skyrocketed that much? Well, a 5th-tier beast isn't something anyone can just take down casually. The Yinu blinked, continuing her pitch. S-rank student, do you want to continue to the 28th floor challenge? This time, there will be 5 beginner 5th-tier Earth attribute Black Wolves. Ignoring his battered body, his competitive spirit wouldn't allow him to stop. The young man waved his hand, confidently sealing the deal. Of course, I'll continue, but first I need to rest for a moment. At the same time, outside the campus grounds, a crowd of students was running for their lives toward the tower, screaming as if they had just won the lottery. 1 million combat power. The Lightning Emperor is truly too overpowered. This is a sure win. This year's National University Tournament is already in our pockets. Hurry, let's get to the Challenge Tower and check it out. The scene shifted back to the VIP villa, where a gray-haired friend slammed his phone against the chest of a guy with a buzz cut. With a shocked and speechless expression, he shouted, "A guy at the high-grade 3rd tier actually killed dozens of peak 4th tier beasts. This combat power is simply too exaggerated." Just a moment ago, someone was bragging loudly, wanting to challenge Jingming to see what he was really capable of. Well, do you still want to try? The king of empty talk was scared out of his wits, startled into dropping his phone, and hurriedly raised both hands to surrender. No way. Absolutely not. 1 million combat power? He could crush me with a single finger. In another distant place, a teacher with a rugged, scruffy beard was glued to his phone, smiling smugly to himself. Killing beginner 5th tier beasts as a high-grade 3rd tier student even among those with SS rank abilities worldwide, only a handful could do that. I never expected the student I had to worry about the least would become the strongest. Stroking his beard, the teacher muttered, outlining tactical schemes. I'm the coach for the tournament this time, so I'll have to adjust the strategy based on Jingming's strength. At least this will definitely lift a huge burden off the shoulders of Vice Principal Ling Shuang. It was truly a case of great minds thinking alike. The exquisite Vice Principal Ling Shuang was sitting with her legs crossed on a regal chair, glancing at her phone screen with a satisfied smile. That boy even went to the trouble of climbing the leaderboard just to prove that her decision was absolutely correct. How thoughtful. Back at the arena, after the break, Jingming transformed back into the Super Saiyan with dazzling golden hair, boastfully giving the order. Yinu, let's go. The little loli waved her hand obediently, opening the gate. All right, floor 28, starting now. The scenery shifted, and the protagonist stood alone, bracing himself amidst the murderous aura of 5 giant black wolves baring their teeth, waiting for him. Sensing easy prey, the wolf pack roared and lunged to bite and tear, competing to hurl a basket full of huge rocks toward the protagonist. Immediately, Jingming gritted his teeth and wielded his spear, creating a lightning barrier to deflect the rocks, flying wildly at his face, sweating as he complained, "Man, there's too much debris." As expected, this was beyond his capacity. Forced into a corner, the protagonist thrust a beam of dazzling golden lightning straight into the jagged teeth of one of the monsters. But a fierce tiger cannot overcome a pack of wolves. One wolf swung its giant muzzle, slamming into Jingming and sending him tumbling into the air. Before he could even touch the ground, the wolves swarmed him, using their steel claws to tear through his lightning armor, making him tilt his head back and scream in agony. Ha! Dealing critical damage, Jingming's virtual body shattered into pieces of data, vanishing into thin air in an instant. The wolves, having lost their prey, growled and clawed at empty space. Meanwhile, the door with the light-shaped Yinu image slowly closed, announcing game over. Restoring his body successfully in the lounge, the Yinu covered her mouth, sadly reporting, "S-rank student, you failed to pass the 28th floor." Jingming looked at his virtual body, smoothed his hair, and calmly analyzed. Failure was expected, but the experience of death just now was truly quite strange. The little Yinu pressed her face close to the screen, smiling as she explained, "Master Jing, death in this virtual reality challenge only strips away your sensory experiences. Your consciousness in reality remains completely intact. Of course, I could let you experience the most realistic feeling of death, but doing so would easily cause brain damage." Feeling a chill run down his spine, Jingming changed the subject, curiously asking, "Now that you mention it, what is the challenge on the 29th floor after the 28th? The lolly Yinu hovered, haughtily replying, "Technically speaking, I'm not allowed to reveal it to you until you've cleared the 28th floor, but I'll make an exception just this once because you're a pro P-rank student." The lolly Yinu waved her hands, explaining the rules of the game to the VIP user. The challenge on the 29th floor consists of a mid-level 5th-tier Earth attribute Black Wolf, while the 30th floor is an entire pack of 5 mid-level 5th-tier beasts. Then she delivered a cold conclusion. Currently, this virtual reality challenge system only goes up to a maximum of the 30th floor. The protagonist widened his eyes in surprise, acting disappointed and calling it boring. "It ends on the 30th floor? That's all there is?" The little Yinu immediately folded her arms across her chest, pouting and rolling her eyes at him. "You think everyone is a gaming hacking monster like you? With a normal cultivation speed, the best graduating senior only reaches the mid-level 4th tier. 30 floors is already more than enough, you know." Though mocked, Jingming still tilted his chin with narcissistic confidence, dropping a cocky remark. "Looks like you guys will have to update and add more floors to this challenge tower later." The little Yinu raised a finger and waved a bright goodbye. While Jingming's virtual body began to dissolve in preparation to log out, "I'll wait until you pass the 30th floor. Oh, and there's a reward of 2,000 credits every quarter for topping the combat power leaderboard. The reward has already been transferred directly to your student account. See you next time." The training pod lid slowly opened. Jingming slowly opened his eyes, emerging from the azure liquid. The protagonist climbed out, wiping the liquid off his body, smiling and nodding, sighing like a true scientist. Except for the fact that the feeling of death isn't quite realistic. This virtual space is almost exactly the same as the real world. Modern technology is truly too impressive. Just as he was talking to himself, he was suddenly startled, his eyes widening in shock, as he looked at the scene outside the pod's glass. He stood up straight, panicked and sweating as he muttered, "Why are there so many people here?" Seeing a whole swarm of students crowded around, craning their necks to look at him as if he were an extraterrestrial being. Seeing their idol appear, the crowd immediately exploded. A guy with a buzz cut excitedly waved his arms and roared like a fanatical fan. 1,000,000 combat power, sitting proudly at the top of the leaderboard. The Lightning Emperor is truly a monster, and the friend next to him followed suit, shouting loudly, "Lightning Emperor, you must win the #1 spot in the tournament." Then someone else even sweatily pushed and shoved, begging, Lightning Emperor, could I please have your autograph? Surrounded by an overly enthusiastic herd of fans, Jingming could only offer a strained smile, breaking into a cold sweat as he muttered, "Everyone is truly way too enthusiastic." Struggling to wiggle through the crowd, soaked in sweat, the protagonist finally managed to escape successfully. He hurried away, sighing with relief as he thought to himself, "Finally, I'm out." Just as he looked up, a beautiful girl caught his eye. She was waving and smiling sweetly, calling out to him, "Shu Kan-ming, congratulations on reaching the top spot on the combat power rankings." Shu Kan-ming waved his hand, appearing modest, though he was secretly flexing. "It's just standard procedure. No need to be so surprised." She smiled, nodding in agreement, and then made a suggestion. "That's true. Didn't we agree back at the Lightning Ruins that we'd have a sparring match once we got back? Are you free this afternoon?" The protagonist smirked, teasingly asking her, "Haven't I beaten you up enough already?" Far from being angry, she clenched her fists, challenging him with confidence. "That's exactly why you should keep hitting me until I'm satisfied. If you have the guts, that is." Shu Kan-ming waved his hand, mockingly retorting, "Hitting you until you're satisfied? Tixk, tixk. Looks like you've forgotten the time I handled both you and that senior, right?" He then changed his tone, sounding busy, "But I have to go for extra training in a bit. How about tonight?" She pointed at him, sealing the deal. "Fine. I'll come find you tonight then." Watching the protagonist walk away, the beautiful girl suddenly bit her lip, blushing shyly. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she muttered vaguely, "Shu Kan-ming is becoming so strong. I hope everything goes smoothly tonight." It sounded more like a date invitation than a sparring match. The camera panned, shifting to the second floor of the academic building. A circular, futuristic-looking meeting room appeared. The former top-ranked Tai Xiang and a friend were walking over. The friend, wearing a green jacket, turned and poked fun. "Hey Tai Xiang, your top spot on the combat power rankings is gone. What do you think about that?" Tai Xiang maintained his calm, serious demeanor and replied, "There's nothing much to say. Shu Kan-ming is very strong. He completely deserves that top spot." Suddenly, a crisp female voice rang out. Shen Dongling praised, "As expected of Brother Xiang, your mindset is truly excellent." With that, his teammate Shen Dongling appeared, wearing a jacket and walking over with a radiant smile. The blue-haired guy, who had one eye covered, walked behind them, suddenly smirking coldly and tilting his chin to signal, "He's here." The protagonist, Shu Kan-ming, had one hand in his pocket, walking toward the new group of teammates with a cool, relaxed demeanor. He raised a hand and smiled in a friendly greeting. "Hello, seniors." The moment they saw him, the group of seniors clamored to greet him enthusiastically. "Hello, Captain." "Hello, Captain Shu." Shu Kan-ming walked over in his long coat with an incredibly cool and imposing aura. Just then, their teacher, with a scruffy beard, stood waiting along with the other members, their eyes fixed on the protagonist. Seeing everyone gathered, he cleared his throat and gave clear instructions. "All right, everyone, first, let's enter the anonymous virtual reality pods." The group obediently followed. Each person's avatar began to glow with a bright blue light before being transported into the system space. Standing in the brightly lit virtual space, the teacher stood with his hands behind his back and spoke clearly. "The team match is a test of our coordination, and when it comes to coordination, you all need to know and understand your teammates. Let me give you a brief overview of the basics first." The camera zoomed in on his stern face as he spoke in a highly professional tone. "This time, we have a total of 8 members participating, 5 official members and 3 reserve members." Next, he began the roll call. "First, I'd like to introduce Vice Captain Tai Shang Kong Shi, who possesses an A-rank enhancement ability, the Iron Giant Bear. After activating his power, his physique is greatly enhanced, and he can even possess the terrifying strength of a giant bear. His role is a tank and warrior." Tai Xiang raised his hand in a salute with a stoic look on his face. "Hello, everyone." Next is Shen Dongling. Her ability is an A-rank enhancement, the moon-chasing blood fox, and her role is an assassin. The brown-haired girl swished her hands elegantly and winked playfully. "Hi." He pointed to the side and continued, "And Yao Fang possesses an A-rank elemental ability, the ultimate cold ice soul. His role in the team is a long-range mage." The blue-haired guy immediately posed, showing off a flashy, cold blast of energy. Next is another beauty, Gu Wan, who possesses an A-rank support ability, 10,000 flowing spirit light, and her role is support. She can heal others or boost stats. Gu Wan closed her eyes, gently placing a hand on her chest to emit a soothing green glow. The teacher gestured to the 3 reserve members who were busy showing off their flashy water and fire skills. Next, the 3 reserve members, Dao Guan, who has an A-rank enhancement ability, bronze physique, and his role is a warrior. Li Changfeng has an A-rank fire ability, abyssal karmic fire, and his role is a mage. Next, Su Ruoyun has an A-rank support ability, gentle water spirit, and her role is support. After running through the roster, the teacher turned to look at the protagonist with eyes full of expectation. And finally, I will introduce some information about your captain, Xu Kanming. Kanming still had his hands in his pockets, chin tilted, smiling with overbearing confidence. Before the teacher could finish, the ice ability user Yao Fang jumped in, grabbing the floor. Dean, there's no need to talk about the captain's info. We all know he's an awakened with a rare S-rank ability. Hearing this, the teacher immediately waved his hand, shaking his head to deny it. S-rank? No, no. What Xu Kanming possesses is an SS rank lightning ability. The heavenly thunder surged around the teacher, and Kanming radiated, the dazzling aura of someone destined for greatness. As soon as they heard SS rank, the assassin girl and the ice ability guy immediately widened their eyes, mouths agape, sweating nervously as they exclaimed, "An SS rank ability? Heavenly thunder?" The group huddled together, whispering like a marketplace. Some exclaimed, "SS rank. No wonder he's so fierce." Others nodded, realizing the truth. I was wondering why his lightning turned gold. So that's why. Then a curious guy chimed in, poking around. Now that you mention it, how could an S-rank ability evolve into an SS rank anyway? The teacher raised a finger, shutting down all useless curiosity with one sentence. You don't need to worry about how the ability evolved. You just need to know that Xu Kanming has an SS rank ability. He added, additionally, to ensure fairness in the National Collegiate Tournament, battle armor levels cannot exceed A rank, and weapons cannot exceed S rank. Immediately, a pile of high-end spears, shields, and magic books appeared, floating in midair. The teacher waved his hand. These are all A-rank armor and S-rank weapons. You are free to choose the models you like. If you're not used to these, next time, you can just input the data of the weapons you usually use. Kanming reached out, grabbed a long spear, and lifted it with a cool expression. Thinking to himself while criticizing the rule, this rule is probably to give a handicap to the other universities. After all, for Madu University, Jingdu University, and Tandu University, these three schools with solid foundations, forging SSS rank armor and weapons is as easy as pie. He gently stroked the spear shaft, his eyes flashing with sharp calculation as he muttered. In the next training session, I can input the data of my own flowing cloud spear. Back to the main topic, the teacher cleared his throat and ordered. Before starting coordination training, everyone needs to show off the combat strength and skills you've mastered. Kanming, as captain, you go first. The protagonist raised an eyebrow, surprised, and asked back, do I need to show all of my attack methods? The teacher's bearded face appeared stern and resolute. That's right. This will not only help your teammates have a comprehensive understanding of you, but also help me easily plan combat tactics. Understood. Kanming replied firmly. He held the spear with one hand against the ground and began his show-off session. The attack methods I'm good at are quite diverse. I have spear skills, martial arts techniques, and long-range magic spells as well. Next, I'll demonstrate each one for everyone to see. He said it and immediately did it. The protagonist stepped back, launched an incredibly artistic, wind-splitting spear strike, his style oozing dominance. The teammates watching from the sidelines could only gape in admiration. The guy with the buzz cut broke into a sweat, exclaiming, "Is this an SS rank ability? It's truly terrifying." Others stared, mesmerized. That lightning is so beautiful, dazzling, yet dangerous. The blue-haired guy also stroked his chin in praise. It looks special in the videos, but seeing it with my own eyes is truly extraordinary. On the stage, Kanming floated in the air, golden lightning crackling all over him. He condensed a series of electric spears and roared, "This is the lightning spear chain." Not stopping there, the protagonist continued to unleash his power, raising his hand to summon his scorching, thunderous lightning prison. Then in a flash, he fired a golden bolt that pierced the virtual space lightning spear. Immediately after, he rushed forward, delivering a punch wrapped in thunder, majestic and imposing, with enough power to seem like it would shatter the screen. Watching the protagonist show off weight, I meant perform his power. The substitute teammate pumped his fist, shouting with excitement, "That's our captain for you. He's just too powerful." I feel like the championship trophy for this tournament is already in the bag. The support specialist, Gu Wan, wiped sweat from her forehead, mumbling under the pressure. I don't know how much of a buff my support abilities can actually give someone of the captain's level. After a series of flashy moves and exhausting skill rotations, Jingming braced his spear and caught his breath, sparks of electricity still flickering around him. He smirked, dropping a bombshell that left everyone speechless. That spear play and combat sequence just now, that was just a little warm-up. Next, I'll show you all the S-rank combat skills I've mastered. Hearing how ridiculously overpowered the protagonist, Flake, was, the substitute and the support specialist froze, eyes wide and mouths agape, stunned as if they couldn't believe their ears. What? That was just a warm-up? As soon as he finished speaking, Jingming tensed up, his entire body erupting with brilliant, blinding lightning like a Super Saiyan. He confidently introduced his skills. First, the S-rank physical combat skill my master passed down to me, Undying Lightning Body, and my S-rank defensive skill, Infernal Lightning Armor. Seeing the imposing suit of lightning armor wrapping around the protagonist, the substitute broke into a cold sweat, stammering with extreme envy. This armor is even several times stronger than my own bronze-tier constitution. Before anyone could pick their jaws up off the floor, Jingming waved his hand, unleashing a fiery magical explosion accompanied by surging lightning. He shouted, "And this is my S-rank long-range magical combat skill." Behind him, the rest of the team just stared, speechless. Another S-rank skill, and it's a magic type 2. Retracting his hand, the protagonist calmly condensed a dazzling sphere of lightning energy on his fingertip, his eyes flashing as he muttered something dangerous. Even though Heavenly Thunder Art has extremely high single-target damage, it's still not the strongest combat skill I've mastered. The next second, the sphere in his hand expanded, then unleashed a massive wave of power, sending countless golden lightning bolts crashing into the ground with the impact of a meteor strike. The entire virtual space lit up as a giant energy fist, crackling with fire and lightning, slammed down from the sky, carrying terrifying destructive force straight toward the arena floor. The collision created an earth-shattering explosion, with golden flames roaring and violently consuming everything in their path. Standing on a cliff looking down at the ravaged battlefield, Shen Lanling and her friend stood by, wiping cold sweat from their brows. She asked in shock, "Is this really an attack that someone who just awakened as a high-level Tier 3 user can unleash?" Thich Hung stroked his chin, frowning as he turned to the Dean. "Dean, what is the hardness rating for the ground in this virtual space?" The bearded old man replied, calmly, "This silver-gray ground is built from a C-rank alloy." Hearing that, Thich Hung broke into a cold sweat. If even a C-rank alloy gets blown to bits like this, if they were fighting a real person, wouldn't they just be turned into dust? The green-haired guy, Li Changfeng, scratched his head and joked with a click of his tongue. In the team matches, if the captain just drops a lightning god's finger like that, we probably won't even need to lift a finger, right? Shen Lanling heard this, rubbed her head, and closed her eyes in resignation. If the captain ends the match all by himself, what's even the point of us being here? Suddenly realizing the truth, the green-haired youth gasped and waved his hands in a panic. Damn, he's right. Then he turned to plead with the Dean. "Dean, during the team matches, could you ask the captain to go a little easy on them?" The Dean shrugged, tilted his chin, and replied coldly, "Going easy is impossible. If you guys were faster, wouldn't that mean Xu Jingming wouldn't have a chance to act?" Ignoring his students' complaints, the Dean stroked his beard, his lips curling into a sinister, triumphant smile as he thought, "Last year, we lost to Jingdu University. This year, with our trump card, Xu Jingming, Madu University will absolutely never taste defeat again." Having wrecked the virtual space, Jingming returned to his calm, collected demeanor and announced indifferently, "All right, that's all the combat skills I've mastered." The Dean nodded in satisfaction and turned to command the rest of the group. "Everyone else, please demonstrate your skills, then we will begin team coordination exercises." Overwhelmed by the protagonist's presence, the team immediately regained their focus and shouted in unison. They then took turns unleashing their moves, some channeling inner energy, others weaving water and fire in a colorful display to show off their talents. The support-type girl, Gu Wan, timidly stepped up beside the protagonist, hands behind her back, and asked bashfully, "Captain, I don't know if my buffs will work on SS rank abilities, but can I try a little bit?" Jingming offered a rare, friendly smile and gracefully extended his hand. "Of course, go ahead." Instantly, soothing green lights from Gu Wan's magic circle enveloped the protagonist's entire body. He started, surprised, waving his hand to feel the surging power, then silently praised her. "I didn't expect it to boost my combat power by 30%. No wonder every team is required to have a support." After a sweat-drenched training session, the Dean stepped into the middle of the crowd to wrap things up. "All right, today's training ends here. Xu Jingming, you stay behind. The rest of you are dismissed." Hearing the order to head out, the teammates waved happily. "See you, Dean. Bye, Captain." Then they all turned into fading lights, logging out of the system. Once it was just the teacher and student, the bearded old man changed to a serious tone. "Jingming, there's something I need to discuss with you. I hope you don't mind." Jingming put his hands in his pockets and replied comfortably, "What is it, sir? Please, just say it." The Dean's face showed careful deliberation. He proposed, "For these team matches, I hope you can be on the field at all times." Can you accept this? The team tournament is a round-robin points format between the top 10 universities, not just one or two matches. Have you thought this through? Thinking it was nothing major, Jingming clenched his fist and offered a cool, arrogant smile. No problem at all. The scene shifted to the real world. The protagonist was strolling down the bustling campus path, hands in his coat pockets, when his phone in his hand suddenly buzzed, signaling a call. On the other end was a familiar female voice. Sun Shusong Chuan's face was flushed, her eyes shy as she stammered a suggestive invitation. Jingming, are you done training? My current combat suit is a bit inconvenient for moving around, so if you're free, just come straight to my dorm. Hearing a beauty invite him into her private room, Jingming held the phone to his ear and blinked, replying quite naturally. All right, I'll be there right away. But after hanging up, the protagonist held the phone, frowning and scratching his chin, wondering like a true, oblivious, straight guy. Inconvenient to move around? What does she mean by that? Carrying a massive load of curiosity, Jingming walked up to the gate of the luxurious dorm villa and rang the doorbell. The wooden gate opened to reveal a girl with glasses and braided hair, smiling friendly to welcome her guest. You're here. Come on up. Shusong Chuan is waiting for you in the training room on the second floor. Jingming nodded briefly. Got it. However, as he stepped past the gate, the protagonist glanced back at the girl's retreating figure. His gut told him something was off. Why does her smile feel a bit wrong? Or am I just imagining things? Hugging a belly full of suspicion, Jingming walked to the training room door and pushed it open, letting light spill out from within as he prepared to face whatever inconvenience Sun Shusong Chuan had. As the door creaked open, Jingming suddenly jumped, eyes wide, cold sweat beading on his forehead, rendered speechless by the sight before him. It turned out the beauty. Sun Shusong Chuan was wearing a skin-tight combat suit that highlighted every curve of her hot figure. Her cheeks flushed red, and she spoke in a sweet voice. Jingming, you're here? Hit by the visual overload, the oblivious Jingming blushed, sweating profusely as he stammered. Seeing this, she quickly explained. This is a new combat suit from Limit Technology, designed to reduce wind resistance. I just bought it yesterday. Do you think it looks a bit strange? Or should I go change into another one? The protagonist quickly brought his fist to his mouth to cough and hide his embarrassment. He looked away while still sneaking a glance, nodding in approval. No need for that. This is perfectly fine. Hearing his subtle compliment, Sun Shusong Chuan touched her lips and smiled radiantly. That's good. But deep down, her scheme had been a complete success. I intentionally bought it a size smaller so it would be tighter to test his reaction. It seems it worked. I can clearly feel his excitement. After flirting, she immediately spun her spear with a whoosh, radiating a powerful aura. She took a graceful stance and set the rules. Same as before. Suppress your power to low-level Tier 2, and let's see if you can beat me until I'm truly convinced. Seeing her eager to fight, Jingming smirked, his expression full of doting confidence, and decisively grabbed his coat collar, preparing to toss it aside. All right, I'll humor you. He threw his jacket aside, raised his fists in a super cool fighting stance, and dropped a line with over-the-top confidence. You've improved a lot since last time. Now, I can beat you with just my fists. Sun Song Chuan didn't flinch. She gripped her spear tightly, her sharp eyes full of defiance as she smiled in response. That's good, but I haven't been standing still either. With that, she channeled her strength, launched herself toward the ceiling, and dove down like a bullet, aiming the sharp tip of her spear straight at the protagonist. However, Jingming simply tilted his body to dodge, using the back of his hand to swat away the powerful spear tip with incredibly effortless and almost magical grace. Immediately, they lunged at each other, clashing fiercely. As the pace of the battle escalated, Sun Song Chuan suddenly used her spear handle as a vaulting pole, leaping and doing a somersault in mid-air with extreme finesse to dodge the lightning-charged punch from the protagonist. Successfully landing in a pose that highlighted her seductive curves, she heard Jingming praise her. Nice dodge, which made the beauty giggle delightedly. He then followed a series of non-stop exchanges, a blur of spear and fist, showcasing the top-tier close-quarters combat skills of them both. In a fleeting moment of locked combat, Jingming reached out and grabbed the spear handle. They pressed their faces close, their eyes meeting and sparking with provocative and ambiguous tension. After a while of exhausting, steam-inducing struggle, Sun Song Chuan turned around, gripping the spear handle, drenched in sweat and panting. Ha ha! While Jingming still stood there casually with his hands in his pockets, the protagonist opened his palm and flashed a victorious smile, teasing his girlfriend. What's wrong? Ready to surrender yet? Sun Song Chuan glanced back, and despite being breathless, she still offered a bewitching, defiant smile, refusing to admit defeat. Surrender. I might lose, but that doesn't mean I'll submit unless you can actually make me hurt. Provoked, Jingming's face darkened with danger, his eyes flashing with a sharp blue light as a brilliant golden aura exploded around him. He roared, "I don't believe that. I'm going to make you surrender." As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged like a beast, wrapped in vibrant golden lightning, and swung a storm-like punch straight down from the air. Feeling the crushing pressure of the destructive power approaching, Sun Song Chuan's eyes widened in terror, and she let go with one hand to cover her face, crying out in alarm. Ah! But in that split second, on the verge of disaster, Jingming slammed on the brakes in mid-air, pulling back his strength and gently blocking her spear handle with his hand. The protagonist quickly pulled his hand back, sweating nervously as he apologized for going too far. "I'm sorry, I lost control a bit there." Seeing him blame himself, she gently placed her hand on his chest to comfort him. "No, it's okay. That's not your fault. You must be influenced by the dragon beast bloodline power inside you." Then, Sun Song Chuan suddenly changed her expression to a serious one, leaning in coyly to ask, "Jingming, can I ask you a question?" The protagonist replied blankly, Not letting him wait long, she inched closer, biting her fingers slightly to show off her charm, her eyes dancing flirtatiously as she whispered, Do you like me?" This made him open his eyes in shock. Jingming's deep blue eyes showed firm resolve, cutting through his typical straight guy denseness, and he answered decisively, "Yes." Hearing that, Sun Song Chuan's face immediately flushed bright red with happiness. She touched her lips in utter surprise. The beauty even let her high-end spear clatter to the ground, stammering to confirm. "Really?" She threw her arms wide, jumped up, and lunged straight at Jingming, cheering. "That's great, I like you too." Jingming smiled tenderly, wrapping his arms around the beauty's waist and finishing with a very warm word. "Good." And with the speed of a lightning bolt, the protagonist proactively leaned in and planted a passionate kiss, causing her to widen her eyes in total surprise. The beauty stood on her tiptoes, her light blue high heels clicking, to immerse herself in the sweet moment. After a kiss that could fry the camera, Sun Song Chuan turned away, using the back of her hand to wipe her lips, shyly scolding him. Why weren't you this bold before we officially started dating?" Jingming stood behind her, shrugging his shoulders and smiling dismissively. "If I had done that before we were officially a couple, wouldn't I have been a pervert?" Finding that reasonable, she glanced back, nodding in recognition of her newly appointed boyfriend's decency, saying, "That makes sense, too." Seizing the moment while he was off guard, she suddenly lunged forward, giving the protagonist a resounding peck on the cheek. Jingming touched his cheek, laughing awkwardly, while Sun Song Chuan triumphantly declared her territory. "Senior sister Su Xuan already left her mark on your face, so I have to leave one too." The protagonist clicked his tongue, lamenting, "She even told you about that? You two are closer than I thought." Sun Song Chuan walked away gracefully, smiling magnanimously as she dropped a line that left everyone stunned. "Of course, senior sister Su Xuan is a wonderful person. If you like her too, Jingming, I really don't mind." The words left Jingming staring blankly, confused. "Huh?" With a mischievous look on her face, Sun Song Chuan sealed the deal, accepting the life of a harem wife. "You heard me right, Jingming. You're an SS rank awakened one. Surely, in the future, you'll have more than one beauty by your side. Sharing with senior sister Su Xuan is better than anyone else." Faced with the beauty's bold suggestion, Jingming lowered his eyes, pondering silently but still speaking aloud to save what little dignity he had left. "I really didn't expect you to be that open-minded. But even if I did like her, who says senior sister? Jiang would be willing to wedge herself between us?" Unexpectedly, Sun Song Chuan leaned in close, batting her large, round eyes, a mysterious smile playing on her lips as she caught him off guard. "So, you mean as long as senior sister Jiang agrees, you wouldn't mind two-timing, right?" Jingming was caught red-handed, the protagonist startled, muttering one word. "Huh?" Seizing the moment while the protagonist was dazed, the Sun Beauty subtly pulled at her combat collar to show off her curves, winking triumphantly toward a dark corner and calling for reinforcements. "Senior sister Su Xuan, you heard everything, right? The decision is in your hands now." As soon as she finished, a rose-colored figure with flowing platinum hair appeared. Wearing a short military outfit revealing long legs, she slowly stepped out from the shadows, making Jingming break into a cold sweat. He spun around, exclaiming in surprise, "Senior sister Jiang is here too." Senior sister Su Xuan stepped into the light, one hand on her hip, the other raising her index finger, urging him on, accompanied by an incredibly seductive wink. "You have to keep your word, Junior. Don't you dare take it back." Faced with this underground attack from two stunning beauties, the brain of young Jingming seemed to stop functioning. Sweat poured down, and he stood open-mouthed, unable to utter a word. "Yeah." Seeing him as flustered as a deer in headlights, the two girls stood close together, looking at him with mischievous eyes. Sun Song Chuan laughed triumphantly. Hee. But very quickly, the protagonist regained his usual cool demeanor. He lowered his head slightly, hiding his delight behind his smirk filled with wicked intent. That's fine, too. If good things come in pairs, of course, I won't refuse. The signal was received, and the outcome was immediately settled. Sun Song Chuan hugged the protagonist's arm tightly, rubbing against him, while senior sister Su Xuan affectionately placed a hand on his back. Sun Song Chuan happily declared, so it's settled. From now on, the three of us will be together. But you two just finished sparring. You must be hungry, right? Do you want to go get a late-night snack? With that, Sun Song Chuan quickly pulled her hand away, turning to invite the senior sister. But we'll have to wait a little while. I need to take a shower first. Senior sister Su Xuan, do you want to shower with me? The white-haired senior sister smiled in immediate agreement. Sure, I've broken a sweat anyway. Jingming hadn't seen this move coming. The two muses held hands affectionately, and Sun Song Chuan looked back, dropping a super flirty line. Jingming, do you want to wait for us here? Or do you want to come shower with us? Teased until his heart raced and his legs trembled, the protagonist panicked and reached out, intending to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But before he could finish his sentence, Sun Song Chuan had already dragged the senior sister away. You fan, stop hoping. He's as strong as a monster. There's no way he'd actually break a sweat. We'll just go shower by ourselves. Suddenly abandoned, lonely and cold, the protagonist's silhouette darkened with gloomy black stripes. He clenched his fists, his face looking comically distraught in his heart with deep resentment. Actually, I wanted to shower with you too. But then, that senseless frustration was quickly replaced by a sense of fulfillment. The corners of Jingming's mouth curled up into an incredibly gentle smile as he breathed a sigh of relief. He watched the backs of his two beautiful girlfriends as they held hands and skipped along happily under the bright sun, nodding in admiration at his own explosive luck. I clearly only came here for sparring and training. How on earth did I end up getting two girlfriends just like that? The next day, at the wild water source area, Jingming sat leisurely on the carcasses of giant beasts he had just defeated, silently calculating in his head. 5,000 skill points should be more than enough. After less than 6 months of training, he now confidently jams his spear into the ground, a smug smirk on his face as he thinks, I'm basically untouchable in this wilderness now. Unless he gets unlucky and runs into some mid-tier level 5 wild beasts, this boost in strength is truly overpowered. Lost in his own self-satisfaction, his gaze follows the cool breeze toward a sun-drenched clearing in the woods. Catching Jingming's eye are clusters of brilliant, glittering flowers. He walks over and mutters, so these are the 100-color flowers, a specialty of the water source wilderness. I'll just pick 2 to take back. But as his hand reaches for the stamen, a wave of greed strikes, and he quickly changes his mind. No, better take 3 just to be safe. The scene shifts abruptly to the headmaster's grand office, where a stunning, powerful woman is focused on her paperwork when a knock echoes through the room. The headmistress blinks her sharp, emerald green eyes and calmly says, "Come in." Jingming walks in effortlessly, wearing a bright smile. "Hello, headmistress." Seeing her favorite student, she asks with surprise, "Did you just get back from the water source wilderness?" He answers clearly, "Yes, I just returned. I went to the wilderness today to hunt beasts and keep my combat instincts sharp." Hearing this, the headmistress smiles with satisfaction and props her chin on her hand, appreciative. Even though the virtual reality tests are realistic, they aren't the real world. Having the initiative to go to the wilderness to maintain your combat edge, you did well. Surprised by the compliment, the protagonist feels a bit guilty, cold sweat forming on his cheek as he screams internally. She actually believed that? I just made up some random excuse and still got praised. But he quickly regains his composure. Jingming beams, and with a flourish, he produces a glittering flower. "Thank you for the praise, headmistress." "Oh, right, this is a 100-color flower I happened to pick up in the wilderness. Headmistress, you really must accept it." Facing this sweet flirtation, the cold headmistress is briefly stunned, reaching out to take the glowing flower. A 100-color flower? Holding the flower, the powerful woman can't hide her confusion, casting her eyes downward as she thinks, I am a level 8 Grandmaster. I've received countless gifts, even up to SSS rank, but being given flowers like this is truly a first. The flower hides half her face, but it cannot conceal the feminine smile forming on her lips. The headmistress whispers to herself that the feeling is quite nice. Quickly pushing aside personal thoughts, she returns to her proud demeanor, evaluating him. "I heard your team defeated one of the 2 strongest holy teams in the history of U-Magic University in the virtual space. Their highest level was mid-tier level 4. Jingming quickly waves his hand modestly. "Yes, but they were just the weaker team." She immediately encourages him. "That is already excellent. Seeing you possess such strength, I'm somewhat relieved." After speaking, she waves her hand, and a beautiful cyan magic circle appears in her palm. From the magic circle, she hands him a stack of bright red tickets. These are VIP tickets for the National University Tournament. I'll give you 10. Consider them a return gift for this flower. Holding the stack of tickets, Jingming's brain practically short-circuits from shock. He breaks into a cold sweat, thinking, I was just worried about how hard these tickets were to get and was planning to look for black market scalpers. Even nosebleed seats cost a fortune. And now, I have actual VIP seats. But on the surface, he still plays it shy, rubbing the back of his neck with a harmless, innocent smile. Headmistress, this return gift is too precious. I feel embarrassed to accept it. You've already taken such good care of me. I really don't know how I can ever repay you. The headmistress looks straight at him with deep eyes, her tone gentle yet full of expectation. Oh, you just need to perform well on the battlefield when the time comes. That would be the greatest repayment. Empowered, Jingming regains his seriousness, his eyes resolute as he responds. Understood. Leaving the office, Jingming strolls casually under the leafy trees of the street, putting in his earphones and scrolling through his phone with a leisurely air. He's on a video call with his family, wearing a smug smile. Aunt, are you and my cousin planning to go watch the National University Tournament? I've got tickets right here. On the other end, his aunt responds joyfully, That's wonderful, wonderful. Little Durun Qi has been worried about not getting tickets to go watch. Settling the family matter, Jingming puts his hands in his pockets, walking past a familiar coffee shop, his brain starting to calculate. Now there's only Thuvun and Sir Tuyen left. While deep in thought, he suddenly breaks and pivots his boots in a sharp, stylish turn on the street. No need to look far. Two stunning beauties, the white-haired Sir Tuyen and the black-haired beauty Thuvun, are walking toward him hand in hand, happily calling out, Jingming, you were looking for us, right? Seizing the moment, the protagonist immediately produces two brilliant 100-color flowers, flashing a killer smile as he gifts them. Surprised by the sudden romantic gesture, both beauties lean in without hesitation, each planting a hot kiss on his cheek with a shy, Thank you. Jingming stands in the middle, closing his eyes to savor the double happiness with an indescribably blissful look on his face. While the atmosphere is perfect, Jingming casually pulls out the bright red stack of tickets, waves them around, and delivers the final blow. Oh, right. I happen to have a few VIP tickets for the tournament. How many tickets do you two want? As soon as the stack is revealed, Thuvun immediately seizes the chance, smiling brightly. VIP area? That's amazing. I'll take 2 tickets, one for me and one for little Ha. Meanwhile, the senior, Sir Tuyen, gently takes only one. 1 ticket is enough for me. After receiving the tickets, Thuvun hugs the bouquet with a mischievous smile, starting to play the adorably blunt card. Hey Jingming, your airship is super fast, so I'm going to head out first and won't be coming to see you off. Seeing the junior look a bit disappointed, Sir Tuyen gently adds, I have to take my level 3 pharmacist exam later, so I can't see you off either. Not losing his cool, Jingming immediately reaches out to pat the senior's head affectionately, smiling as he replies, It's okay, we'll meet up in Thanhu City then. Good luck on your exam. The white-haired beauty lowers her head shyly. Parting with the 2 beauties, Jingming wastes no time and heads straight to the school's massive combat skill library. Thinking to himself, there's still time. I need to snag one more S-rank spear combat skill to ensure everything goes perfectly. Entering the archives, the young man clearly commands the AI orb. Steward Y Woman, list all the S-rank lightning attribute spear combat skills for me. The mechanical orb obediently replies, very well. Instantly, a series of 3D holographic screens appear brilliantly before his eyes. The protagonist strokes his chin, looking a bit picky. Only 5? Let's see which one is worthy of my status. Scanning the list, Jingming's finger confidently taps on an information board. I'll choose this one. The holographic screen instantly displays the full text, S-rank thunder-piercing demon extermination spear. It uses his own lightning attribute power to create a special electric net covering the spearhead, drastically increasing attack speed. When the spearhead hits the enemy, it simultaneously releases a bolt of compressed, piercing lightning damage. Note, only those level 3 or above possessing an A-rank ability can cultivate this skill. Seeing a good catch, he immediately waves his hand, signaling, Y-Woman, send me the instruction manual for the thunder-piercing demon extermination spear immediately. The AI orb blinks. Understood. Please wait a moment. Very quickly, a mechanical arm brings out a thick, heavy martial arts manual and places it right in front of the young man, who is already sitting ready at desk number 10. Without hesitation, Jingming flips the book open, his eyes turning cold and sharp as he enters his hardcore student mode. The room sinks into silence, with only the figure of the protagonist meditating over the book, looking deep in thought. Thud. Jingming slams the book shut, the corners of his mouth curling into a smug, triumphant smile. Faster spear thrusts and more explosive power, it completely meets my requirements. At the same time, the system notifies him that he has just burned 3,200 skill points to successfully master this technique. Having learned the ultimate move, the protagonist leans back in his chair, exhaling a long breath, but he is secretly thrilled. It costs 3,200 skill points. Having the Deep Blue system to cheat with is truly convenient. The skill points used for this move are actually even more than for the Thunder God Finger. When I have time, I definitely need to find an opportunity to test its power. Resting for less than 3 seconds, his hunger for strength kicks in again. He looks up at the AI orb. Why, woman? I want to see the latest A-rank lightning combat skills added to the database. Why, woman obeys. Very well. The violet-pink virtual panels pop up all at once. Jingming scrolls through them, nodding in approval. There are actually a few pretty good ones. I'll pick up one more. Lightning Shadow Body. The virtual skill information board appears in extreme detail. A-rank Lightning Shadow Body uses your own lightning attribute power to form a lightning shadow that always stays right behind you. The lightning shadow will immediately attack right after the main body attacks. With maximum damage equal to 30% of the main body's damage, it is capable of producing multi-layered attack damage. Note, only those reaching level 2 or above and possessing a lightning-type ability. Only those at grade B or higher can learn this skill. After reading the description, a wicked smirk crept onto Jingming's lips. He secretly evaluated that although this skill doesn't deal high damage, it is perfect for filling the gaps between attacks. If used well, it is undoubtedly a divine technique, no less capable than an S-grade skill. Having locked onto the target, Jingming raised his hand in a cool, gun-like gesture, pointing it at the AI orb. I'm choosing this. The female AI replied clearly. Order received. The next day arrived in a blink. At the school stadium, a massive spaceship numbered NCC-1701 was starting up, its engines roaring as gusts of wind swirled around it. Standing at the bow of the ship, a female student with fiery red hair and a sizzling figure brushed her hair back, confidently remarking that the team uniform design really wasn't bad at all. Behind her, Jingming also appeared in his team uniform, looking incredibly dashing. Around the ship, the crowd of students was screaming until they lost their voices. Go. U Magic University representative team. Victory will surely be ours. Loey Day. Take all 3 first-place prizes. Don't leave them a shred of dignity. Go Loey Day. Go U Magic University. Amidst the fervent cheers of the fans, the Loey Day, Jingming, exuded an overwhelming aura. He raised a hand slightly, waving like a true superstar, leaving the crowd below in stunned silence, simply mesmerized by how cool he was. Carrying the hopes of the entire school, the giant spaceship tore through the wind and took off, soaring into the sky. On the ground, ordinary students looked up at the shadow of the ship entering the clouds, their eyes filled with longing. At the same time, in Manhwa City, the host of the tournament, the modern and bustling urban landscape appeared under the brilliant sunlight. At the reception plaza, a team of students stood in neat rows. The leader spoke clearly to brief them. Manhwa City is located near Demon Cave, number 5, and borders Can City, so security must be handled perfectly. We absolutely cannot lose face. Another person added, the welcome must also be grand. Show them our hospitality as hosts. The entire Can Ability University team shouted in unison. Understood. Just as the morale was soaring, a man in a white coat with long, romantic hair looked up slightly. His sharp eyes fixed on the massive spaceship casting a shadow over the city. He curled his lip and spoke with authority to the AI orb beside him. The U Magic University has arrived. Turn on the guidance lights. Following the guidance, the NCC-1701 spaceship landed on the pad with a massive tremor, blowing away the surrounding wind. The doors opened, and the most elite representatives stepped out confidently. The crowd of host students immediately began to buzz with gossip. Look, that's Iron Bear Kong Shi. He really has reached mid-level grade 4. Another male voice exclaimed excitedly, and that's Blood Hand Shen Dongling. A healer with a figure like that, I'm really interested now. At that very moment, a gaze watched silently from afar, thinking, the person at the back is that newly famous S-grade Loey Day Shu Jingming. Meanwhile, our protagonist was walking with an overwhelming aura, the tail of his coat fluttering, thinking smugly. The tournament is finally about to start. My SS-grade ability won't need to be hidden anymore. As soon as he stepped off the ship, a representative from the organizing committee rushed over to greet him. Please, this way. Principal Lang, we have already prepared a sumptuous lunch for everyone. Standing next to Jingming, Principal Lang, who was cold but authoritative, nodded curtly. All right, the entire group was led to a restaurant with a luxurious greenhouse design, a soaring dome, and an abundance of sunlight. Just as they stepped into the dining room, the powerful aura of the U-Magic University team immediately drew every eye, causing even the waitress to bow respectfully. As other diners turned to look curiously, the crowd began to whisper, "The U-Magic University team is here," someone said. "The one leading is their S-grade captain, right? He's pretty handsome, isn't he?" Another person pouted in jealousy. "What's the use of being handsome? He's only at high-level grade 3. Obviously, he's just a marketing stunt that U-Magic University is trying to push." Hearing the unpleasant remarks, the healer blood hand Shen Dongling put her hands on her hips, slightly tilted her chin, and said to Jingming, "Captain, they're looking down on you." Contrary to his teammates' frustration, Jingming just smirked slightly. "I think that's actually good. Wouldn't that make things a lot more interesting?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jingming's sharp eyes glanced to the side when he detected an aura actively moving toward him. A young man with slicked-back blue hair approached, spreading his arms in an overly friendly manner. "You must be Xu Jingming, captain of the U-Magic University team. I'm Wang Qi, captain of the Can University team. Very nice to meet you." Maintaining his elegant demeanor, Jingming also reached out to grip the other man's hand firmly, smiling in return. "Very nice to meet you, too." The handshake was friendly, but Wang Qi quickly let out a subtle provocation. "Captain Jingming, I heard of you for a long time. See you at the opening ceremony tomorrow." After speaking, the slick-haired captain turned his back coldly and walked away, leaving Jingming standing with his hands in his pockets, thoughtfully watching his back without bothering to argue. Seeing this, healer Shen Dongling crossed her arms and judged. "That guy is so arrogant, acting like he's already got us figured out." Jingming calmly analyzed the situation. Intelligence reports said, "Wang Qi possesses an S-grade ability, Earth Meteorite, extremely close to a true S-grade. On top of that, he is at high-level grade 4. He truly has the qualifications to be arrogant." As for Wang Qi, as soon as he turned away, his face showed clear bitterness, clenching his fists as he thought, "Just because you guys won once, you think you can win again. How naive. Wait until the match starts, I'll show you who the real boss is." Ignoring the petty drama, Jingming turned to wave at his teammates. "Right, everyone go ahead and eat first. I still have to go pick someone up at the high-speed rail station later." The scene immediately shifted to the busy station, the PA system playing steadily. The K312 train is arriving at the final stop, Thanhu City. "Passengers, please keep your luggage, watch your step, and disembark in an orderly fashion." In the magnificent terminal lobby, Jingming's family, along with his cousin Tang Qi and a friend, were looking around, bewildered. His relative exclaimed, "So this is Thanhu City? It's so beautiful." His cousin, Chi-Chi, excitedly continued, "That's right. This is the most beautiful high-speed station I've ever seen. The service is great, too. There are guides everywhere." However, after looking around for a long time and not seeing a trace of her brother, Tang Qi frowned in annoyance. "Why isn't Jingming here yet?" Seizing the opportunity while the young girl was off guard, a flashy, blonde-haired youth dressed like a spoiled rich kid approached, placing a hand on his chest and speaking in a mocking tone. "Hey, pretty long-legged girl, interested in exchanging contact info?" Facing the cheap flirtation, she narrowed her eyes at him, retorting sharply and decisively, "Sorry, I don't give contact info to strangers." Having been bluntly rejected, the blonde's lackeys standing behind him immediately burst out laughing. "Ha ha, what a confident answer. Never thought there'd be a day our handsome old Ka gets rejected. This is hilarious. I have to tell the captain later." Feeling embarrassed in front of his friends, old Ka immediately turned hostile, veins popping on his forehead, his eyes bulging as he cursed, acting all high and mighty. "Bitch, I asked for your number because I liked you. Damn it, what a mood killer." Hearing the insulting, swearing, the tall friend who came with Tang Qi immediately stepped in to shield them. Gusts of energy began to swirl around his fist. "What did you just say?" Seeing someone trying to act tough, old Ka spread his arms, the wind energy around his body exploding, and he retorted with a sneer. "Oh, someone actually dares to stand up? Do you know who I am that you dare talk to me like that?" That kind of vibe. The other friend broke into a cold sweat when he realized the terrifying pressure. This power was also at the peak of grade 3, just like his lecturer. Surrounding passengers hurried back, forming a circle and whispering, "Huh? Don't they look like students from Bok Sun Ability University?" Yeah, that young man in the white coat leading them is definitely their vice captain, Ka Luong. Is this going to turn into a brawl? Realizing the opponent was on a completely different level, Tang Xi quickly pulled her friend's hand back, advising, "Let's go. Don't lower yourself to their level." One of Ka Luong's teammates also walked up, patted his shoulder, and lowered his voice to remind him, "Old Ka, we're here to compete. Don't make the situation too big. It'll affect the school." Even so, Ka Luong still arrogantly pointed his finger directly at the friend and threatened, "If I weren't busy with the tournament schedule, I wouldn't have let you off so easily. And you're just a trashy low-level grade 1. How dare you stand up to protect others? You're not qualified." After spitting out a barrage of insults, the vice captain turned his head and spat, tixing with disdain. But as the saying goes, the louder you crow, the faster karma hits you. Immediately, a tall figure stood in front of him. Ka Luong panicked and turned his head, his eyes widening in shock before he could even understand what was happening. Standing, looming before him was Jingming, his deep blue eyes now radiating an intense killing intent. He spoke in a deep, crushing voice that completely overwhelmed the other side. "If he isn't qualified, then what about me?" The pressure, radiating from the powerhouse, left Ka Luong speechless, his sweat pouring down as he couldn't even manage a word. Jingming nonchalantly raised his hand, and golden lightning bolts instantly hissed and danced in his palm, without him saying a thing. "Fine then." As soon as the judgment fell, Jingming swung his hand down, striking the blonde guy directly in the face with a blinding flash of lightning. The explosion of electricity illuminated the entire train station terminal, leaving the arrogant guy with nothing to do but roll his eyes back in terror. The brutal impact warped Ka Luong's face, blood spraying in long streaks through the air as several teeth were knocked out. But that wasn't all. With a cold, ruthless expression, Jingming reached out and grabbed the crown of the head of the man who had dared to insult his younger sister. With a lightning-fast and incredibly violent motion, he forced the guy's head down while simultaneously launching a lethal knee strike straight into his gut, creating a shockwave that made the surrounding air tremble. Ka Luong collapsed like a pile of sludge, sprawled out on the slippery floor, clutching his stomach and gasping for air in his pathetic state. Jingming looked down from above, his eyes as cold as ice, without a hint of pity. Witnessing such a satisfying display of strength to protect family, Tang Qi and her friend excitedly rushed over, calling out, "Big brother Jingming." Only then did Ka Luong's teammates regain their senses. They rushed over to support their deputy captain, whispering fearfully, "Don't act rashly. That's Xu Jingming, the captain of Magic University U. That's right. Let's wait for our captain to handle this." The entire station lobby immediately erupted into a buzz of excitement. A young man excitedly held up his phone, selfie streaming the scene behind him with thrill. "Everyone, look. The S-rank user from Magic University U has really lost it." As soon as he appeared, he beat the deputy captain of White Mountain University into a pulp, supporting their teammate, who was grimacing in pain. The White Mountain student glared at Jingming with indignation and shouted, "We at White Mountain University didn't mess with you at all. Su Jingming, why did you attack our deputy captain?" Facing the challenging question, Jingming calmly brushed off his shirt, his sharp eyes glancing at his opponent with a tone both nonchalant and intimidating. "It's true you didn't mess with me, but unfortunately, you messed with my younger sister and my friends." Lying flat on the ground, the deputy captain Ka Luong widened his eyes in shock upon hearing this, his mouth agape, unable to utter a sound. "Younger sister?" At that moment, an authoritative voice rang out from afar, dispersing the crowd of onlookers. "Make way! What is going on here?" The one who had just arrived was the captain of the White Mountain team, Ji Hui. Seeing the chaotic scene, Ji Hui barked angrily. "I was only gone for a moment to pay the bill, and you guys have already caused all this trouble." A teammate saw their savior and called out happily, "Captain, you finally arrived." Ji Hui marched straight toward Jingming, scanning him from head to toe. "Su Jingming of Magic University U, I know who you are. We were definitely in the wrong here, but we are all teams participating in the tournament. Don't you think you've gone too far?" Responding to the challenge, Jingming tilted his head slightly, putting on a look of utter innocence as he retorted with a cutting remark. "Oh, you're also a team in the tournament? Which university do you represent?" Jingming's question was like a dagger aimed straight at Ji Hui's pride. He gritted his teeth, cold sweat beating on his temple, as he screamed inside his head. "He doesn't even know who we are, yet he attacked without a shred of hesitation. This is absolute contempt." Suppressing his rage, Ji Hui pointed directly at Jingming, threatening him. "I am Ji Hui, captain of the White Mountain Ability University team. According to tournament rules, unauthorized fighting will lead to disqualification. If you don't apologize to my deputy, don't blame me for reporting this to the Education Bureau." Hearing the threat, Jingming didn't show the slightest fear, instead curling his lips into a provocative smirk. "Report me? Sure, go right ahead, feel free." Jingming's incredible calmness left Ji Hui speechless. The guy ground his teeth so hard his veins popped, growling through his teeth, "You Xu Jingming of Magic University U. Fine, you win this time." After saying that, Ji Hui turned around and signaled his teammates, his voice full of frustration. "Let's go." The entire White Mountain team trailed away like a flock of defeated chickens. Seeing the opponents disappear, Tang Qi tugged on her cousin's sleeve, worried. Jingming, will this cause any trouble? The protagonist just patted his sister's head and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, we're in the right. Besides, the tournament won't disqualify me over such a trivial matter. Meanwhile, in another corner, a White Mountain team member timidly asked his captain, Captain, are we just going to let this go? Aren't we going to report him? Ji Hui glared at him, furious. Report my foot. I was just threatening him. Magic University U is a seeded team. They won't be eliminated so easily. After saying this, Ji Hui rubbed his forehead, his expression full of exhaustion and anxiety. Besides, this isn't over. Xu Jingming won't let us off that easily. Hearing this, Cao Luong, who was being carried away, turned pale, his voice trembling. Damn it, I've already been beaten to a pulp, and he still won't let it go. Is he planning to get revenge privately? Ji Hui glanced at his useless deputy, his voice dropping. No, what I'm more worried about is that he'll take his revenge right there on the arena floor. The captain's words felt like a bucket of ice water poured over the whole team. A team member snapped to his senses and clenched his fists, shouting, Damn it, that's right. If other people were this panicked, we'd be done for. Magic University U will crush us. By now, Ka Luong was sobbing uncontrollably, his bruised face looking both pathetic and hilarious as he clasped his hands in prayer. Damn it, Ka, oh Ka, you've really dragged the whole team into this mess. Heaven, please, don't let us get matched against Magic University. Sigh. Ji Hui looked coldly at his subordinates and made a ruthless decision. We had a hard time getting into the top 10. Wang Ming, you're Ka Luong's substitute. If Ka Luong is incapacitated tomorrow, you'll take the field. Wang Ming stood at attention immediately. Understood, Captain. Seeing Ka Luong kneeling on the ground, pale as a ghost, Ji Hui just sighed in annoyance. Are you finally scared now? Cut that act out. I just hope Magic University U doesn't go too hard on us. Returning to Jingming, after dealing with the lackeys, Tang Qi urged, Jingming, let's go. But the protagonist smiled mischievously and held up his phone. Wait a second, I still have to pick someone up. Tang Qi was surprised. Oh, who is it? Jingming glanced at his sister, curled his lips, and dropped the sweetest bomb. My girlfriend. The answer left Tang Qi and her friends stunned, their eyes wide as saucers. While they were still dazed, Jingming strolled calmly toward the gate. Tang Qi curiously asked her friend, I wonder what Jingming's girlfriend looks like. Her friend was equally curious. I bet she's a beauty with mile-long legs. From afar, a dynamic silhouette was running toward them like the wind, her hand raised and waving high. As the girl got closer, Jingming smiled and introduced her. She's here. His girlfriend, Song Chuan, and the person with glasses next to her was her roommate. Standing face-to-face with her boyfriend's relatives, Song Chuan waved happily. Jingming, who are these people? Jingming smiled and introduced each of them. This is my sister, Tang Qi, and her friends from Jiang City, Xiao Su, Jingming Duong, and Mong Ditch. The group greeted her in unison. Hello. Tang Qi stared at Song Chuan without blinking, exclaiming in admiration. Miss Song, you're so pretty. Her friend immediately nudged her, teasing. See, I told you she'd be a long-legged beauty, didn't I? Hearing the compliment, Song Chuan giggled, and her hand manifested 3 shimmering bottles of medicinal herbs. Hee hee, my cousin-in-law is a great beauty too. These are B-grade cultivation resources. They aren't too expensive. They should be useful to you. You must accept them. Holding the shimmering bottle of medicine, Xiao Xu Jingming Duong stuttered, sweat beading on his forehead from being so shocked by his future sister-in-law's extravagance. This B-grade cultivation resources are not considered expensive. They cost at least 5 or 6 million. Seeing that everyone was accounted for, Jingming spoke up, arranging things with the poise of a CEO handling the big picture. All right, everyone is here now. Let's head back to the hotel to drop off our stuff first. Sister Qi, where is your hotel? Tang Qi replied softly. It's not far from the high-speed rail station, just about 1 kilometer away. Hearing this, Jingming frowned slightly, appearing dissatisfied with the location. Near the high-speed rail station, that's a bit far from the stadium. Tang Qi sighed helplessly, having no other choice. The tournament is so popular this year that hotels near the stadium were booked out ages ago. Seizing the chance to shine, Song Chuan smirked and played her "My family is loaded" card perfectly. The high-speed rail is too far. Coincidentally, I have a few villas right near the stadium. If you don't mind, Sister Qi, you can stay there. It will be much more convenient. Hearing the word villa, her 2 friends' jaws hit the floor again. Xiao Shu Jingming Duong broke into a cold sweat, screaming in his heart. Thanhu City isn't just any ordinary city. A villa here doesn't just cost hundreds of millions. Even with money, you might not be able to buy one. His friend Meng Di, standing nearby, swallowed hard, secretly wondering who exactly Xu Jingming's girlfriend was. It felt like her background must be incredibly powerful. Even though she felt a bit shy, Tang Chi smiled and accepted their kindness in the face of their sincerity. Then, I guess I'll have to trouble you both. The beautiful Song Chuan waved her hand generously, her smile sweet and perfectly wifely. Jingming's cousin is my cousin, too. It's no trouble at all. With that, the stunning, elegant woman pulled out a bright red phone, closed her eyes, and spoke with the authority of a true Harris. Uncle Hua, come over here. No sooner had she finished speaking than the sound of smooth braking filled the air. A convoy of sleek, luxurious black supercars, reeking of money, rolled in and pulled up right in front of the group on the busy street. As the doors opened, a team of bodyguards in black suits and dark sunglasses stepped out, looking incredibly fierce and professional. The leader, sporting a stylish goatee, bowed respectfully. Young miss. Overwhelmed by the aura of the bodyguards, the two friends from the countryside fell into a state of utter bewilderment. Zhou Mingyang's jaw dropped. Even the driver was at least a peak. Grade 3 ability user, how terrifying. Meng Di was sweating profusely, lost in thought. Any one of these 4 ability users would be a dominant figure in Jiang City, right? Seeing everyone standing there in a daze, Song Chuan gestured gracefully, breaking the silence. Everyone, let's stop standing around. Sister Qi, let's get in. They'll take us straight there. Tang Qi, still overwhelmed, could only nod in stunned obedience. Under the attentive service of a black-clad bodyguard holding the door, Tang Qi gingerly stepped into the incredibly spacious and luxurious back seat of the expensive supercar. As the car began to glide forward, Song Chuan leaned in close to her boyfriend, batting her eyes and seeking praise like a little kitten. How was that? My performance just now was pretty good, right? Jingming smiled and replied with a cool demeanor. It wasn't bad, but moving people all the way from Sichuan is such a hassle. You don't need to do that next time. Surprisingly, the beauty giggled, proudly revealing her domineering side. These are family members. I already had them stationed in Qingshu City. I just called them over temporarily to pick us up. Hearing this, Jingming's genius brain stalled for a beat. With a bewildered expression, he asked, "Isn't your family's main camp located at Devil's Den number 7? Song Chuan obediently leaned her head against Jingming's sturdy shoulder and casually explained, "Devil's Den number 7 is just our main sphere of influence. The Song family has ties to all the other major Devil's Dens as well." At this point, young Jingming could only smile bitterly, inwardly marveling. All right, the reach of a Grandmaster-level family is truly terrifying. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, the first day of the National University Tournament arrived. In the city center, a massive, state-of-the-art stadium appeared, shining brilliantly under the sun as media helicopters swarmed the sky, creating an incredibly grand atmosphere. Inside the VIP stand, Tang Qi's eyes widened in amazement. I never expected the Lightning Martial Arts Hall, Fierce Bear Martial Arts Hall, Radiant Legion, and Extreme Sun Guild, the top powers of the Great Xia Nation, to all send Grade 7 masters to lead their teams. Song Chuan, sitting beside her, smiled and analyzed sharply. It's a fantastic opportunity to recruit geniuses. None of them want to miss out. At that moment, massive, colorful fireworks shot into the air, exploding and illuminating the clear blue sky, officially marking the start of the most anticipated tournament of the year. Under the center stage lights, the dapper MC in a black suit held his microphone, raising the excitement to a fever pitch. Welcome, everyone, to the National University Invitational Tournament. I am your host, Feng Yue. Before we officially begin, allow me to introduce the 10 universities participating in the team matches. A roar of sound erupted across the stands as the MC announced the names. First, the defending champion, Qingjing University. From under the tunnel, the arrogant team captain, Wang, led his team out, waving as the crowd cheered thunderously. Qingjing University. Qingjing University. Not letting the energy drop, the MC continued, his voice dramatic. Next, the runner-up from last year, taking second place, Magic University. The MC swung his arm toward the tunnel, signaling the arrival of the true stars. Amidst the screaming, Magic University shook the entire stadium. Xu Jingming led his team out into the light. His coat billowed as the young man exuded a cold, confident, and incredibly cool aura, completely overshadowing the defending champions from before. The enthusiastic atmosphere continued as the MC gestured toward the other side, and the third team entered the arena, though awkward silence began to creep in as the crowd waited for the next team to emerge from the dark tunnel. In complete contrast to the grandeur of the first two teams, the appearance of the Beijing University team was hilariously pathetic. The MC awkwardly tried to save face. Finally, the dark horse on the rise, the representatives of Beijing University. The entire Beijing team shuffled out, their faces as gray as if they were at a funeral, especially the vice-captain, Ke Liang, whose face was still covered in bandages. He walked timidly, sweating profusely from the psychological trauma of yesterday's brutal beating. Once all the teams stood on the field, the charismatic MC clearly explained the rules. The National University Tournament has 3 categories: team matches, individual matches, and survival matches. The team and individual matches will be held first. Next, I would like to announce the prizes for each category. No sooner had he finished speaking than a massive holographic screen immediately illuminated the top-tier treasures. The MC shouted excitedly, "For the team matches, each member of the winning team will receive a Grade S battle suit. As for the individual champion, they will walk away with a spatial ring with a capacity of up to 30 cubic meters. And finally, the survival champion will take home a Grade 6 amulet excavated from ancient civilization ruins, possessing unparalleled defensive power." The organizers' generosity made the whole stadium erupt. The audience clutched their heads, screaming in disbelief. Are you kidding me? A Grade S battle suit, and for every member? That's way too unreasonable. The organizers are really generous this year. With such top-tier rewards, this year's competition was sure to be 100 times more brutal. Amidst the envious exclamations of the crowd, Jingming stood with his hands behind his back, as straight as a statue. The corner of the protagonist's mouth curled into his signature smirk. Just as I thought, they're all the items I need. Seizing the moment while the teams were gathered, the MC, Feng Yue, continued to stir up the crowd. Next up is the first event. Team matches will be a round-robin format. Each university must face the other 9 schools. The schedule was incredibly intense, with 5 matches per day for 9 consecutive days. He pointed to the large screen and declared loudly, "And now, let the opening match begin." Immediately, the giant screen displayed a dazzling message, signaling a clash filled with history: Magic University versus Beishan University. To prepare for the battle, a massive blue energy shield was quickly activated by the system, covering the entire glass cage surrounding the arena. The MC's face appeared clearly on the screen, solemnly explaining the safety rules. Once any competitor faces a life-threatening danger, the AI system will automatically activate a defensive energy shield to preserve their life. However, this also means that the competitor will be eliminated immediately. Next, I invite the competitors of both teams to step into the arena. Below the stands, the crowd began to buzz with excitement. Zhu Mingyang exclaimed excitedly, "Holy crap, the first match is already Magic University. This is really worth looking forward to." The person next to him chimed in, "Magic University has an S-rank ability user this year. I wonder how strong he really is." The others curled their lips in mockery. "I doubt he's that strong," one sneered. "After all, he's only at the high-level Tier 3. Ignoring the whispers, Jingming gripped his long spear and strode up the stairs, his back radiating the aura of a true powerhouse. He smirked, facing the Baishan team in the first round. "Looks like our luck isn't half bad." On the other side, the vice-captain, Qi Liang, was drenched in sweat, his legs shaking as he begged his captain, Ji Hui, "Captain, please, can I tap out and let someone else take my place?" Ji Hui frowned, flatly refusing. "Absolutely not. We've practiced this formation countless times. Even if we lose, we must show them our overwhelming spirit." Inspired by their captain's rallying cry, the other members of the Baishan team steeled themselves and shouted, "That's right. Even if we lose, we have to show our style." The only girl on the team added, "Exactly. Let's get up there, Captain." With a flash of tragic determination in his eyes, Ji Hui drew his sword from its sheath and yelled, "Then let's move." Both teams officially stepped into the center of the massive arena. The strong winds blowing past created a suffocating tension before the match. In complete contrast to the strained, nervous energy of his opponents, Jingming stood with his hands in his pockets, his blue eyes exuding a calm so profound he looked like he was taking a stroll in the park rather than stepping onto the arena. In the stands, the audience began to analyze the strength gap. Well, Du Fang from Magic U has reached mid-level Tier 4 now. That means they have 2 mid-level Tier 4S, 2 low-level Tier 4S, and only 1 high-level Tier 3. Someone else scoffed in pity. This Beishan fan team is doomed, right? They only have 1 mid-level Tier 4 and 4 peak Tier 3S. A guy named Zhou Mingyang clapped and concluded, "It's truly a case of one god having to carry a whole team of dead weight." Ignoring all the chatter, the members of both teams stood in their starting positions. The electronic countdown echoed throughout the stadium. 3, 2, 1, start. The moment the match began, his teammate holding a scepter excitedly asked, "Captain, what combat formation should we use for this match?" Golden lightning bolts began to dance across the corner of Jingming's eyes. He smirked with a hint of malice. "Do we even need one to deal with these guys?" As soon as the words left his lips, Jingming roared imperiously, "We don't need any formation." In an instant, thunderous electricity exploded and enveloped his entire body. The protagonist transformed into a destructive bolt of lightning, single-handedly charging into the middle of the enemy formation with his spear, leaving his 4 teammates standing in confusion behind him. Jingming's arrogant display left the entire stadium in an uproar, filled with jeers and shouts. What the hell is this situation? The S-tier from Magic U is breaking their own formation? Is he always this reckless? Charging into the enemy line alone, isn't that just asking for death? Exactly. He's definitely finished this time. Seeing their opponent seemingly throwing his life away, the captain of the Beishan team, Ji Hui, was as happy as if he'd struck gold. He swung his sword and shouted, "Xu Jingming is out of sync. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Ka Luan. Ma Long, charge with me." Simultaneously, he turned to command the back line. Old Li, Old Wang, provide long-range magic support and suppression fire now. His voice filled with the urge to crush them with sheer force. The whole Baishan team, charge. A series of wind blades tore through the air, looking impressive, but they didn't seem to do much. The audience in the stands started gossiping again. An S-tier wind technique dimensional wind blades. Is the Beishan representative team trying to end it with a finisher right from the start? Someone else immediately retorted, "Don't talk nonsense." Xu Jingming separated from his team, so naturally, they have to go all out to deal with him. A frustrated voice interjected, "How incredibly arrogant." Ignoring the world, our protagonist just slightly twisted his spear, creating a blinding vortex of thunder and lightning that swept everything away. The crowd below immediately clutched their heads in shock. "Holy crap, he blocked that easily?" A young man stammered. "Damn," that his companion wiped cold sweat from their forehead. "This is an S-tier lightning ability. I never expected it to be this powerful." Up in the VIP area, some masters began showing off their knowledge. It looks like a normal elemental defensive screen, but it actually blocked the damage of an S-tier combat skill. The long-haired uncle stroked his chin and analyzed. That's because his proficiency has reached the liquefaction realm. Another person stared in disbelief. The liquefaction realm? But he's only a freshman. The uncle clicked his tongue, praising him with eyes shining bright. Both his level and his ability proficiency are this high. The future of this kid is truly limitless. Returning to the arena, the Beishan team captain, Ji Hui, was still delusional and roared, "Xu Jingming, if you had charged with your team, I wouldn't have known how to handle you." He lifted his chin confidently. "What a pity. You separated yourself from the team, so don't blame me." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword hard, shouting the name of his technique to make it sound dangerous, furious, / In response to that enthusiasm, Jingming just maintained a lazy attitude, lightly lifting his spear tip, which was covered in electric sparks to block it. The two forces collided, creating a blinding flash of light right in the middle of the arena. And of course, how could a cheap imitation compete with a real thing? The Beishan captain's sword flew straight into the air. Having lost his prized weapon, the captain collapsed to the ground, his face deathly pale, trembling as he gasped, How could this be?" At the same time, the opponents lunged at the exposed Jingming. With thunder and lightning swirling around him, Jingming wore a radiant smile, but one that was powerful enough to make his opponents cry. A terrifying bolt of lightning struck down, blasting the Beishan group into the air along with their miserable screams. The air reeked of burnt hair. The remaining members of the Beishan team were blown away like straw scarecrows by the shockwave. Not stopping there, Jingming raised his hand and coldly released his final move to clear the battlefield. Thunder Prison. A fiery electric grid surrounded the two backline support members, shocking them into dancing wildly without the need for music. Pity the poor guys who stood far away thinking they were safe. They only managed to scream briefly before sharing the same crispy fate. The audience only then realized they had just been making fools of themselves. "I thought Xu Jingming was digging his own grave. Turns out I'm the clown here." A young man scratched his head, analyzing. He blew away the Beishan captain's weapon with just one spear strike, and the burst of energy intensity knocked those other two away as well. What kind of monster strength is this? The guy sitting below was also discouraged. My God, is there any move more unreal than this? Standing tall amidst a field of defeated, smoldering opponents, Jingming leaned on his spear and sighed, thinking that those peak Tier 3 powerhouses were still too weak. Seeing their captain stealing all the glory, his Magic U teammates walked over, grumbling, "Captain, take it easy. We haven't even had a chance to show what we can do yet." If the Beishan team heard that, they'd likely be so angry they'd cough up blood. The final shockwave swept through, forcing the safety system to immediately activate. Protective shields glowed, saving the lives of the unlucky ones who were moaning in pain. The captain's figure collapsed completely, his eyes rolling back, officially being eliminated from the fight by the system. Only then did the male MC manage to pick his dropped jaw up and hurriedly wave his hand to announce the result. All members of Beishan Ability University have lost the ability to fight. The winner of this team match is Magic U Ability University. The entire stadium erupted in speechless exclamations. That was too easy. Another person clicked their tongue. Indeed, the gap in strength is just too large. Some were even stunned, checking their watches. The whole match hadn't even taken half a minute. It was truly ridiculous. Above, in the VIP area, the experts continued to knit their brows and analyze. Can an S-tier ability be this strong? A sharp-eyed person suddenly noticed something unusual. That's true, but isn't Xu Jingming's ability supposed to be the purple cloud divine thunder? Why don't the colors of the lightning match? The long-haired uncle's voice dropped, his gaze sharp as he insisted. S-tier ability. No, this power absolutely cannot be just an S-tier ability. Director Liu, have you had anyone evaluate the ranking of Xu Jingming's ability yet? The director calmly swiped their finger across the virtual screen and replied, yes, the collection of lightning element information and energy burst data is complete. The ability analysis process is currently underway. On the parameter board, a 3D image of Jingming appeared, accompanied by streams of data running continuously, along with analysis signals constantly warning that they were waiting for the final result. Director Liu held the virtual results board in hand, their tone filled with non-trivial shock. We have the results. Xu Jingming's ability is confirmed to be Heaven-grade Divine Thunder and is rated as SS tier. Hearing this, the long-haired uncle's eyes widened, breaking into a cold sweat and muttering like a soul lost. Oh my god, is it really an SS tier ability? He continued to pour out his knowledge with an expression of utter bewilderment. Across the entire blue star with a population of nearly 10 billion, it takes 1, maybe even 2 decades for one SS tier to appear. How on earth did Xu Jingming evolve it like that? This is too absurd. Of course, with such shocking news, the uncle didn't forget to turn and suck up to the powerful woman next to him. No wonder even the counselors are alarmed. Principal Lang, your security work is truly excellent, but the principal only narrowed her eyes slightly and modestly replied, it's nothing special. Doing so is just to protect Xu Jingming. Regaining his domineering air, the uncle smoothed his hair, smiling complacently. Exactly. This time, those old fossils overseas must be in a total panic. In his excitement, he turned and asked, Director Liu, when does our match start? Director Liu coldly replied, we don't have a schedule today. The first match will take place tomorrow. Principal Lang crossed her arms over her chest, her regal, imperious aura commanding. Very well, call Wang Qi and the others to the villa. I have something to discuss with them. She glanced off into the distance, her eyes flashing with absolute confidence. Capital University will probably change their strategy to deal with Xu Jingming. But what a pity, no matter how you change your tactics, you will never be able to win. Meanwhile, in the lounge, their teacher smiled and praised the protagonist's group. Well done, kids. You solved the first match neatly and quickly. It was excellent. The blue-haired girl on the team scratched her head, giving a bashful, flattering laugh at their bossy captain. We didn't even get a chance to warm up yet. The captain has cleaned everything up. The teacher stroked his beard and analyzed. The White Mountain Ability University is indeed a bit weak, but our opponent tomorrow, the Suzhou Ability University, was previously ranked 4th. Come to my villa tonight. I'll tell you more about them. King Xu Jingming replied indifferently. Sure. Remembering something important, the teacher raised a finger. Oh, that's right. Registration for the individual tournament has started. Which one of you wants to participate in the individual category? Immediately, the 3 most enthusiastic young guys on the team raised their hands like kids begging for candy. Me too. Seeing his students so eager, the teacher nodded with satisfaction. All right, I'll submit the list later. Just then, Principal Lang suddenly appeared, waving her hand to call the male lead with an irresistible aura. Hua Ken Xu Jingming, come here for a moment. She stood with her arms crossed, seriously warning her star pupil. The Capital University has discovered that you have an SS-level ability. Other factions will catch wind of it soon, too. Before long, the entire Blue Star will know. If you need anything, just say the word. Kan Xu Jingming was slightly startled, not expecting his hidden trump card to be exposed despite his caution. So fast? Seeing his expression, Principal Lang smiled gently, her eyes filled with protectiveness. Don't worry, I will keep you safe. Far away, the nosy teammates were lurking, and their jaws hit the floor when they saw this. No way. Principal Lang just smiled. The guy holding the staff stroked his temple, looking sulky. Why do I get the feeling that Principal Lang is especially gentle with our captain? The girl beside him pouted and poured cold water on the idea, saying nonsense. If you had an SS-level ability, Principal Lang would be just as gentle with you. The burly guy broke into a cold sweat and turned to warn his friends who liked to joke around. Do you guys dare to say such things? At this distance, do you really think Principal Lang can't hear you? The whole group froze instantly. Oh shoot, you're right. Ha! As expected, the principal's hearing was no joke. She gave it a slight glare and thought to herself, daring to gossip behind people's backs, are they? It looks like after the tournament ends, I'll have to ask Dean Duong to arrange extra special training for this bunch. As soon as she thought it, a murderous aura erupted from Principal Lang, turning the whole corridor red and making her students behind her tremble and cling to each other like quails. At the same time, the camera shifted to Tu Bin's luxurious villa, where the long-haired man from earlier stood before the elite group from Capital University. He asked sternly, "What do you think about Hoa Kan Shu Jingming's strength?" The gel-haired captain waved his hand confidently and analyzed, "Hoa Kan Shu Jingming's talent is excellent, and he is truly very strong. However, the core of it all is his S-level ability." The man smirked, "Exactly. Vung Qi has grasped the key point. The rank is just secondary, the ability is the key." But after testing, Hoa Kan Shu Jingming does not possess an S-level ability, but an SS level one. The entire Capital team was stunned as if struck by lightning, their mouths hanging open. An SS level ability? That's impossible, right? One person questioned. Hasn't Hoa Kan Shu Jingming's ability been evaluated a long time ago? How could there be a mistake? Another argued. Or is it our equipment that's faulty? To put an end to the confusion, the teacher frowned and said pensively, "The equipment is fine. Even though we don't know the reason, Hoa Kan Shu Jingming's ability has evolved. It is very likely that this happened during the field trip last year. The students were still in shock. The field trip where they were attacked by the Heavenly Fate cult? The captain broke into a cold sweat and muttered, I've only heard that life and death crises help increase strength, but never that they make an ability evolve. Someone in the back shouted, and it even evolved from S level to SS level. This is just too ridiculous. Dean Liu, who was nearby, also frowned and analyzed logically. If so, Hoa Kan Shu Jingming's combat achievements at Magic U are definitely real. He tapped his hand and muttered. In other words, he likely took out dozens of peak level 4 monsters all by himself. The gel-haired captain clenched his fists, grinding his teeth to admit the harsh truth. He really is a monster. If there was another year for him to develop, I definitely wouldn't be able to defeat him. But then, he smirked with confidence to save face. But unfortunately for him, he's only a freshman this year. I can still crush him. Dean Liu patted his star student's shoulder to comfort him. That's right. It's fortunate that we still have you in the capital this year. However, the young man looked regretful. But I'll be graduating next year. He shrugged and proposed, we'll just crush him as much as we can while we still can. Dean Liu, please change the tactical layout. The man nodded briefly. Understood. Meanwhile, at intelligence headquarters across the country, information systems seemed ready to explode. No way, Hoa Kan Shu Jingming's ability isn't S level. It's SS level. An old man with silver hair shouted while sweating profusely. Hurry up and set up a response strategy. The scene shifted to the Lightning Marshal Hall, where a blonde guy was rushing to direct his staff to run around. Hurry and notify headquarters immediately, and ask if we need to change our recruitment strategy. Things weren't any better at the ferocious Bear Marshal Hall. A big guy grabbed his subordinate and roared, We must recruit Hoa Kan Shu Jingming to our side at all costs. The subordinate replied, terrified, Yes, sir. Even the military was shaken. An officer in a neat uniform ran in to report to the commander. A true SS-level awakener has appeared in the Great Xia this year. The commander stroked his majestic mustache, his sharp eyes ordering, Notify the media. I want every other nation on this blue star to know that the Great Xia has produced an SS-level monster. Immediately, headlines broke out across the news, causing a sensation. After 23 years, another SS-level awakener has appeared in the Great Xia, accompanied by a series of cool images. Hoa Kan Shu Jingming of Magic U. SS-level ability, Heaven Domineering Lightning. Online experts also chimed in. With the appearance of an SS-level ability, the Great Xia will definitely soar to a cosmic level. Returning to a more peaceful scene at a residence filled with luxurious, ancient architecture, a beautiful secretary pushed up her glasses and reported to 2 elders calmly playing chess. Counselor Vung, the news that Hoa Kan Shu Jingming possesses an SS-level ability has climbed to the top search position online. She frowned with worry. There are signs that foreign powers are adding fuel to the fire. Should we intervene to cool it down? The white-haired, long-bearded old man waved his hand with extreme contempt. Humph, those foreign pests only know how to play dirty tricks in the shadows. Ignore them. This man was none other than Counselor Azure Dragon, Vung Quan. He slammed his chess piece onto the board. With the Great Xia's solid foundation, it's not like we can't protect one SS-level talent. The counselor, wearing a fedora sitting across from him, asked leisurely, Liu, you met Hoa Kan Shu Jingming last time you went to Underground Passage number 7. Who is currently responsible for protecting that kid? The old man replied, It's the vice principal of Magic U, Lang Sung. The man in the fedora raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that the girl from the Lightning Marshall Hall who has an S-level spatial ability? Is she really still stuck at Magic U? That's right. She couldn't afford to offend people from the Lee family, so she had to hide at Magic U. He stroked his chin in appreciation, reaching mid-level 8 in just 3 years without the resources of the Lightning Marshall Hall. That girl is truly formidable. The old man stroked his beard and chuckled. She does have a stubborn temperament. He clicked his tongue. For a normal ability user, that would be a dream marriage. Yet she avoids it like the plague. Even so, the old man nodded with satisfaction. However, with her strength as a bodyguard, I feel very assured. Suddenly, he pushed his chess piece decisively to checkmate. The clock struck 2 in the afternoon. The sky-high stadium became vibrant again to welcome new developments. On the ring, the male MC continued to wave his arms to stir up the atmosphere. Next is the individual tournament event. A total of 64 contestants from 10 universities have registered. He pointed down to the stands. This afternoon, we will select the top 32 most excellent candidates. A permanent industrial smile on the MC's face, he shouted loudly, "Now, let's have our AI system randomly create the matchups for these 32 death battles." A giant electronic board instantly displayed a professional-looking, flashing tournament bracket. Shu Jingming's teammates started looking up the schedule. I'm in the 6th match. My opponent is from the Suzhou Ability University. This is the perfect opportunity to scout them before tomorrow's team match. The red-haired girl standing next to him laughed gleefully. I'm in the 12th match. Heh. My opponent is just a substitute from 100 University. At this, Shu Jingming looked at the electronic board and smirked. I'm the one fighting earliest in the 3rd match. My opponent is Chu Ho from Golden City University. The MC on the stage shouted again to announce new rules. Individual matches will take place with 4 matches simultaneously each round. Now, the first round may begin. Without keeping the audience waiting, Shu Jingming, holding a spear in one hand and his cloak fluttering, stepped coolly onto the stairs of the ring. The crowd in the stands started screaming wildly as if they had won the lottery. Shu Jingming is fighting in the first round. Shu Jingming Duing jumped up, waving his arms like a true fanboy. Wonderful. Go for it, Lightning Emperor. The people around him joined in. Magic U, go. Lightning Emperor, move forward. Contrary to the cheering, the unlucky guy named Chu Hu is standing on the opposite side, sweating buckets, his face pale as a sheet. He bites his lip, trembling, thinking to himself, Shu Jingming from Madu University, I never expected my luck to be this miserable. But then, a sense of self-suggestion kicks in, and he starts dreaming again. But who knows? Maybe I'll actually win. Defeating an SS rank is sure to make me famous. The system begins its ruthless countdown. 3, 2, 1. Glowing letters appear, signaling the start of the battle for survival. Immediately, the young Chu Hu pulls the cheapest trick, using his wind ability to create a vortex, lifting himself high into the blue sky to run away. Jingming stands on the ground, looking up with raised eyebrows, amused. Oh? So he already possesses the ability to fly? He reflects to himself, indeed, one can never underestimate any ability user. High up in the clouds, Chu Hu laughs triumphantly. Shu Jingming, I bet you didn't see this coming, did you? I can fly, he boasts loudly. As long as my energy doesn't run out, you won't even be able to touch a single hair on my head. He floats in the air, launching long-range attacks, wind blades. A barrage of wind sighs tears through the air like rain, forcing Jingming to roll and dodge continuously, feeling exhausted. While dodging, Jingming uses his brain to analyze. My maximum jump height is 32 meters. Since he is at an altitude of over 70 meters, I won't be able to reach him even if I jump with all my might. He frowns, looking at his spear. At this distance, it's very difficult to throw his lightning spear accurately. Jingming dodges a wind blade that zips past his face. He silently wishes. If only there was some kind of gravity force to slow his movement down, that would be great. The audience below starts booing and cursing. Being able to fly is basically cheating, right? But a student calmly analyzes, he's still going to lose. Within 20 minutes, the energy defensive grid will shrink. The person next to him nods in agreement. That's right, this trick only stalls for time. But does our male lead have that kind of patience? Jingming charges forward, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Being on the defensive while having to drag out the time is absolutely not his style. As soon as he finishes that thought, Jingming gathers a massive, glowing red ball of lightning in his palm, striking a cool pose, preparing to unleash his move. Chu Hu looks down, feeling smug. Shu Jingming, it's useless. I'm flying at an altitude of 75 meters. Your lightning can't reach me. Jingming smirks, squeezing the electric orb. Oh, you think just because you can fly, you're untouchable. In the face of natural lightning, even if you were a fighter jet, I'd still drag you down. With those words, a giant pillar of lightning shoots straight into the sky as if to tear the blue clouds apart. Seeing that scene, the students from the capital open their mouths in shock, eyes wide, stuttering, and unable to speak. Chu-Hu, who was floating, is suddenly struck by the lightning, turning charcoal black, twitching uncontrollably like a stranded fish. Feeling the burning smell of his own body, he panics and tries to run for his life. Damn it, I have to get out of here. Jingming pulls out a lightning spear, coldly declaring, "Your flying ability is not bad at all, but unfortunately for you, you bumped into me." He is sweating profusely, his face contorted as he realizes he is about to be logged out of the earth. Without further ado, Jingming turns his body to gain momentum, throwing the lightning spear straight into the sky with terrifying force. Seeing the weapon racing toward him like a long-range missile, he panics and unleashes his final defensive move, the Wind God Barrier. However, that wind shield, in front of Jingming's lightning spear, is as thin as paper. In a split second, it is pierced and shattered. The lightning spear stabs straight through Chu-Hu's chest, sparking with blinding electric light throughout the space. He only has time to let out a miserable scream before falling freely off the stage, head first, like a bird with broken wings. He lies flat on the ground, tattered and groaning in pain. He is officially pronounced defeated by the MC. Arena number 3. Chu-Hu is unconscious. Xu Jingming wins. Below the stands, the crowd screams out of control once again. Holy crap, that's awesome. One hit and he's down. A young man excitedly slams his chair, creating a shockwave. That was seriously insane. The girl sitting next to him applauds in admiration. As expected, this is the true domineering style of the Lightning Emperor. On the Capital's team side, the long-haired uncle strokes his chin and sighs. I thought if Chu-Hu knew how to fly, he would be able to stall for a while longer, but I didn't expect him to be taken down in a heartbeat, he adds. However, this also shows that Xu Jingming's ability to control his power has reached perfection. The captain of the team, Wang Qi, suddenly smirks savagely. His steel-clawed hands glow. Next, it's my turn, he chuckles. He channels his energy into his giant rock-like arm, preparing to launch a brutal attack. With just one uppercut carrying the strength of an ox, Wang Qi sends his poor opponent flying high into the air. He stands proudly in the middle of the dust-filled arena. The MC's voice immediately rings out. Wang Qi wins. The audience begins chanting his name incessantly. Wang Qi, Wang Qi, Wang Qi. He smirks, looking at his hands with complacency. Back in the waiting area, the red-haired girl nudges Jingming and reminds him, Wang Qi is provoking you, but our Lightning Emperor just smiles faintly. Don't worry, he's not my opponent. Just then, the teacher walks over and pats the male lead on the shoulder. Jingming, the Lightning Saint, Wild Bear Martial Arts Hall, Light Legion, Extreme Sun Guild, and many other powers have sent invitations to you through me. He asks tentatively, I want to ask if you are interested in talking to them privately. Jingming walks away with his hands in his pockets, not bothering to look back. Teacher, please reject them all for me. The uncle smiles and nods. All right, I knew you'd say that. The young man holding the staff curiously follows him, wondering, Captain, why don't you try to find out about them first? Jingming replies concisely, because right now, I don't need them. Leaving his teammate behind with a face full of question marks, he closes his eyes slightly, confidently calculating in his head. With the Blue System's ability point boosting, plus the school's resources, right now I really don't need the resources from those powers. Night falls. Jingming and his beautiful female classmate are leisurely walking along the deserted street, enjoying a rare moment of peace. Suddenly, a shadow blocks their path, making both of them stop. A blonde beauty with long legs appears, winking and flirting. Hello, Mr. Xu. On behalf of the William family from the United States, I would like to send you our warmest greetings. The information board appears. Irene, William family, USA, sends greetings. Jingming frowns in suspicion. The blonde foreign woman smiles confidently. I won't waste your time. As long as you are willing to renounce your great Xia citizenship and join our William family, anything you desire, we can provide. Jingming narrows his deep blue eyes and coldly replies, Is that so? Irene brushes her hair and starts a presentation that smells heavily of a multi-level marketing scheme. Perhaps Xu Jingming doesn't know about our William family. The William family has 3 9th-rank martial saints, controls 10 ancient civilization relics, and 1/3 of the council members are our people. Jingming remains expressionless on the outside, but is slightly startled on the inside. 3 martial saints are indeed formidable. Seeing her prey wavering, Irene continues to tempt him with material goods. After you join, whether it's SS rank or SSS rank resources, we can even provide you with resources above SSS rank. Jingming raises an eyebrow. Above SSS rank? She leans closer, letting out a deadly seductive remark. When Xu Jingming's level increases a bit more, you will know about a world much larger beyond SSS rank. As for young, beautiful girls, however many you want, we can find them for you. Standing right next to him, Zuo Song Chuan, who is with Jingming, looks livid, her eyes shooting lasers. She clenches her teeth in silence. Realizing she is being a bit too self-important, the woman steps forward and bows slightly. I spoke a bit too bluntly. I hope you will forgive me, madam. Jingming shuts down all hope with one final, earth-shattering sentence. I understand the William family's good intentions. However, I have no interest in betraying my motherland. And in the future, you don't need to come looking for me again. Rejected straight to her face, the foreign woman has to turn around in frustration, leaving the male lead and his friend walking ahead together while arm in arm. As soon as she is out of sight, the blonde spy sighs, muttering angrily, I failed. At that moment, a man's voice comes through her earpiece. Irene. Did the mission target agree? Irene curses furiously. Damn it, these great Shia people are so stubborn. Sir, should you use mental control on him? The person on the other end calmly replies, no. He has the mental aura of a 9th-rank martial saint. The person on the other end coldly asks next, then can we execute Plan B? Irene looks up at the roof, sweating as she reports the harsh reality. No, the target is being protected 24/7 by an 8th-rank Grand Master. There is no way to assassinate him. Under the bright, full moon, Principal Ling hovers in the air with an immense Imperial Sister aura, coldly monitoring every movement, intent on crushing any dark intentions. Realizing this situation is too tough, the boss decides to call for a retreat. It seems there's no opportunity right now. You go back first. Irene obediently concludes. Understood. The next day, at the busy sports stadium, the MC's voice rings out clearly, stirring up the stands. Next is the 4th match of the team round. Let's have a round of applause to welcome Madi University of Ability and Suzhou University of Ability. Both teams march boldly onto the arena, promising a fiery collision. The audience started analyzing like armchair experts, comparing them to Suhang University, which ranked 4th last year. They surely have enough experience to test Xu Jingming's real strength, right? Others nodded in agreement. Exactly. They're just behind the top 3. They're still quite formidable. A girl pointed excitedly. Look, it's about to start. The announcer pointed forward and shouted to signal the beginning. 3, 2, 1, start. As soon as the match began, Jingming repeated his old trick, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he lunged straight into the middle of the enemy formation with lightning speed. The stands immediately erupted in chaos. No way, isn't this exactly what the Thunder Emperor did yesterday? Is he planning to repeat that today? Another person gritted their teeth in frustration. Does he completely look down on Suhang University? Isn't he being a bit too arrogant? Seeing the opponent's intention to take them all on, the Suhang captain roared in anger. Xu Jingming, you're way too cocky. We aren't as weak as Beishan University. To prove their strength, he waved his hand, summoning a massive purple lightning serpent, which lunged from the electric curtain with its jaws bearing fangs. Jingming held his spear, a familiar look of disdain curling his lips. Both of us are lightning type? What a shame. Your ability doesn't measure up to mine. He swung his spear, slashing directly at the purple lightning serpent and creating a thundering collision that shook the entire space. Jingming's domineering lightning power easily tore the purple snake apart as if it were paper. A brilliant golden flash pierced through the attack, racing forward at breakneck speed and crushing everything in its path. The audience gasped in horror, witnessing such absolute dominance. The lightning serpent was swallowed whole. A young man beside them broke out in a cold sweat. They can't even pierce through the storm surrounding Xu Jingming. How are they supposed to fight back? Another person was completely bewildered. Is this really an SS rank ability? Is it really that terrifying? Down on the field, the Suhang formation began to crumble. A teammate panicked, asking, Captain, what should we do? The captain gritted his teeth, raised his sword, and roared, There's no other way. We have to charge. We must take out Xu Jingming first. If we let Xi and the others move up, we won't have another chance. Seeing the tension rising like a taut string, the captain hurriedly turned and yelled at his teammate wearing glasses, hoping to salvage a chance. Sun Fang, provide lightning defense, charge. The whole group steeled their nerves, aggressively charging forward with swords and shields like moths to a flame, screaming with intense fighting spirit. However, Jingming glided effortlessly through the air. The shimmering lightning wove together to create a mesmerizing display, easily dodging the entire coordinated attack from his opponents. Slashing at empty air, the captain widened his eyes in shock and let out an involuntary cry. No way! Gliding past his opponents with artistic grace, Jingming smirked arrogantly. Using my ability against you all seems like bullying. Come on, Let me see what you've really got." Insulted to his face, the captain was fuming, his neck veins bulging as he shrieked, "Attack together." The four Suhang members immediately set up a formation, surrounding Jingming in a tight circle to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. However, Jingming just lightly pivoted his heel and swung his spear in a violent 360-degree sweep, knocking all four of them away and causing sparks to fly in an instant. In the stands, the students began gossiping again. "Good grief, 5 against 1. Are you guys fighting a boss?" A young man wiped away sweat as he analyzed. "The kicker is, they still can't take him down." Another person clicked their tongue in disappointment. "Is Suhang University really that bad this year? It's pathetic." Not bothering with their chatter, Jingming casually swung the shaft of his spear, smashing one unlucky fellow in the face, knocking him backward with a loud thud. Just then, the young man with the staff and the ice magic girl from his team ran over, posing like superheroes and shouting, "Captain, we're here." Seeing the enemy reinforcements, the Suhang captain broke into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth in despair as he thought, "There's no chance left." Watching from the VIP stands, the leader from Jingdu University crossed his arms and scoffed coldly. What a bunch of trash. They couldn't even force Xu Jingming to use a single S-rank battle skill. And just 3 minutes later, with the arena littered with moaning opponents, the announcer's voice rang out clearly, ending the torture. The fourth match, Magic University U wins. The crowd below was still in shock. "It's already over? That was fast." One man sighed in regret. "True, I didn't even get to watch enough to be satisfied." Another nodded in admiration. "I didn't expect the Thunder Emperor's combat strength to be this terrifying. It feels like he's enough on his own." At this moment, Kei Liang from the Beishan team, sitting in the stands, suddenly smiled with satisfaction, as if he had been vindicated. "Now you know. It's not that Beishan is weak, it's just that Magic University U. No, it's that Xu Jingming is just too strong." Time flew by, and the giant system screen displayed the text, signaling a new chapter for the National Collegiate Tournament. On the 8th day, the crowd poured into the stadium, excitedly discussing Magic University U versus Jin Cheng University. "Finally, we've waited for this moment," a girl chimed in. "Exactly, and it's even the first match. I'm really looking forward to it," the red-haired youth confidently predicted, "but I think Jin Cheng University will definitely lose." In the preparation room, their teacher seriously explained the strategy to his students. "There are only 2 final matches left. Later, we will use Formation 1 to fight them." The teacher didn't forget to give special advice to the youth who usually roamed to carry the team. "Jingming, this time you must not underestimate the opponent and rush into their formation alone." The protagonist nodded obediently. "Understood." Outside the ring, the announcer started his usual hype-filled introduction. "Please welcome Magic University U and Jin Cheng University to the arena." Both teams stepped out firmly from the dark tunnel. The moment they faced each other, Han Shan, the captain of Jin Cheng University, issued a dangerous threat. "Xu Jingming of Magic University U, the SS rank Awaken 1, I admit you're strong, but that's only limited to individual matches. In team battles, you don't even have a 10% chance of winning." The red-haired girl on Jingming's team heard this and clicked her tongue in disdain. Are they crazy? Where are they getting that confidence from? Jingming just maintained his calm, confident expression. "We'll see if you have a chance to win when we get on the battlefield." The two teams lined up opposite each other, the atmosphere silent but heavy with the scent of gunpowder. The screen above flashed brightly with the words Magic University U vs. Jin Cheng University. The audience began their roundtable strategy analysis again. Huh? What's the situation? Did Jin Cheng University actually pull 3 key starters and replace them with 3 reserves? One person rubbed his chin, looking suspicious. 2 supports, 3 long-range attackers. Is Jin Cheng University using dirty tricks because they can't win otherwise? No way, they'll be roasted for this. Meanwhile, in the VIP area, the silver-bearded old man with slicked-back hair tried to goad Principal Ling. "Principal Ling, are you interested in a small wager on the upcoming match?" The elegant woman raised an eyebrow. "What kind of wager?" The old man held up one finger, smiling cunningly. "An S-rank cultivation resource to see who wins this match." Principal Ling rested her chin on her hand, thinking for a split second, while the cunning long-haired old man standing behind her secretly chuckled. He didn't expect Jin Cheng University to dare to bet. Now there was going to be a good show to watch, with no strings attached. Principal Ling tossed her hair back, smiled domineeringly, and shot back at the old man. "An S-rank resource is too low. Let's bet at least an SS rank resource." Hearing the price, the old man's face turned pale, and he broke into a cold sweat, stammering. "Betting an SS rank cultivation resource isn't that too much?" The cunning long-haired man smirked in admiration. "Ling Shuang of Magic University U is just as ruthless as ever. An SS rank resource, even an 8th tier Grandmaster would feel the pinch. The female principal firmly closed the deal, allowing no bargaining. If you're betting, we bet 1 SS rank resource. If not, forget it. Pushed to the edge, the old man clenched his fists, determined. Since Principal Ling has such an interest, then I will bet 1 SS rank resource on the victory of Jincheng University. The long-haired man continued to play the role of the observant narrator, analyzing the inner thoughts. Jiang Quan is definitely an old fox. He doesn't take fights he isn't sure of. It seems he has something to rely on. Luckily, the match between our Jingdu University and Jincheng University is tomorrow. It's the perfect timing for us to watch the tiger fight from the mountain. The system countdown hit 0. 3, 2, 1, start. As soon as the match started, the Jincheng team immediately chanted, connecting with each other to create a massive defensive light array that covered their entire formation. Standing inside the protective layer, Han Shan smirked triumphantly. Xu Jingming, do you see this? This is an SS rank battle skill, Life Resonance, which took me 2 years to learn. Any attack will be weakened by 60% and then split evenly. Plus, we have a healer. This is absolute defense. The nerds in the stands nodded, their eyes lighting up. 1 splits damage, 1 heals wounds. The roles of the 2 supports are meant for this. The young man beside them clicked his tongue, adding, this is so the long-range snipers can hide in their shell and stall the opponent to death. The person next to him shook his head in awe. They really hadn't expected this tactic. Standing before that sturdy turtle shell defense, the teammate holding the staff clicked his tongue, stunned that he had actually mastered an SS-grade combat technique, something even 5th or 6th tier experts might not be able to learn. It was just absurd. Xu Jingming remained indifferent and issued his command. Senior Yao, you go first. Understood. The young man, Yao, replied confidently, waving his hand to unleash his signature move, an A-grade ice-type ability, Extreme Frost Soul. Thousands of sharp ice needles erupted like a storm, roaring as they launched straight toward the opponent's barrier of light. Instantly, a massive ice spear shot forward, colliding violently with the defensive wall of light. The energy wall barely rippled, while Han Shan stood inside, smiling smugly. He brushed some imaginary dust off his sleeve and taunted them. Are your elemental attacks only meant to scratch us? I didn't expect them to be so weak. Come on, keep going. We can let you attack us freely for a full minute. Seeing this, the red-haired girl furrowed her brows in concern and turned to her teammates. I didn't expect them to have 3 more S-grade elemental defensive techniques. This is getting troublesome. She gritted her teeth in frustration. This is truly an absolute defense. Should I try to rush in? But the burly guy holding the shield immediately stopped her. No, they have 3 long-range attackers. The damage would be too great. Just as the team was feeling the pressure, Xu Jingming smirked and stepped forward, his entire body bursting with brilliant lightning. Since the teacher told us to use Formation 1, let's give them a surprise. The audience in the stands gasped in shock. No way, isn't Thunder Emperor a lightning-type user? He can transform too? A knowledgeable young man analyzed. This is definitely a special type of physical refinement technique. The person next to him swallowed hard. He looked so savage. Ignoring the world, Han Shan was still hiding in his shell, confidently talking trash. Xu Jingming, your extreme lightning state really does boost your body, but it still can't break our defense. You guys should just give up. Seeing his opponent's taunting smile, Jingming replied coldly, you're overconfident. Senior Gu, buff me. The red-haired girl shouted immediately. You got it. Quick as lightning, she channeled her inner energy, and a blazing red light gathered in her hands, spirit light stimulation. Receiving the strength buff, Jingming held one finger up into the air. Lightning from all around swirled and gathered at his fingertip, forming a destructive point of light. The sky seemed to tear apart as Jingming coldly uttered, Thunder God's finger. Upon feeling the terrifying pressure descending from the heavens, the smile on Han Shan's face vanished, and his expression crumpled into extreme panic. The subordinate next to him stammered in fear. Captain, isn't the energy from that finger a bit too terrifying? Han Shan hurriedly tried to reassure the rookies. Don't panic. Everyone, boost your energy output to the max. We can definitely block it. The whole group roared in unison to bolster their courage. Understood. But no sooner had he finished his promise than a giant lightning construct in the shape of a god's finger slammed down directly onto their heads. In the moment of life and death, Han Shan desperately pushed his hands toward the sky, using all his might as he screamed, life tide. An explosion that shook the entire arena erupted, and raging flames and lightning burst forth, completely engulfing the arena area. Violent whirlwind gusts blasted into the stands, leaving the audience terrified. What kind of monstrous combat technique is this? The energy fluctuations were truly terrifying. The person sitting nearby clapped their hands together as if praying. I can feel the aura of a god radiating from it. The bookworm shrieked, clutching his head. A miracle. This is truly a miracle. The dust gradually settled over the arena. Everyone held their breath and whispered, "Was the defense broken?" Someone replied hopelessly, "I'm not sure." The entire arena fell into a suffocating silence. When the smoke cleared completely, the sight revealed left everyone speechless. The entire five-man team from Jincheng University lay scattered on the ground like smoke-dried fish, while Jingming still stood calm and upright, magnificent as a god. Golden lightning still danced brilliantly around Jingming, and his glowing eyes exuded an undeniable dominance. Han Shan lay flattened on the floor, spitting blood in frustration. The male MC's voice rang out excitedly, breaking the atmosphere. All members of Jincheng Power University have been eliminated. The winner of this match is Magic University U. In the VIP area, old man Jiang Quan was sweating buckets, muttering bitterly, "I can't believe Han Shan and the others lost so miserably." He swallowed nervously. He's only at the third-tier high level, and he's already this aggressive. I don't dare to imagine how terrifying he'll be when he reaches the fourth tier. Seizing the opportunity to rub salt in the wound, Principal Ling grinned sarcastically and teased, "Principal Jiang, it seems our Magic University U is one step ahead, lost face, and lost money." 2. Old man Jiang grimaced, lowered his head, and swallowed his pride, replying, "I accept my defeat and will honor this bet." With that, he raised his hand, and a blazing red fireball containing terrifying power flew out. "This is the SS-grade natural treasure, the Scarlet Flame's spirit fruit, and now it is yours." Principal Ling happily reached out to take the lucrative loot. "A treasure with the probability of causing an elemental mutation for fire-type users? Then I won't be polite in accepting it." Behind the old fox, a long-haired man clicked his tongue, thinking to himself, "Tsk, Jiang Quan's heart must be bleeding right now." He frowned in assessment. However, Xu Jingming's Thunder God's finger is truly too powerful. I must warn Wang Qi and the others to be careful and guard against this move. But then he smirked slyly, as if he'd just hit the jackpot. It seems even the heavens are supporting us this year. Having us enter last has given us a massive advantage in terms of intelligence gathering. Back at the Magic University U lounge, the teacher laughed brightly and patted Jingming on the shoulder in praise. "Well done. If you guys win against Capital University in the finals tomorrow, I'll apply to double your credit rewards." The teammates immediately cheered in joy. "Awesome." The burly guy grinned from ear to ear. "With this many credits, we can buy quite a bit of resources before we graduate." As they were about to leave, the principal with the fiery figure turned back and called out to Xu Jingming. She beckoned him over with a powerful gesture. "Come here for a second." Without saying a word, she tossed him a shining, radiant pill. A 6th-tier Return to Origin pill. It's an S-grade cultivation resource. "Take it." Jingming caught it, bewildered. "Principal, what is this for?" Jiale, the girl, had just struck gold. The female principal smirked craftily. "I just used an SS-grade resource to bet with Jincheng University on who would win. Now that you helped me win the bet, this is your share of the reward." Jingming broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, using SS-grade items for gambling, do these 8th-tier grandmasters really have so much free time to play such high-stakes games? Even so, on the surface, he smiled brightly. "Then thank you very much, Principal Ling." The teammates behind him stared with envy and greed. An S-grade cultivation resource. The principal really favors our captain. Getting S-grade items is as easy as eating candy. Totally. It makes me drool just looking at it. I want one too. Pushing his luck, the young man surnamed Xu scratched his head and grinned, trying to cozy up to her. "By the way, if there are any more juicy deals like this in the future, Principal Ling, remember to place a bet for me, too. No need for anything too rare. S-grade resources are good enough for me." After hearing that clincher, his teammate's jaw dropped in horror. Holy crap, he dares to ask the principal to gamble for him? Has our captain eaten a dragon's liver or something? The female principal didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled and agreed. "Very well." Jingming bowed respectfully, his style heroic. "Then I'll trouble you, Principal Ling." The vice captain clapped in awe at his boss's thick skin, truly worthy of being our baddest captain. In the blink of an eye, the afternoon arrived, and the individual tournament officially went live. Next, the second round of the top 8 promotion match will now begin. Please invite contestant Sun Jie from Suhang Power University to the stage. The stands exploded as if the stadium were crumbling, and the person he was about to face was the biggest favorite for the championship. The cheers roared to the heavens. "Thunder Emperor! Thunder Emperor! Thunder Emperor!" Xu Jingming of Magic University U. Sun Ji, standing on the other side of the battlefield, broke into a cold sweat and gritted his teeth, muttering, "Xu Jingming, I didn't expect the person I'd run into to be you." Knowing he had met a god of destruction, the man immediately drew his great sword and shouted to boost his morale. This time, I won't hide anymore. Jingming smirked, his demeanor as casual as if he were taking a stroll. Oh, that's a decent fighting spirit. I hope you can keep up this performance once the match starts. The electronic board flashed a countdown, giving no one time to breathe. 3, 2, 1, start. Instantly, Jingming transformed into a furious golden lightning bolt, swinging his lightning spear and charging forward like a god of retribution. Sunji's pupils contracted in fear, his skin crawling with sweat. Too fast. I can't hesitate any longer. He roared, tearing through the arena, and transformed into a giant beast. The power scanner immediately swept over him. A-grade enhancement type ability. Saber-toothed tiger. The Tiger Man frantically swung his flaming sword down with brutal force. Savage Tiger critical strike. Facing the lethal blow, Jingming didn't even bother to dodge. The devilish face broke into a cunning smile, revealing sharp fangs. The lightning spear and the flaming sword clashed violently, sending a vortex of energy sweeping across the arena floor. A blinding light exploded at the point of impact, like a bomb detonating. But the immense disparity in power sent the great sword flying back mercilessly. Xu Jingming howled in pain as the recoil hit him like a sledgehammer. The massive beast was blown away like a dry leaf, rolling several times across the arena floor. Sliding without stopping, he slammed his face into the arena's defensive barrier, seeing stars before finally falling to the ground. Xu Jingming knelt down, exhausted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he still tried to soothe his bruised ego. Xu Jingming's attack was indeed impossible to block head-on, but at least this time he hadn't run away. At the same time, the announcer system rang out, coldly ending the brief match. Congratulations to Xu Jingming of Magic University U for advancing to the top 8. The audience in the stands was dumbfounded, falling backward, thinking, did he really end the game with just one swipe? Finished in a heartbeat. It's been a long time since the tournament saw such a clean knockout in the top 8. Thunder Emperor is invincible. Top tier. Look at how bent Sun Ji's blade is. Just like a shrimp. Exactly. Blocking that directly is just asking to be crushed. The male MC's voice echoed excitedly. The third match of the individual tournament is about to begin. We invite Yao Fang of Magic University, Yu and Wang Qi of Jingdu University to step onto the stage. In the waiting lounge, Jingming patted his teammate's shoulder to encourage him. Good luck, brother. Try to crawl your way into the top 4. Yao Fang gave a bitter, almost crying smile. Facing that monster Wang Qi, I might as well say goodbye to my top 4 dream. But he still puffed out his chest, trying to boost his confidence. However, even if I get beaten to a pulp, I have to unleash all the spirit of our Magic University U. As soon as he stepped onto the floor, the crowd screamed the names of their 2 idols, deafening everyone. Shizun, 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 Ice Mountain, Ice Mountain. Wang Qi had a sharp gaze, a smirk playing on his lips as he thought, finally, I found an opponent worth looking at. The electronic board flashed start, and Wang Qi immediately braced himself, turning both arms into stone. He even took a jab at the VIP spectators. Xu Jingming, don't think you're the only one who knows how to use physical training techniques. I've got them too. Hearing that, Jingming stroked his chin, intrigued. Oh, so he's a hot-headed guy like me? On the stage, Wang Qi widened his stance, immediately unleashing an area of effect move to show off his power. Absolute Earth Storm. A yellow sandstorm roared toward him, swallowing the thin ice defense blocks of the Ice Mountain guy. Seeing the wall of sand charging at him like a steamroller, Yao Fang turned pale, breaking out in a cold sweat. Before he could regain his senses, he saw Wang Qi rushing out of the dusty haze like a fierce monster. The stone man swung his thorny arm, delivering a lethal strike. Heavy earth slash he knew he couldn't dodge in time. Yao Fang gritted his teeth and grabbed his final shield, knowing it wouldn't be enough. The clear water armor, naturally, was as thin as paper against such a blow. A collision that shook the earth exploded, sending rocks and water flying everywhere. The dust cleared. Wang Qi stood tall, brushing off his hands in a cool manner, while Yao Fang knelt and surrendered. The loudspeaker system rang out. Congratulations to Wang Qi of Qingjing University of Abilities for excellently advancing to the top 8. The stands were buzzing again. Shizun completely dominated this match. That's surreal. He crushed the top school's Ice Mountain in a heartbeat. One Shizun, one Thunder Emperor. Is this year's tournament raising 2 such monstrous beasts? Everyone agreed that their fighting styles were identical. Having finished off his opponent, Wang Qi looked up at the stands and bragged loudly. Xu Jingming won in 1 hit. I can do it too. I'm really looking forward to our combat in tomorrow's final. You better show your face there. Jingming was left speechless. The guy standing behind him was boiling with rage, hearing that arrogant tone, as if the championship trophy was already in his pocket. The girl with red hair patted his shoulder to reassure him. Just let him brag today. Once we lock in the top 4, Tomorrow, our team captain will teach him a lesson on how to be a decent person. An hour later, the male MC grabbed the mic and shouted enthusiastically, "Warmest congratulations to Xu Jingming and Kong Shi of Magic University U, along with Wang Qi and Zhou Taizi of Qingjing University, for joining hands to enter the semifinals." The next day, the gambling den, or rather, the grand-scale individual semifinal arena officially opened its doors to guests. Students gathered outside the gate, as noisy as a chaotic market. No way is that the deputy director of the National Department of Education, Wu Yuan. A big shot like that is personally coming to watch a fight. That wasn't all. That guy over there is the deputy commander of the Flame Dragon Legion. It's strange. The tournament invited VIPs last year, but there weren't any mega giants like this year. The red-haired girl tilted her chin, proudly guessing, "It's definitely because our cool captain is participating this year." The silver-haired girl next to her nodded, exclaiming, "Indeed, a true big shot has descended." Just when they thought that was all, from afar, a tall Nguti regal woman with long legs and a seductive black, high-slit Q-pow glided over. Her aura made everything around her seem to want to kneel. The men in black suits stood with their hands clasped, bowing respectfully to the Q-pow beauty as she approached. "Greetings, Manager Su." Jingming poked his head out, curiously asking, "Who is that woman?" The red-haired girl standing next to him immediately switched on encyclopedia mode. "That is the famous manager of the Thunder Martial Arts Gym, Su Qingli." The beauty's sharp eyes swept past, while the red-haired girl continued to chatter about her impressive profile. She possesses an S-level lightning-type ability, Jade Clarity, Divine Lightning, and is a 9th-tier martial saint. Hearing that, Jingming scratched his head in confusion. Isn't the manager of the Thunder Martial Arts Gym a middle-aged man? She could only sigh and explain, "Captain is thinking of the previous manager, Su Qiang. He went missing 4 years ago. After that, Su Qingli took over the manager position." This was all over the news. The guy named Shu broke into a cold sweat and gave a forced smile. "Ah, I see. Back then, I was only in 9th grade, so I didn't pay attention to that kind of news." The red-haired girl could only hold her head, speechless. 9th grade, huh? I guess this is what they call a generation gap. Back at the VIP seating area, Su Qingli stood silently with her arms crossed, her eyes scanning the entire massive stadium. A gray-haired man respectfully approached and asked in a low voice, "Supervisor Su, have you contacted Magic University U yet? Have you had a chance to speak privately with Xu Jingming?" The regal woman replied softly, "I have tried, but Xu Jingming has rejected all meeting invitations from all factions." The gray-haired man hurriedly offered a suggestion, "I will try to contact him again later." The kid would surely agree if she appeared in person, but she waved her hand and refused. "No need. I will personally go meet him after the individual matches conclude." Hearing that, the henchman's jaw dropped in fear, sweating, and he thought to himself, "She intends to go herself." The manager is a 9th-tier martial saint. Who would have thought she would personally seek out a 3rd-tier brat like Su Jingming? Su Qingli's gaze remained fixed on Jingming's back in the distance, silently evaluating that his physique was very robust, far exceeding a normal 3rd-tier upper-class ability user. He even radiated a faint aura of a wild beast. The aura was stable and profound, without any signs of instability from taking too many drugs. Not bad. Just then, the male MC's voice shouted, echoing throughout the stadium. Next is the first match of the semifinals. Based on the draw results, we warmly welcome Xu Jingming from Magic University U and Zhou Taizi from Qingjing University of Abilities to the stage. Below on the field, the two opponents step out slowly amidst the deafening cheers of the fan groups, which were divided into 2 camps. Go, Thunder Emperor. The Fist King is the strongest. Thunder Emperor, Fist King. As soon as they faced each other, Zhou Taizi cracked his knuckles and laughed, trying to entice him. "Xu Jingming, I've read your file. Other than your spear technique, your fist technique seems pretty decent too. Why don't you try fighting me with fist techniques in today's semifinal?" The audience in the stands erupted in chatter. Fist technique? What the hell is Zhou Taizi thinking? No way the Thunder Emperor would agree to that. Another young man pouted, criticizing, "Exactly. That's such a clumsy, amateur attempt to goad him. He knows full well he'll lose for sure in a normal fight." To everyone's surprise, young Jingming wiped his nose and broke into a cunning smile. "My fist technique? Sure, I'll oblige you." This sudden deal closing shocked the entire stadium, eyes wide and mouths agape. No way. The Thunder Emperor actually agreed. What the hell is going on? Someone started breaking into a cold sweat. Is he being too arrogant? It's over. My money is about to go down the drain. Even Zhou Taizi was stunned, unable to believe his ears. "You agree? You aren't trying to trick me, are you?" Jingming just smirked dangerously. "Believe it or not, that's up to you." Afraid his opponent would change his mind, the guy immediately grabbed his shirt to wipe his hands, laughing inwardly. All right, then I'll trust you this time. I've been practicing fist techniques since I was 7. 15 years have passed, and I'm almost at the Grandmaster threshold. Asking to challenge me in fist fighting, that's no different from asking a fish to teach you how to swim. On the board of directors' seating area, an elder stroked his beard and smirked smugly. Principal Yang, Xu Jingming seems quite confident in his fist technique. But if that arrogance makes him stumble in the final, both the champion and runner-up titles will belong to us at Qingjing University. You don't need to worry about that. Principal Liu replied, not expecting. Dean Liu stroked his bushy beard and replied with a confident smirk, Xu Jingming won't lose. Just then, the referee's voice cut through the conversation, cold and sharp. 3, 2, 1, start. Instantly, Zhou Taichi let out a thunderous roar. His muscles bulged and swelled, his eyes turned blood red, and hair sprouted all over his body as he transformed into a savage, monstrous ape. The giant ape charged like a cannonball, swinging a fist as massive as a water jar straight at the motionless Xu Jingming. Not giving his opponent a moment to breathe, he unleashed a relentless storm of fists, glowing with a fierce red aura, the brutal fist technique. Amidst the flurry of aggressive strikes, Jingming swayed gently, dodging with fluid grace, and casually taunted, the explosive power is good, but you're lacking speed. As soon as he finished, he stepped back, and his entire body erupted with dazzling, swirling lightning. Jingming's eyes flashed with arrogance as he channeled all the electricity into his fist, forming a terrifyingly powerful red ball of lightning. Let me show you what a truly powerful punch looks like. The lightning fist tore through the air, carrying destructive force as it slammed directly into the giant ape's fist. At the moment of impact, Zhou Taichi's eyes widened and he roared in fury. He actually dares to copy my fist technique. Xu Jingming, you brought this on yourself. But before he could gloat, the violent lightning shattered his defense. Jingming pressed his fist forward, completely crushing his opponent's power in a terrifying explosion of light that engulfed the entire arena. In that instant, a massive, brilliant lightning avatar suddenly rose up behind Jingming, leaving Zhou Taichi stunned and frozen in place. Before he could even blink, the lightning phantom threw a massive uppercut straight into the gorilla's face. Taking the devastating blow head-on, Zhou Taichi spat blood, his head snapping back as he cried out in pain. Erg! The sheer power of the punch forced the giant to collapse to his knees, leaving the entire audience in absolute shock. What the hell just happened? Ignoring his stunned opponent, Jingming stood there, hands in his pockets, looking incredibly cool, the majestic, glowing thunder god phantom looming behind him. Zhou Taichi clutched his chest, gasping for air, drenched in sweat, and panicked to the core. Was that really Xu Jingming's shadow that hit me? The VIP section was in an uproar. One teacher gasped, no way. What is that thing behind the Thunder Emperor? Is that a clone? A shadow made of lightning that can move at the same time as his real body? Principal, what on earth is that? Dean Liu stroked his beard, smiling with pride as he explained. That is an A-rank combat skill, the Lightning Shadow Bone. It is formed from lightning attribute energy and can attack alongside the main body. Judging by his proficiency, he's probably at the beginner level. One punch can deal about 30% of the damage of his main body. Hearing this, the teacher standing next to him covered her mouth in astonishment. Only 30% damage, and it was enough to make Zhou Taichi spit blood. Below the stands, the students were buzzing with gossip. Is the Thunder Emperor's physique really that strong? Isn't he an elementalist? Another young man immediately speculated. Xu Jingming must have trained in a physical enhancement combat skill. Back to Zhou Taichi on the arena floor, he struggled to stand, gnashing his teeth as he muttered. An A-rank combat skill, Lightning Shadow Bone, is that what it is? Seeing his opponent was still stubborn, Jingming smirked Thakthuk challengingly. So what if you figure it out? Do you really think you can block it? Provoked, the gorilla frantically beat his chest like a drum and roared. I was only caught off guard because I didn't know about it. In a fair fight, I don't fear you. He activated his combat skill, Thunderbolt Battle Bone, boosting his physique by 20%. As soon as he finished, Zhou Taichi leaped into the air, slamming his massive, red aura-coated fist down, while Jingming also gathered brilliant lightning in his hand, ready to meet the challenge. The two fists collided, creating a shockwave that swept away everything around them, splitting the arena into two halves of swirling wind. Even after using his full strength, the man surnamed Zhou still stared back in disbelief, sweat pouring down his face. How can this be? Your fist technique is also at the master level, but as he looked into the cold, sharp eyes of the young man named Xu, he suddenly realized the terrifying truth. No, that's not right. This is the Grandmaster level. Responding to that horror, Jingming flashed a bright, ruthless smile. Congratulations, you guessed it. As a reward, I'll send you flying out of this match." With that, Jingming delivered a fatal blow, turning all his lightning into a giant, roaring electric dragon that lunged straight forward. Lightning Dragon Fist. The overwhelming power of the attack completely engulfed Zhou Taichi, creating a blinding flash that blew him far away. The match was settled. The giant lay unconscious, sprawled on the floor. The male MC shouted excitedly, "Contestant Zhou Taichi has lost consciousness. Congratulations to Zhu Jingming for winning the individual semifinals." The stands erupted like a beehive. The students raised their hands and cheered wildly, "Thunder Emperor. Nothing can stop the Thunder Emperor. Long live the Thunder Emperor." Amidst the cheers, Jingming slowly retracted his lightning, clicking his tongue and sighing with disappointment. "His fist technique is a bit weak. I had such high hopes, and now I'm let down." Up in the VIP stands, the teachers were also breaking into a cold sweat. One teacher stroked his hair and gasped, "Doesn't Zhu Jingming always use a spear? I never expected him to be a master of fist techniques. This is insane. Besides, if Zhou Taichi hadn't suggested a fist fight, we wouldn't even know this. How many more trump cards is he hiding?" Dean Liu stroked his beard, smugly glancing at his colleague who was looking dark-faced beside him. "Principal Yang, it seems the arrogant one isn't Zhu Jingming, but your Zhou Taichi." Stung by the sarcasm, Principal Yang turned away in a huff, gritting his teeth. "Don't celebrate too early. There's still the final. With Wang Qi there, don't you even think about taking the championship." Leaving that boastful remark behind, the old principal turned and stomped off, leaving behind an aura of frustration. Down in the waiting lounge, seeing his favorite student Zhou Taichi clutching his chest and being helped by Wang Qi, old Yang walked over, frowning. "How are your injuries?" Zhou Taichi grimaced with a forced smile. "I'm fine. They're just external wounds." Old Yang rubbed his chin, contemplating for a moment before instructing his remaining student. It seems this Zhu Jingming was still holding back. "Wang Qi, in the upcoming final, try not to cause him any permanent injuries as long as you can still defeat him." Hearing his teacher's advice, Wang Qi stretched his hand confidently, wearing his familiar, arrogant smile. "Understood. I won't be that cruel." In the shadows, Wang Qi smirked, thinking to himself to reassure his own ego. After all, this was just a competition, not a life-or-death grudge. Besides, he's an SS rank ability user. If I do something stupid and kill him, the big bosses up there will peel me alive. His thoughts were interrupted by the male MC's voice booming over the screen, showing the names of the two contestants. Next is the second match of the semifinals. A warm welcome to Wang Qi from Qingjing University and Kong Shi from Magic University U. Fast and clean. Just 5 minutes later, Kong Shi was already on his knees, clutching his shattered shield and surrendering. Meanwhile, the system announced, "Congratulations to Wang Qi from Qingjing for winning and advancing straight to the final. The final will take place in 1 hour." Standing in the dark tunnel, looking at Wang Qi's triumphant back, Zhu Jingming smiled slightly and whispered, "Wang Qi, I hope you won't disappoint me." At the same time, Principal Ling with the busty figure Ling rested her chin in her hand, staring intently at the competition files, analyzing. One is a top-tier level 4 with near S rank abilities, facing a top-tier level 3 with SS rank abilities. This match is definitely going to attract a lot of attention. Just as expected, the media and the internet immediately splashed headlines everywhere. Can't wait. Will Magic University U regain its glory, or will Qingjing continue to crush them again? Top tier, level 3 versus top tier, level 4, who will be the individual champion? At the studio, the female anchor excitedly went on air. Let's wait and see if an SS rank awakened person can defeat an opponent one realm higher than himself. Netizens were also furiously typing their comments. He's already top tier level 3 at 19. That's insane. This is the first time in my life I've seen an SS rank awakened person. Absolutely cannot miss this. Wang Qi is truly the biggest dark horse of this year's tournament. In a remote laboratory, the beautiful Suo Xuan held a test tube and smiled, cheering through the live broadcast. Jingming has made it to the finals. Do your best. Exactly 1 hour later, a giant 3D hologram of the male MC hovered in the air, shouting, "Apologies for keeping everyone waiting for so long. Welcome back to the 8th day of the National University Tournament. The individual final officially begins." The MC threw his microphone aside, pointing straight at the arena with passion. "A warm welcome to Wang Qi from Qingjing University of Abilities and Zhu Jingming from Magic University U of Abilities to the arena." The tunnel door opened, and Wang Qi strode out carrying his great sword with an arrogant expression amidst the hoarse screaming of the fans. "Shizun, Shizun, Shizun, Shizun." On the opposite side, Jingming walked out slowly with his hands in his pockets, exuding majesty and drawing a chorus of cheers. "Thunder Emperor! Thunder Emperor! Thunder Emperor! Thunder Emperor!" The two monsters of the tournament stood with their hands behind their backs. Facing each other on the massive arena, the tension in the air instantly thickened. Wang Qi tilted his head, acting arrogant and trash-talked early. Jingming, with me competing in this year's tournament, you're bound to taste defeat. Glory will absolutely belong to King Jing University of Abilities. Hearing his opponent running his mouth, Jingming thrust his spear forward, one of his eyes flashing with a brilliant, mocking lightning bolt. Let's see just how much power you've got that gives you the right to talk so crazily. The electronic screen above blinked, counting down as the two clashing auras felt ready to explode. 3, 2, 1, start. The moment it began, Jingming transformed into a golden streak of lightning and shot forward, waving his spear, which carried surging thunder as he slashed down Thunder Extreme Slash. Facing the storm-like attack, Wang Qi grinned, his teeth bared, and instantly tensed his muscles to activate his defensive Earth Sovereign armor. His body erupted in orange energy, transforming as he became encased in a hard, rocky layer with sharp spikes protruding everywhere like a giant hedgehog. A heaven-shaking collision erupted. The lightning-clad spear slammed into the Earth armor, tearing up the arena floor and sending sparks and rock fragments flying in every direction. The audience gasped, taking in a cold breath. Are you kidding me? Is this really a national university tournament? Why does it feel like I'm watching two Tier 5 gods fighting? The seniors in this batch were ridiculously strong. His friend beside him wiped away sweat and corrected him. You're mistaken. One of them is only a freshman. Back on the arena, Jingming used the momentum to leap into the air, spinning his body to deliver a powerful stomp combined with a piercing spear thrust downward. Lightning Spear. Wang Qi looked up at the sky, laughing savagely as he took the attack head-on. A lightning spear? Useless. Your lightning-type ability was born to be hard-countered by my Earth-type ability. With that, he growled, channeled power into his spiked arms, and slammed them into the floor, creating a wall of sharp stone that shot upward, followed by another blinding explosion that devastated the arena, blowing tons of shattered rock into the air. Before the dust could settle, Wang Qi's feet stomped hard, tearing up the ground as he charged forward. My turn. He used an explosive force to propel his heavy body forward with his violent burst step. Seizing the momentum, he swung his rock-encased arm in a scorching, wind-tearing strike Earth Sovereign Slash. Without backing down, Jingming channeled all of his brilliant lightning into his spear, spun around, and countered with a radiant, sweeping arc, lightning gale break. The spearhead, carrying terrifying power, pierced through the massive wave of earth and stone, creating a brutal shockwave. The explosion forced both of them to slide backward, skidding across the shattered arena floor. Wang Qi jammed his hands into the ground to steady himself, his brows furrowing in confusion. No way his Grade D combat technique actually managed to block my Grade A technique. Something's not right here. This is really strange. Seeing his opponent looking completely bewildered, Jingming laughed cunningly, lightning flickering around his body as he taunted. Scared already? Where did that arrogance from before go? Did the dogs eat it? Not giving his opponent time to think, Jingming pointed his spear and launched himself forward fast as lightning flash. The two slammed into each other again, trading crazy blows and slashes at close range, pushing the pace of the match until it was suffocating. Blocking every lethal spear strike aimed at him, Wang Qi gritted his teeth, sweat dripping. His physical strength is truly terrifying. Exhausting all of his remaining power, he roared to deflect the attack and retreated to the edge of the arena to reorganize. Catching his breath, Wang Qi stared intensely, smirked, and admitted, Jingming, I admit that you are indeed very strong. But immediately after, he clasped his hands and flexed every muscle, emitting an overwhelming, surging Earth-based power as he prepared to go all out. Then let me show you my full, true strength Earth Guardian avatar. Right after his roar, Wang Qi, with his flaming, spiked Earth armor surging, leaped high into the air like a falling star, unleashing a tyrant's attack down towards Jingming, who was holding his spear in defense. Not wavering in the slightest, the young man surnamed Xu calmly held his radiant, lightning-imbued spear horizontally, successfully blocking the giant, rocky claws descending from the sky. The moment they collided, both used the force to bounce back before lunging at each other again like two cannonballs, continuously trading strikes and slashes, creating explosions that tore the very air apart. At close quarters, Wang Qi pressed hard with savage claw attacks, while Jingming remained steady, moving his spear skillfully to neutralize every lethal blow. The audience was left wide-eyed in shock. One male student wiped his sweat and exclaimed, Jingming's spear technique has truly reached the master level. The person next to him stammered in response, both his fist techniques and spear techniques are at the master level. Jingming's ability to comprehend them is truly frightening, absolutely terrifying. The chaotic battle scene caught the eye of the cold beauty, Su Qingli. She blinked her sharp phoenix eyes, secretly evaluating I didn't expect Xu Jingming's close combat ability to be this destructive. Back in the arena, Wang Qi was frantically swinging his claws while gritting his teeth and calculating. My Earth Guardian avatar can only last 5 more minutes at most. I need to finish him off quickly. Meanwhile, Jingming felt a wave of anxiety rising in his heart. I've already used more than half of my energy, and my stamina is starting to drop rapidly. Yet I still can't take him down. He decided to go all out. Wang Qi gathered all his remaining power to form a giant, swirling tornado of earth and stone, roaring until his neck veins bulged. Xu Jingming, if you had another year, I definitely wouldn't be able to defeat you. But right now, don't even think about blocking this. Responding to that trash talking, Jingming raised his spear, lightning exploding violently as it swirled around his body. The young man smirked cunningly. What a coincidence. I also have a combat technique I haven't bothered to show off yet. If you can block this, you win. No more talk. Wang Qi unleashed his massive, lethal strike from above. Mountain Crusher Slash. At the same time, Jingming also unleashed his ultimate technique, piercing the sky from below, Thunder Crossing Strike. The two destructive energies collided, creating an intensely blinding explosion. The terrifying shockwave blew everything away, and a giant pillar of burning energy punched through the stadium's dome, exploding up into the clouds. The dust slowly settled, revealing the devastated space on the arena where Xu Jingming and Wang Qi stood far apart after the earth-shattering collision. Accepting the harsh reality, Wang Qi looked down in shock at the large, scorched hole right in the center of his chest. With a blank expression, he muttered, How could this be? Unable to hold on for even another second, Wang Qi collapsed, face first onto the ground, his mind only managing to hold onto one final thought before losing consciousness. His spirit was just too fast. The protagonist, Xu Jingming, smirked triumphantly as the loudspeaker announcement rang clearly throughout the stadium. Competitor Wang Qi has lost consciousness. Congratulations to Xu Jingming for brilliantly winning the championship of the National University League individual tournament. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Jingming turned around and walked away, looking incredibly cool, leaving behind a sea of people fanatically chanting his name. Thunder Emperor. Thunder Emperor. Thunder Emperor. The audience erupted with excitement. Xu Song Chuan clapped her hands and cheered happily. Jingming, you really took the top spot. In another corner, the group of sister friends was cheering just as enthusiastically. Some proudly boasted that their cousin was truly shining out there, while others screamed, You are a monster. Jingming. The scene shifted to a fancy, high-end laboratory. His girlfriend held a chemical flask and silently made a resolution. I have to speed up my training, too. Once I get my grade 3 alchemist certification, I'll go find him. Back in the competition area, Jingming's teammates were fired up with pride, taking turns cheering. The captain won. He really lives up to being our captain. The teacher crossed his arms and calculated, thinking to himself, as long as we win the championship in the next event, Shanghai University of Magic will be the overall team champion of this tournament. In contrast to the celebratory atmosphere here, the opposing team could only stay silent, their faces ashen, unable to say a word in the face of their crushing defeat. Seeing his students looking like wilted cabbage, the coach hurriedly patted their shoulders to comfort them. Don't be discouraged, everyone. We still have the team match against Shanghai University of Magic tomorrow. Wang Qi's injuries can be healed overnight, so the team still has a chance to make a comeback in the next round. At the same time, the principal of the opposing school stepped forward. Congratulations, Principal Ling. Principal Ling didn't forget to offer a few polite words. Thank you for the match. Wang Qi also performed very impressively. As soon as she finished, she turned away and sighed with regret, thinking to herself, It's such a pity that Xu Jingming refused to bet with me. Outside the hall, as soon as the protagonist showed his face, he was swarmed by a pack of reporters and headhunters like bees to a hive. The crowd clamored and shouted, The champion, Xu Jingming, is here. Hurry, interview him to get the headline for tonight's issue. At all costs, we must sign a contract to make him the spokesperson for our famous sword martial arts hall products. We have to recruit him. Seeing this, Su Qingli stepped forward to greet an old acquaintance, Principal Ling. It's been a long time. Could you spare me a moment to have a private chat with Xu Jingming? And naturally, she received a nod. Of course. No need to squeeze through the crowd. Jingming was suddenly enveloped in a space magic circle, preparing to slip away. Seeing this instant teleportation trick, the crowd around them could only stare in wide-eyed, stunned amazement. Poor guy, he's holding the microphone, cursing under his breath in frustration. Damn it, someone else swiped the opportunity right from under his nose. Our performance quota is basically toast. Escaping the mess, Xu Jingming landed gracefully on a beautifully glowing teleportation array right in the middle of the luxurious room. Before him, 2 glamorous beauties were waiting. The headmistress smiled gently and introduced, Xu Jingming, this is Director Su Qingli of the Thunder Dojo, part of the Limit Technology Group. I'm sure you've heard of her. The obedient student bowed respectfully to greet her. Hello, director. Seeing this, Su Qingli waved her hand. There's no need to be so formal. Headmistress Ling and I are old friends. Just take a seat and let's talk. Settling onto the sofa, the powerful lady got straight to the point. A level 3 peak combatant who defeated a level 4 peak combatant, while mastering countless A-rank and S-rank combat skills. Your performance was truly breathtaking. Are you interested in joining our Thunder Dojo? The young man named Shu scratched his head, gave a polite smile, and turned her down softly. I haven't graduated from Demon Capital University yet, so I haven't really thought that far ahead. The female director smirked and launched her first counteroffensive. Graduation? Actually, if you want to, student Shu, you could apply for early graduation from Demon Capital University at any time. Jingming was stunned and turned to his teacher, puzzled. Early graduation? Does Demon Capital University actually have that policy? The headmistress nodded, confirming it. You can indeed apply for early graduation, though the process still requires review and approval from the school. Seeing the bait being taken, Su Qingli crossed her legs and leisurely added fuel to the fire. Besides, I don't think you need to waste a full 4 years at Demon Capital University. After all, the school's resources are only truly effective for those whose abilities are below level 4, and you are already at the level 3 peak. Hearing her close friends subtly insult her school, the headmistress had to begrudgingly admit that it was true. Few students could reach level 4 even by their senior year. Closing the deal with an irresistibly sweet offer, the gorgeous lady painted a rosy picture compared to the universities. Our Thunder Dojo has a much wider sphere of influence, possessing several level 9 martial saints and vast, abundant resources. More importantly, in our history, every director of this dojo has been a lightning element ability user. We have tens of thousands of lightning-based combat techniques waiting for you to discover. Hearing this, Shu Jingming sank into deep thought, his eyes flashing with calculation. With his deep blue system, outside resources were secondary, but combat techniques were a completely different story. Seeing the boy look shaken, Su Qingli added more pressure, seductively offering her terms. Shu Jingming, if you are willing to join our Thunder Dojo, we have prepared 4 major conditions for you. As she spoke, the powerful lady pointed out each lucrative perk clearly. First, an operating fund of 100 million Great Xia coins per month. Second, eligibility to train at the Limit Genius Training Camp at the Thunder Dojo's global headquarters. Not letting the student catch his breath, the female director dropped the last 2 bombshells. Third, free access to view all combat techniques in the Thunder Dojo, including S-Rank, SS Rank, and SSS Rank skills. Fourth, you will become my personal disciple, and I, a mage saint, will personally oversee your training. After hearing such a scorching hot lure, the young man broke into a cold sweat while analyzing the situation. The first 2 were standard, but the third one was truly too tempting. As for the fourth, while lost in thought, he found a snag and hurriedly asked, Director, aren't you a level 9 martial saint? What exactly does mage saint mean? The female director raised an eyebrow, surprised, and asked, You don't know. Headmistress Ling, standing nearby, smiled to help her student out. Shu Jingming has always focused on close-quarters combat training under Yang Xintian at the Weaponry Academy, so it's normal that he wouldn't know. Seeing the boy look blank, the headmistress kindly explained, Mage Saint is a title from ancient civilization for level 9 elemental users, while Martial Saint is the title for level 9 martial artists. In the ancient civilization's classification of ability users, those skilled in close combat are martial artists, while those skilled in long-range combat are elemental users. Su Qingli elegantly continued with a thorough explanation. Although they can be simply categorized as close-range or long-range combatants, in reality, only those ability users who have learned spirit-refining combat techniques are truly called elemental users. Sitting powerfully with her legs crossed on the sofa, the director continued her lesson. These spirit-refining combat techniques are somewhat similar to body-tempering techniques, except they train the mind. Only ability users with mental power reaching 6,000 Hz can learn them. This level of mental power requires 1 to reach level 5. That was why the university didn't offer courses on spirit-refining combat techniques, and she dropped the final, fatal lure. Su Qingli raised her hand confidently and said, Spirit-refining combat techniques are also ranked. If you join my Thunder Dojo, I am willing to teach you an SS rank spirit-refining combat technique, which is also the highest ranked spirit-refining combat technique currently on this planet. Our protagonist was secretly shocked, an SS rank. He patted his chest to calm his mind in the face of these massive benefits. Shu Jingming replied calmly, Director Su, could you give me some time to think about it? The female director smiled generously and nodded. Of course. My promise has no expiration date, but it would be best for you to come to me as soon as your mental power reaches 6,000 Hz. Don't waste your precious study time. Hearing this, The protagonist obediently replied, I understand. Thank you, Director Su. Ending the smooth negotiation, Jingming bowed politely to bid farewell to the two seniors. Then, please excuse me, I will be leaving now. Watching the student's back disappear behind the door, Su Qingli turned and smirked at her friend. This student of yours is quite cautious. The headmistress proudly puffed out her chest to praise her prize pupil. Of course. He is currently the #1 student at our demon capital university. Both his character and his talent are top tier. Hearing the boastful tone, the black-haired beauty teased her. Your demon capital university? Lowering her lashes and playing the victim, Su Qingli looked hurt and reproached her. It's only been 30 years and you've completely forgotten about our Thunder Dojo? Why? I thought we were best friends. Mentioning the past, Headmistress Ling frowned and retorted sharply. It is precisely because of that I need to completely forget about the Thunder Dojo. Do you want our dojo to be harassed by the Lee family again? The director was slightly startled and murmured, The Lee family. A cold, bone-chilling light flashed in her eyes as the level 9 mage Saint declared authoritatively, Don't worry, I will deal with them sooner or later. Changing her expression as fast as flipping a pancake, the beautiful lady wrapped her arms around the headmistress from behind and whispered honeyed words. Actually, I didn't come back this time just for Xu Jingming. I came back because I need you too. Caught off guard by the hug, Headmistress Ling sighed helplessly and scolded her affectionately. Not only did you try to steal my student, but you won't even spare me. You really do plan everything perfectly, don't you? Despite that, the smile on the headmistress's face suddenly faded. She gently pried her friend's hands off and sighed. But forget about that. The moment I come back, the Lee family will probably sniff me out. I don't want to get involved with them again, and I don't want the Thunder Dojo to be caught in the middle. Hearing her friend retreat, Su Qingli surged with an overwhelming aura, magic swirling around her with intimidation, and asserted they wouldn't dare. 3 years ago, I had just broken through to level 9 and taken over as director. My foundation was still shallow, which is why you were wronged. Now, even if you gave the Lee family the nerve, they wouldn't dare directly challenge our headquarters. Retracting her pressure, the beauty released another expert lore. Besides, our Thunder Dojo recently recruited a student with A-rank spatial abilities. I think it would be best if you taught them personally. Hearing about a spatial talent, Headmistress Ling's eyes lit up with interest. Wow, that is indeed rare. Struck by her professional passion, the headmistress lowered her head in thought for a moment and replied, I will think it over carefully before giving you an answer. Returning to the young man, Xu Jingming, he was recounting the situation to his scruffy bearded teacher, Yang Zentian, causing the middle-aged man to blurt out, 4 major conditions. The Thunder Dojo is really going all in. However, I think you should wait until you hear the terms from the Raging Bear Dojo before making a comprehensive decision. Stuffing his hands into his pockets and looking cool, Jingming turned to ask his teacher, Does the Raging Bear Dojo have an SS-rank spirit-refining combat technique? Teacher. Uncle Yang clicked his tongue and shook his head. They don't. According to the intelligence I've gathered, it seems that in the entire Great Xia, only the Thunder Dojo possesses such a set. Hearing such a perfect answer, the young man surnamed Xu's eyes flashed with decisiveness. He smiled triumphantly. Looking at it this way, I feel like the Thunder Dojo is a better fit for me. Seeing his student reach a decision so quickly, his bearded teacher asked in surprise, I thought you didn't like the long-range bombardment style that elemental users usually prefer? Jingming chuckled, retorting, Don't I also study the Heavenly Thunder Art and the Thunder God Finger teacher? When do you think I should graduate early and transfer to the Thunder Dojo? Seeing his disciple getting a bit impatient, the older man patted his shoulder. No need to rush right now. The Divine Soul combat skill requires at least 6,000 H in mental strength. Wait until you hit the mid to peak tier 4. By then, the resources at Demon Capital University won't be as beneficial as the Thunder Dojo. The student nodded obediently. All right, then I'll focus on finishing tomorrow's team match first. The scene shifts to the Giant Stadium the next day, where the roaring crowd once again shook the earth. Motto is the strongest. Motto, 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 keep pushing. Continuing the heated atmosphere of the finals, the loudspeaker announced, introducing the other team, also boasting an 8-0 undefeated record. The team representing Qingjing Ability University. As soon as they stepped onto the field, their captain, Zhou Taiji, frowned in surprise. It was because the opponent's formation today was so strange. The Mado members stood in a neat horizontal line, while Su Jingming hummed back at the very rear. The audience began to whisper, Look, Su Jingming is all the way in the back. With a formation like this, were they planning to pull the same trick they used on Jinda, using the Thunder God Finger for a one-hit kill? The Thunder God Finger was undeniably strong, but Jinda was wiped out because their formation was huddled too closely together. Right, Qingjing will absolutely not let their guard down against that move. Sitting in the VIP box, the icy beauty Su Qingli observed in silence, wondering to herself, is Mado planning to use Izu Jingming as their main long-range damage dealer? Isn't he a melee fighter? The Qingjing captain frowned, analyzing the situation. With Jingming standing so far back, what exactly is Mado planning? But a moment later, he smirked confidently. This works out for me. I can take out the other Mado members first to increase our winning odds. I won't keep everyone waiting. The referee waved the flag, signaling the start of the match. 3, 2, 1, start. Immediately, Jingming turned and called to his teammate, Senior Sister, please, give me a buff. The platinum blonde senior nodded firmly. Got it. A glow of holy light covered the protagonist as she cast her soul nourishment support skill. Seeing Jingming begin to gather lightning, the Qingjing team immediately lunged forward and shouted, Thunder God Finger, huh? Shu Jingming, we aren't Jinda. Your Thunder God Finger is useless against us. In response to the mockery, the young man only smiled dangerously and unleashed his true ultimate move, Heavenly Thunder Technique. A massive column of lightning descended straight from the sky into the middle of the Qingjing formation with terrifying destructive power, leaving everyone stunned. The one who took the full brunt of the attack let out a tragic roar amidst the lightning that lit up the entire arena. The audience gasped and broke into a cold sweat, muttering incessantly, "Oh my god, that lightning strike was so fast and so huge. If you got hit by that, even a tier 4 ability user might just evaporate on the spot. This is too scary." Captain Zhou Taiji gritted his teeth, realizing he'd been baited. That wasn't the Thunder God Finger. It was the Heavenly Thunder Technique. We've been played. Moreover, how could his casting speed be that fast? Seeing the situation spiraling, a Qingjing member asked urgently, Captain, what do we do now? Zhou Taiji quickly regained his composure. Don't panic. Shu Jingming's Heavenly Thunder Technique must have a cooldown. Use this opportunity to pin down Kong Shi, and I'll deal with Shen Dongling. Saying his doing, Taiji stomped his foot, summoning a row of sharp earth spikes, thrusting them forward as he yelled, attack. But before he could do anything, a flame slapped his teammate right in the face, causing her to scream in pain. Huh? Blasted away by the impact, she fell flat on her face and passed out. Zhou Taiji stared at the sky in horror, eyes wide, unable to believe it. Another Heavenly Thunder Technique? How is that even possible? Another terrifying thunderous explosion descended, lightning tearing through the arena space. The beastman Kong Shi from the Mado team roared in excitement. A-ground. Contrary to the panic of their opponents, the Mado members stood by, leisurely commenting, Tisk, tisk, ruthless. Absolutely ruthless. Just leave the rest to us. Captain, your Heavenly Thunder Technique is just too strong. They can't defend against it at all. Indeed, the Qingjing members lay scattered on the ground, groaning. Wait, is he just spamming the Heavenly Thunder Technique? Cough. Ah, Zhou Taiji, even you can't handle it. Watching his teammates fall one by one, a voice rang out. Wang Ji, it's just you left now. Kong Shi, who had transformed into a giant bear, stepped forward with his shield, menacingly. Kong Shi, Tier A Enhancement Ability, Dire Bear. 1 Vs. 5. Are you still planning to stubbornly resist? The foxwoman Shen Dongling also stepped forward, claws out, laughing spellbindingly as she threatened him. Shen Dongling, Tier A Enhancement Ability, Moon Chasing Blood. Yesterday, you were already injured by the captain. If we decide to attack you now, it'll be like rubbing salt into your wounds. Facing the immense pressure, the Qingjing captain bit his lip, sweating profusely, looking completely helpless. Swallowing a bitter lump in his throat, he closed his eyes, lifted his hand, and calculated. We've already lost for sure. Better to save some energy. He shouted, the Qingjing representative team, we surrender. The commentator's voice exploded through the speakers. The Qingjing representative team has surrendered. The Mado Ability University has won this team match. At the same time, the big screen displayed glowing text. Team Finals Champions, Mado Ability University Team. Congratulations to Mado Ability University for successfully winning the team championship. On the victory podium, the entire Mado team spread their arms to greet the audience amidst a deafening roar from the sea of people. Mado is the champion. We won. I knew Mado would make a comeback and win. Mado is so cool. Thunder Emperor is the best. Watching from afar, the beauty Su Qingli smiled to herself. I didn't expect Shu Jingming's long-range magic combat talent to be this high. Looking at it this way, letting him follow the elemental user path won't stifle his melee talent. I must recruit Shu Jingming at any cost. His bearded teacher, Yang Zentian, finally stroked his chest, sighing with relief. Phew, finally, I can rest easy. Meeting his favorite student, the older man patted Jingming's shoulder. Jingming, well done. Now there's only the final survival event left. We've never won all 3 events at once. I hope this time, We can do it. The young man smiled confidently. Teacher, just leave that to me. In his head, Jingming was already crunching the numbers. He had been waiting for this survival match from the very beginning. This was the perfect opportunity to slaughter beasts like a madman and collect energy points ruthlessly. As he was daydreaming, a teammate approached to invite him. Captain, we have a break tomorrow. The group is planning to go to the city center. Do you want to come? Jingming waved his hand, declining politely. You guys go ahead. Don't worry about me. The beautiful Shen Dongling immediately clapped her hands, laughing mischievously as she teased her teammate. Hasn't the captain's girlfriend been waiting for days already? You think he'd go out with us? You're definitely overthinking it. Oh, that's right. Look at my terrible memory. Caught in front of everyone, Jingming could only smile awkwardly and wave goodbye. Well, I'll be heading out now. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room. A girl's soft hands are glowing with magical energy as they move gracefully. It turns out our male lead is shirtless, showing off his toned muscles while enjoying a magical, restorative service from his beautiful girlfriend, Song Chu-wen. She asks him affectionately about the body-strengthening liquid. How does this A-rank cultivation resource feel? Xu Jingming replies comfortably. It's definitely very effective, but I can't keep using your cultivation resources like this forever. Hearing her boyfriend say that, Song Chu-wen blinks her sparkling, loving eyes and gently scolds him. Why are we still distinguishing between what's yours and what's mine? She wraps her arms tightly around Xu Jingming's sturdy shoulders from behind. Nuzzling against him, she whispers, if you really want to repay me, don't go home tonight, okay? Facing this lethal temptation, the young man smirks wickedly and nods eagerly. All right. A quiet night falls, blanketing the luxurious villa, hiding the sweet and exhausting secrets of the young lovers. The scene shifts to the resting area of the Kim Dat team. A long-haired man with a scar on his face enters the room and speaks to the elderly vice principal. Vice Principal 2, did you need something from me? The old man calmly took a sip of his tea and got straight to the point. It's nothing major. I just want to ask Kim Dat to cooperate with us in the upcoming survival match. Standing up abruptly, the long-haired man shrugged, expressing his stance bluntly. As you well know, sir, the momentum Ma Do has this time is truly too aggressive. If we don't form an alliance, the survival match championship will definitely belong to them. And if it's theirs, well, I guess we just have to accept it. Seeing that defeatist attitude, the long-haired man frowned and retorted, if we let them take all 3 championships this year, it will certainly have a serious impact on future enrollment for both our schools. Come on, haven't you considered this, sir? Hit where it hurt. The old vice principal closed his eyes, lost in deep thought. Seeing his partner begin to waver, the long-haired man held up a finger, promising a lucrative reward. Don't worry, we won't have you helping for nothing. Just agree to join forces to crush Ma Do, and every member of your team will receive a top-tier A-grade cultivation resource. Vice Principal 2 spread his hands and exclaimed, 8 top-tier A-grade cultivation resources? You're certainly generous. The long-haired man sighed helplessly in response. Do you think I want to do this? Rubbing his face under pressure, the Fan Cam representative revealed his inner turmoil. I'm responsible for everything at Fan Cam this school year. The failure of the study abroad program was bad enough, but if we come up empty-handed in the league tournament, I won't be able to bear the responsibility. Determined to overthrow the reigning champions, the two shook hands and sealed the deal in the darkness. Vice Principal 2 set a condition. All right, I agree to this. However, after eliminating Ma Do, whoever wins the championship will depend on each side's own strength. The long-haired man smiled smugly. Very well, happy to cooperate. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. It'll be hard for Ma Do not to lose this time. Time flew by, and the final day of the month finally arrived. The crowd's cheers echoed throughout the stadium, signaling that it had arrived, the survival match. The atmosphere was red hot. The crowd was excitedly yelling. The most bloody and violent slaughter yet. The most intense battle. I can't wait any longer. I wonder who will be the one to kill the most wild beasts. Sitting in the stands, Song Chuan was sweating buckets, her face flushed red as she worried inwardly. The survival match has so many variables. Xu Jingming and I have been tossing and turning all night. I wonder if that will affect his performance. Seeing her best friend's face red as a tomato, the girl with glasses sitting next to her quickly asked, Your face is so red. Are you okay? Feeling guilty, she interlaced her fingers and stammered that she was fine. Cutting through the buzzing chatter, the male commentator coughed into the microphone to restore order. Ahem, the sharply dressed commentator spread his arms wide and announced clearly, Welcome, everyone. Back to the final event of the National University League, the survival match. The 3D screen immediately displayed a massive map. Along with the introduction, the survival arena was located inside a dungeon, covering an area of about 400 square kilometers. The event organizers had released a total of several thousand Grade 3, Grade 4, and even Grade 5 wild beasts inside. Along with images of the monsters bearing their fangs and claws, the brutal rules were announced. The survival match will last for 10 days with a total of 80 participants. Anyone who kills more high-level wild beasts will score higher points. To increase the drama, the commentator emphasized the golden rule of the game. Also, please take special note that the survival match does not forbid fighting between participants. Voluntarily surrendering or having your defense orb activated will be considered an elimination. When eliminated, half of your accumulated points will be transferred to the winner. The audience in the stands heard the rules and got fired up, laughing and commenting. This is so nerve-wracking. If nothing unexpected happens, the internal infighting will definitely be the biggest highlight. To cater to the public's thirst for gossip, the surveillance camera system was put on full display. To better observe each participant, we have installed high-precision cameras throughout the competition area. The tension was thick as a guitar string as the countdown clock was about to strike. The commentator's voice screamed with passion. The match is about to begin. Let's follow through the cameras and see our contestants. The big screen immediately zoomed in on the cold, badass face of Su Jingming. Below it, the leaderboard and the total points waiting to be filled were clearly displayed. Standing in the middle of the dense forest, the young man from the Hua family gripped his spear tightly, his eyes flashing with extreme battle lust, thinking to himself, "Start quickly, I can't wait any longer." As soon as he finished speaking, the notification from his wristwatch rang out like a starting whistle. The survival match has begun. Movement restrictions for all participants are now lifted. With a burst of full lightning power, Su Jingming shot off, tearing through the forest space, roaring with fury. "You wild beasts, here I come!" Scarcely had he dashed off when Su Jingming encountered a pack of ferocious forest wolves, their fangs bared and eyes watching him with vigilance. Without a word, he unleashed bolts of green lightning from the sky like a sudden rainstorm, leaving the beasts only enough time to yelp in agony. Oh woo! Watching his prey struggle helplessly in vain, the young man from the Hua family wore an excited grin, his spear dancing in his hands, lighting up a corner of the forest. Su Jingming continued to channel his power, orange lightning bolts exploding violently from the spear tip, then struck straight down at the heads of the wolf pack scattering below. A massive pillar of lightning struck down, shaking the ground violently, incinerating everything in its path and grilling the beasts into roast meat in an instant. Landing as lightly as a god, the protagonist turned and strode on, leaving behind a pile of rubble and the carcasses of wolves lying in pools of blood. The system notifications chirped rapidly in his ears. Eliminated a peak Grade 3 Forest Wind Wolf, energy points plus 45. Eliminated an early Grade 4 Forest Wind Wolf, energy points plus 211. Eliminated a late Grade 3 Forest Wind Wolf, energy points plus 39. Eliminated Grade 3. Watching the points jump rapidly on the display board, Su Jingming turned and smiled contentedly, muttering, "Feels so good." Still not satisfied, he shot off again to find new prey, roaring with excitement. Let's keep going. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the middle of the dense forest, a team member saw his leader and asked in confusion, "Captain Han, you're here. Why do you look so battered and torn?" The support player scratched his head, smiling bitterly, defending himself. The survival match is truly home turf for you attack class ability users. As for a support class like me, just staying alive until now is already a miracle. The Fan Can captain smirked, confidently tempting him. "Captain Han, from now on, just come with us. We'll find our teammates first, and then we'll send Ma Do packing." Happy to have found his solid backup, Captain Han reached out to shake his partner's hand firmly. "Very happy to work with you." As they strode deeper into the forest, the three talked noisily. A member exclaimed, "Come to think of it, the vice principals telling our two schools to form an alliance to fight against Ma Do is truly the first time in history, isn't it?" The member next to him sighed, shaking his head. "We don't have any other choice either. That guy, Su Jingming, is truly too terrifying. It's only the 3rd day, and he already has over 6,000 points." Staring at the leaderboard on the virtual screen, the member's eyes widened in horror. "Is that for real? Damn it, he's actually crossed the 6,000 point mark." Captain Han stroked his chin, adding more haunting information. "Moreover, from what I've observed, he hasn't rested for even a single moment." That left the accompanying teammates speechless and stunned. Captain Xiao Tai Chi slightly curled his lip in contempt, secretly wondering why Su Jingming had to kill so many beasts. After all, the final result depends on the slaughter in the last 3 days anyway. The muscular guy next to him nodded in agreement and added, "That's right. No matter how many beasts he kills by himself, everything will be for nothing if he gets defeated in the end. All the points Su Jingming has gathered will eventually be served to us on a silver platter." In the VIP stands, the audience was once again wide-mouthed with excitement, screaming, Holy crap, the Thunder Emperor's hunting efficiency is truly terrifying, and he does it without sleeping at all. Last night, he had over 4,000 points, and this morning, he's already broken the 6,000 mark. Suddenly, a loud shout drew everyone's attention to the big screen. Don't just focus on the Thunder Emperor. Look, Than Can and Kim Dat have formed an alliance. Mado is finished. Than Can and Kim Dat have truly thrown the so-called spirit of sportsmanship out the window. In the administration area, the old vice principal of Than Can smugly approached to place a bet. Principal Lang, haven't you refused betting invitations several times before? Do you want to make a bet on this survival match? I'm betting that our Than Can will win. Principal Ling curled his lip with pride and gave a casual nod. Fine, this is the final match anyway, so let's make a real bet to make things interesting. I'll bet an SS grade resource plus an S grade one that our Mado team wins. Hearing such a massive stake, the opposing school's vice principal gasped, thinking to himself that she must be truly fearless to bet so heavily. Thinking of the elaborate alliance they had already set up, he smirked deviously. No matter how extraordinary Xu Jingming might be, there was absolutely no way he could win. He then loudly accepted the wager. Since Principal Ling is in such high spirits, I accept. Meanwhile, Chu Song Chuan remained glued to the big screen watching her boyfriend battle, her hands tightly clasped in prayer. Xu Jingming, I believe you can definitely pull off a miracle. Time flew by, and the 7th day of the competition finally arrived. Surrounded by enemies, Captain Qing Kang coldly gave the order, Kong Shi, give up. You can't beat us. Facing the pack of wolves, the giant Kong Shi of Mado gritted his teeth and roared defiantly. Surrender? Do I look like the type to give in so easily? His entire body swelled with bulging muscles as the giant bear let out a thunderous roar and charged into the fray. If you want my points, come in here and take them. However, just 3 minutes later, a cloud of dust cleared to reveal a blue defensive orb shielding a motionless figure on the ground. The orb's automated loudspeaker announced the brutal news. Safety shield activated. You've been eliminated. Please remain inside the safety shield and do not move about. The official rescue team will escort you back to the stadium shortly. After snatching half of the defeated fighters' points, the Qing Kang team checked their score. A member smiled and nodded. 3rd place. Our points have broken the 10,000 mark, not bad at all. But Captain Han, standing nearby, clicked his tongue and sighed. But compared to that guy Xu Jingming, the gap is still too huge. He's already got over 20,000 points. The muscle-bound man behind him turned to the leader. Captain, should we keep hunting Xu Jingming? Zhou Taiji smirked confidently. No rush. We still have 54 minutes until 9 o'clock. Once the map and participant locations are broadcast publicly, do you really think we won't find him? Back to Xu Jingming, who was lounging on the carcass of a giant beast. He looked at the updated leaderboard and clicked his tongue in sympathy. Senior Kangxi has lost half his points and his ranking has plummeted. Now, Mado is down to just me and Senior Sis. He called up his familiar interface. The deep blue system displayed his attributes. Instantly, a blue info panel appeared showing Xu Jingming, Tier 3 late stage, ability, SS grade Thunder God, physique, 415, mental vitality, 2,624 Hertz, skills, spear mastery, fist techniques, undying thunder body, and accumulated points, 51,283. Looking at the massive points earned from days of grinding, the protagonist smiled in anticipation. 51,000 points time to upgrade to Tier 4 early stage. Without a second of hesitation, golden flames of lightning erupted around Jingming's body, creating ear-splitting explosions that tore through the air. Admiring the crackling orb of lightning dancing in his hand, he smirked triumphantly. Just as I thought. Among the 9 tiers, entering the 4th is only the beginning. The range of his Thunder God ability expanded instantly from 40 to 80 meters. A massive bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, detonating an entire patch of forest. Jingming laughed arrogantly toward his opponents. An alliance of 2 universities? If this were before, I might not have been able to defeat you. But things are different now. The clock struck exactly 9 in the morning, and the devices on the Qing Kang team's wrists chirped repeatedly. It's 9 o'clock. The arena map and the past locations of all participants were updated. A member stared, overjoyed, as he spotted a red dot on the virtual map. Found him. He's about 8 kilometers away. Captain, should we surround him now? Captain Zhou Taiji squinted at the map and shook his head, directing them. Guwan of Mado is closer, only 4 kilometers away. Take care of her first. We absolutely cannot let her reach Xu Jingming to help. The team bolted away like the wind through the dense thicket. The sycophant next to him fawned. That's our captain for you. So cautious and thoughtful. The captain shot him a glare and barked. Enough with the flattery. Let's go. Senior Sis Guwan's wrist device also began beeping frantically. On her screen, her location showed she was surrounded by a swarm of yellow dots. Guwan broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "This is bad. 11 dots are rushing toward me at the same time. Wang Qi, Han Shan, and the others, they really did form an alliance." Realizing the imminent danger, she immediately activated a green wind-shielding barrier around herself and sprinted for her life. Her eyes glinted with determination. She gritted her teeth, thinking, "They don't want me to link up with the captain. No, I absolutely cannot let them catch me." Elsewhere, Xu Jingming stared at the location data flooding his device, his expression darkening with killing intent. "Daring to hunt down my Mato University teammate, huh? They must have a death wish." Instantly, the protagonist transformed into a streak of silver-purple lightning, darting like a bolt through the dense trees to provide backup. On the green meadow, Gu Wan was running at full tilt, glancing back to see the Qing Kang and Jinda crew hot on her heels. Their footsteps crushed dry leaves, sending smoke rising. Jingming was sprinting at a terrifying velocity, tearing through the forest space. Gu Wan suddenly stopped in her tracks, startled, when she saw a familiar silhouette encased in a lightning orb land gracefully beside her. Jingming breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank heaven you're okay, senior." Gu Wan gasped for air, urgently urging him, "Captain, we have to run. Wang Xi's group isn't balanced. With my speed boost buff, they won't be able to catch us." But the protagonist coldly shook his head, refusing to flee. "No need. We'll just stand right here and wait for them." Hearing this, Gu Wan's eyes went wide, and she froze for 5 seconds. "Wait here? You mean?" Trying to suppress her trembling, she clenched her fists with resolve. "I get it now. So the captain plans to have a death-defying showdown with them right here." Very quickly, the wolf pack caught up. The vanguard of Qing Chang pointed excitedly. "Look, Gu Wan and Xu Jingming have joined up." However, upon seeing the two standing motionless as if rooted to the spot, the muscle-bound teammate scratched his head in confusion. "Huh, why did Xu Jingming and Gu Wan stop running?" Zhou Taiji smirked arrogantly, speculating, "I'm afraid they're looking to avenge their teammate, aren't they?" A man beside him shook his head, mocking, "How pathetic. Wanting revenge without the strength for it just means delivering your life for free." Captain Han looked invigorated. "That said, this saves us the trouble of hunting them down all over the place." Up in the arena stands, the crowd was buzzing again at the big screen. "Look, the Thunder Emperor has stopped. It's true. If he had just kept running, he could have easily won. He's being way too impulsive." The rustling of the forest wind blew through, and the atmosphere suddenly became stifling and tense as the two sides stood just a few steps apart. Zhou Taiji and his cronies stepped forward cockily, smirking with contempt as he asked, "Xu Jingming, are you really not going to run away?" Facing a dozen guys radiating killing intent, the protagonist just shoved his hands into his pockets and smirked, delivering a brutal jab. "Dealing with a bunch of losers like you, why would I need to waste my energy running?" Insulted in front of his crew, Zhou Taiji gritted his teeth and growled, "I hope that when you're eliminated by us losers, you won't scream too pitifully." Immediately, Captain Han behind him spread his arms, activating a defensive support skill. A blue wave of light wrapped around the whole team along with a shout, "Life share." Captain Han wore a confident, arrogant smile, looking as if victory were already in the bag. "With the support from Jinda combined with the damage dealers of Qing Kang, we will drain your life dry. You don't stand a chance. Give up now. It'll look less pathetic." In response to his opponent's premature bragging, lightning began to explode around Xu Jingming's body. He smirked coldly. "Surrender? You lot are the ones who should be surrendering." A massive, glowing orange bolt of lightning erupted violently, enveloping the protagonist as thunder shook the entire horizon. As he unleashed his ultimate technique, the Heavenly Thunder, the Fancan team immediately widened their eyes, breaking into a cold sweat as they cried out in disbelief at the terrifying pressure radiating from Liu Jiaming's body. Is this really the power signature of an early level 4? He broke through. The audience in the stands, seeing the horrified expressions of the Fancan team on the screen, grew incredibly curious and began to shout, "What are Liu Jiaming and the others saying? Hey, organizers, turn on the audio. Seriously. What on earth are Wang Qi and the others panicking about?" The commentator hurriedly reached for his headset to calm the excited crowd. "Everyone, please calm down. I will connect with Master Chu, who is monitoring the scene, to ask about the situation." The transmission was immediately connected to the Great Master, standing with his arms crossed, hovering in midair. The commentator hurriedly asked loudly, "Hello, Master Chu. What major event has occurred on your end?" The Grade 8 Wind-type Grandmaster Chu Qiang calmly replied over the radio, "Liu Jiaming has broken through. He is now a level 4 early-stage ability user." After hearing this shocking news, the audience in the stands stood up in unison, screaming wildly, "No way! The Thunder Emperor actually broke through?" To reach level 4 at just 19 years old is completely insane. I have a feeling Fan Kan and Kim Dat are about to get absolutely crushed. Contrary to the lively atmosphere outside, the elderly vice principal of Kim Dat gripped the railing tightly, his face ashen, roaring in frustration. He broke through? But why did he have to do it right in the middle of this survival match? Isn't he just mocking us? As for Principal Ling, she took a gentle sip of tea, watching the monitor with a tender, charming smile, whispering, just as expected. This kid is truly great at creating miracles. On the green grass, Gu Yuan hurriedly raised her hand to cast a support spell. Captain, let me buff your power. However, Jingming just waved his hand to stop her. Senior, you should rest for a bit. Leave this to me. He stood tall amidst the swirling energy, lightning crackling violently, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Undefeated. Witnessing that terrifying power, the Fan Kan fighter trembled and shrieked. Is he really just a level 4 user? Why do I feel like even a level 5 isn't as strong as him? What are we supposed to do now? Their captain gritted his teeth, roaring to maintain some dignity. We've come this far. Are we going to turn and run? Let's fight them with everything we've got. Zhou Taichi furiously ordered the entire team to give it their all, shouting for the long-range attackers to prepare to deal maximum damage to Jingming. Upon receiving the order, the long-range henchmen roared fiercely, simultaneously launching all sorts of fire and ice attacks, all flying straight toward the protagonist. Dozens of skill projectiles streaked through the air, but Liu Jingming stood as immovable as a mountain, merely raising one finger to gather mysterious lightning to intercept them. A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering collision occurred. The brilliant golden lightning bolts shattered every one of the enemy's long-range attacks into smoke and dust in an instant. Seeing that defense, which looked as easy as eating candy, Zhou Taichi's limbs went limp, and he stared in shock, mouth agape. All of our attacks were blocked. Not giving his opponents a chance to recover, Jingming pointed his lightning-coated finger forward and clearly announced his ultimate technique, Thunder God's Finger. A massive, brilliant red pillar of lightning erupted, tearing through the sky and earth, sweeping across the grass and creating a spectacular, destructive explosion. Zhou Taichi gaped in horror at the terrifying speed of the attack, hurriedly screaming, "Why is his casting speed so fast?" The whole pack scrambled to erect sturdy rock shields to brace themselves for the incoming fiery, thunderous rage. But in the face of absolute power, every layer of defense shattered like a soap bubble, causing the lackeys to shriek in agony. A massive mushroom cloud of fire rose into the blue sky, turning the entire area into a horrifyingly charred wasteland. As the smoke cleared, a miserable scene was revealed. The entire Fan Kan and Kim Dat alliance lay face down, on the ground, bloodied and moaning. Jingming walked slowly up to the defeated captain, who was struggling to pull himself up. Jingming wore a wicked smile as he whispered, "Don't think things will end so easily." His finger rotated slightly, a bright golden light wrapping around his spear. He smiled. "If I just eliminate you from the game like this, it would be too easy for you." Finishing his sentence, he immediately changed his weapon, the flowing cloud spear, transforming it into a supple, golden whip of lightning. He swung it, whipping the butts of each defeated warrior, making them sizzle and smoke. The bald opponent, struck by the lightning whip, jumped up and shrieked in agony amidst the numbing electrical shocks. Each lash of the whip whistled through the air, repeatedly knocking the once arrogant alliance members to the ground, where they thrashed like fish out of water. Witnessing that bone-chilling display of violence, Zhou Taichi broke into a cold sweat, his face deathly pale as he thought in terror. "Oh my god, winning wasn't enough? He wants to torture us this brutally. I have to surrender right now." He tried to open his mouth to signal surrender, but could only mumble unintelligibly, panicking when he realized the truth. "This isn't good. My nerves are paralyzed from the electric shocks. I can't even talk properly anymore." Darkness clouded the protagonist's cold face as he wore a demonic smile and slowly approached. "This is the consequence for daring to bully my teammates." He spoke gently. "Don't be in such a rush. Let's just take our time and play, shall we?" The lightning whip coiled and struck repeatedly, creating crackling explosions that made the whole group cry out for mercy, echoing through the mountains. "Ah, help me, Mom and Dad." Standing in the back watching this entire horror violence movie, Gu Yuan was completely petrified, her mouth agape in utter astonishment. "My god, is our captain really this savage?" The audience in the cinema theater stood up in unison, clapping wildly, excitedly, discussing the scene. "That's insane. One Thunder God's finger crushed 2 whole schools. I never expected the Thunder God's finger to be this terrifying." After leveling up, he completely steamrolled Wang Qi. The Thunder Emperor is going on a crazy rampage to avenge his teammates.